Chapter 1 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 1. Headstrong and Headlong. Far from any house or hut, in the depth of dreary moorland, a road, unfenced and almost unformed, descends to a rapid river. The crossing is called the Seven Corps Ford, because a large party of farmers, riding homeward from Militant, banded together, and perhaps well primed through fear of a famous highwayman, came down to this place on a foggy evening, after heavy rainfall. One of the company set before them what the power of the water was, but they laughed at him and spurred into it, and one alone spurred out of it. Whether taken with fright or with too much courage, they laid hold of one another, and 7 out of 8 of them, all large farmers and thoroughly understanding land, came never upon it alive again, and their bodies, being found upon the ridge that cast them up, gave a dismal name to a place that never was merry in the best of weather. However, worse things than this had happened, and the country is not chary of its living, though apt to be scared of its dead. And so the ford came into use again, with a little attempt at improvement. For those farmers being beyond recall, and their families hard to provide for, Richard Doddridge of Scargate Hall, the chief owner of the neighbourhood, set a long heavy stone up on either brink, and stretched a strong chain between them, not only to mark out the course of the shallow, whose shelf is askew to the channel, but also that any one being washed away might fetch up, and feel how to save himself. For the Tees is a violent water sometimes, and the safest way to cross it is to go on till you come to a good stone bridge. Now 40 years after that sad destruction of brave but not well-guided men, and 30 years after the chain was fixed, that their sons might not go after them, another thing happened at Seven Corps Ford, worse than the drowning of the farmers, or, at any rate, it made more stir, which is of wider spread than sorrow, because of the eminence of the man, and the length and width of his property. Neither could any one at first believe in so quiet an end to so turbulent a course. Nevertheless, it came to pass, as lightly as if he were a reed or a bubble of the river that belonged to him. It was upon a gentle evening a few days after Michaelmas of 1777. No flood was in the river then, and no fog on the moorland, only the usual course of time, keeping the silent company of stars. The young moon was down, and the hover of the sky, in doubt of various lights, were gone, and the equal spread of obscurity soothed the eyes of any reasonable man. But the man who rode down to the river that night had little love of reason. Headstrong chief of a headlong race, no will must depart a hair's breadth from his, and 50 years of arrogant port had stiffened a neck too stiff at birth. Even now in the dim light his large square form stood out against the sky like a cromlech, and his heavy arms swung like gnarled boughs of oak, for a storm of wrath was moving him. In his youth he had rebelled against his father, and now his own son was a rebel to him. "Good, my boy, good," he said within his grizzled beard, while his eyes shone with fire like the flints beneath his horse. "You have had your way, have you then? But never shall you step upon an acre of your own, and your timber shall be the gallows. Done, my boy, once and for ever." Philip, the squire, the son of Richard, and father of Duncan Doddridge, with fierce satisfaction struck the bosom of his heavy Bradford riding-coat, and the crackle of parchment replied to the blow, while with the other hand he drew rein on the brink of the Tees, sliding rapidly. The water was dark with the twinkle of the stars, and wide with the vapour of the valley, but Philip Doddridge, in the rage of triumph, laughed and spurred his reflecting horse. "Fool!" he cried, without an oath. No Doddridge ever used an oath except in playful moments. "Fool, what fear you? There hangs my respected father's chain. Ah, he was something like a man. Had I ever dared to flout him so, he would have hanged me with it. Wild with his wrong, he struck the rowel deep into the flank of his wading horse, and in scorn of the depth drove him up the river. The shoulders of the swimming horse broke the swirling water as he panted and snorted against it, and if Philip Yordas had drawn back at once, he might even now have crossed safely. But the fury of his blood was up, the stronger the torrent, the fiercer his will, and the fight between passion and power went on. The poor horse was fain to swerve back at last, but he struck him on the head with a carbine and shouted to the torrent, "Drown me if you can. My father used to say that I was never born to drown. My own water drown me." That would be a little too much insolence. Too much insolence were his last words. The strength of the horse was exhausted. The beat of his legs grew short and faint. The white of his eyes rolled piteously, and the gurgle of his breath subsided. His heavy head dropped under water, and his sodden crest rolled over, like seaweed where a wave breaks. The stream had him all at its mercy, and showed no more than his savage master had, but swept him a wallowing lump away, and over the reef of the crossing, with both feet locked in the twisted stirrups, and right arm broken at the elbow. The rider was swung like the mast of a wreck, and flung with his head upon his father's chain. There he was held by his great square chin, for the jar of his backbone stunned him, and the weight of the swept-away horse broke the neck, which never had been known to bend. In the morning a peasant found him there, not drowned, but hanged, with eyes wide open, a swaying corpse upon a creaking chain. So his father, though long in the grave, was his death, as he often had promised to be to him, while he, with the habit of his race, clutched fast with dead hand on dead bosom the instrument securing the starvation of his son. Of the Yordas family truly was it said that the will of God was nothing to their will, as long as the latter lasted, and that every man of them scorned all testament, old or new, except his own. End of chapter 1.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Chapter 2 of Mary and Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Annika Lintout. Mary and Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 2, Scargate Hall. Nearly 24 years had passed since Philip Yordas was carried to his last as well as his first repose, and Scargate Hall had enjoyed some rest from the turbulence of owners. For as soon as Duncan, Philip's son, whose marriage had maddened his father, was clearly apprised by the late Squire's lawyer of his disinheritance, he collected his own little money and his wife's and set sail for India. His mother, a Scotchwoman of good birth but evil fortunes, had left him something, and his bride, the daughter of his father's greatest foe, was not altogether empty-handed. His sisters were forbidden by the will to help him with a single penny, and Philippa, the elder, declaring and believing that Duncan had killed her father, strictly obeyed the injunction. But Eliza, being a softer kind, and herself then in love with Captain Carnaby, would gladly have aided her only brother, but for his stern refusal. In such a case, a more gentle nature than ever in Doda Yordas might have grown hardened and bitter, and Duncan, being of true Yordas fibre, thickened and toughened with slower Scotch sap, was not of the sort to be ousted lightly and grow at the feet of his supplanters. Therefore he cast himself on the winds in search of fairer soil, and was not heard of in his native land, and Scargate Hall and estates were held by the sisters in joint tenancy, with remainder to the first son born of whichever it might be of them. And this was so worded through the hurry of their father to get someone established in this place of his own son. But from paltry passions turn away a little while to the things which excite, but are not excited by them. Scargate Hall stands, high and old, in the wildest and most rugged part of the wild and rough North Riding, Many are the tales about it, in a few and humble cots, scattered in the modest distance, mainly to look up at it. In spring and summer of the years that have any, the height and the air are not only fine, but even fair and pleasant. So do the shadows and the sunshine wander, elbowing into one another on the moor, and so does the glance of smiling foliage soothe the austerity of crag and scaur. At such time, also, the restless torrent, whose fury has driven content away through many a short day and long night, is not in such desperate hurry to bury its troubles in the breast of teas, but spreads them in language that sparkles to the sun, or even makes leisure to turn into corners of deep brown study about the people on its banks, especially perhaps the miller. But never had this impetuous water more reason to stop and reflect upon people of greater importance, who called it their own, than now, when it was at the lowest of itself in August of the year 1808. From time beyond date the race of Yorkers had owned and inhabited this old place. From them the river and the river's valley and the mountain of its birth took name, or else perhaps gave name to them, for the history of the giant Yorkers still remains to be written, and the materials are scanty. His present descendants did not care an old song for his memory, even if he ever had existence to produce it. Piety, whether in the Latin sense or English, never had marked them for her own. Their days were long in the land, through a long inactivity of the Decalogue. And yet, in some manner, this lawless race had been as a law to itself throughout. From age to age came certain gifts and certain ways of management, which saved the family life from falling out of rank and land and lot. From deadly feuds, exhausting suits, and ruinous profusion, when all appeared lost, there had always arisen a man of direct lineal stock to retrieve the estates and reprieve the name. And what is still more conducive to the longevity of families, no member had appeared as yet of power too large and an aim too lofty, whose eminence must be cut short with axe, outlawry, and attainder. Therefore, there ever had been a Yorkist, good or bad, and by his own showing more often of the latter kind, to stand before heaven and hold the land and harass them that dwelt thereon. But now at last the world seemed to be threatened with the extinction of a fine old name. When Squire Philip died in the river, as above recorded, his death from one point of view was dry, since nobody shed a tear for him, unless it was his child Eliza. Still, he was missed and lamented in speech, and even in eloquent speeches, having been a very strong justice of the peace, as well as the foremost righteous gentleman keeping the order of the country. He stood above them in his firm resolve to have his own way always, and his way was so crooked that the difficulty was to get out of it and let him have it. And when he was dead, it was either too good or too bad to believe in, and even after he was buried, it was held that this might be only another of his tricks. But after his ghost had been seen repeatedly, sitting on the chain and swearing, it began to be known that he was gone indeed, and the relief afforded by his absence endeared him to sad memory. Moreover, his good successes enhanced the relish of scandal about him, by seeming themselves to be always so dry, distant, and unimpeachable. Especially so did my Lady Philippa, as the elder daughter was called by all the tenants and dependents, though the family now held no title of honour. Mistress Yorkers, as she was more correctly styled by usage of the period, was a maiden lady of fine presence, uncumbered as yet by weight of years, and only dignified thereby. Stately and straight and substantial of figure, firm but not coarse of feature, she had reached her 45th year without an ailment or wrinkle. Her eyes were steadfast, clear, and bright, well able to second her distinct calm voice and handsome still, though their deep blue had waned into a quiet, impenetrable grey, while her broad, clear forehead, straight nose, and red lips might well be considered as comely as ever, at least by those who loved her. Of those, however, there were not many, and she was content to have it so. Mrs. Carnaby, the younger sister, would not have been content to have it so, though not of the weak lot which is in fief to popularity. She liked to be regarded kindly, and would rather win a smile than exact a courtesy. Continually it was said of her that she was no genuine Yorkist, though really she had all the pride and all the stubbornness of that race, enlarged perhaps, but little weakened by severe afflictions. This lady had lost a beloved husband, Colonel Carnaby, killed in battle, and after that 4 children of the 5 she had been so proud of. And the waters of affliction had not turned to bitterness in her soul. Concerning the outward part, which matters more than the inward at first hand, Mrs. Carnaby had no reason to complain of fortune. She had started well as a very fine baby and grown up well into a lovely maiden, passing through wedlock into a sightly matron, gentle, fair, and showing reason. For generations it had come to pass that those of the Yorkshire race who deserved to be cut off for their doings out of doors were followed by ladies of decorum, self-restraint, and regard for their neighbour's landmark. And so it was now with these two ladies, the handsome Philippa and the fair Eliza, leading a peaceful and reputable life and carefully studying their rent roll. It was not, however, in the fitness of things that quiet should reign at Scargate Hall for a quarter of a century, and one strong element of disturbance grew already manifest. Under the will of Squire Philip, the heir apparent was the one surviving child of Mrs. Carnaby. If ever a mortal life was saved by dint of sleepless care, warm coddling, and perpetual doctoring, it was the precious life of Master Lancelot Yorkshire Carnaby. In him all the mischiefs of his race revived, without the strong substance to carry it off. Though his parents were healthy and vigorous, he was of weakly constitution, which would not have been half so dangerous to him if his mind also had been weakly. But his mind, or at any rate the rudiment thereof which appears in the shape of self-will even before the teeth appear, was a piece of muscular contortion, tough as oak and hard as iron. Pet was his name with his mother and his aunt, and his enemies, being the rest of mankind, said that Pet was his name and his nature. For this dear child could brook no denial, no slow submission to his wishes. Whatever he wanted must come in a moment, punctual as an echo. In him reappeared not the stubbornness only, but also the keen ingenuity of Yorkshire in finding out the very thing that never should be done, and then the unerring perception of the way in which it could be done most noxiously. Yet anyone looking at his eyes would think how tender and bright must his nature be. He favoureth his forebears, how can he help it? Kind people exclaimed when they knew him. And the servants of the house excused themselves when condemned for putting up with, you know not what it is when you talk so. He maun get his own gate, less wise yo would chocken. Being too valuable to be choked, he got his own way always. End of chapter 2. Recording by Anerley Farm.
Chapter 3 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 3. For the sake of Pet Carnaby, and of themselves, the ladies of the house were disquieted now, in the first summer weather of a wet, cold year, the year of our Lord 1801, and their trouble arose as follows. There had long been a question between the sisters and Sir Walter Carnaby, brother of the late colonel, about an exchange of outlying land, which would have to be ratified by Pet hereafter. Terms being settled and agreement signed, the lawyers fell to at the linked sweetness of deducing title. The abstract of the Yorkshire title was nearly as big as the parish Bible, so in and out had their dealings been, and so intricate their pugnacity. Among the many other of the Yorkshire freaks was a fatuous and generally fatal one. For the slightest miscarriage they discharged their lawyer, and leapt into the office of a new one. Has any man moved in the affairs of men, with a grain of common sense or half a pennyweight of experience, without being taught that an old tenterhook sits easier to him than a new one? And not only that, but in shifting his quarters he may leave some truly fundamental thing behind. Old Mr. Jellicourse, of Militant and Teesdale, had won golden opinions everywhere. He was an uncommonly honest lawyer, highly incapable of almost any trick, and lofty in his view of things, when his side of them was the legal one. He had a large collection of those interesting boxes which are to a lawyer and his family better than caskets of silver and gold. And especially were his shelves furnished with what might be called the library of Scargate title deeds. He had been proud to take charge of these nearly 30 years ago, and had married on the strength of them, though warned by the rival from whom they were wrested that he must not hope to keep them long. However, through the peaceful incumbency of ladies, they remained in his office all those years. This was the gentleman who had drawn and legally sped to its purport the will of the lamented Squire Philip, who refused very clearly to leave it, and took horse to flourish it at his rebellious son. Mr. Jellicourse had done the utmost, as behoved him, against that rancorous testament, but meeting with silence more savage than words, and about to depart, he had yielded, and the squire stamped about the room until his job was finished. A fact accomplished, whether good or bad, improves in character with every revolution of this little world around the sun, that heavenly example of subservience. And now Mr. Jellicoe was well convinced, as nothing had occurred to disturb that will, and the life of the testator had been sacrificed to it, and the devisees under it were his own good clients, and some of his finest turns of words were in it, and the preparation, execution, and attestation, in an hour and 10 minutes of the office clock, had never been equalled in Yorkshire before, and perhaps never honestly in London. Taking all these things into conscious or unconscious balance, Mr. Jellicoe grew into the clear conviction that righteous and wise were the words to be used whenever this will was spoken of. With pleasant remembrance of the starveling fees wherewith he used to charge the public, ere ever his golden spurs were won, the prosperous lawyer now began to run his eye through a duplicate of an abstract furnished upon some little sale about 40 years before. This would form the basis of the abstract now to be furnished to Sir Walter Carnaby, with little to be added but the will of Philip Yorkis, and statement of facts to be verified. Mr. Jellicoe was fat, but very active still. He liked good living, but he liked to earn it, and could not sit down to his dinner without feeling that he had helped the Lord to provide these mercies. He carried a pencil on his chain, and liked to use it ere ever he began with knife and fork. For the young men in his office, as he always said, knew nothing. The day was very bright and clear, and the sun shone through soft lilac leaves on more important folios, while Mr. Jellicoe, with happy sniffs, for his dinner was roasting in the distance, drew a single line here, or a double line there, or a gable on the margin of the paper, to show his head clerk what to cite, and in what letters, and what to omit, in the abstract to be rendered. For the good solicitor had spent some time in the chambers of a famous conveyancer in London, and prided himself upon deducing title, directly, exhaustively, and yet tersely, in one word, scientifically, and not as a mere quill-driver. The title to the hereditaments, now to be given in exchange, went back for many generations. But as the deeds were not to pass, Mr. Jellicoe, like an honest man, drew a line across, and made a star at one quite old enough to begin with, in which the little moorland farm and treaty now was specified. With hum and haw of satisfaction he came down the records, as far as the settlement made upon the marriage of Richard Doddridge of Scargate Hall, the Squire, and Eleanor, the daughter of Sir Fersen de Roos. This document created no entail, for strict settlements had never been the manner of the race, but the property assured in trust, to satisfy the jointure, was then declared subject to joint and surviving powers of appointment, limited to the issue of the marriage, with remainder to the uses of the will of the aforesaid Richard Doddridge, or, failing such will, to his right heirs forever. All this was usual enough, and Mr. Jellicoe heeded it little, having never heard of any appointment, and knowing that Richard, the grandfather of his clients, had died, as became a true Yorkist, in a fit of fury with a poor tenant, intestate, as well as unrepentant. The lawyer, being a slightly pious man, afforded a little sigh to this remembrance, and lifted his finger to turn the leaf. But the leaf stuck a moment, and the paper being raised at the very best angle to the sun, he saw, or seemed to see, a faint red line, just over against that appointment clause. And then the yellow margin showed some faint red marks. "Well, I never!" Mr. Jellicoe exclaimed. "Certainly never saw these marks before. Diana, where are my glasses?" Mrs. Jellicoe had been to see the potatoes on, for the new cook simply made kettlefuls of fish, of everything put upon the fire, and now at her husband's call she went to her work-box for his spectacles, which he was not allowed to wear except on Sundays, for fear of injuring his eyesight. Equipped with these, and drawing nearer to the window, the lawyer gradually made out this. First, a broad faint line of red, as if some attorney, now a ghost, had cut his finger, and over against that in small round hand the letters V, B, C. Mr. Jellicoe could swear that they were V, B, C. "Don't ask me to eat any dinner today," he exclaimed, when his wife came to fetch him. Diana, I am occupied. Go and eat it up without me. Nonsense, James, she answered calmly. You never get any clever thoughts by starving. Moved by this reasoning, he submitted, fed his wife and children and own good self, and then brought up a bottle of old Spanish wine to strengthen the founts of discovery. Whose writing was that upon the broad marge of verbosity? Why had it never been observed before? Above all, what was meant by VBC? Unaided, he might have gone on forever, to the bottom of a butt of Jerez wine. But finding the second glass better than the first, he called to Mrs. Jellicoe, who was in the garden gathering striped roses, to come and have a sip with him and taste the yellow cherries. And when she came promptly, with the flowers in her hand, and the youngest little daughter making sly eyes at the fruit, bothered as he was, he could not help smiling and saying, "Oh, Diana, what is VBC?" "Very black currants, Papa," cried Emily, dancing a long bunch in the air. "Hush, dear child, you are getting too forward," said her mother, though proud of her quickness. "James, how should I know what VBC is? But I wish most heartily that you would rid me of my old enemy, Box C. I want to put a hanging press in that corner, instead of which you turn the very passages into office. Box C? I remember no Box C. You may not have noticed the letter C upon it, but the box you must know as well as I do. It belongs to those proud Yorkshire people, who hold their heads so high, forsooth, as if nobody but themselves belonged to a good old county family. That makes me hate the box the more. I will take it out of your way at once. I may want it. It should be with the others. I know it as well as I know my snuff-box. It was Aberthaw who put it in that corner, but I had forgotten that it was lettered. The others are all numbered. Of course, Mr. Jellicoe was not weak enough to make the partner of his bosom the partner of his business, and as much as she longed to know why he had put an unusual question to her, she trusted to the future for discovery of that point. She left him, and he, with no undue haste, for the business, after all, was not his own, began to follow out his train of thought in matter much as follows. This is that old Duncombe's writing. Dunderhead Duncombe, as he used to be called in his lifetime, but long-headed Duncombe afterward. None but his wife knew whether he was a wise man or a wiseacre. Perhaps either, according to the treatment he received. Richard Doddridge treated him badly. That may have made him wiser. VBC means VD Box C, unless I am greatly mistaken. He wrote those letters as plainly and clearly as he could against this power of appointment as recited here, but afterward, with knife and pounce, he scraped them out, as now becomes plain with his magnifying glass. Probably he did so when all these archives, as he used to call them, were rudely ordered over to my predecessor. A nice bit of revenge, if my suspicions are correct, and a pretty confusion will follow it. The lawyer's suspicions proved too correct. He took that box to his private room, and with some trouble unlocked it. A damp and musty smell came forth, as when a man delves a potato berry, and then appeared layers of parchment, yellow and brown, in and out with one another, according to the curing of the sheepskin, perhaps, or the age of the sheep when he began to die. Skins much older than any man's who handled them, and drier than the brains of any lawyer. Anno Jacobi Tertio, and Quadragesimo Elizabeta. How nice it sounds, Mr. Jellicoe exclaimed. They ought all to go in and be charged for. People to be satisfied with 60 years' title. Why, bless the Lord, I'm 68 myself, and could buy and sell the grammar school at 8 years old. It is no security at all. What did the learned Bacchupiston say? If a rogue only lives to be 111, he may have been for 90 years deceased, and nobody alive to know it. Older and older grew the documents as the lawyer's hand traveled downward. Any flaw or failure must have been healed by lapse of time, long and long ago. Dust and grime and mildew thickened. Ink became paler, and the contractions more contorted. It was rather an antiquary's business now than a lawyer's to decipher them. What a fool I am, the solicitor thought. My cuffs will never wash white again, and all I have found is a mare's nest. However, I'll go to the bottom now. There may be a gold seal. They used to put them in with the deeds 300 years ago. A charter of Edward IV, I declare! Ah, the Yordises were Yorkists. Hello, what is here? By the touchstone of Shepherd, I was right after all. Well done, long-headed Duncombe. From the very bottom of the box, he took a parchment comparatively fresh and new, endorsed, appointment by Richard Doddridge Esquire, and Eleanor his wife, of lands inherited at Scargate and elsewhere in the county of York, dated November 15th, A.D. 1751. Having glanced at the signatures and seals, Mr. Jellicoe spread the document, which was of a moderate compass, and soon convinced himself that his work of the morning had been wholly thrown away. No title could be shown to Whitestone Farm, nor even to Scargate Hall itself, on the part of the present owners. The appointment was by deed poll, and strictly in accordance with the powers of the settlement. Duly executed and attested, clearly though clumsily expressed, and beyond all question genuine, it simply nullified, as concerned the better half of the property, the will which had cost Philip Yordice his life. For under this limitation Philip held a mere life interest, his father and mother giving all men to know by those presents that they did thereby from and after the decease of their said son Philip, grant, limit, and appointment, etc., all in singular the said lands, etc., to the heirs of his body lawfully begotten, etc., etc., in tale general, with remainder over, and final remainder to the right heirs of the said Richard Yordice, forever. From all of which it followed that while Duncan Yordice, or child, or other descendant of his, remained in the land of the living, or even without that, if he having learned it had been able to bar the entail and then sell or devise the lands away, the ladies in possession could show no title, except a possessory one, as yet unhallowed by the lapse of time. Mr. Jellicoe was a very pleasant-looking man, also one who took a pleasant view of other men and things, but he could not help pulling a long and sad face as he thought of the puzzle before him. Duncan Yordice had not been heard of among his own hills and valleys since 1778, when he embarked for India. None of the family ever had cared to write or read long letters. Their correspondence, if any, was short, without being sweet by any means. It might be a subject for prayer and hope that Duncan should be gone to a better world, without leaving hostages to fortune here. But sad it is to say that neither prayer nor hope produces any faith in the counsel who prepares requisitions upon title. On the other hand, inquiry as to Duncan's history since he left his native land would be a delicate and expensive work, and perhaps even dangerous, if he should hear of it and inquire about the inquirers. For the last thing to be done from a legal point of view, though the first of all from a just one, was to apprise the rightful owner of his unexpected position. Now Mr. Jellicoe was a just man, but his justice was due to his clients first. After a long brown study, he reaped his crop of meditation thus. It is a ticklish business, and I will sleep 3 nights upon it. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. DIsquietude. The ladies of Scargate Hall were uneasy, although the weather was so fine, upon this day of early August, in the year now current. It was a remarkable fact that in spite of the distance they slept asunder, which could not be less than 35 yards, both had been visited by a dream, which appeared to be quite the same dream until examined narrowly, and being examined, grew more surprising in its points of difference. They were much above paying any heed to dreams, though instructed by the patriarchs to do so, and they seemed to be quite getting over the effects, when the lesson and the punishment astonished them. Lately it had been established, although many leading people went against it, and threatened to prosecute the man for trespass, that here in these quiet and reputable places, where no spy could be needed, a man should come twice every week with letters, and in the name of the king be paid for them. Such things were required in towns, perhaps, as corporations and gutters were, but to bring them where people could mind their own business, and charge them 2 groats for some fool who knew their names, was like putting a tax upon their christening. So it was the hope of many, as well as every one's belief, that the postman, being of Lancastrian race, would very soon be bogged, or famished, or get lost in a fog, or swept off by a flood, or go and break his own neck from a precipice. The postman, however, was a wiry fellow, and as tough as any native, and he rode a pony even tougher than himself, whose cradle was a marsh, and whose mother a mountain, his first breath a fog, and his weaning meat wire grass, and his form a combination of sole leather and corundum. He wore no shoes for fear of not making sparks at night, to know the road by, and although his bit had been a blacksmith's rasp, he would yield to it only when it suited him. The postman, whose name was George King, which confounded him with King George, in the money to pay, carried a sword and a blunderbuss, and would use them sooner than argue. Now this man and horse had come slowly along, without meaning any mischief, to deliver a large sealed packet, with 16 pence to pay put upon it, to Mistress Philippa, Yorkshire, etc., her own hands, and speed, which they carried out duly by stop, whensoever they were hungry, or saw anything to look at. None the less for that, though with certainty much later, they arrived in good trim, by the middle of the day, and ready for the comfort which they both deserved. As yet it was not considered safe to trust any tidings of importance to the post in such a world as this was, and even were it safe, it would be bad manners from a man of business. Therefore Mr. Jellycorse had sealed up little, except his respectful consideration and request to be allowed to wait upon his honoured clients concerning a matter of great moment, upon the afternoon of Thursday then next ensuing, and the post had gone so far to give good distance for the money, that the Thursday of the future came to be that very day. The present century opened with a chilly and dark year, following 3 bad seasons of severity and scarcity, and in the northwest of Yorkshire, though the summer was now so far advanced, there had been very little sunshine. For the last day or 2, the sun had laboured to sweep up the mist and cloud, and was beginning to prevail so far that the mists drew their skirts up and retired into haze, while the clouds fell away to the ring of the sky, and there lay down to abide their time. Wherefore it happened that Yorkshire House, as the ancient building was in old time called, had a clearer view than usual of the valley, and the river that ran away, and the road that tried to run up to it. Now this was considered a wonderful road, and in fair truth it was wonderful, withstanding all efforts of even the Royal Mail pony to knock it to pieces. In its rapidity downhill it surpassed altogether the river, which galloped along by the side of it, and it stood out so boldly with stones of no shame, that even by moonlight nobody could lose it, until it abruptly lost itself. But it never did that, until the house it came from was 2 miles away, and no other to be seen, and so why should it go any further? At the head of this road stood the old grey house, facing toward the south of east, to claim whatever might come up the valley, sun, or storm, or columned fog. In the days of the past it had claimed much more, goods, and cattle, and tribute of the traffic going northward, as the loopholed quadrangle for impounded stock, and the deeply embrasured tower showed. At the back of the house rose a mountain spine, blocking out the westering sun, but cut with one deep portal where a pass ran into Westmoreland, the Scargate, whence the house was named, and through this gate of mountain often, when the day was waning, a bar of slanting sunset entered, like a plume of golden dusk, and hovered on a broad black patch of weather-beaten fir-trees. The day was waning now, and every steep ascent looked steeper, while down the valley light and shade made longer cast of shuttle, and the margin of the west began to glow with a deep wine color as the sun came down, the tinge of many mountains and the distant sea, until the sun himself settled quietly into it, and there grew richer and more ripe, as old bottled wine is fed by the crust, and bowed his rubicund farewell through the postern of the Scargate to the old hall and the valley, and the face of Mr. Jellycorse. That gentleman's countenance did not, however, reply with its usual brightness to the mellow salute of evening. Wearied and shaken by the long, rough ride, and depressed by the heavy solitude, he hated and almost feared the task which every step brought nearer, as the house rose higher and higher against the red sky, and grew darker, and as the sullen roar of bloodhounds, terrors of the neighborhood, roused the slow echoes of the crags. The lawyer was almost fain to turn his horse's head, and face the risks of wandering over the moor by night, but the hoisting of a flag, the well-known token confirmed by large letters on a rock, that strangers might safely approach, inasmuch as the savage dogs were kennelled. This, and the thought of such an entry for his day-book, kept Mr. Jellycorse from ignominious flight. He was in for it now, and must carry it through. In a deep embayed window of leaden glass Mistress Yorkis and her widowed sister sat for an hour, without many words, watching the zigzag of shale and rock which formed their chief communication with the peopled world. They did not care to improve their access, or increase their traffic, not through cold morosity, or even proud indifference, but because they had been so brought up, and so confirmed by circumstance. For the Yorkis blood, however hot and wild and savage in the gentlemen, was generally calm and good, though steadfast, in the weaker vessels. For the main part, however, a family takes its character more from the sword than the spindle, and their sword hand had been like Esau's. Little as they meddled with the doings of the world, of one thing at least these stately madams, as the baffled squires of the writing called them, were by no means heedless. They dressed themselves according to their rank, or perhaps above it. Many a nobleman's wife in Yorkshire had not such apparel, and even of those so richly gifted, few could have come up to the purpose better. Nobody, unless of their own sex, thought of their dresses when looking at them. "He rides very badly," Philippa said. "The people from the lowlands always do. He may not have courage to go home tonight, but he ought to have thought of that before. Poor man, we must offer him a bed, of course," Mrs. Carnaby answered, "but he should have come earlier in the day. What shall we do with him when he has done his business? It is not our place to amuse our lawyer. He might go and smoke in the justice room, and then Weldrum could play bagatelle with him." "Philippa, you forget that the Jellycorses are of a good old county stock. His wife is a stupid, pretentious thing, but we need not treat him as we must treat her, and it may be as well to make much of him, perhaps, if there really is any trouble coming." "You are thinking of Pet. By the by, are you certain that Pet cannot get at Saracen? You know how he let him loose last Easter, when the flag was flying, and the poor man has been in his bed ever since. Jordas will see to that. He can be trusted to mind the dogs well, ever since you fined him in a fortnight's wages. That was an excellent thought of yours. Jordas might have been called the keeper, or the hind, or the henchman, or the ranger, or the porter, or the bailiff, or the reeve, or some other of some 50 names of office in a place of more civilization. So many and so various were his tasks. But here his professional name was the Dog Man, and he held that office according to an ancient custom of the Scargate race, whence also his surname, if such it were, arose. For of old time and in outlandish parts a finer humanity prevailed, and a richer practical wisdom upon certain questions. Irregular offsets of the stock, instead of being cast upon the world as waifs and strays, were allowed a place in the kitchen garden or stable yard, and flourished there without disgrace, while useful and obedient. Thus, for generations here the legitimate son was Yorkist, and took the house and manors. The illegitimate became Jordas, and took to the gate, and the minding of the dogs, and any other office of fidelity. The present Jordas was, however, of less immediate kin to the owners, being only the son of a former Jordas, and in the enjoyment of a Christian name, which never was provided for a first-hand Jordas. And now as his mistress looked out on the terrace, his burly figure came duly forth, and his keen eyes ranged the walks and courts, in search of Master Lancelot, who gave him more trouble in a day, sometimes, than all the dogs cost in a 12-month. With a fine sense of mischief, this boy delighted to watch the road for visitors, and then, if barbarously denied his proper enjoyment and that of the dogs, he still had goodly devices of his own for producing little tragedies. Mr. Jellycorse knew Jordas well, and felt some pity for him, because, if his grandmother had been wiser, he might have been the master now, and the lawyer, having much good feeling, liked not to make a groom of him. Jordas, however, knew his place, and touched his hat respectfully, then helped the solicitor to dismount, the which was sorely needed. "You came not by the way of the ford, sir?" the dog-man asked, while considering the leathers. "The water is down. You might have saved 3 miles." "Better lose 30 than my life. Will any of your men, Master Jordas, show me a room where I may prepare to wait upon your ladies?" Mr. Jellycorse walked through the old arched gate of the Reaver's Court, and was shown to a room, where he unpacked his valise, and changed his riding clothes, and refreshed himself. A jug of Scargate ale was brought to him, and a bottle of foreign wine, with the cork drawn, lest he should hesitate. Also a cold pie, bread and butter, and a small case bottle of some liqueur. He was not hungry, for his wife had cared to victual him well for the journey, but for fear of offence he ate a morsel, found it good, and ate some more. Then after a sip or two of the liqueur, and a glance or two at his black silk stockings, buckled shoes, and best small clothes, he felt himself fit to go before a duchess, as once upon a time he had actually done, and expressed himself very well indeed, according to the dialogue delivered whenever he told the story about it every day. Weldrum, the butler, was waiting for him, a man who had his own ideas, and was going to be put upon by nobody. If my father could only come to life for 1 minute, he would spend it in kicking that man, Mrs. Carnaby had exclaimed about him, after carefully shutting the door. But he never showed airs before Miss Yorkist. "Come along, sir," Weldrum said, after one professional glance at the tray, to ascertain his residue. "My ladies have been waiting this half-hour, and for sure, sir, you looks wonderful. This way, sir, and have a care of them oak faggots. My ladies, Lawyer Jellycorse." End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Decision. The sun was well down and away behind the great fell at the back of the house, and the large and heavily furnished room was feebly lit by 4 wax candles, and the glow of the west reflected as a gleam into eastern windows. The lawyer was pleased to have it so, and to speak with a dimly lighted face. The ladies looked beautiful. That was all that Mr. Jellycorse could say, when cross-examined by his wife next day concerning their lace and velvet. Whether they wore lace or net was almost more than he could say, for he did not heed such trifles, but velvet was within his knowledge, though not the color or the shape, because he thought it hot for summer, until he remembered what the climate was. Really, he could say nothing more, except that they looked beautiful, and when Mrs. Jellycorse jerked her head, he said that he only meant, of course, considering their time of life. The ladies saw his admiration, and felt that it was but natural. Mrs. Carnaby came forward kindly, and offered him a nice warm hand, while the elder sister was content to bow, and thank him for coming, and hope that he was well. As yet it had not become proper for a gentleman visiting ladies to yawn and throw himself into the nearest chair, and cross his legs, and dance one foot, and ask how much the toy terrier cost. Mr. Jellycorse made a fine series of bows, not without a scrape or two, which showed his goodly calf, and after that he waited for the gracious invitation to sit down. "If I understood your letter clearly," Mistress Yordis began, when these little rites were duly accomplished, "you have something important to tell us concerning our poor property here?" "A small property, Mr. Jellycorse, compared with that of the Duke of Lunedale, but perhaps a little longer in one family." "The Duke is a new-fangled interloper," replied hypocritical Jellycorse, though no other duke was the husband of the Duchess of whom he indicted daily. "Properties of that sort come and go, and only tradesmen notice it. Your estates have been longer in the season of one family, madam, than any other in the Riding, or perhaps in Yorkshire." "We never seized them," cried Mrs. Carnaby, being sensitive as to ancestral thefts, through tales about cattle lifting. "You must be aware that they came to us by grant from the Crown, or even before there was any Crown to grant them. I beg your pardon for using a technical word, without explaining it. Season is a legal word, which simply means possession, or rather the bodily holding of a thing, and is used especially of corporal hereditaments. You ladies have season of this house and lands, although you never seized them." "The last thing we would think of doing," answered Mrs. Carnaby, who was more impulsive than her sister, also less straightforward. "How often we have wished that our poor lost brother had not been deprived of them. But our father's will was sacred, and you told us we were helpless. We struggled, as you know, but we could do nothing." "That is the question which brought me here," the lawyer said, very quietly, at the same time producing a small roll of parchment sealed in cartridge paper. "Last week I discovered a document which I am forced to submit to your judgment. Shall I read it to you, or tell its purport briefly?" "Whatever it may be, it cannot in any way alter our conclusions. Our conclusions have never varied, however deeply they may have grieved us. We were bound to do justice to our dear father." "Certainly, madam, and you did it. Also, as I know, you did it as kindly as possible toward other relatives, and you only met with perversity. I had the honor of preparing your respected father's will, a model of clearness and precision, considering the time afforded, and other disturbing influences. I know for a fact that a copy was laid before the finest draftsman in London, by those who were displeased with it, and his words were, 'Beautiful, beautiful, every word of it holds water.' Now that, madam, cannot be said of many, indeed, of not one in— Pardon me for interrupting you, but I have always understood you to speak highly of it, and in such a case, what can be the matter?" "The matter of all matters, madam, is that the testator should have disposing power. He could dispose of his own property as he was disposed, you mean." "You misapprehend me." Mr. Jellycorse now was in his element, for he loved to lecture, and absurdity just coming into vogue. "Indulge me one moment. I take this silver dish, for instance. It is in my hands. I have the use of it. But can I give it to either of you ladies? Not very well, because it belongs to us already. You misapprehend me. I cannot give it, because it is not mine to give. Mrs. Carnaby looked puzzled. Eliza, allow me, said Mistress Yorkist, in her stiffer manner, and now for the first time interfering. Mr. Jellycorse assures us that his language is a model of clearness and precision. Perhaps he will prove it by telling us now, in plain words, what his meaning is. What I mean, madam, is that your respected father could devise you a part only of this property, because the rest was not his to devise. He only had a life interest in it. His will, therefore, fails as to some part of the property. How much? And what part, if you please? The larger and better part of the estates, including this house and grounds, and the home farm. Mrs. Carnaby started and began to speak, but her sister moved only to stop her, and showed no signs of dismay or anger. For fear of putting too many questions at once, she said, with a slight bow and a smile, let me beg you to explain, as shortly as possible, this very surprising matter. Mr. Jellycorse watched her with some suspicion, because she called it so surprising, yet showed so little surprise herself. For a moment he thought that she must have heard of the document now in his hands, but he very soon saw that it could not be so. It was only the ancient Yorkist pride, perversity, and stiff-neckedness, and even Mrs. Carnaby, strengthened by the strength of her sister, managed to look as if nothing more than a tale of some tenant were pending. But this, or 10 times this, availed not to deceive Mr. Jellycorse. That gentleman, having seen much of the world, whispered to himself that this was all high-jinks, felt himself placed on the stool of authority, and even ventured upon a pinch of snuff. This was unwise, and cost him dear, for the ladies would not have been true to their birth if they had not stored it against him. He, however, with a friendly mind, and a tap now and then upon his document, to give emphasis to his story, recounted the whole of it, and set forth how much was come of it already, and how much it might lead to Scargate Hall, and the better part of the property always enjoyed therewith. Philippa Yorkist and Eliza Carnaby had no claim whatever, except on the score of possession, until it could be shown that their brother Duncan was dead, without any heirs or assignment, which might have come to pass through a son adult, and even so, his widow might come forward and give trouble. Concerning all that, there was time enough to think, but something must be done at once to cancel the bargain with Sir Walter Carnaby, without letting his man of law get scent of the fatal defect in title. And now that the ladies knew all, what did they say? In answer to this, the ladies were inclined to put the whole blame upon him for not having managed matters better. And when he had shown that the whole of it was done before he had anything to do with it, they were firmly convinced that he ought to have known it and found a proper remedy. And in the finished manner of well-born ladies they gave him to know, without a strong expression, that such an atrocity was a black stain on every legal son of Satan, living, dead, or still to issue from Gerizim. That cannot affect the title now. I assure you, madam, that it cannot, the unfortunate lawyer exclaimed at last. And as for damages, poor old Duncombe has left no representatives. Poor old Duncombe has left no representatives. Even if an action would lie now, which is simply out of the question, on my part no neglect can be shown, and indeed for your knowledge of the present state of things, if humbly I may say so, you are wholly indebted to my zeal. Sir, I heartily wish, Mrs. Carnaby replied, that your zeal had been exhausted on your own affairs. Eliza, Mr. Jellycorse has acted well, and we cannot feel too much obliged to him. Miss Yorkist, having humour of a sort, smiled faintly at the double meaning of her own words, which was not intended. Whatever is right must be done, of course, according to the rule of our family. In such a case it appears to me that mere niceties of laws, and quibs and quirks, are entirely subordinate to high sense of honour. The first consideration must be thoroughly unselfish and pure justice. The lawyer looked at her with admiration. He was capable of large sentiments, and yet a faint shadow of disappointment lingered in the folios of his heart. There might have been such a very grand long suit, upon which his grandson, to be born next month, might have been enabled to settle for life, and bring up a legal family. Justice, however, was justice, and more noble than even such prospects, so he bowed his head, and took another pinch of snuff. But Mrs. Carnaby, who had wept a little, in a place beyond the candlelight, came back with a passionate flush in her eyes, and a resolute bearing of her well-formed neck. "Philippa, I am amazed at you," she said. "Mr. Jellycorse, my share is equal with my sister's, and more, because my son comes after me. Whatever she may do, I will never yield a pin's point of my rights, and leave my son a beggar. Philippa, would you make Pet a beggar, and his turtle in bed before the sun is on the window, and his sturgeon jelly when he gets out of bed? There never was any one, by a good providence, less sent into the world to be a beggar." Mrs. Carnaby, having discharged her meaning, began to be overcome by it. She sat down, in fear of hysteria, but with her mind made up to stop it, while the gallant Jellycorse was swept away by her eloquence, mixed with professional views. But it came home to him, from experience with his wife, that the less he said the wiser. But while he moved about, and almost danced, in his strong desire to be useful, there was another who sat quite still, and meant to have the final say. From some confusion of ideas, I suppose, or possibly through my own fault, Philippa Yorkes said, with less contempt in her voice than in her mind, "It seems that I cannot make my meaning clear, even to my own sister. I said that we first must do the right, and scorn all legal subtleties, that we must maintain unselfish justice, and high sense of honour. Can there be any doubt what these dictate? What sort of daughters should we be if we basely betrayed our own father's will?" "Excellent, madam," the lawyer said. "That view of the case never struck me, but there is a great deal in it." "Oh, Philippa, how noble you are!" her sister Eliza cried, and cried no more, so far as tears go, for a long time afterward. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Anerley Farm. On the eastern coast of the same great county, at more than 90 miles of distance for a homing pigeon, and some 120 for a carriage from the Hall of Yorkshire, there was in those days, and there still may be found, a property of no vast size, snug, however, and of good repute, and called universally Anerley Farm. How long it has borne that name it knows not, neither cares to moot the question, and there lives no antiquary of enough antiquity to decide it. A place of smiling hope, and comfort, and content with quietude. No memory of man about it runneth to the contrary, while every ox, and horse, and sheep, and fowl, and frisky porker is full of warm domestic feeling and each homely virtue. For this land, like a happy country, has escaped, for years and years, the affliction of much history. It has not felt the desolating tramp of lawyer or land agent, nor been bombarded by fine and recovery, lease and release, bargain and sale, Doe and Roe, and Godfrey Styles, and the rest of the pitiless shower of slugs, ending with a charge of demons. Blows, and blights, and plagues of that sort have not come to Anerley, nor any other drain of nurture to exhaust the green of meadow and the gold of harvest. Here stands the homestead, and here lies the meadowland. There walk the kine, having no call to run, and yonder the wheat in the hollow of the hill, bowing to the silvery stroke of the wind, is touched with the promise of increasing gold. As good as the cattle and the crops themselves are the people that live upon them, or at least, in a fair degree, they try to be so, though not of course so harmless, or faithful, or peaceful, or charitable, but still, in proportion, they may be called as good, and in fact they believe themselves much better, and this from no conceit of any sort, beyond what is indispensable, for nature not only enables but compels a man to look down upon his betters. From generation to generation, man and beast, and house, and land, have gone on in succession here, replacing, following, renewing, repairing and being repaired, demanding and getting more support, with such judicious give and take, and thoroughly good understanding, that now in the August of this year, when Scargate Hall is full of care, and afraid to cart a load of dung, Anerley Farm is quite at ease, and in the very best of heart, man, and horse, and land, and crops, and the cock that crows the time of day. Nevertheless, no acre in Yorkshire, or in the whole wide world, has ever been so farmed or fenced as to exclude the step of change. From father to son the good lands had passed, without even a will to disturb them, except at distant intervals, and the present owner was Stephen Anerley, a thrifty and well-to-do Yorkshire farmer of the olden type. Master Anerley was turned quite lately of his 52nd year, and hopeful, if so please the Lord, to turn a good many more years yet, as a strong horse works his furrow, for he was strong and of a cheerful face, ruddy, square, and steadfast, built up also with firm body to a wholesome stature, and able to show the best man on the farm the way to swing a pitchfork. Yet might he be seen, upon every Lord's day, as clean as a new-shelled chestnut. Neither at any time of the week was he dirtier than need be, happy alike in the place of his birth, his lot in life, and the wisdom of the powers appointed over him. He looked up with a substantial faith, yet a solid reserve of judgment, to the Church, the justices of the peace, spiritual lords and temporal, and above all His Majesty George III, without any reserve of judgment, which could not deal with such low subjects. He looked down upon every dissenter, every pork dealer, and every Frenchman, what he was brought up to, that he would abide by, and the sin beyond repentance, to his mind, was the sin of the turncoat, with all these hard-set lines of thought, or of doctrine, the scabbard of thought, which saves its edge, and keeps it out of mischief. Stephen Anerley was not hard, or stern, or narrow-hearted, kind, and gentle, and good to everyone who knew how to behave himself, and dealing to every man full justice, meted by his own measure. He was liable even to generous acts, after being severe and having his own way. But if anybody ever got the better of him by lies, and not fair bettering, that man had wiser not begin to laugh inside the writing. Stephen Anerley was slow but sure, not so very keen, perhaps, but grained with kerns of maximed thought, to meet his uses as they came, and to make a rogue uneasy. To move him from such thoughts was hard, but to move him from a spoken word had never been found possible. The wife of this solid man was solid and well fitted to him. In early days, by her own account, she had possessed considerable elegance, and was not devoid of it even now, whenever she received a visitor capable of understanding it. But for home use that gift had been cut short, almost in the honeymoon, by a total want of appreciation on the part of her husband, and now, after 25 years of studying and entering into him, she had fairly earned his firm belief that she was the wisest of women, for she always agreed with him when he wished it, and she knew exactly when to contradict him, and that was before he had said a thing at all, and while he was rolling it slowly in his mind, with a strong tendency against it, In outdoor matters she never meddled, without being specially consulted by the master, but indoors she governed with watchful eyes, a firm hand, and a quiet tongue. This good woman now was 45 years of age, vigorous, clean, and of a very pleasant look, with that richness of colour which settles on fair women when the fugitive beauty of blushing is past, when the work of the morning was done, and the clock in the kitchen was only 10 minutes from 12, and the dinner was fit for the dishing. Then Mistress Anerley remembered as a rule the necessity of looking to her own appearance. She went upstairs, with a quarter of an hour to spare, but not to squander, and she came down so neat that the farmer was obliged to be careful in helping the gravy, for she always sat next to him, as she had done before there came any children, and it seemed ever since to be the best place for her to manage their plates and their manners as well. Alas, that the kindest and wisest of women have one, if not 20, blind sides to them, and if any such weakness is pointed out, it is sure to have come from their father. Mistress Anerley's weakness was almost conspicuous to herself. She worshipped her eldest son, perhaps the least worshipful of the family. Willie Anerley was a fine young fellow, 2 inches taller than his father, with delicate features, and curly black hair, and cheeks as bright as a maiden's. He had soft blue eyes, and a rich clear voice, with a melancholy way of saying things, as if he were above all this, and yet he looked not like a fool. Neither was he one altogether, when he began to think of things. The worst of him was that he always wanted something new to go on with. He never could be idle, and yet he never worked to the end which crowns the task. In the early stage he would labor hard, be full of the greatness of his aim, and demand everybody's interest, exciting, also, mighty hopes of what was safe to come of it. And even after that he sometimes carried on with patience, but he had not perseverance. Once or twice he had been on the very nick of accomplishing something, and had driven home his nail, but then he let it spring back without clinching. "Oh, any fool can do that," he cried, and never stood to it, to do it again, or to see that it came not undone. In a word, he stuck to nothing, but swerved about, here, there, and everywhere. His father, being of so different a cast, and knowing how often the wisest of men must do what any fool can do, was bitterly vexed at the flighty ways of Willie, and could do no more than hope, with a general contempt, that when the boy grew older he might be a wiser fool. But Willie's dear mother maintained, with great consistency, that such a perfect wonder could never be expected to do anything not wonderful. To this the farmer used to listen with a grim, decorous smile, then grumbled, as soon as he was out of hearing, and fell to and did the little jobs himself. Sore jealousy of Willie, perhaps, and keen sense of injustice, as well as high spirit and love of adventure, had driven the younger son, Jack, from home, and launched him on a seafaring life. With a stick and a bundle he had departed from the ancestral fields and lanes, one summer morning about 3 years since, when the cows were lowing for the milk pail, and a royal cutter was cruising off the head. For a 12-month nothing was heard of him, until there came a letter beginning, "Dear and respected parents," and ending, "Your affectionate and dutiful son, Jack." The body of the letter was of 3 lines only, occupied entirely with kind inquiries as to the welfare of everybody, especially his pup, and his old pony, and dear sister Mary. Mary Anerley, the only daughter and the youngest child, well deserved the best remembrance of the distant sailor, though Jack may have gone too far in declaring, as he did till he came to his love time, that the world contained no other girl fit to hold a candle to her. No doubt it would have been hard to find a girl more true and loving, more modest and industrious, but hundreds and hundreds of better girls might be found perhaps even in Yorkshire, for this maiden had a strong will of her own, which makes against absolute perfection. Also she was troubled with a strenuous hate of injustice, which is sure, in this world, to find cause for an outbreak, and too active a desire to rush after what is right, instead of being well content to let it come occasionally. And so firm could she be, when her mind was set, that she would not take parables, or long experience, or even kindly laughter, as a power to move her from the thing she meant. Her mother, knowing better how the world goes on, promiscuously and at leisure, and how the right point slides away when stronger forces come to bear, was very often vexed by the crotchets of the girl, and called her wayward, headstrong, and sometimes nothing milder than a saucy miss. This, however, was absurd, and Mary scarcely deigned to cry about it, but went to her father, as she always did when any weight lay on her mind. Nothing was said about any injustice, because that might lead to more of it, as well as be, from a proper point of view, most indecorous. Nevertheless, it was felt between them, when her pretty hair was shed upon his noble waistcoat, that they two were in the right, and cared very little who thought otherwise. Now it was time to leave off this, for Mary, without heed almost of any but her mother, had turned into a full-grown damsel, comely, sweet, and graceful. She was tall enough never to look short, and short enough never to seem too tall, even when her best feelings were outraged, and nobody, looking at her face, could wish to do anything but please her. So kind was the gaze of her deep blue eyes, so pleasant the frankness of her gentle forehead, so playful the readiness of rosy lips for a pretty answer or a lovely smile. But if any could be found so callous and morose as not to be charmed or nicely cheered by this, let him only take a longer look, not rudely, but simply in a spirit of polite inquiry, and then would he see, on the delicate rounding of each soft and dimpled cheek, a carmine hard to match on palette, morning sky, or flower bed. Lovely people ought to be at home in lovely places, and though this cannot be so always, as a general rule it is. At Anerley Farm the land was equal to the stock it had to bear, whether of trees, or corn, or cattle, hogs, or mushrooms, or mankind. The farm was not so large or rambling as to tire the mind or foot, yet wide enough and full of change, rich pasture, hazel copse, green valleys, fallows brown, and golden breastlands pillowing into nooks of fern, clumps of shade for horse or heifer, and for rabbit sandy warren, furzy cleve for hare and partridge, not without a little mere for willows and for wild ducks, and the whole of the land, with a general slope of liveliness and rejoicing, spread itself well to the sun, with a strong inclination toward the morning, to catch the cheery import of his voyage across the sea. The pleasure of this situation was the more desirable because of all the parts above it being bleak and dreary. Round the shoulders of the upland, like the arch of a great armchair, ran a barren scraggy ridge, whereupon no tree could stand upright, no cow be certain of her own tail, and scarcely a crow breast the violent air by stooping ragged pinions. So furious was the rush of wind when any power awoke the clouds, or sometimes, when the air was jaded with continual conflict, a heavy settlement of brackish cloud lay upon a waste of chalky flint. By dint of persevering work there are many changes for the better now, more shelter and more root-hold, but still it is a battle-ground of winds, which rarely change their habits, for this is the chump of the spine of the wolds, which hulks up at last into Flamborough Head. Flamborough Head, the furthest forefront of a bare and jagged coast, stretches boldly off to eastward, a strong and rugged barrier. Away to the north the land falls back, with coving bends, and some straight lines of precipice and shingle, to which the German Ocean sweeps, seldom free from sullen swell in the very best of weather, But to the southward of the head a different spirit seems to move upon the face of everything, for here is spread a peaceful bay, and plains of brighter sea more gently furrowed by the wind, and cliffs that have no cause to be so steep, and bathing places, and scarcely freckled sands, where towns may lay their drain pipes undisturbed. In short, to have rounded that headland from the north is as good as to turn the corner of a garden wall in March, and pass from a buffeted back and bare shivers to a sunny front of hope, all as busy as a bee, with pears spurring forward into creamy buds of promise, peach trees already in a flush of tasselled pink, and the green lobe of the apricot shedding the snowy bloom. Below this point the gallant skipper of the British collier, slouching with a heavy load of grime for London, or waddling back in ballast to his native north, alike is delighted to discover storms ahead, and to cast his tarry anchor into soft grey calm. For here shall he find the good shelter of friends like-minded with himself, and of hospitable turn, having no cause to hurry any more than he has, all too wise to command their own ships, and here will they all jollify together while the sky holds a cloud or the locker a drop. Nothing here can shake their ships, except a violent east wind, against which they whet the other eye. Lazy boats visit them with comfort and delight, while white waves are leaping in the offing. They cherish their well-earned rest, and eat the lotus, or rather the onion, and drink ambrosial grog. They lean upon the bulwarks, and contemplate their shadows, the noblest possible employment for mankind, and lo, if they care to lift their eyes, in the south shines the quay of Bridlington. Inland the long ridge of Priory stands high, and westward in a nook, if they level well a clear glass, after holding on the slope so many steamy ones, they may spy Anerley Farm, and sometimes Mary Anerley herself, for she, when the ripple of the tide is fresh, and the glance of the summer morn glistening on the sands, also if a little rocky basin happens to be fit for shrimping, and only some sleepy ships at anchor in the distance look at her, fearless she, because all sailors are generally down at breakfast, tucks up her skirt and gaily runs upon the accustomed playground, with her pony left to wait for her. The pony is old, while she is young, although she was born before him, and now he belies his name, Lord Keppel, by starting at every soft glimmer of the sea. Therefore now he is left to roam at his leisure above high-water mark, poking his nose into black dry weed, probing the winnow casts of yellow drift for oats, and snorting disappointment through a gritty dance of sandhoppers. Mary has brought him down the old Dane's Dike, for society rather than surface, and to strengthen his nerves with the dew of the salt, for the sake of her Jack who loved him. He may do as he likes, as he always does. If his conscience allows him to walk home, no one will think the less of him, having very little conscience at his time of life. After so much contact with mankind, he considers convenience only. To go home would suit him very well, but his crib would be empty till his young mistress came. Moreover, there is a little dog that plagues him when his door is open, and in spite of old age, it is something to be free, and in spite of all experience, to hope for something good. Therefore Lord Keppel is as faithful as the rocks. He lifts his long heavy head, and gazes wistfully at the anchored ships, and Mary is sure that the darling pines for his absent master, but she, with the multitudinous tingle of youth, runs away rejoicing. The buoyant power and brilliance of the morning are upon her, and the air of the bright sea lifts and spreads her, like a pillowy skate's egg. The polish of the wet sand flickers like veneer of maple wood at every quick touch of her dancing feet. Her dancing feet are as light as nature and high spirits made them, not only quit of spindle heels, but even free from shoes and socks left high and dry on the shingle, and lighter even than the dancing feet the merry heart is dancing, laughing at the shadows of its own delight, while the radiance of blue eyes springs like a fount of brighter heaven, and the sunny hair falls, flows, or floats, to provoke the wind for playmate. Such a pretty sight was good to see for innocence and largeness. So the buoyancy of nature springs anew in those who have been weary, when they see her brisk power inspiring the young, who never stand still to think of her, but are up and away with her, where she will, at the breath of her subtle encouragement. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 7. A Dane in the Dike. Now whether spyglass had been used by a watchful mariner, or whether only blind chance willed it, sure it is that one fine morning Mary met with somebody, and this was the more remarkable, when people come to think of it, because it was only the night before that her mother had almost said as much. "You munna go doon to sea by yourself," Mistress Anerley said to her daughter. "Happen you might be one too many." Master Anerley's wife had been at boarding school as far south as Suffolk, and could speak the very best of southern English, like her daughter Mary, upon polite occasion. But family cares and farmhouse life had partly cured her of her education, and from troubles of distant speech she had returned to the ease of her native dialect. "And if I go not to the sea by myself," asked Mary with natural logic, "why, who is there now to go with me?" She was thinking of her sadly missed comrade, Jack. "Happen some day, perhaps one too many." The maiden was almost too innocent to blush, but her father took her part as usual. "The little lass'll go doon," he said, "whenever she likes." And so she went down the next morning. 1,000 years ago the Dane's Dike must have been a very grand entrenchment, and 1,000 years ere that perhaps it was still grander, for learned men say that it is a British work, wrought out before the Danes ever learned to build a ship. Whatever, however, may be argued about that, the wise and the witless do agree about one thing. The stronghold inside it has been held by Danes, while severed by the Dike from inland parts, and these Danes made a good colony of their own, and left to their descendants distinct speech and manners, some traces of which are existing even now. The Dike, extending from the rough North Sea to the calmer waters of Bridlington Bay, is nothing more than a deep, dry trench, skilfully following the hollows of the ground, and cutting off Flamborough Head and a solid cantle of high land from the rest of Yorkshire. The corner so intercepted used to be, and is still, called Little Denmark, and the indwellers feel a little contempt for all their outer neighbours. And this is sad, because Anerley Farm lies wholly outside of the Dike, which for a long crooked distance serves as its eastern boundary. Upon the morning of the self-same day that saw Mr. Jellicoe set forth upon his return from Scargate Hall, armed with instructions to defy the devil and to keep his discovery quiet, upon a lovely August morning of the first year of a new century, Mary Anerley, blithe and gay, came riding down the grassy hollow of this ancient Dane's Dike. This was her shortest way to the sea, and the tide would suit, if she could only catch it, for a take of shrimps, and perhaps even prawns, in time for her father's breakfast. And not to lose this, she arose right early, and rousing Lord Keppel, set forth for the spot where she kept her net covered with seaweed. The sun, though up and brisk already upon sea and foreland, had not found time to rout the shadows skulking in the dingles. But even here, where sap of time had breached the turfy ramparts, the hover of the dew-mist passed away, and the steady light was unfolded. For the season was early August still, with beautiful weather come at last, and the green world seemed to stand on tiptoe to make the extraordinary acquaintance of the sun. Humble plants which had long lain flat stood up with a sense of casting something off, and the damp heavy trunks, which had trickled for a 12-month, or been only sponged with moss, were hailing the fresher light with keener lines and dove-coloured tints upon their smoother boles. Then conquering the barrier of the eastern land-crest, rose the glorious sun himself, strewing before him trees and crags in long steep shadows down the hill. Then the sloping rays through furze and brushland, kindling the sparkles of the dew, descended to the brink of the Dike, and scorning to halt at petty obstacles, with 100 golden hurdles bridged it wherever any opening was. Under this luminous span, or through it where the crossing gullies ran, Mary Anerley rode at leisure, allowing her pony to choose his pace. That privilege he had long secured, in right of age, wisdom, and remarkable force of character. Considering his time of life, he looked well and sleek, and almost sprightly, and so, without any reservation, did his gentle and graceful rider. The maiden looked well in a place like that, as indeed in almost any place, but now she especially set off the colour of things, and was set off by them. For instance, how could the silver of the dew-cloud and golden weft of sunrise, playing through the dapples of a partly wooded glen, do better, in the matter of variety, than frame a pretty moving figure in a pink-checked frock, with a skirt of russet murrey, and a bright brown hat? Not that the hat itself was bright, even under the kiss of sunshine, simply having seen already too much of the sun, but rather that its early lustre seemed to be revived by a sense of the happy position it was in. The clustering hair, and the bright eyes beneath it, answering the sunny dance of life and light. Many a handsomer face, no doubt, more perfect, grand, and lofty received, at least, if it was out of bed, the greeting of that morning sun, but scarcely any prettier one, or kinder, or more pleasant, so gentle without being weak, so good-tempered without looking void of all temper at all. Suddenly the beauty of the time and place was broken by sharp, angry sound. Bang! Bang! Came the roar of muskets fired from the shore at the mouth of the Dike, and echoing up the winding glen. At the first report the girl, though startled, was not greatly frightened, for the sound was common enough in the week when those most gallant volunteers, entitled the Yorkshire Invincibles, came down for their annual practice of skilled gunnery against the French. Their habit was to bring down a red cock, and tether him against a chalky cliff, and then vie with one another in shooting at him. The same cock had tested their skill for 3 summers, but failed hitherto to attest it, preferring to return in a hamper to his hens, with a story of moving adventures. Mary had watched those Invincibles sometimes from a respectful distance, and therefore felt sure, when she began to think, that she had not them to thank for this little scare, for they always slept soundly in the first watch of the morning, and even supposing they had jumped up with a nightmare, where was the jubilant crow of the cock? For the cock, being almost as invincible as they were, never could deny himself the glory of a crow when the bullet came into his neighbourhood. He replied to every volley with an elevated comb, and a flapping of his wings, and a clarion peal, which rang along the foreshore ere the musket roar died out. But before the girl had time to ponder what it was, or wherefore, round the corner came somebody, running very swiftly. In a moment Mary saw that this man had been shot at, and was making for his life away, and to give him every chance she jerked her pony aside, and called and beckoned, and without a word he flew to her. Words were beyond him, till his breath should come back, and he seemed to have no time to wait for that. He had outstripped the wind, and his own wind, by his speed. "Poor man!" cried Mary Anerley, "what a hurry you are in! But I suppose you cannot help it. Are they shooting at you?" The runaway nodded, for he could not spare a breath, but was deeply inhaling for another start, and could not even bow without hindrance. But to show that he had manners, he took off his hat. Then he clapped it on his head and set off again. "Come back," cried the maid. "I can show you a place. I can hide you from your enemies for ever." The young fellow stopped. He was come to that pitch of exhaustion in which a man scarcely cares whether he is killed or dies, and his face showed not a sign of fear. "Look, that little hole up there, by the fern. Up at once, and this cloth over you." He snatched it and was gone. Like the darting lizard, up a little puckering side issue of the Dike. At the very same instant the 3 broad figures and a long one appeared at the lip of the mouth. The quick-witted girl rode on to meet them, to give the poor fugitive time to get into his hole and draw the brown skirt over him. The dazzle of the sun, pouring over the crest, made the hollow a twinkling obscurity, and the cloth was just in keeping with the dead stuff around. The 3 broad men, with heavy fusils cocked, came up from the sea-mouth of the Dike, steadily panting, and running steadily with a long-enduring stride. Behind them a tall bony man with a cutlass was swinging it high in the air, and limping and swearing with great velocity. "Coast-riders," thought Mary, "and he a free trader. 4 against 1 is cowardice." "Halt!" cried the tall man, while the rest were running past her. "Halt! Ground arms! Never scare young ladies." Then he flourished his hat with a grand bow to Mary. "Fair young Mistress Anerley, I fear we spoil your ride. But his Majesty's duty must be done. Hats off, fellows, in the name of your king. Mary, my dear, the most daring villain, the devil's own son, has just run up here, scarcely 2 minutes. You must have seen him. Wait a minute. Tell no lies. Excuse me, I mean fibs. Your father is the right sort. He hates those scoundrels. In the name of his Majesty, which way is he gone?" Was it a man, if you please? Captain Carroway, don't say so." "A man? Is it likely that we shot at a woman? You are trifling. It will be the worse for you. Forgive me, but we are in such a hurry. Whoa, whoa, pony!" "You always used to be so polite, sir, that you quite surprise me. And those guns look so dreadful. My father would be quite astonished to see me not even allowed to go down to the sea, but hurried back here, as if the French had landed. How can I help it if your pony runs away so?" For Mary all this time had been cleverly contriving to increase and exaggerate her pony's fear, and so brought the gunners for a long way up the Dike, without giving them any time to spy at all about. She knew that this was wicked from a loyal point of view. Not a bit the less she did it. "What a troublesome little horse it is!" she cried. "Oh, Captain Carroway, hold him just a moment. I will jump down, and then you can jump up and ride after all his Majesty's enemies." "The Lord forbid! He slews all out of gear, like a carronade with rotten lashings. If I boarded him, how could I get out of his way? No, no, my dear, brace him up sharp and bear clean." "But you wanted to know about some enemy, Captain, an enemy as bad as my poor Lord Keppel." "Mary, my dear, the very biggest villain. 100 golden guineas on his head, and half for you. Think of your father, my dear, and Sunday gowns. And you must have a young man by and by, you know. Such a beautiful maid as you are, and you might get a leather purse and give it to him. Mary, on your duty now." "Captain, you drive me so. What can I say? I cannot bear the thought of betraying anybody." "Of course not, Mary dear. Nobody asks you. He must be half a mile off by this time. You could never hurt him now, and you can tell your father that you have done your duty to the king." "Well, Captain Carroway, if you are quite sure that it is too late to catch him, I can tell you all about him. But remember your word about the 50 guineas. Every farthing, Mary, whatever my wife may say to it. Quick, quick, which way did he run, my dear?" "He really did not seem to me to be running at all. He was too tired." To be sure, a worn-out fox. We have been 2 hours after him. He could not run, no more can we. But which way did he go, I mean?" "I will not say anything for certain, sir, even for 50 guineas, but he may have come up here. Mind, I say not that he did, and if so, he might have set off again for Sowerby. Slowly, very slowly, because of being tired, but perhaps after all he was not the man you mean." "Forward, double-quick! We are sure to have him," shouted the lieutenant, for his true rank was that, flourishing his cutlass again and setting off at a wonderful pace considering his limp. 5 guineas every man jack of you. Thank you, young mistress, most heartily thank you. Dead or alive, 5 guineas. With gun and sword in readiness, they all rushed off, but one of the party, named John Cadman, shook his head and looked back with great mistrust at Mary, having no better judgment of women than this, that he could never believe even his own wife, and he knew that it was mainly by the grace of womankind that so much contraband work was going on. Nevertheless, it was out of his power to act upon his own low opinions now. The maiden, blushing deeply with the sense of her deceit, was informed by her guilty conscience of that nasty man's suspicions, and therefore gave a smack with her fern whip to Lord Keppel, impelling him to join, like a loyal little horse, the pursuit of his Majesty's enemies. But no sooner did she see all the men dispersed and scouring the distance with trustful ardour, than she turned her pony's head toward the sea again, and rode back round the bend of the hollow. What would her mother say if she lost the Murray skirt, which had cost 6 shillings at Bridlington fair? And 10 times that money might be lost much better than for her father to discover how she lost it. For Master Stephen Anerley was a straight-backed man, and took 3 weeks of training in the land defence yeomanry, at periods not more than a year apart, so that many people called him captain now, and the loss of his suppleness at knee and elbow had turned his mind largely to politics, making him stiffly patriotic, and especially hot against all free traders, putting bad bargains to his wife, at the cost of the king and his revenue. If the bargain were a good one, that was no concern of his. Not that Mary, however, could believe, or would even have such a bad mind as to imagine, that anyone, after being helped by her, would be mean enough to run off with her property. And now she came to think of it, there was something high and noble, she might almost say something downright honest, in the face of that poor persecuted man. And in spite of all his panting, how brave he must have been, what a runner, and how clever, to escape from all those cowardly coast-riders shooting right and left at him. Such a man steal that paltry skirt that her mother made such a fuss about. She was much more likely to find it in her clothes-press, filled with golden guineas. Before she was as certain as she wished to be of this, by reason of shrewd nativity, and while she believed that the fugitive must have seized such a chance and made good his escape toward North Sea or Flamborough, a quick shadow glanced across the long shafts of the sun, and a bodily form sped after it. To the middle of the Dike leaped a young man, smiling, and forth from the gully which had saved his life. To look at him, nobody ever could have guessed how fast he had fled, and how close he had lain hid, for he stood there as clean and spruce and careless as even a sailor can be wished for, limber yet stalwart, agile though substantial, and as quick as a dart while as strong as a pike. He seemed cut out by nature for a true blue jacket, but condition had made him a smuggler, or, to put it more gently, a free trader. Britannia, being then at war with all the world, and alone in the right, as usual, had need of such lads, and produced them accordingly, and sometimes one too many. But Mary did not understand these laws. This made her look at him with great surprise, and almost doubt whether he could be the man, until she saw her skirt neatly folded in his hand, and then she said, "How do you do, sir?" The free trader looked at her with equal surprise. He had been in such a hurry, and his breath so short, and the chance of a fatal bullet after him so sharp, that his mind had been astray from any sense of beauty, and of everything else except the safety of the body. But now he looked at Mary, and his breath again went from him. "You can run again now, I am sure of it," said she, "and if you would like to do anything to please me, run as fast as possible." "What have I to run away from now?" he answered in a deep, sweet voice. "I run from enemies, but not from friends." "That is very wise, but your enemies are still almost within call of you. They will come back worse than ever when they find you are not there." "I am not afraid, fair lady, for I understand their ways. I have led them a good many dances before this, though it would have been my last without your help. They will go on, all the morning, in the wrong direction, even while they know it. Carroway is the most stubborn of men. He never turns back, and the further he goes, the better his bad leg is. They will scatter about among the fields and hedges, and call one another like partridges, and when they cannot take another step, they will come back to Anerley for breakfast." "I dare say they will, and we shall be glad to see them. My father is a soldier, and his duty is to nourish and comfort the forces of the king." "Then you are young, Mistress Anerley? I was sure of it before. There are no two such, and you have saved my life. It is something to owe it so fairly." The young sailor wanted to kiss Mary's hand, but not being used to any gallantry, she held out her hand in the simplest manner to take back her riding skirt, and he, though longing in his heart to keep it, for a token or pretext for another meeting, found no excuse for doing so, and yet he was not without some resource. For the maiden was giving him a farewell smile, being quite content with the good she had done, and the luck of recovering her property, and that sense of right which in those days formed a part of every good young woman said to her plainly that she must be off, and she felt how unkind it was to keep him any longer in a place where the muzzle of a gun, with a man behind it, might appear at any moment. But he, having plentiful breath again, was at home with himself to spend it. "Fair young lady," he began, for he saw that Mary liked to be called a lady, because it was a novelty, "owing more than I ever can pay you already, may I ask a little more? Then it is that, on your way down to the sea, you would just pick up, if you should chance to see it, the fellow ring to this, and perhaps you will look at this to know it by. The one that was shot away flew against the stone just on the left of the mouth of the Dike, but I durst not stop to look for it, for I must not go back that way now. It is more to me than a hatful of gold, though nobody else would give a crown for it." "And they really shot away one of your earrings? Careless, cruel, wasteful men! What could they have been thinking of?" "They were thinking of getting what is called blood money, £100 for Robin Lyth, dead or alive, £100. It makes me shiver with the sun upon me. Of course they must offer money for people who have killed other people and bad things, but to offer £100 for a free trader, and fire great guns at him to get it, I never should have thought it of Captain Carroway." "Carroway only does his duty. I like him none the worse for it. Carroway is a fool, of course. His life has been in my hands 50 times, but I will never take it. He must be killed sooner or later, because he rushes into everything, but never will it be my doing." "Then you are the celebrated Robin Lyth?" "The new Robin Hood, as they call him, the man who can do almost anything. Mistress Anerley, I am Robin Lyth, but as you have seen, I cannot do much. I cannot even search for my own earring." "I will search for it till I find it. They have shot at you too much. Cowardly, cowardly people! Captain Lyth, where shall I put it if I find it? If you could hide it for a week, and then tell me where to find it in the afternoon, toward 4 o'clock in the lane toward Bempton Cliffs." "We are off to-night upon important business. We have been too careless lately, from laughing at poor Carroway." "You are very careless now. You quite frighten me almost. The coast riders might come back at any moment, and what could you do then?" "Run away gallantly, as I did before, with this little difference, that I should be fresh, while they are as stiff as nut-cracks. They have missed the best chance they ever had at me. It will make their temper very bad. If they shot at me again, they could do no good. Crooked mood makes crooked mode." "You forget that I should not see such things. You may like very much to be shot at, but you should think of other people." "I shall think only of you." "I mean your great kindness, and your promise to keep my ring for me. Of course you will tell nobody. Carroway will have me like a tiger if you do. Farewell, young lady. For 1 week, farewell." With a wave of his hat he was gone, before Mary had time to retract her promise, and she thought of her mother as she rode on slowly to look for the smuggler's trinket. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsie Selwyn. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 8. Captain Carroway. Fame, that light of love trusted by so many, and never a wife till a widow, Fame, the fair daughter of fuss and caprice, may yet take the phantom of bold Robin Lyth by the right hand and lead it to a pedestal almost as lofty as Robin Hood's, or she may let it vanish like a bat across Lyth, a thing not bad enough for eminence. However, at the date and in the part of the world now dealt with, this great free trader enjoyed the warm, though possibly brief, embrace of fame, having no rival and being highly respected by all who were unwarped by a sense of duty. And blessed as he was with a lively nature, he proceeded happily upon his path in life, notwithstanding a certain ticklish sense of being shot at undesirably. This had befallen him now so often without producing any tangible effect that a great many people, and especially the shooters, convinced of the accuracy of their aim, went far to believe that he possessed some charm against wholesome bullet and gunpowder, and lately even a crooked sixpence dipped in holy water, which was still to be had in Yorkshire, confirmed and doubled the faith of all good people, by being declared upon oath to have passed clean through him, as was proved by its being picked up quite clean. This strong belief was of great use to him, for like many other beliefs, it went a very long way to prove itself. Steady left hands now grew shaky in the level of the carbine, and firm forefingers trembled slightly upon draught of trigger, and the chief result of a large discharge was a wail upon the marksman's shoulder. Robin, though so clever and well practised in the world, was scarcely old enough to have learned the advantage of misapprehension, which, if well handled by any man, helps him in the cunning of paltry things, better than a truer estimate. But without going into that, he was pleased with the fancy of being invulnerable, which not only doubled his courage, but trebled the discipline of his followers, and secured him the respect of all tradesmen. However, the worst of all things is that just when they are establishing themselves, and earning true faith by continuance, out of pure opposition the direct contrary arises and begins to prove itself. And to Captain Lyth this had just happened in the shot which carried off his left earring. Not that his body or any fleshly member could be said directly to have parted with its charm, but that a warning and a diffidence arose from so near a visitation. All genuine sailors are blessed with strong faith, as they must be by nature's compensation, their bodies continually going up and down perpetual fluxation. They never could live if their minds did the same, like the minds of stationary landsmen. Therefore their minds are of staunch immobility, to restore the due share of firm element. And not only that, but these men have compressed, through generations of circumstance, from small complications, simplicity. Being out in all weathers and rolling about so, how can they stand upon trifles? Solid stays and stanchions, and strong bulwarks are their need, and not a dance of gnats and gossamer, hating all fogs. They blow not up with their own breath misty mysteries, and gazing mainly at the sky and sea, believe purely in God and the devil. In a word, these sailors have religion. Some of their religion is not well pronounced, but declares itself in overstrong expressions. However, it is in them, and at any moment waiting opportunity of action, a shipwreck or a grape shot, and the chaplain has good hopes of them when the doctor has given them over. Now one of their principal canons of faith, and the one best observed in practice, is, or at any rate used to be, that a man is bound to wear earrings, for these, as sure tradition shows, and no pious mariner would dare to doubt, act as a whetstone in all weathers to the keen edge of the eyes. Semble, as the lawyers say, that this idea was born of great phonetic facts in the days when a seaman knew his duty better than the way to spell it, and when, if his outlook were sharpened by a friendly ring from the captain of the watch, he never dreamed of a police court. But Robin Lyth had never cared to ask why he wore earrings. His nature was not meditative. Enough for him that all the other men of Flamborough did so, and enough for them that their fathers had done it. Whether his own father had done so was more than he could say, because he knew of no such parent, and of that other necessity and mother he was equally ignorant. His first appearance at Flamborough, though it made little stir at the moment in a place of so many adventures, might still be considered unusual, and in some little degree remarkable, so that Mistress Anerley was not wrong when she pressed upon Lieutenant Carroway how unwise it might be to shoot him, any more than Carroway himself was wrong in turning in at Anerley Gate for breakfast. This he had not done without good cause of honest and loyal necessity. Free-trading Robin had predicted well the course of his pursuers, rushing eagerly up the dike and over its brim. With their muskets, that gallant force of revenue men steadily scoured the neighborhood, and the further they went, the worse they fared. There was not a horse standing down by a pool, with his stiff legs shut up into biped form, nor a cow staring blandly across an old rail, nor a sheep with a pectoral cough behind a hedge, nor a rabbit making rustle at the eyebrow of his hole, nor even a moot that might either be a man or hold a man inside it, whom or which those active fellows did not circumvent and poke into. In none of these, however, could they find the smallest breach of the strictest laws of the revenue, until at last, having exhausted their bodies by great zeal, both of themselves and of mind, they braced them again to the duty of going, as promptly as possible, to breakfast. For a purpose of that kind, few better places, perhaps, could be found than this Anerley Farm, though not at the best of itself just now, because of the denials of the season. It is the sad truth about the heyday of the year, such as August in Yorkshire, where they have no spring, that just when a man could like his victuals to rise to the mark of the period, to be simple yet varied, exhilarating yet substantial, the heat of the summer day defrauds its increased length for feeding. For instance, to cite a very trifling point, at least in some opinions, August has banished that bright content and most devout resignation which ensue the removal of a petted pig from this troublous world of grunt. The fat pig rolls in wallowing rapture, defying his friends to make pork of him yet, and hugs with complacence unpiculable hams. The partridge among the pillared wheat, tenderly footing the way for his chicks, and teaching little balls of down to hop, knows how sacred are their lives to others as well as to himself, and the less paternal cock pheasant scratches the ridge of green-shouldered potatoes without fear of keeping them company at table. But though the bright glory of the griddle remains in suspense for the hoary mornings, and hooks that carried woodcocks once, and hope to do so yet again, are primed with dust instead of lard, and the frying pan hangs on the cellar nail with a holiday gloss of raw mutton sweat, yet is there still some comfort left, yet dappled brown and bacon streaked, yet golden-hearted eggs and mushrooms quilted with pink stain, spiced beef carded with pellucid fat, buckstone cake, and brown bread scented with the ash of gorse bloom. Of these and more that pave the way into the goodwill of mankind, what lack have fine farmhouses? And then again, for the liquid duct, the softer and more sensitive, the one that is never out of season, but perennially clear, here we have advantage of the gentle time that mellows thirst. The long ride of the summer sun makes men who are in feeling with him, and like him go up and down, not forego the moral of his labor, which is work and rest. Work all day, and light the rounded land with fruit and nurture, and rest at evening, looking through bright fluid as the sun goes down. But times there are when sun and man by stress of work or clouds or light, or it may be some process of the equinox, make draughts upon the untilted day, and solace themselves in the morning. For lack of dew, the sun draws lengthy sucks of cloud quite early, and men who have labored far and dry, and scattered the rime of the night with dust, find themselves ready about 8 a.m. for the golden encouragement of gentle ale. The farmhouse had an old porch of stone, with a bench of stone on either side, and pointed windows trying to look out under brows of ivy, and this porch led into the long, low hall, where the breakfast was beginning. To say what was on the table would be only waste of time, because it has all been eaten so long ago. But the farmer was vexed because there were no shrimps. Not that he carried half the clip of a whisker for all the shrimps that ever bearded the sea, only that he liked to seem to love them, to keep Mary at work for him. The flower of his flock, and of all the flocks of the world of the universe, to his mind, was his darling daughter Mary. The strength of his love was upon her, and he liked to eat anything of her cooking. His body was too firm to fidget, but his mind was out of its usual comfort, because the pride of his heart, his Mary, seemed to be hiding something from him. And with the justice to be expected from far clearer minds than his, being vexed by one, he was ripe for the relief of snapping at 50 others. Mary, who could read him as a sailor reads his compass by the corner of one eye, awaited with good content the usual result, an outbreak of words upon the indolent Willie whenever that young farmer should come down to breakfast, then a comforting glance from the mother at her William, followed by a plate kept hot for him, and then a fine shake of the master's shoulders, and a stamp of departure for business. But instead of that, what came to pass was this. In the first place, a mighty bark of dogs arose, as needs must be when a man does his duty toward the nobler animals, for sure it is that the dogs will not fail of their part. Then an inferior noise of men, crying, good dog, and other fulsome flatteries in the hope of avoiding any tooth-mark on their legs, and after that a shaking down and settlement of sounds, as if feet were brought into good order, and stopped. Then a tall man, with a body full of corners, and a face of grim temper, stood in the doorway. "Well, well, Captain now," cried Stephen Anerley, getting up after waiting to be spoken to. "The breath of us all is hard to get with doing of our duty, sir. Come ye in and sit down to table, and His Majesty's forces along o' ye. Cadman, Ellis, and Dick be damned!" the lieutenant shouted out to them. "You shall have all the victuals you want by and by. Cross legs and get your winds up. Captain of the Coast Defence, I am under your orders in your own house." Carroway was starving, as only a man with long and active jaws can starve, and now the appearance of the farmer's mouth, half full of a kindly relish, made the emptiness of his own more bitter. But happen what might, he resolved, as usual, to enforce strict discipline, to feed himself first and his men in proper order. "Walk in, gentlemen, all walk in!" Master Anerley shouted, as if all men were alike, and coming to the door with a hospitable stride. "Glad to see all ye. Upon my soul I am. Ye've hit upon the right time for coming, too, though there might have been more upon the table. Mary, run, that's a dear, and fetch your grandfather's big Sabbath carver. Them piggy little clams almost puts out all my shoulder blades, and want to bite through a twin of gristle. Plates for all the gentlemen, Winnie lass. Bill, go and draw the black jarge full yell." The farmer knew well enough that Willie was not down yet, but this was his manner of letting people see that he did not approve of such hours. "My poor lad Willie," said the mistress of the house, returning with a courtesy the brave lieutenant's scrape. "I fear he hath the rheum again, overheating of himself after Sungate." I forgot he hath to heat himself in bed again, with the sun upon his coverlid. Mary, love, how many hours was ye up?" "Your daughter, sir," answered the lieutenant with a glance at the maiden over the opal gleam of froth which she had headed for him. "Your daughter has been down the dike before the sun was, in doing of her duty by the king and by his revenue. Mistress Anerley, your good health. Master Anerley, the like to you, and your daughter and all of your good household." Before they had finished their thanks for this honour, the quart pot was set down early. "A very pretty brew, sir, a pretty brew indeed. Fall back, men. Have heed of discipline. A chalked line is what they want, sir. Mistress Anerley, your good health again. The air is now thirsty in the morning. If those fellows could be given a bench against the wall is what they feel for with their legs. It comes so natural to their, yes, their legs, and the crook of their heels, ma'am, from what they were brought up to sit upon. And if you have any beer brewed for washing days, ma'am, that is what they like, and the right thing for their bellies. Cadman, Ellis, and Dick Hackerbody, sit down and be thankful." "But surely, Captain Carroway, you would never be happy to sit down without them. Look at their small clothes, the dust and the dirt, and their mouths show what you might make of them." "Yes, madam, yes, the very worst of them is that. They are always looking out here, there, and everywhere for victuals everlasting. Let them wait their proper time, and then they do it properly." "Their proper time is now, sir. Winnie, fill their horns up. Mary, wait you upon the officer. Captain Carroway, I will not have any body starve in my house." "Madam, you are the lawgiver in your own house, men of the coast guard. Fall to upon your victuals." The lieutenant frowned horribly at his men, as much to say, "Take no advantage, but show your best manners." And they touched their forelocks with a pleasant grin and began to feed rapidly, and verily their wives would have said that it was high time for them. Feeding as a duty was the order of the day, and discipline had no rank left. Good things appeared and disappeared with the speedy doom of all excellence. Mary and Winnie the maid flitted in and out like carrier pigeons. "Now, when the situation comes to this," said the farmer at last, being heartily pleased with the style of their feeding and laughing, "His Majesty hath made an officer of me, though void of his own writing. Mounted fencibles, fillybriggers, called in the foreign parts brigaders. Not that I stand upon sermonry about it, except in the matter of His Majesty's health, as never is due without ardent spirits. But my wife hath a right to her own way, and never yet I knowed her go away from it." "Not so by any means," the mistress said, and said it so quietly that some believed her. "I never was so much for that. Captain, you are a married man, but reason is reason in the middle of us all, and what else should I say to my husband? Mary lass, Mary love, wherever is your duty? The captain hath the best pot empty." With a bright blush, Mary sprang to do her duty. In those days no girl was ashamed to blush, and the bloodless cheek savoured of smallpox. "Hold up your head, my love," her father said aloud, with a smile of tidy pride and a pat upon her back. "No call to look at all ashamed, my dear. To my mind, Captain, though I may be wrong, however, but to my mind this little maid may stand upright in the presence of downright anyone." There lies the very thing that never should be said. Captain, you have 7 children, or it may be 8 of them justly, and the pride of life— Mary, you be off! Mary was glad to run away, for she liked not to be among so many men, but her father would not have her triumph over her. Speak for yourself, good wife, he said. I know what you have got behind, as well as rooks no plough-tail. Captain, you never heard me say that the lass was any booty, but the very same as God hath made her, and thankful for straight legs and eyes. Howsoever, there might be worse favoured maidens without running out of the riding. You may ride all the way to the city of London, the captain exclaimed with a clench of his fist, or even to Portsmouth, where my wife came from, and never find a maid fit to hold a candle for Mary to curl her hair by. The farmer was so pleased that he whispered something, but Carroway put his hand before his mouth and said, Never, no, never in the morning. But in spite of that, Master Anerley felt in his pocket for a key and departed. Wicked, wicked is the word I use, protested Mrs. Anerley, for all this fribble about rooks and looks and holding of candles and curling of hair. When I was Mary's age, oh dear, it may not be so for your daughters, Captain, but evil for mine was the day they invented those proud swinging glasses. That you may pronounce, ma'am, and I will say amen. Why, my eldest daughter, in her 10th year now— Come, Captain Carroway, broke in the farmer, returning softly with a square old bottle. How goes the fighting with the Crappos now? Put your legs up and light your pipe, and tell us all the news. Cadman and Alice and Dick Hackerbody, the lieutenant of the coastal guard shouted. You have fed well. Be off, men. No more neglect of duty. Place an outpost at fork of the Sewbury Road, and strictly observe the enemy, while I hold council of war with my brother officer, Captain Anerley. 1/2 crown for you if you catch the rogue, 1/2 crown each, and a promotion of 2 pence. Attention, eyes right. Make yourselves scarce. Well, now the rogues are gone, let us make ourselves at home. Anerley, your question is a dry one, but this is uncommonly fine stuff. How the devil has it slipped through our fingers? Never mind that, inter amicos. Sir, I was at school at Shrewsbury, but as to the war, sir, the service is going to the devil for the want of pure principle. The farmer nodded, and his looks declared that to some extent he felt it. He had got the worst side of some of the bargains that week, but his wife had another way of thinking. Why, Captain Carroway, whatever could be purer? When you were at sea, had you ever a man of the downright principles of Nelson? Nelson has done very well in his way, but he is a man who has risen too fast, as other men rise too slowly. Nothing in him, no substance, madam. I knew him as a youngster, and I could have tossed him on a marling spike, and instead of feeding well, sir, he quite wore himself away. To my firm knowledge, he would scarcely turn the scale upon a good Frenchman of 1/2 of the peas. Every man should work his own way up, unless his father did it for him. In my time, we had 50 men as good, and made no fuss about them. And you are not the last of them, Captain, I dare say. Though I do love to hear of the Lord's Lord Nelson, as the people call him. If ever a man put his own way up— Madam, I know him and respect him well. He would walk up to the devil with a sword between his teeth and a boarder's pistol in each hand. Madam, I leaped in that condition a depth of 6 fathoms and a half into the starboard mizzen chains of the French line of battle ship Peace and Thunder. Oh, Captain Carroway, how dreadful! What had you to lay hold with it? At such times a man must not lay hold. My business was to lay about, and I did it to some purpose. This little flash across my eyes struck fire, and it does the same now by moonlight. One of the last men in the world to brag was Lieutenant Carroway. Nothing but the great thirst of this morning, and strong necessity of quenching it, could ever have led him to speak about himself and remember his own little exploits. But the farmer was pleased, and said, Tell us some more, sir. Mistress Anerley, the captain answered, shutting up the scar, which he was able to expand by means of a muscle of excitement. You know that a man should drop these subjects when he has got a large family. I have been in the army and the navy, madam, and now I am in the revenue, but my duty is first to my own house. Do take care, sir. I beg you to be careful. Those free traders now are come to such a pitch that any day or night they may shoot you. Not they, madam. No, they are not murderers. In a hand-to-hand conflict they might do it, as I might do the same to them. This very morning my men shot at the captain of all smugglers, Robin Lyth, of Flamborough, with 100 guineas upon his head. It was no wish of mine, but my breath was short to stop them, and a man with a family like mine can never despise 100 guineas. Why, Sophie, said the farmer, thinking slowly with a frown, that must have been the noise come in our window when I was getting up this morning. I said, Why is there some poacher fellow popping at the conies? And out I went straight to the warren to see. 3 gunshots, or might have been 4. How many men was you shooting at? The force under my command was in pursuit of one notorious criminal, that well-known villain, Robin Lyth. Captain, your duty is to do your duty, but without your own word of it, I never would believe that you brought 4 gun muzzles down upon one man. The force under my command carried 3 guns only. It was not in their power to shoot off 4. Captain, I never would have done it in your place. I call it no better than unmanly. Now, go you not for to stir yourself amiss. To look thunder at me is what I laugh at. But many things are done in a hurry, Captain Carroway, and I take it that this was one of them. As to that, no, I will not have it. All was in thorough good order. I was never so much as a cable's length behind, though the devil, some years ago, split my heel up like his own, sir. Captain, I see it, and I ask your pardon. Your men were out of reach of hollering. At our time of life, the wind dies quick, for want of blowing oftener. Stuff! Cried the captain. Who was the freshest that came to your hospitable door, sir? I will foot it with any man for 6 leagues, but not for half a mile, ma'am. I depart from nothing. I said fire, and fire they did, and they shall again. What do volunteers know of the service? Stephen, you shall not say a single other word. Mistress Anerley stopped her husband thus. These matters are out of your line altogether, because you have never taken anybody's blood. The captain here is used to it, like all the sons of Belial, brought up in the early portions of the Holy Writ. Lieutenant Carroway's acquaintance with the Bible was not more extensive than that of other officers, and comprised little more than the story of Joseph and that of David and Goliath, so he bowed to his hostess for her comparison, while his gaunt and bristly countenance gave way to a pleasant smile. For this officer of the British Crown had a fact of strong features, and upon it whatever he thought was told as plainly as the time of day as told by the clock in the kitchen. At the same time, Master Anerley was thinking that he might have said more than a host should say concerning a matter which, after all, was no particular concern of his, whereas it was his special place to be kind to any visitor. All this he considered with a sound, grave mind, and then stretched forth his right hand to the officer. Carroway, being a generous man, would not be outdone in apologies, so these two strengthened their mutual esteem without any fighting, which generally is the quickest way of renewing respect, and Mistress Anerley, having been a little frightened, took credit to herself for the good words she had used. Then the farmer, who never drank cordials, although he liked to see other people do it, set forth to see a man who was come about a rick and sundry other business, but Carroway, in spite of all his boasts, was swift, though he bravely denied that he could be, and when the good housewife insisted on his stopping to listen to something that was much upon her mind and of great importance to the revenue, he could not help owning that duty compelled him to smoke another pipe and hearken. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Mary Anerley. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsie Selwyn. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 9. Robin Cockscroft. Nothing ever was allowed to stop Mrs. Anerley from seeing to the bedrooms. She kept them airing for about 3 hours at this time of the sun-stitch, as she called all the doings of the sun upon the sky, and then there was pushing and probing and tossing and pulling and thumping and kneading of knuckles till the rib of every feather was aching, and then, like dough before the fire, every well-belaboured tick was left to yeast itself a while. Winnie, the maid, was as strong as a post and wore them all out in bed-making. Carroway heard the beginning of this noise, but none of it meddled at all with his comfort. He lay back nicely in a happy fit of chair, stretched his legs well upon a bench, and nodded, keeping slow time with the breaths of his pipe, and drawing a vapory dream of ease. He had fared many stony miles afoot that morning, and feet, legs, and body were now less young than they used to be once upon a time. Looking up sleepily, the captain had an idea of a pretty young face hanging over him, and a soft voice saying, "It was me who did it all," which was very good grammar in those days. "Will you forgive me? But I could not help it, and you must have been sorry to shoot him." "Shoot everybody who attempts to land," the weary man ordered drowsily. "Mattie, once more, you are not to dust my pistols." "I could not be happy without telling you the truth," the soft voice continued, "because I told you such a dreadful story, and now, oh, here comes Mother." "What has come over you this morning, child? You do the most extraordinary things, and now you cannot let the captain rest. Go round and look for eggs this very moment. You will want to play fine music next. Now, captain, I am at your service if you please, unless you feel too sleepy." "Mistress Anerley, I never felt more wide awake in all my life. We of the service must snatch a wink whenever we can, but with one eye open, and it is not often that we see such charming sights." The farmer's wife, having set the beds to plump, had stolen a look at the glass and put on her second-best Sunday cap in honor of a real officer, and she looked very nice indeed, especially when she received a compliment, but she had seen too much of life to be disturbed thereby. Captain Carroway, what way you have of getting on with simple people while you are laughing all the time at them. It comes of the foreign war experience going on so long that in the end we all shall be foreigners. But one place there is that you can never conquer, nor Bonaparte himself, to my belief. Ah, you mean Flamborough. Flamborough, yes, it is a nest of cockatrices. Captain, it is nothing of the sort. It is the most honest place in the world. A man may throw guinea on the crosswords in the night and have it back from Dr. Upanddown any time within 7 years. You ought to know by this time what they are, hard as it is to get among them. I only know that they shut their mouths, and the devil himself, I beg your pardon, ma'am, old Nick himself never could unscrew them. You are right, sir. I know their manner well. They are open as the sky with one another, but close as the grave to all the world outside them, and most of all to people of authority like you. Mistress Anerley, you have just hit it. Not a word can I get out of them. The name of the king, God bless him, seems to have no weight among them. And you cannot get at them, sir, by any dint of money, or even by living in the midst of them. The only way to do it is by kin of blood or marriage, and this is how I come to know more about them than almost anybody else outside. My master can scarcely win a word of them, even kind as he is and well-spoken, and neither might I, though my tongue was tenfold, if it were not for Joan Cockscroft. But being Joan's cousin, I am like one of themselves. Cockscroft? Cockscroft? I have heard that name. Do they keep a public house there? The lieutenant now was on the scent of duty, and assumed his most knowing air, the sole effect of which was to put everybody upon guard against him. For this was a man of no subtlety, but straightforward, downright, and ready to believe, and his cleverest device was to seem to disbelieve. The Cockscrofts keep no public house, Mrs. Anerley answered with a little flush of pride. Why, she was half a niece to my own grandmother, and never was beer in the family. Not that it would have been wrong if it was. Captain, you are thinking of Widow Precious, licensed to the cod with the hook in his gills. I should have thought, sir, that you might have known a little more of your neighbours, having fallen below the path of life by reason of bad bank tokens. Banking came up in her parts like dog madness, as it might have done here, if our farmers were the fools to handle their cash with gloves on, and Joan being robbed by the fault of her trustees, the very best bankers in Scarborough, though Robin never married her for it, thank God. Still it was very sad, and scarcely bears describing of, and pulled them in the crock of this world's swing to a lower pitch than if they had robbed the folk that robbed and ruined them. And Robin so was driven to the fish again, which he always had hankered after. It must have been before you heard of this coast, Captain, and before the long war was so hard on us, that everybody about these parts was to double his bags by banking, and no man was right to pocket his own guineas for fear of his own wife feeling them. And bitterly such was paid out for their cowardice and swindling of their own bosoms. I have heard of it often, and it served them right. Master Anerley knew where his money was safe, ma'am. Neither Captain Robin Cockscroft nor his wife was in any way to blame, answered Mrs. Anerley. I have framed my mind to tell you about them, and I will do it truly, if I am not interrupted. 2 hammers never yet drove a nail straight, and I have a rule of silence when my betters wish to talk. Madam, you remind me of my own wife. She asks me a question, and she will not let me answer. That is the only way I know of getting on. Mistress Carroway must understand you, Captain. I was at the point of telling you how my cousin Joan was married before her money went, and when she was really good-looking, I was quite a child, and ran along the shore to see it. It must have been in the high summer-time, with the weather fit for bathing, and the sea as smooth as a duck-pond, and Captain Robin, being well-to-do, and established with everything except a wife, and pleased with the pretty smile and quiet ways of Joan, for he had never heard of her money, mind, put his oar into the sea, and rowed from Flamborough all the way to Philipbrigg, with 35 fishermen after him, for the Flamborough people made a point of seeing one another through their troubles. And Robin was known for the handsomest man and the uttermost fisher of the landing, with 3 boats of his own and a good berth and long sea lines. And there at once they found my cousin Joan, with her trustees, come overland, 4 wagons and a cart, and all of them. And after they were married they burned seaweed, having no fear in those days of invasions. And a merry day they made of it, and rode back by the moonshine. For every one liked and respected Captain Cockscroft on account of his skill with the deep-sea lines and the openness of his hands when full, a wonderful, quiet, and harmless man, as the manner is of all great fishermen. They had bacon for breakfast whenever they liked, and a guinea to lend to anybody in distress. Then suddenly one morning, when his hair was growing grey, and his eyes getting weary of the night work, so that he said his young Robin must grow big enough to learn all the secrets of the fishes, while his father took a spell in the blankets, suddenly there came to them a shocking piece of news. all his wife's bit of money, and his own as well, which he had been putting by from year to year, was lost in a newfangled bank, supposed as faithful as the Bible. Joan was very near crazed about it, but Captain Cockscroft never heaved a sigh, though they say it was nearly 700 guineas. "There are fish enough still in the sea," he said, "and the Lord has spared our children. I will build a new boat and not think of feather beds." Captain Carroway he did so, and everybody knows what befell him. The new boat, built with his own hands, was called the Mercy Robin, for his only son and daughter, little Mercy and poor Robin. The boat is there as bright as ever, scarlet within and white outside, but the name is painted off, because the little dears are in their grave. 2 nicer children were never seen, clever and sprightly and good to learn. They never even took a common bird's nest, I have heard, but loved all the little things the Lord has made, as if with a foreknowledge of going early home to him. Their father came back very tired one morning, and went up the hill to his breakfast, and the children got into the boat and pushed off in imitation of their daddy. It came on to blow, as it does down there, without a single whiff of warning, and when Robin awoke for his midday meal, the bodies of his little ones were lying on the table. And from that very day Captain Cockscroft and his wife began to grow old very quickly. The boat was recovered without much damage, and in it he sits by the hour on dry land, whenever there is no one on the cliffs to see him, with his hands upon his lap and his eyes upon the place where his dear little children used to sit, because he has always taken whatever fell upon him gently, and of course that makes it ever so much worse when he dwells upon things that come in sight of him. "Madam, you make me feel quite sorry for him," the lieutenant exclaimed as she began to cry. "If even one of my little ones was drowned, I declare to you I cannot tell what I should be like, and to lose them all at once, and as his own wife perhaps would say, because he was thinking of breakfast, and when he had been robbed and the world all gone against him. Ma'am, it is a long time, thank God, since I heard so sad a tale." "Now, you would not, Captain, I am sure you would not," said Mistress Anerley, getting up a smile, yet freshening his perception of a tear as well. "You would never have the heart to destroy that poor old couple by striking the last prop from under them. By the will of the Lord they are broken down enough. They are quietly hobbling to their graves, and would you be the man to come and knock them on their heads at once?" "Mistress Anerley, have you ever heard that I am a brute and inhumane? Madam, I have no less than 7 children, and I hope to have 14. "I hope with all your heart you may, and you will deserve them all, for promising so very kindly not to shoot poor Robin Lyth." "Robin Lyth? I never spoke of him, madam. He is outlawed, condemned, with a fine reward upon him. We shot at him today, we shall shoot at him again, and before very long we must hit him. Ma'am, it is my duty to the king, the constitution, the service I belong to, and the babes I have begotten." "Blood money poisons all innocent mouths, sir, and breaks out for generations. And for it you will have to take 3 lives, Robin's, the captain's, and my dear old cousin Joan's." "Mistress Anerley, you deprive me of all satisfaction. It is just my luck when my duty was so plain, and would pay so well for doing of." "Listen now, Captain, it is my opinion, and I am generally borne out by the end, that instead of £100 for killing Robin Lyth, you may get 1,000 for preserving him alive. Do you know how he came upon this coast, and how he has won his extraordinary name?" "I have certainly heard rumours, scarcely any to alike, but I take no heed of them. My duty was to catch him, and it mattered not a straw to me who or what he was. But now I really must beg to know all about him, and what makes you think such things of him. Why should that excellent old couple hang upon him, and what can make him worth such a quantity of money? Honestly, of course, I mean honestly worth it, ma'am, without any cheating of his majesty." "Captain Carroway," his hostess said, not without a little blush, as she thought of the king and his revenue, "cheating of his majesty is a thing we leave for others. But if you wish to hear the story of that young man, so far as known, which is not so even in Flamborough, you must please to come on Sunday, sir, for Sunday's the only day that I can spare for clacking, as the common people say. I must be off now. I have 50 things to see to, and on Sunday my master has his best things on, and loves no better than to sit with his legs up and a long clay pipe lying on him down below his waist. Or, to speak more correctly, where it used to be, as he might indeed almost say the very same to me. And then not to speak a word, but hear other folk tell stories, that might not have made such a dinner as himself. And as for dinner, sir, if you will do the honour to dine with them, that are no more than in the volunteers, a saddle of good mutton, fit for the bodyguards to ride upon, the men with the skins round them all turned up, will be ready just at 1 o'clock, if the parson lets us out." "My dear madam, I shall scarcely care to look at any slice of victuals until 1 o'clock on Sunday, by reason of looking forward. After all, this was not such a gross exaggeration, Anerley Farm being famous for its cheer, whereas the poor lieutenant, at the best of times, had as much as he could do to make both ends meet, and his wife, though a wonderful manager, could give him no better than coarse bread, and almost coarser meat. "And, sir, if your good lady would oblige us also—" "No, madam, no," he cried with vigorous decision, having found many festive occasions spoiled by excess of loving vigilance. "We thank you most truly, but I must say no. She would jump at the chance, but a husband must consider. You may have heard it mentioned that the Lord is now considering about the production of an 8th little Carroway." "Captain, I have not, or I should not so have spoken, but with all my heart I wish you joy." "I have pleasure, I assure you, in the prospect, Mistress Anerley. My friends make wry faces, but I blow them away. Tush, I say, tush, sir. At the rate we now are fighting and exhausting all British material, there cannot be too many, sir, of mettle such as mine. What do you say to that, madam?" "Sir, I believe it is the Lord's own truth, and true it is also that our country should do more to support the brave hearts that fight for it." Mrs. Anerley sighed, for she thought of her younger son, by his own perversity launched into the thankless peril of fighting England's battles. His death at any time might come home, if any kind person should take the trouble even to send news of it, or he might lie at the bottom of the sea unknown, even while they were talking. But Carroway buttoned up his coat and marched, after a pleasant and kind farewell, in all of his comforts, which need not have taken very long to count. In the course of hard service he had seen much grief and suffered plenty of bitterness, and he knew that it is not the part of a man to multiply any of his troubles but children. He went about his work, and he thought of all his comforts, which need not have taken very long to count, but he added to their score by not counting them, and by the self-same process diminished that of troubles, and thus, upon the whole, he deserved his Sunday dinner, and the tale of his hostess after it, not a word of which Mary was allowed to hear, for some subtle reason of her mother's. But the farmer heard it all, and kept interrupting so, when his noddings and the joggings of his pipe allowed, or perhaps one should say compelled him, that merely for the courtesy of saving common time, it is better now to set it down without them. Moreover, there are many things well worthy of production which she did not produce, for reasons which are now no hindrance. And the foremost of those reasons is that the lady did not know the things, the second, that she could not tell them clearly as a man might, and the third, and best of all, that if she could she would not do so. In which she certainly was quite right, for it would have become her very badly, as the cousin of Joan Cockscroft, have removed and upon the mother's side, and therefore kindly received at Flamborough, and admitted into the inner circle, and allowed to buy fish at wholesale prices, if she had turned round upon all these benefits, and described all the holes to be found in the place, for the teaching of a revenue officer. Still, it must be clearly understood that the nature of the people was fishing. They never were known to encourage free trading, but did their very utmost to protect themselves, and if they had produced the very noblest free trader, born before the time of Mr. Cobden, neither the credit nor the blame was theirs. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsie Selwyn. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 10. Robin Lyth. Half a league to the north of bold Flamborough Head, the billows have carved for themselves a little cove among cliffs which are rugged but not very high. This opening is something like the green shot of a mill, or a screen for riddling gravel, so steep is the pitch of the ground, and so narrow the shiny ledge at the bottom. And truly in bad weather and at high tides there is no single ledge at all, but the crest of the wave volleys up the incline, and the surf rushes on to the top of it. For the cove, though sheltered from other quarters, receives the full brunt of north-easterly gales, and offers no safe anchorage. But the hardy fishermen make the most of its scant convenience, and gratefully call it North Landing, albeit both wind and tide must be in good humour, or the only thing sure of any landing is the sea. The long desolation of the sea rolls in with a sound of melancholy. The grey fog droops its fold of drizzle in the leaden-tinted troughs. The pent cliffs overhang the flapping of the sail, and a few yards of pebble and of weed are all that a boat may come home upon harmlessly. Yet here in the old time landed men who carved the shape of England, and here, even in these lesser days, are landed uncommonly fine cod. The difficulties of the feat are these: to get ashore soundly, and then to make it good, and after that to clinch the exploit by getting on land, which is yet a harder step. Because the steep of the ground, like a staircase void of stairs, stands facing you, and the cliff upon either side juts up close to forbid any flanking movement, and the scanty scarp denies fair start for a rush at the power of the hill front, Yet here must the heavy boats beach themselves, and wallow and yaw in the shingly roar, while their cargo and crew get out of them, their gunwales swinging from side to side, in the manner of a porpoise rolling, and their stem and stern going up and down like a pair of lads at seesaw. But after these heavy boats have endured all that, they have not found their rest yet without a crowning effort, up that gravelly and glittery ascent, which changes every groove and run at every sudden shower, but never grows any the softer. Up that the heavy boats must make clamber somehow, or not a single timber of their precious frames is safe. A big rope from the capstan at the summit is made fast. As soon as the tails of the jackasses, laden with 3 count of fish apiece, have wagged their last flick at the brow of the steep, and then with yo heave ho above and below, through the cliffs echo over the dull sea, the groaning and grinding of the stubborn tug begins. Each boat has her own special course to travel up, and her own special berth of safety, and she knows every jag that will gore her on the road, and every flint from which she will strike fire. By dint of sheer sturdiness of arms, legs, and lungs, keeping true time with the pant and the shout, steadily goes it with hoist and haul, and cheerily undulates the melody of call that rallies them all with a strong will together. Through the cliffs echoing over the dull sea, the groaning and grinding of the stubborn tug begins. Each boat has her own special course to travel up, and her own special berth of safety, and she knows every jag that will gore her on the road, and every flint from which she will strike fire. By dint of sheer sturdiness of arms, legs, and lungs, keeping true time with the pant and shout, steadily it goes with hoist and haul, and cheerily undulates the melody of call that rallies them all with a strong will together, until the steep bluff and the burden of the bulk by masculine labor are conquered, and a long row of powerful pinnaces displayed as a mounted battery against the fish-full sea. With a view to this clambering ruggedness of life, all of these boats receive from their cradle a certain limber rake and accommodating curve, instead of a straight pertinacity of keel, so that they may ride over all the scandals of this arduous world. And happen what may to them, when they are at home and gallantly balanced on the brow line of the steep, they make a bright show upon the dreariness of coastland, hanging as they do above the gullet of the deep, painted outside with the brightest of scarlet, and inside with the purest white. At a little way off they resemble gay butterflies, preening their wings for a flight into the depth. Here it must have been, and in the middle of all these, that the very famous Robin Lyth, prophetically treating him, but free as yet of fame or name, and simply unable to tell himself, shone in the doubt of the early daylight, as a tidy-sized cod, if forgotten, might have shone, upon the morning of St. Swithin, A.D. 1782. The day and the date were well remembered long by all the good people of Flamborough, from the coming of the turn of a long bad luck and a bitter time of starving. For the weather of the summer had been worse than usual, which is no little thing to say, and the fish had expressed their opinion of it by the eloquent silence of absence. Therefore, as the whole place lives on fish, whether in the fishy or the fiscal form, goodly apparel was becoming very rare, even upon high Sundays, and stomachs that might have looked well beneath it sank into unobtrusive grief. But it is a long lane that has no turning, and turns are the essence of one very vital part. Suddenly over the village had flown the news of a noble arrival of fish, from the crossroads and the public-house, and the licensed headquarters of pepper and snuff, and the loophole where a sheep had been known to hang, in times of better trade, but never could dream of hanging now, also from the window of the man who had had 100 heads superior to his own, shaken at him, because he set up for making breeches in opposition to the women, and showed a few patterns of what he could do if any man of legs would trade with him. From all these head centers of intelligence, and others not so prominent but equally potent, into the very smallest hole it went, like the thrill in a troublesome tooth, that here was a chance come of feeding, a chance at last of feeding. For the man on the cliff, the despairing watchman, weary of fastening his eyes upon the sea, through constant fog and drizzle, at length had discovered the well-known flicker, the glassy flaw, and the hovering of gulls, and had run along Wain Lane so fast to tell his good news in the village, that down he fell and broke his leg exactly opposite the tailor's shop. And this was on St. Swithin's Eve. There was nothing to be done that night, of course, for mackerel must be delicately worked, but long before the sun arose, all Flamborough, able to put leg in front of leg, and some who could not yet do that, gathered together where the landhold was, above the incline of the launching of the boats. Here was a medley, not of fisher folk alone, and all their bodily belongings, but also of the 1,000 things that have no soul, and get kicked about and sworn at much because they can not answer. rollers, buoys, nets, kegs, swabs, fenders, blocks, buckets, kedges, corks, bucky pots, oars, poppies, tillers, sprits, gaffs, and every kind of gear, more than Theocritus himself could tell, lay about and rolled about, and upset their own masters here and there and everywhere upon this half-acre of slip and stumble at the top of the boat channel down to the sea, and in the faint rivalry of 3 vague lights, all making darkness visible. For very ancient lanterns, with a gentle horny glimmer, and loopholes of large exaggeration at the top, were casting upon anything quite within their reach a general idea of the crinkled tin that framed them, and a shuffle of inconstant shadows, but refused to shed any light on friend or stranger, or clear up suspicions more than 3 yards off, and rivalry with these appeared the pale disk of the moon just setting over the western highlands, and drawing straws through summer haze, while away in the northeast over the sea a slender irregular wisp of grey, so weak that it seemed as if it were being blown away, betokened the intention of the sun to restore clear ideas of number and figure by and by. But little did anybody heed such things. Everyone ran against everybody else, and all was eagerness, haste, and bustle for the first great launch of the Flamborough boats, all of which must be taken in order. But when they laid hold of the boat No. 7, which used to be the Mercy Robin, and were jerking the timber shores out, one of the men stooping under her stern beheld something white and gleaming. He put his hand down to it, and lo! It was a child in imminent peril of a deadly crush as the boat came heeling over. "Hold hard!" cried the man, not in time with his voice, but in time with his sturdy shoulder to delay the descent of the counter. Then he stooped underneath while they steadied the boat, and drew forth a child in a white linen dress, heartily asleep and happy. There was no time to think of any children now, even of a man's own fine breed, and the boat was beginning much to chafe upon the rope, and 30 or 40 fine fellows were all waiting, loath to hurry Captain Robin, because of the many things he had dearly lost, yet straining upon their own hearts to stand still, and the captain could not find his wife, who had slipped aside of the noisy scene to have her own little cry, because of the dance her children would have made if they had lived to see it. There were plenty of other women running all about to help and to talk and to give the best advice to their husbands and to one another, but most of them naturally had their own babies, and if words came to action, quite enough to do to nurse them. On this account Cockscroft could do no better, bound as he was to rush forth upon the sea, than lay the child gently aside of the stir and cover him with an old sail, and leave word with an ancient woman for his wife when found. The little boy slept on calmly still, in spite of all the din and uproar, the song and the shout, the tramp of heavy feet, the creaking of capstans, and the thump of bulky oars, and the crush of ponderous rollers. Away went these upon their errand to the sea, and then came back the grating roar and plashy jerks of launching, the plunging and the gurgling, and the quiet murmur of cleft waves. That child slept on in the warm good luck of having no boat keel launched upon him, nor even a human heel of bulk as likely to prove fatal, and the ancient woman fell asleep beside him, because at her time of life it was unjust that she should be astir so early. And it happened that Mrs. Cockscroft followed her troubled husband down the steep, having something in her pocket for him, which she failed to fetch to hand. So everybody went about its own business according to the laws of nature, and the old woman slept by the side of the child without giving him a corner of her scarlet shawl. But when the day was broad and brave, and the spirit of the air was vigorous, and every cliff had a color of its own, and a character to come out with, and beautiful boats upon a shining sea flashed their oars and went up waves which clearly were the stairs of heaven, and never a woman come to watch her husband could be sure how far he had carried his obedience in the matter of keeping his hat and coat on. Neither could anybody say what next those very clever fishermen might be after, nobody having a spyglass, but only this being understood all round, that hunger and salt were the victuals for the day, and the children must chew the mouse-trap baits until their dads came home again. And yet, in spite of all this, with lightsome hearts, so hope outstrips the sun and soars with him behind her, and a strong will, up the hill they went, to do without much breakfast, but prepare for a glorious supper. For mackerel are good fish that do not strive to live forever, but seem glad to support the human race. Flamborinians speak a rich burr of their own, broadly and handsomely distinct from that of outer Yorkshire. The same sagacious contempt for all hot haste and hurry, which people of impatient fibre are too apt to call a drawl, may here be found, as in other Yorkshire, guiding and retarding well that headlong instrument, the tongue. Yet even here there is advantage on the side of Flamborough, a longer resonance, a larger breath, a deeper power of melancholy, and a stronger turn up of the tale of discourse, by some called the end of a sentence. Over and above all these there dwell in little Denmark many words foreign to the real Yorkshiremen. But alas, these merits of their speech cannot be embodied in print without sad trouble, and result, if successful, still more saddening. Therefore it is proposed to let them speak in our inferior tongue, and to try and make them be not so very long about it, for when they are left to themselves entirely they have so much solid matter to express, and they ripen it in their minds and throats with a process so deliberate that strangers might condemn them briefly and be off without hearing half of it. Whenever this happens to a Flamborough man, he finishes what he proposed to say, and then says it all over again to the wind. When the lavings of the island, as the weak part unfit for sea and left behind, were politely called, being very old men, women, and small children, full of conversation, came upon their way back from the tide to the gravel brow, now bare of boats, they could not help discovering there the poor old woman that fell asleep because she ought to have been in bed, and by her side a little boy who seemed to have no bed at all. The child lay above her in a tump of stubbly grass, where Robin Cockscroft had laid him. He had tossed the old sail off, perhaps in a dream, and he threatened to roll down upon the granny. The contrast between his young, beautiful face, white raiment, and readiness to roll, and the ancient woman's weary age, which would be ungracious to describe, and scarlet shawl, which she could not spare, and satisfaction to lie still, as the best thing left for her to do now. This difference between them was enough to take anybody's notice, facing the well-established son. "Nancy Pegler, get up with ye!" cried a woman even older, but of tougher constitution. "Same on ye to lig about so. Be ye brought to bed this time of life?" "A wonderful fine baby for sich an old mother," another proceeded with an elegant joke, "and fine swaddles too, with solid gold upon them." "Stay every one of ye out of the way," cried ancient Nanny, now wide awake as ever. "Master Robin Cockscroft give me the bairn, and nobody shall have him but Joan Cockscroft." Joan Cockscroft, with a heavy heart, was lingering far behind the rest, thinking of the many merry launches, when her smart young Robin would have been in the boat with his father, and her pretty little Mercy clinging to her hand upon the homeward road, and prattling of the fish to be caught that day, and insomuch as Joan had not been able to get face to face with her husband on the beach, she had not heard of the stranger child. But soon the women sent a little boy to fetch her, and she came among them, wondering what it could be. For now a debate of some vigor was arising upon a momentous and exciting point, though not so keen by 100th part as it would have been 20 years afterward. For the eldest old woman had pronounced her decision. "Tell you what, I death and think but what your bairn mud he a frog bairn." This caused some panic and a general retreat, for though the immortal Napoleon had scarcely finished changing his teeth as yet, a chronic uneasiness about Crappus haunted the coast already, and they might have sent this little boy to pave the way, being capable of almost everything. "Frog man," cried the old woman next to her by birth, and believed to have higher parts, though not yet ripe. Nah, what frogman here? Frogman has skinny shanks and lark's heels and holes down their bodies like lanterns. No sign of no frog boot, young bairn. As fair as a wench and clean as a tyke. A malta almost born to a Flamborough. And what gar ha crapples got, poor devils?" This opened the gate for a clamour of discourse, for there surely could be no denial of her words, and yet while her elder was alive and out of bed, the habit of the village was to listen to her say, unless any man of equal age arose to countervail it. But while they were thus divided, Mrs. Cockscroft came, and they stood aside, for she had been kind to everybody when her better chances were, and now in her trouble all were grieved because she took it so to heart. Joan Cockscroft did not say a word, but glanced at the child with some contempt. In spite of white linen and yellow gold, what was he to her own dead Robin? But suddenly this child, whatever he was, and vastly soever inferior, opened his eyes, and sent home their first glance to the very heart of Joan Cockscroft. It was the exact look, or so she always said, of her dead angel, when she denied him something, for the sake of his poor dear stomach. With an outburst of tears she flew straight to the little one, snatched him in her arms, and tried to cover him with kisses. The child, however, in a lordly manner, did not seem to like it. He drew away his red lips, gathered up his nose, and passion flew out of his beautiful eyes, higher passion than that of any Cockscroft, and he tried to say something which no one could make out, and women of higher consideration looking on were wicked enough to be pleased at this, and say that he must be a young lord, and they had quite foreseen it. But Joan knew what children are, and soothed him down, so with delicate hands and a gentle look and a subtle way of warming his cold places, that he very soon began to cuddle into her and smile. Then she turned round to the other people, with both of his arms flung round her neck and his cheek laid on her shoulder, and she only said, "The Lord hath sent him." End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley, by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 11. Mr. Upanddown. The practice of Flamborough was to listen fairly to anything that might be said by one truly of the native breed, and to receive it well into the crust of the mind, and let it sink down slowly. But even after that it might not take root, unless it were fixed in its settlement by their two great powers, the law and the Lord. They had many visitations from the Lord, as needs must be in such a very stormy place, whereas of the law they heard much less. But still they were even more afraid of that, for they never knew how much it might cost. Balancing matters as they did their fish when the price was worth it in Way Lane, they came to the set conclusion that the law and the Lord might not agree concerning the child cast among them by the latter. A child or two had been thrown ashore before, and trouble once or twice had come of it. And this child being cast, no one could say how, to such a height above all other children, he was likely enough to bring a spell upon their boats, if anything crooked to God's will were done, and even to draw them to their last stocking, if anything offended the providence of law. In any other place it would have been a point of combat what to say and what to do in such a case as this, but Flamborough was of all the wide world happiest in possessing an authority to reconcile all doubts. The law and the Lord, two powers supposed to be at variance always, and to share the weak between them in proportions fixed by lawyers. The holy and unholy elements of man's brief existence were combined in Flamborough parish in the person of its magisterial rector. He was also believed to excel in the arts of divination and medicine too, for he was a full doctor of divinity. Before this gentleman must be laid, for both purse and conscience' sake, the case of the child just come out of the fogs. And true it was that all these powers were centred in one famous man, known among the laity as Parson Upanddown, for the Reverend Turner Upround, to give him his proper name, was a doctor of divinity, a justice of the peace, and the present rector of Flamborough. Of all his offices and powers there was not one that he overstrained, and all that knew him, unless they were thoroughgoing rogues and vagabonds, loved him. Not that he was such a soft-spoken man as many were, who thought more evil, but because of his deeds in nature, which were of the kindest. He did his utmost on demand of duty to sacrifice his nature to his stern position as pastor and master of an uphill parish, with many wrong things to be kept under. But while he succeeded in the form now and then, he failed continually in the substance. This gentleman was not by any means a fool, unless a kind heart proves folly. At Cambridge he had done very well, in the early days of the Tripos, and was chosen fellow and tutor of Gonville and Caius College. But tiring of that dull round in his prime, he married, and took to a living, and the living was one of many upon which a perpetual faster can barely live, unless he can go naked also and keep naked children. Now the parsons had not yet discovered the glorious merits of hard fasting, but freely enjoyed, and with gratitude to God, the powers with which he had blessed them. Happily Dr. Upround had a solid income of his own, and, like a sound mathematician, he took a wife of terms coincident. So, without being wealthy, they lived very well, and helped their poorer neighbors. Such a man generally thrives on the thriving of his flock, and does not harry them. He gives them spiritual food enough to support them without daintiness, and he keeps the proper distinction between the Sunday and the poorer days. He clangs no bell of reproach upon a Monday when the squire is leading a lady in to dinner, and the labourer sniffing at his supper-pot, and he lets the world play on a Saturday while he works his own head to find good ends for the morrow, because he is a wise man who knows what other men are, and how seldom they desire to be told the same thing more than 104 times in a year. Neither did his clerical skill stop here, for Parson Upround thought twice about it before he said anything to rub sore consciences, even when he had them at his mercy and silent before him on a Sunday. He behaved like a gentleman in this matter, where so much temptation lurks, looking always at the man whom he did not mean to hit, so that the guilty one received it through him, and felt himself better by comparison. In a word, this parson did his duty well, and pleasantly for all his flock, and nothing embittered him, unless a man pretended to doctrine without holy orders. For the doctor reasoned thus, and sound it sounds, if divinity is a matter for Tom, Dick, or Harry, how can there be degrees in it? He held a degree in it, and felt what it had cost, and not the parish only, but even his own wife was proud to have a doctor every Sunday, and his wife took care that his rich red hood, Carrysmere's small clothes, and black silk stockings upon calves of dignity were such that his congregation scorned the surgeons all the way to Beverley. Happy in a pleasant nature, kindly heart, and tranquil home, he was also happy in those awards of life in which men are helpless. He was blessed with a good wife and 3 good children, doing well and vigorous and hardy as the air and clime and cliffs. His wife was not quite of his own age, but old enough to understand and follow him faithfully down the slope of years, a wife with mind enough to know that a husband is not faultless, and without heart enough to feel that if he were, she would not love him so. And under her were comprised their children, 2 boys at school and a baby girl at home. So far the rector of this parish was truly blessed and blessing. But in every man's lot must be some crook, since this crooked world turned round. In Parson Upround's lot the crook might seem a very small one, but he found it almost too big for him. His dignity and peace of mind, large goodwill of ministry, and strong Christian sense of magistry, all were sadly pricked and wounded by a very small thorn in the flesh of his spirit. Almost every honest man is the rightful owner of a nickname. When he was a boy at school he could not do without one, and if the other boys valued him, perhaps he had a dozen, and afterward, when there is less perception of right and wrong and character, in the weaker time of manhood he may earn another, if the spirit is within him. But woe is him if a nasty foe or somebody trying to be one annoyed for the moment with him, yet meaning no more harm than pepper, smite him to the quick adventure in his most retired and privy-conscienced hole. And when this is done by a nonconformist to a doctor of divinity, and the man who does it owes some money to the man he does it to, can the latter gentleman take a large and genial view of his critics? This gross wrong and ungrateful outrage was inflicted thus. A leading Methodist from Filey Town, who owed the doctor half a guinea, came one summer and set up his staff in the hollow of a lime-kiln, where he lived upon fish for change of diet, and because he could get it for nothing. This was a man of some eloquence, and his calling in life was cobbling, and to encourage him therein and keep him from theology, the rector not only forgot his half-guinea, but sent him 3 or 4 pairs of riding boots to mend, and let him charge his own price, which was strictly heterodox. As a part of the bargain, this fellow came to church, and behaved as well as could be hoped for a man who received his money. He sat by a pillar, and no more than crossed his legs at the worst thing that disagreed with him, and it might have done him good, and made a decent cobbler of him, if the parson had only held him when he got him on the hook. But this is the very thing which all great preachers are too benevolent to do. Dr. Upround looked at this sinner who was getting into a fright upon his own account, though not a bad preacher when he could afford it, and the cobbler could no more look up to the doctor than when he charged him a full crown beyond the contract. In his kindness for all who seemed convinced of sin, the good preacher halted and looked at Mr. Jobbins with a soft, relaxing gaze. Jobbins appeared as if he would come to church forever and never cheat any sound clergyman again, whereupon the generous divine omitted a whole page of menaces prepared for him, and passed prematurely to the tender strain which always winds up a good sermon. Now what did Jobbins do in return for all this magnanimous mercy? Invited to dine with the senior church warden upon the strength of having been at church, and to encourage him for another visit, and being asked as soon as ever decency permitted what he thought of Parson Upround's doctrine, between two crackles of young griskin, come straight from the rectory pigsty, he was grieved to express a stern opinion long remembered at Flamborough. "Can ye yon man Dr. Upround? I can Dr. Upanddown." From that day forth the rector of the parish was known far and wide as Dr. Upanddown, even among those who loved him best, for the name well described his benevolent practice of undoing any harsh things he might have said, sometimes by a smile and very often with a shilling, or a basket of spring cabbages. So that Mrs. Upround, when buttoning up his coat, which he always forgot to do for himself, did it with the words, "My dear, now scold no one. Really, it's becoming too expensive." "Shall I abandon duty?" he would answer with some dignity, "while a shilling is sufficient to enforce it." Dr. Upround's people had now found out that their minister and magistrate discharged his duty toward his pillow no less than to his pulpit. His parish had acquired, through the work of generations, a habit of getting up at night and being all alive at cockcrow, and the rector, while very new amongst them, tried to bow, or rather rise, to night watch. But a little of that exercise lasted him for long, and he liked to talk of it afterward, but for the present was obliged to drop it, for he found himself pale when his wife made him see himself, and his hours of shaving were so dreadful, and scarcely a bit of fair dinner could be got with the whole of the day thrown out so. In short, he settled it wisely that the fishers of fish must yield to the habits of fish, which cannot be corrected, but the fishers of men, who can live without catching them, need not be up to all their hours, but may take them reasonably. His parishioners, who could do very well without him as far as that goes all the week, and by no means wanted him among their boats, joyfully left him to his own time of day, and no more worried him out of season than he worried them so. It became a matter of right feeling with them not to ring a big bell, which the rector had put up to challenge everybody's spiritual need, until the stable clock behind the bell had struck 10 and finished gurgling. For this reason, on St. Thwain's morn, in the said year 1782, the grannies, wives, and babes of Flamborough, who had been up to help the launch, but could not pull the labouring oar, nor even hold the tiller, spent all the time till 10 o'clock in seeing to their own affairs, the most laudable of all pursuits for almost any woman. And then, with some little dispute among them, the offspring of some merest accident, they arrived in some force at the gate of Dr. Upround, and no woman liked to pull the bell, and still less to let another woman do it for her. But an old man came up who was quite deaf, and everyone asked him to do it. In spite of the scarcity of all good things, Mrs. Cockscroft had thoroughly fed the little stranger and washed him and undressed him and set him up in her own bed and wrapped him in her woolen shawl, because he shivered sadly, and there he stared about with wondering eyes and gave great orders, so far as his new nurse could make out, but speaking gibberish, as she said, and flying into a rage because it was out of Christian knowledge. But he seemed to understand some English, although he could only pronounce 2 words, both short, and in such conjunction quite unlawful for any except the highest spiritual power. Mrs. Cockscroft, being a pious woman, hoped that her ears were wrong, or else that the words were foreign and meant no harm, though the child seemed to take in much of what was said, and then, asked his name, answered wrathfully, and as if everybody was bound to know, "Is un sabe? Is un sabe?" But now, when brought before Dr. Upround, no child of the very best English stock could look more calm and peaceful. He could walk well enough, but liked better to be carried, and the kind woman who had taken him up was only too proud to carry him. Whatever the rector and magistrate might say, her meaning was to keep this little one, with her husband's good consent, which she was sure of getting. "Set him down, ma'am," the doctor said when he had heard from 6 good women all about him. "Mistress Cockscroft, put him on his legs, and let me question him." But the child resisted this proceeding. With nature's inborn and just loathing of examination, he spun upon his little heels and swore with all his might, at the same time throwing up his hands and twirling his thumbs in a very odd and foreign way. "What a shocking child!" cried Mrs. Upround, who has come to know all about it. "Jane, run away with Miss Janetta." "The child is not to blame," said the rector, "but only the people who have brought him up. A prettier or more clever little head I have never seen in all my life, and we studied such things at Cambridge. My fine little fellow, shake hands with me." The boy broke off his vicious little dance and looked up at this tall gentleman with great surprise. His dark eyes dwelt upon the parson's kindly face, and with that power of inquiry which the very young possess, and then he put both little hands into the gentleman's, and burst into a torrent of the most heart-broken tears. "Poor little man," said the rector very gently, taking him up in his arms and patting the silky black curls, while great drops fell, and a nose was rubbed on his shoulder. "It is early for you to begin bad times. Why, how old are you, if you please?" The little boy sat up in the kind man's arm and poked a small, invigorating finger into the ear that was next to him, and the locks just beginning to be marked with gray. And then he said, "Sore," and tossed his chin up, evidently meaning, "Make your best of that." And the women drew a long breath and nudged at one another. "Well done. 4 years old, my dear. You see that he understands English well enough," said the parson to his parishioners. "He will tell us all about himself by and by, if we do not hurry him. You think him a French child? I do not, though the name which he gives himself, Sabe, has a French aspect about it. Let me think. I will try him with a French interrogation. Parlez-vous français, mon enfant?" Dr. Upround watched the effect of his words with outward calm, but with inward flutter. For if this clever child should reply in French, the doctor could never go on with it, but must stand there before his congregation in a worse position than when he lost his place, as sometimes happened, in a sermon. With wild temerity he had given vent to the only French words within his knowledge, and he determined to follow them up with Latin if worse came to worse. But luckily no harm came of this, but contrariwise a lasting good, for the child looked none the wiser, while the doctor's influence was increased. "Aha!" the parson cried. "I was sure that he was no Frenchman, but we must hear something about him very soon, for what you tell me is impossible. If he had come from the sea, he must have been wet. It could never be otherwise, whereas his linen clothes are dry, and even quite lately fullered, ironed, you might call it." "Please, your worship," cried Mrs. Cockscroft, who was growing wild with jealousy, "I did up his little things hours and hours ere your hoose was up." "Ah, you had night work, to be sure. Were his clothes dry or wet when you took them off?" "Not to say dry, your worship, and yet not to say very wet, betwixt and between, like my good master's, when he cometh from a pour of rain or a heavy spray, and the colour of the land was upon them here and there, and the gold tags were sewn with something wonderful. My best pair of scissors wouldn't touch it. I was frightened to put them in the tub, your worship, but they up and shone lovely like a tailor's buttons. My master hath found him, sir, and it lies with him to keep him, and the Lord hath taken away our Bob." "It is true," said Dr. Upround gently, and placing the child in her arms again. "The Almighty has chastened you very sadly. The child is not mine to dispose of, nor yours. But if he will comfort you, keep him till we hear of him. I will take down in writing the particulars of the case when Captain Robin is come home and had his rest, say at this time tomorrow or later, and then you will sign them, and they shall be published. For you know, Mrs. Cockscroft, however much you may be taken with him, you must not turn kidnapper. Moreover, it is needful, as there may have been some wreck, though none of you seem to have heard of any, that this strange occurrence should be made known. Then, if nothing is heard of it, you can keep him, and may the Lord bless him to you." Without any more ado, she kissed the child and wanted to carry him straight away after curtsying to his worship. But all the other women insisted on a smack of him for pity's sake and the pleasure of the gold, and to confirm the settlement. And a settlement it was, for nothing came of any publication of the case, such as in those days could be made without great expense and exertion. So the boy grew up, tall, brave, and comely, and full of the spirit of adventure as behooved a boy cast on the winds. So far as it goes, his foster parents would rather have found him more steady and less comely, for if he was to step into their lost son's shoes, he might do it without seeming to outshine him. But they got over that little jealousy in time, when the boy began to be useful, and, so far as was possible, they kept him under by quoting against him the character of Bob, bringing it back from heaven of a much higher quality than ever it was upon the earth. In vain did this living child aspire to such level. How can an earthly boy compare with one who never did a wrong thing as soon as he was dead? Passing that difficult question and forbearing to compare a boy with angels, be he what he will, his first need, after that of victuals, is a name whereby his fellow boys may know him. Is he to be shouted at with, "Come here, what's your name?" Or is he to be called, as if in high rebuke, "Boy"? And yet there are grown-up folk who do all this without hesitation, failing to remember their own predicament at a bygone period. Boys are as useful in their way as any other, and if they can be said to do some mischief, they cannot be said to do it negligently. It is their privilege and duty to be truly active, and their Maker, having spread a dull world before them, has provided them with gifts of play while their joints are supple. The present boy, having been born without a father or a mother, so far as could yet be discovered, was driven to do what our ancestors must have done when it was needful, that is to say, to work his own name out by some distinctive process. When the parson had clearly shown him not to be a Frenchman, a large contumely spread itself about by reason of his gold, and eyes, and hair, and name, which might be meant for Isaac, that he was sprung from a race more honored now than 100 years ago. But the women declared that it could not be, and the rector, desiring to christen him because it might never have been done before, refused point-blank to put any Isaac in, and was satisfied with Robin only, the name of the man who had saved him. The rector showed deep knowledge of his flock, which looked upon Jews as the goats of the kingdom, for any Jew must die for a world of generations ere ever a Christian thinks much of him. But finding him not to be a Jew, the other boys, instead of being satisfied, condemned him for a Dutchman. Whatever he was, the boy throve well, and being so flouted by his playmates, took to thoughts and habits and amusements of his own. Indoor life never suited him at all, nor to much of hard learning, although his capacity was such that he took more advancement in an hour than the thick heads of young Flamborough made in a whole leap year of Sundays. For any Flamborian boy was considered a brain scholar and a head languager when he could write down the parson's text and chalk up a fish on the wayboard so that his father or mother could tell in 3 guesses what manner of fish it was, and very few indeed ever passed this trial. For young Robin it was a very hard thing to be treated so by the other boys. He could run, or jump, or throw a stone, or climb a rock with the best of them, but all these things he must do by himself, simply because he had no name. A feeble youth would have moped, but Robin only grew more resolute. Alone he did what the other boys would scarcely in competition dare. No crag was too steep for him, no cave too dangerous and wave-beaten, no race of the tide so strong and swirling as to scare him of his wits. He seemed to rejoice in danger, having very little else to rejoice in, and he won for himself by nimble ways and rapid turns on land and sea the name of Lyth, or Lyth, and made it famous even far inland. for it may be supposed that his love of excitement, versatility, and daring demanded a livelier outlet than the slow toil of deep-sea fishing. To the most patient, persevering, and long-suffering of the arts, Robin Lyth did not take kindly, although he was so handy with a boat. Old Robin vainly strove to cast his angling mantle over him. The gifts of the youth were brighter and higher. He showed an inborn fitness for the lofty development of free trade. Eminent powers must force their way, as now they were doing with Napoleon. And they did the same with Robin Lyth, without exacting tithe and kind of all the foremost human race. End of Chapter 11. Recording by Keith Salas. Chapter 12 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 12. In a Lane, Not Alone. Stephen Anerley's daughter was by no means of a crooked mind, but open as the day in all things, unless anyone mistrusted her, and showed it by cross-questioning. When this was done, she resented it quickly by concealing the very things which she would have told of her own accord. And so it happened that the person to whom of all she should have been most open was the one most apt to check her by suspicious curiosity. And now her mother already began to do this, as concerned the smuggler, knowing from the revenue officer that Mary must have seen him. Mary, being a truthful damsel, told no lies about it, but, on the other hand, she did not rush forth with all the history, as she probably would have done if left unexamined. And so she said nothing about the earring, or the run that was to come off that week, or the riding skirt, or the host of little things, including her promise to visit Bempton Lane. On the other hand, she had a mind to tell her father and take his opinion about it all. But he was a little cross that evening, not with her, but with the world at large, and that discouraged her. And then she thought that being an officer of the king, as he liked to call himself sometimes, he might feel bound to give information about the impending process of free trade, which to her would be a breach of honor considering how she knew of it. Upon the whole, she heartily wished that she had never seen that Robin Lyth, and then she became ashamed of herself for indulging such a selfish wish, for he might have been lying dead but for her, and then what would become of the many poor people whose greatest comfort he was said to be? And what good could arise from his destruction if cruel people compassed it? Free trade must be carried on for the sake of everybody, including Captain Carroway himself, and if an old and ugly man succeeded a young and generous one as leader of the free trade movement, all the women in the country would put the blame on her. Looking at these things loftily, and with a strong determination not to think twice of what anyone might say who did not understand the subject, Mary was forced at last to the stern conclusion that she must keep her promise. Not only because it was a promise, although that went a very long way with her, but also because there seemed no other chance of performing a positive duty. Simple honesty demanded that she should restore to the owner a valuable, and beyond all doubt important, piece of property. 2 hours she had spent in looking for it, and deprived her dear father of his breakfast shrimps, and was all this trouble to be thrown away, and herself perhaps accused of theft because her mother was so short and sharp and wanting to know everything, and to turn it her own way? The trinket which she had found at last seemed to be a very uncommon and precious piece of jewelry. It was made of pure gold, minutely chased and threaded with curious workmanship, in form like a melon, and bearing what seemed to be characters of some foreign language. There might be a spell or even witchcraft in it, and the sooner it was out of her keeping the better. Nevertheless, she took very good care of it, wrapping it in lamb's wool and peeping at it many times a day, to be sure that it was safe, until it made her think of the owner so much, and the many wonders she had heard about him, that she grew quite angry with herself and it, and locked it away, and then looked at it again. As luck would have it, on the very day when Mary was to stroll down Bempton Lane, not to meet anyone, of course, but simply for the merest chance of what might happen, her father had business at Driffield Corn Market, which would keep him from home nearly all the day. When his daughter heard of it, she was much cast down, for she hoped that he might have been looking about on the northern part of the farm, as he generally was in the afternoon, and although he could not see Bempton Lane at all, perhaps without some newly acquired power of seeing round sharp corners, still it would have been a comfort and a strong resource for conscience to have felt that he was not so very far away, and this feeling of want made his daughter resolve to have someone at any rate near her. If Jack had only been at home, she need have sought no further, for he would have entered into all her thoughts about it, and obeyed her orders beautifully. But Willie was quite different, and hated any trouble, being spoiled so by his mother and the maidens all around them. However, in such a strait, what was there to do but to trust in Willie, who was old enough, being 5 years in front of Mary, and then to try to make him sensible. Willie Anerley had no idea that anybody, far less his own sister, could take such a view of him. He knew himself to be, and all would say the same of him, superior in his original gifts, and as master of making use of them to the rest of the family put together. He spent a month in Glasgow, when the whole place was astir with the ferment of many great inventions, and another month in Edinburgh, when that noble city was aglow with the dawn of large ideas. Also, he had visited London, foremost of his family, and seen enough new things there to fill all Yorkshire with surprise. And the rest of such wide experience was that he did not like hard work at all. Neither could he even be content to accept and enjoy, without labor of his own, the many good things provided for him. He was always trying to discover something which never seemed to answer, and continually flying after something new of which he never got fast hold. In a word, he was spoiled, by nature first, and then by circumstances, for the peaceful life of his ancestors and unacknowledged blessings of a farmer. "Willie, dear, will you come with me?" Mary asked to him that day, catching him as he ran down the stairs to air some inspiration. "Will you come with me for just 1 hour? I wish you would, and I would be so thankful." "Child, it is quite impossible," he answered with a frown which set off his delicate eyebrows and high but rather narrow forehead. "You always want me at the very moment when I have the most important work in hand. Any childish whim of yours matters more than hours and hours of hard labor." "Oh, Willie, but you know how I try to help you, and all the patterns I cut out last week. Do come for once, Willie. If you refuse, you will never, never forgive yourself." Willie Anerley was as good-natured as any self-indulged youth can be. He loved his sister in his way, and was indebted to her for getting out of a great many little scrapes. He saw how much she was in earnest now, and felt some desire to know what it was about. Moreover, which settled the point, he was getting tired of sticking to one thing for a time unusually long with him, but he would not throw away the chance of scoring a huge debt of gratitude. "Well, do what you like with me," he answered with a smile. "I never can have my own way 5 minutes. It serves me quite right for being so good-natured." Mary gave him a kiss, which must have been an object of ambition to anybody else, but it only made him wipe his mouth, and presently the two set forth upon the path toward Bempton. Robin Lyth had chosen well his place for meeting Mary. The lane, of which he knew every yard as well as he knew the rocks themselves, was deep and winding, and fringed with bushes, so that an active and keen-eyed man might leap into thicket almost before there was a fair chance of shooting him. He knew well enough that he must trust Mary, but he never could be sure that the bold coast-riders, despairing by this time of catching him at sea, and longing for the weight of gold to put on his head, might not be setting privy snares to catch him in his walks abroad. They had done so when they pursued him up the Dike, and though he was inclined to doubt the strict legality of that proceeding, he could not see his way to a fair discussion of it, in case their putting a bullet through him, and this consideration made him careful. The brother and sister went on well by the footpath over the uplands of the farm, and crossing the neck of Flamburn Peninsula, tripped away merrily northward. The wheat looked healthy, and the barley also, and a 4-acre patch of potatoes smelled sweetly, for the breeze of them was pleasant in their wholesome days, and Willie, having overworked his brain according to his own account of it, strode along loftily before his sister, casting over his shoulder an eddy of some large ideas with which he had been visited before she interrupted him. But as nothing ever came of them, they need not here be stated. From a practical point of view, however, as they both had to live upon the profits of the farm, it pleased them to observe what a difference there was when they had surmounted the chine and began to descend toward the north upon other people's land. Here all was damp and cold and slow, and chalk looked slimy instead of being clean, and shadowy places had an oozy cast, and trees, wherever they could stand, were facing the east with wrinkled visage, and the west with wiry beards. Willie, who had, among other great inventions, a scheme for improvement of the climate, was reminded at once of all the things he meant to do in that way, and making, as he always did, a great point of getting observations first, a point whereon he stuck fast mainly, without any time for delay he applied himself to a rapid study of the subject. He found some things just like other things which he had seen in Scotland, yet differing so as to prove more clearly than ever the resemblance did the value of his discovery. "Look," he cried, "can anything be clearer? The cause of all these evils is not, as an ignorant person might suppose, the want of sunshine, or too much wet, but an adequate movement of the air. Why, I thought it was always blowing up here. The very last time I came, my bonnet strings were split." "You do not understand me, you never do. When I say inadequate, I mean, of course, incorrect, inaccurate, unequable. Now the air is fluid. You may stare at it as you like, Mary, but the air has been proved to be a fluid. Very well, no fluid in large bodies moves with an equal velocity throughout. Part of it is rapid and part quite stagnant. The stagnant places of the air produce this green scum, this mossy, unwholesome, and injurious stuff, while the over-rapid motion causes this iron appearance, this hard surface, and general sterility. By the simplest of simple contrivances, I make this evil its own remedy. An equable impulse given to the air produces an adequate uniform flow, preventing stagnation in one place, and excessive vehemence in another. And the beauty of it is that by my new invention I make the air itself correct and regulate its own inequalities." "How clever you are, to be sure!" exclaimed Mary, wondering that her father could not see it. "Oh, Willie, you will make your fortune by it. However do you do it?" The simplicity of it is such that even you can understand it. All great discoveries are simple. I fix a prominent situation in a large and vertically revolving fan of a light and vibrating substance. The movement of the air causes this to rotate by the mere force of the impact. The rotation and vibration of the fan convert an irregular impulse into a steady and equable undulation, and such is the elasticity of the fluid called, in proper language, the air, that for miles around the rotation of this fan regulates the circulation, modifies extremes, annihilates sterility, and makes it quite impossible for moss and green scum and all this sour growth to live. Even you can see, Mary, how beautiful it is." "Yes, that I can," she answered simply as they turned the corner upon a large windmill with arms revolving merrily. "But, Willie dear, would not Farmer Topping's mill perpetually going as it is, answer the same purpose, and yet the moss seems to be as thick as ever here, and the ground as naked." "Tush!" cried Willie, "stuff and nonsense. When will you girls understand? Goodbye. I will throw away no more time on you." Without stopping to finish his sentence, he was off and out of sight both of the mill and Mary, before the poor girl, who had not the least intention of offending him, could even beg his pardon or say how much she wanted him, for she had not dared as yet to tell him what was the purpose of her walk, his nature being such that no one, not even his own mother, could tell what the conclusion he might come to upon any practical question. He might rush off at once to put the revenue men on the smuggler's track, or he might stop his sister from going, or he might, in the absence of his father, order a feast to be prepared, and fetch the outlaw to be his guest. So Mary had resolved not to tell him until the last moment, when he could do none of these things. But now she must either go on all alone, or give up her purpose and break her promise. After some hesitation she determined to go on, for the place would scarcely seem so very lonely now with the windmill in view, which would always remind her henceforth of her dear brother William, who was perfectly certain that Captain Robert Lyth, whose fame for chivalry was everywhere, and whose character was all in all to him with the ladies who brought his silks and lace, would see her through all danger caused by confidence in him. And really it was too bad of her to admit any paltry misgivings. But, reason as she might, her young conscience told her that this was not the proper thing to do, and she made up her mind not to do it again. Then she laughed at the notion of being ever even asked, and told herself that she was too conceited, and to cut the matter short, went very bravely down the hill. The lane which came winding from the beach up to the windmill was as pretty a lane as may anywhere be found in any other country than that of Devon. With a Devonshire lane it would not presume to vie, having little of the glorious garniture of fern and nothing of the crystal brook that leaps at every corner. No arches of tall ash, keyed with dog rose, and not much of honeysuckle, and a sight of other wants which people feel who have lived in the plenitude of everything. But in spite of all that, the lane was very fine for Yorkshire. On the other hand, Mary had prettier ankles and more graceful and lighter walk than the Devonshire lanes, which like to echo something, for the most part seem accustomed to, and the short dress of the time made good such favourable facts when found. Nor was this all that could be said, for the maiden, while her mother was so busy pickling cabbage, from which she drove all intruders, had managed to forget what the day of the week was, and opened the drawer that should be locked up until Sunday. To walk with such a handsome tall fellow as Willie compelled her to look like something too, and without any thought of it she put her best hat on, and a very pretty thing with some French name, and made of a delicate peach-coloured silk, which came down over her bosom, and tied in the neatest of knots at the small of her back, which at that time of life was very small. All these were the gifts of her dear uncle Popplewell, upon the other side of Filey, who might have been married for 40 years, but nobody knew how long it was, because he had no children, and he made Mary his darling, and this ancient gentleman had leanings toward free trade. Whether these goods were French or not, which no decent person could think of asking, no French damsel could have put them on better, or shown a more pleasing appearance in them, for Mary's desire was to please all people who meant no harm to her, as nobody could, and yet to let them know that her object was only to do what was right, and to never think of asking whether she looked this, that, or the other. Her mother, as a matter of duty, told her how plain she was almost every day, but the girl was not of that opinion, and when Mrs. Anerley finished her lecture, as she did 9 times in 10, by turning the glass to the wall and declaring that beauty was a snare skin deep, with a frown of warning instead of a smile of comfort, Then Mary believed in her looking-glass again, and had the smile of comfort on her own face. However, she never thought of that just now, but only of how she could do her duty, and have no trouble of her own mind with thinking, and satisfy her father when she told him all, as she meant to do, when there could be no harm done to anyone, and this, as she heartily hoped, would be tomorrow. And truly, if there did exist any vanity at all, it was not confined to the sex, in which it was so much more natural and comely. For when a very active figure came to light suddenly at a little elbow of the lane, and with quick steps advanced toward Mary, she was lost in surprise at the gaiety, not to say grandeur, of its apparel. A broad hat, looped at the side and having a pointed black crown, with a scarlet feather and a dove-colored brim, sat well upon the mass of crisp black curls. A short blue jacket of the finest Flemish cloth and set, not too thickly, left properly open the strong brown neck, while a shirt of pale blue silk with a turned-down collar of fine needlework fitted, without a wrinkle or a pucker, the broad and amply rounded chest, then a belt of brown leather, with an anchor clasp and empty loops for either firearm or steel, supported true sailor's trousers of the purest white and the noblest man-of-war cut, and where these widened at the instep shone a lovely pair of pumps with buckles radiant of the best Bristol diamonds. The wearer of all these splendors smiled and seemed to become them as they became him. "Well," thought Mary, "how free trade must pay. What a pity he is not in the Royal Navy." With his usual quickness and self-esteem, which added such lustre to his character, the smuggler perceived what was passing in her mind, but he was not rude enough to say so. "Young lady," he began, and Mary, with all her wisdom, could not help being fond of that. "Young lady, I was quite sure that you would keep your word." "I never do anything else," she answered, showing that she scarcely looked at him. "I have found this for you, and then good-bye." "Surely you'll want to hear my thanks, and to know what made me dare to ask you, after all you had done for me already, to begin again for me. But I am such an outcast that I never should have done it." "I never saw anyone look more thoroughly unlike an outcast," Mary said, and then she was angry with herself for speaking and glancing, and worst of all, for smiling. "Ladies who live on land can never understand what we go through," Robin replied in his softest voice, as rich as the murmur of the summer sea. "When we expect great honours, we try to look a little tidy, as anyone but a common boor would do, and we laugh at ourselves for trying to look well, after all the knocking about we get. Our time is short, and we must make the most of it." "Oh, please do not talk in such a dreadful way," said Mary. "You remind me of my dear friend Dr. Upround, the very best man in the whole world, I believe. He always says to me, 'Robin, Robin.'" "What? Is Dr. Upanddown a friend of yours?" Mary exclaimed in amazement, and with a stoppage of the foot that was poised for quick departure. "Dr. Upanddown, as many people call him," said the smuggler with a tone of condemnation, "is the best and dearest friend I have. Next to Captain and Mistress Cockscroft, who may have been heard of at Anerley Manor, Dr. Upround is our magistrate and clergyman, and he lets people say what they like against me, while he honours me with his friendship. I must not stay long to thank you even, because I am going to the dear old doctor's for supper at 7 o'clock and a game of chess." Oh dear, and he is such a justice, and yet they shot at you last week, and it makes me wonder when I hear such things." "Young lady, it makes everybody wonder. In my opinion, there never could be a more shameful murder than to shoot me, and yet, but for you, it surely would have been done." "You must not dwell upon such things," said Mary. "They may have a very bad effect upon your mind. But good-bye, Captain Lyth. I forgot that I was robbing Dr. Upround of your society." Shall I be so ungrateful as to not see you safe upon your own land after all your trouble? My road to Flamborough lies that way. Surely you will not refuse to hear what made me so anxious about this bauble, which now will be worth 10 times as much. I never saw it look so bright before." It must be the sand that has made it shine," the maiden stammered with a fine bright blush. "It does the same to my shrimping net." "Ah, shrimping's a very fine pursuit. There is nothing I love better. What pools I could show you, if only I might, pools where you may fill a sack with large prawns in a single tide, pools known to nobody but myself. When do you think of going shrimping next?" "Perhaps next summer I may try again, if Captain Carroway will come with me." "That is too unkind of you. How very harsh you are to me. I could hardly have believed it after all that you have done. And you really do not care to hear the story of this relic?" "If I could stop, I should like it very much. But my brother, who came with me, may perhaps be waiting for me." Mary knew that this was not very likely. Still, it was just possible, for Willie's ill tempers seldom lasted very long, and she wanted to let the smuggler know that she had not come all alone to meet him. "I shall not be 2 minutes," Robin Lyth replied. "I've been forced to learn short talking. May I tell you about this trinket?" "Yes, if you'll only begin at once and finish by the time we get to that corner." "That is a very short measure for a tale," said Robin, though he liked her all the better for such qualities. "However, I will try. Only walk a little slower. Nobody knows where I was born, any more than they know how or why. Only when I came upon this coast as a very little boy, and without knowing anything about it, they say that I had very wonderful buttons of gold upon a linen dress, adorned with gold lace, which I used to wear on Sundays. Dr. Upround ordered them to keep those buttons, and was to have had them in his own care. But before that, all of them were lost, save 2. My parents, as I call them from their wonderful goodness, kinder than the ones who have turned me on the world, unless themselves went out of it, resolved to have my white coat done up grandly, when I grew too big for it, and to lay it by in lavender, and knowing of a great man in the gold lace trade as far away as Scarborough, they sent it by a fishing smack to him, with people whom they knew thoroughly. That was the last of it ever known here. The man swore a manifest that he never saw it, and threatened them with libel, and the smack was condemned, and all their hands impressed because of some trifle she happened to carry, and nobody knows any more of it. But 2 of the buttons had fallen off, and good mother had put them by to give a last finish to the coat herself, and when I grew up, she had to go to sea at night. They were turned into a pair of earrings. But 2 of the buttons had fallen off, and good mother had put them by to give a last finish to the coat herself, and when I grew up and had to go to sea at night, they were turned into a pair of earrings. There, now, Miss Anerley, I have not been too long, and you know all about it." "How very lonesome it must be for you," said Mary with a gentle gaze which, coming from such lovely eyes, went straight into his heart. "To have no one belonging to you by right, and to seem to belong to nobody. I am sure I cannot tell whatever I should do without any father or mother or uncle or even a cousin to be certain of." "All the ladies seem to think that it is rather hard upon me," Robin answered with an excellent effort at a sigh. "But I do my very best to get on without them. And one thing that helps me most of all is when kind ladies, who have good hearts, allow me to talk to them as if I had a sister. This makes me forget what I am sometimes." "You never should try to forget what you are. Everybody in the world speaks well of you. Even that cruel Lieutenant Carroway cannot help admiring you. And if you have taken to free trade, what else could you do, when you had no friends, and even your coat was stolen?" "High-minded people take that view of it, I know. But I do not pretend to any such excuse. I took to free trade for the sake of my friends, to support the old couple who have been so good to me." "That is better still. It shows such good principle. My Uncle Popplewell has studied the subject of what they call political economy, and he says that the country requires free trade, and the only way to get it is to go on so that the government must give way at last. However, I need not instruct you about that, and you must not stop any longer. Miss Anerley, I will not encroach upon your kindness. You have said things that I never shall forget. On the Continent I meet very many ladies who tell me good things and make me better, but not at all as you have done. A minute of talk with you is worth an hour with anybody else. But I fear that you laugh at me all the while and are only too glad to be rid of me. Good-bye. May I kiss your hand? God bless you." Mary had no time to say a single word or even to express her ideas by a look, before Robin Lyth with all his bright apparel was conspicuous by his absence, as a diving bird disappears from a gun or a trout from a shadow on his hover, or even a debtor from his creditor. So the great free trader had vanished into lightsome air and left emptiness behind him. The young maid, having been prepared to yield him a few yards more of good advice, if he held out for another corner, could now only say to herself that she never had met such a wonderful man, so active, strong, and astonishingly brave, so thoroughly acquainted with foreign lands, yet superior to their ladies, so able to see all the meaning of good works and to value them when offered quietly, so sweet in his manner and voice and looks, and with all his fame so unpretending, and, much as it frightened her to think it, really seeming to be afraid of her. End of Chapter 12. Recording by Keith Salis.
Chapter 13 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Henry. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Grumbling and Growling. While these successful runs went on, and great authorities smiled at seeing the little authorities set at naught, and men of the revenue smote their breasts for not being born good smugglers, and the general public was well pleased, and congratulated them cordially upon their accomplishment of naught, one man there was whose noble spirit chafed and knew no comfort. He strode up and down at coastguard point, and communed with himself, while Robin held sweet converse in the lane. "Why was I born?" the sad Carroway cried. "Why was I thoroughly educated and trained in both services of the king, expected to rise, and beginning to rise, till a vile bit of splinter stopped me, and then sent down to this hole of a place to starve, and be laughed at, and baffled by a boy? Another lucky run, and the revenue bamboozled, and the whole of us sent upon a wild goose chase. Every gapper-mouth zany grinning at me, and scoundrels swearing that I get my share, and the only time I have had my dinner with my knees crooked for at least a fortnight was at Anerley Farm on Sunday. I am not sure that even they wouldn't turn against me. I am certain that pretty girl would. I've a great mind to throw it up, a great mind to throw it up. It is hardly the work for a gentleman born, and the grandson of a rear admiral. Tinkers' and tailors' sons get the luck now, and a man of good blood is put on the back shelf behind the blacking bottles. A man who has battled for his country. Charles, are you coming to your dinner once more? No, I am not. There's no dinner worth coming to. You and the children may eat that rat pie. A man who has battled for his country and bled till all his veins were empty, and it took 2 men to hold him up, and yet waved his sword at the head of them. It is the downright contradiction of the world in everything for him to poke about with pots and tubs like a pig in a brewery, grain hunting. Once more, Charles, there is next to nothing left. The children are eating for their very lives. If you stay out there another minute, you must take the consequence. Alas, that I should have so much stomach, and so little to put into it. My dear, put a little bit under a basin, if any of them has no appetite. I wanted just to think a little. Charles, they have all got tremendous appetites. It is the way the wind is. You may think by and by, but if you want to eat, you must do it now or never. Never, never suits me in that matter, the brave lieutenant answered. Matilda, put Geraldine to warm the pewter plate for me. Geraldine, darling, you can do it with your mouth full. The commander of the coastguard turned abruptly from his long indignant stride and entered the cottage provided for him, and which he had peopled so speedily. Small as it was, it looked beautifully clean and neat, and everybody used to wonder how Mrs. Carroway kept it so. But in spite of all her troubles and many complaints, she was very proud of this little house, with its healthful position and beautiful outlook over the Bay of Bridlington. It stood in a niche of the low, soft cliff, where now the sea parade extends from the northern pier of Bridlington Quay, and when the roadstead between that and the point was filled with a fleet of every kind of craft, or better still, when they all made sail at once, as happened when a trusty breeze arose. The view was lively and very pleasant, and full of moving interest. Often one of His Majesty's cutters, Swordfish, Kestrel, or Albatross, would swoop in with all sail set, and hover, while the skipper came ashore to see the ancient Carroway, as this vigilant officer was called, and sometimes even a sloop of war, armed brigantine, or light corvette, prowling for recruits, or cruising for their training, would run in under the head, and overhaul every wind-bound ship with a very high hand. Ancient Carroway, as old friends called him, and even young people who had never seen him, was famous upon this coast now for nearly 3 degrees of latitude. He had dwelled here long, and in highly good content, hospitably treated by his neighbours, and himself more hospitable than his wife could wish, until 2 troubles in his life arose, and from year to year grew worse and worse. One of these troubles was the growth of mouths in number and size that required to be filled, and the other trouble was the rampant growth of smuggling and the glory of that upstart, Robin Lyth. Now let it be lawful to take that subject first. Fair Robin, though not at all anxious for fame, but modestly willing to decline it, had not been successful, though he worked so much by night, in preserving sweet obscurity. His character was public, and set on high by fortune, to be gazed at from wholly different points of view. From their narrow and lime-eyed outlook, the coastguard beheld in him the latest incarnation of Old Nick. Yet they hated him only in the abstract manner, and as men feel toward that evil one. Magistrates also, and the large protective powers, were arrayed against him, yet happy to abstain from laying hands, when their hands were their own, upon him. And many of the farmers, who should have been his warmest friends and best customers, were now so attached to their king and country by bellicose warmth and army contracts, that instead of a guinea for a 4-gallon anchor, they would offer 3 crowns, or the exciseman. And not only conscience, but short cash, after 3 bad harvests, constrained them. Yet the staple of public opinion was sound, as it must be where women predominate. The best of women could not see why they should not have anything they wanted for less than it cost the maker. To gaze at a sister woman better dressed at half the money was simply to abjure every lofty principle, and to go to church with a counterfeit on, when the genuine lace was in the next pew on a body of inferior standing, was a downright outrage to the congregation, the rector, and all religion. A cold-blooded creature with no pin-money might reconcile it with her principles, if any she had, to stand up like a dowdy and allow a poor man to risk his life by shot and storm and starvation, and then to deny him a word or a look because of his coming with the genuine thing at a quarter the price fat tradesmen asked, who never stirred out of their shops when it rained, for a thing that was a story and an imposition. Charity, duty, and common honesty to their good husbands in these bad times compelled them to make the very best of bargains, of which they got really more and more, as those brave mariners themselves bore witness, because of the depression in the free trade now, and the glorious victories of England. Were they bound to pay 3 times the genuine value, and then look a figure, and be laughed at? And as for Captain Carroway, let him scold and threaten and stride about, and be jealous because his wife dare not buy true things, poor creature, although there were 2 stories also about that, and the quantities of things that he got for nothing, whenever he was clever enough to catch them, which scarcely ever happened, thank goodness. Let Captain Carroway attend to his own business. Unless he was much belied, he had a wife who would keep him to it. Who was Captain Carroway to come down here, without even being born in Yorkshire, and lay down the law as if he owned the manor? Lieutenant Carroway had heard such questions, but disdained to answer them. He knew who he was, and what his grandfather had been, and he never cared a short word what sort of stuff long tongues might prate of him. Barbarous broad drawlers, murderers of His Majesty's English, could they even pronounce the name of an officer highly distinguished for many years in both of the royal services? That was his description, and the Yorkshire yokels might go and read it, if read they could, in the pages of authority. Like the celebrated calf that sucked 2 cows, Carroway had drawn royal pay, though in very small drains, upon either element, beginning with a skeleton regiment, and then, when he became too hot for it, diving off into a frigate as a recommended volunteer. Here he was more at home, though he never ceased longing to be a general, and having the credit of fighting well ashore, he was looked at with interest when he fought a fight at sea. He fought it uncommonly well, and it was good, and so many men fell that he picked up his commission and got into a 52-gun ship. After several years of service without promotion, for his grandfather's name was worn out now, and the wars were not properly constant, there came a very lively succession of fights, and Carroway got into all of them, or at least into all the best of them. And he ought to have gone up much faster than he did, and he must have done so but for his long, lean jaws, the which are the worst things that any man can have, not only because of their own consumption and slow length of leverage, but mainly on account of the sadness they impart, and the timid recollection of a hungry wolf, to the man who might have lifted up a fatter individual. But in Rodney's great encounter with the Spanish fleet, Carroway showed a dauntless spirit, and received such a wound that it was impossible not to pay him some attention. His name was near the bottom of a very long list, but it made a mark on someone's memory, depositing a chance of coming up some day when he should be reported hit again. And so good was his luck that he soon was hit again, and a very bad hit it was, but still he got over it without promotion, because that enterprise was one in which nearly all our men ran away, and therefore required to be well pushed up for the sake of the national honour. When such things happen, the few who stay behind must be left behind in the Gazette as well. That wound, therefore, seemed at first to go against him, but he bandaged it and plastered it and hoped for better luck. And his 3rd wound truly was a blessed one, a slight one, and taken in the proper course of things, without a slur upon any of his comrades. This set him up again with advancement and appointment, and enabled him to marry and have children 7. The lieutenant was now about 50 years of age, gallant and lively as ever, and resolute to attend to his duty and himself as well. His duty was now along shore, in command of the coastguard of the East District, for the loss of a good deal of one heel made it hard for him to step about as he should do when afloat. The place suited him, and he was fond of it, although he grumbled sometimes about his grandfather, and went on as if his office was beneath him. He abused all his men, and all the good ones liked him and respected him for his clear English, and he enjoyed this free exercise of language out of doors, because inside his threshold he was on his P's and Q's. To call him ugly Carroway, as coarse people did, because of a scar across his long, bold nose, was petty and unjust, and directly contradicted by his own and his wife's opinion. For nobody could have brighter eyes, or a kindlier smile, and more open aspect in the forepart of the week, while his Sunday shave retained its influence, so far as its limited area went, for he kept a long beard always. By Wednesday he certainly began to look grim, and on Saturday ferocious, pending the advent of the Bridlington barber, who shaved all the key every Sunday. But his mind was none the worse, and his daughters liked him better when he rasped their young cheeks with his beard, and paid a penny. For to his children he was a loving and tender-hearted father, puzzled at their number, and sometimes perplexed at having to feed and clothe them, yet happy to give them his last and go without, and even ready to welcome more, if heaven should be pleased to send them. But Mrs. Carroway, most fidgety of women, and born of a well-shorn family, was unhappy from the middle to the end of the week, that she could not scrub her husband's beard off. The lady's sense of human crime, and of everything hateful in creation, expressed itself mainly in the word dirt. Her rancour against that nobly tranquil and most natural of elements inured itself into a downright passion. From babyhood she had been notorious for kicking her little legs out at the least speck of dust upon a tiny red shoe. Her father, a clergyman, heard so much of this, and had so many children of a different stamp, that when he came to christen her at 6 months of age, which used to be considered quite an early time of life, he put upon her the name of Lotta, to which she thoroughly acted up. But people having ignorance of foreign tongues said that he always meant Matilda. Such was her nature, and it grew upon her, so that when a young and gallant officer, tall and fresh, and as clean as a frigate, was captured by her neat bright eyes, very clear run and sharp cutwater, she began to like to look at him. Before very long, his spruce trim ducks, careful scrape of Brunswick leather boots, clean pocket handkerchiefs, and fine specklessness were making and keeping a well-swept path to the thoroughly dusted storeroom of her heart. How little she dreamed in those virgin days that the future could ever contain a week when her Charles would decline to shave more than once, and then have it done for him on a Sunday. She hesitated, for she had her thoughts. Doubts she disdained to call them, but still he forgot once to draw his boots sideways, after having purged the toe and heel across the bristle of her father's mat. With the quick eye of love he perceived her frown, and the very next day he conquered her. His scheme was unworthy, as it substituted corporate for personal purity. Still it succeeded, as unworthy schemes will do. On the birthday of his sacred majesty, Charles took Matilda to see his ship, the 48-gun frigate Immaculate, commanded by a well-known martinet. Her spirit fell within her, like the Queen of Sheba's, as she gazed, but trembled to set down foot upon the trim order and the dazzling choring. She might have survived the strict purity of all things, the decklines whiter than Parian marble, the bulwarks brighter than the cheek-piece of a grate, the breeches of the guns like goodly gold, and not a whisker of a rope's end curling the wrong way. If only she could have espied a swab, or a bucket, or a flake of holystone, or any indicament of labour done. Artis est celari artem. This art was unfathomable. Matilda was fain to assure herself that the main part of this might be superficial, like a dish cover polished with the spots on, and she lost her handkerchief on purpose to come back and try a little test work of her own. This was a piece of unstopped knotting in the panel of a hatchway, a resinous hole that must catch and keep any speck of dust meandering on the wayward will of the wind. Her cambric came out as white as it went in. She surrendered at discretion and became the prize of Carroway. Now people at Bridlington Quay declared that the lieutenant, though he might have carried off a prize, was certainly not the prize master, and they even went so far as to say that he could scarcely call his soul his own. The matter was no concern of theirs, neither were their conclusions true. In little things, the gallant officer, for the sake of discipline and peace, submitted to due authority, and being so much from home, he left all household matters to a firm control. In return for this, he was always thought of first, and the best of everything was kept for him, and Mrs. Carroway quoted him to others as a wonder, though she may not have done so to himself. And so, upon the whole, they got on very well together. Now on this day, when the lieutenant had exhausted a grumble of unusual intensity, and the fair Geraldine, his eldest child, had obeyed him to the letter by keeping her mouth full while she warmed a plate for him, it was not long before his usual luck befell the bold Carroway. Rap, rap, came a knock at the side door of his cottage, a knock only too familiar, and he heard the gruff voice of Cadman. "Can I see his honour immediately?" "No, you cannot," replied Mrs. Carroway. "One would think you were all in a league to starve him. No sooner does he get half a mouthful." "Geraldine, put it on the hob, my dear, and a basin over it. Matilda, my love, you know my maxim, duty first, dinner afterward. Cadman, I will come with you." The revenue officer took up his hat, which had less time now than his dinner to get cold, and followed Cadman to the usual place for holding privy councils. This was under the heel of the pier, which was then about half as long as now, at a spot where the outer wall combed over, to break the crest of the surges in the height of a heavy eastern gale. At neap tides, and in moderate weather, this place was dry, with a fine salt smell, and with nothing in front of it but the sea, and nothing behind it but solid stone wall. Anyone would think that here must be commune, sacred, secret, and secluded from eavesdroppers. And yet it was not so, by reason of a very simple reason. Upon the roadway of the pier, and over against a mooring post, where the parapet and the pier itself made a needful turn toward the south, there was an equally needful thing, a gully hole with an iron trap to carry off the rain that fell, or the spray that broke upon the fabric. And the outlet of this gully was in the face of the masonry outside. Carroway, not being gifted with a crooked mind, had never dreamed that this little gut might conduct the pulses of the air, like the tyrant's ear, and that the trap at the end might be a trap for him. Yet so it was, and by gently raising the movable iron frame at the top, a well-disposed person might hear every word that was spoken in the snug recess below. Cadman was well aware of this little fact, but left his commander to find it out. The officer, always thinly clad, both through the state of his wardrobe and his dread of effeminate comfort, settled his bony shoulders against the rough stonework, and his heels upon the groin, and gave his subordinate a nod which meant, "Make no fuss, but out with it." Cadman, a short, square fellow with crafty eyes, began to do so. "Captain, I have hit it off at last. Hackerbuddy put me wrong last time. through the wench he hath a hankering after. This time I got it, and no mistake, as right as if the villain lay asleep twixt you and me, and told us all about it with his tongue out, and a good thing for men of large families like me." "All that I have heard such a number of times," his commander answered crustily, "that I whistle, as we used to do in a dead calm, Cadman. An old salt like you knows how little comes of that." "There I don't quite agree with your honour. I have known a hurricane come from whistling. But this time there is no woman about it, and the penny have come down straight for'ard. New moon Tuesday next, and Monday we slips first into that snug little cave. He hath all had his last good run." "How much is coming this time, Cadman? I am sick and tired of those 3 caves. It is all old women's talk of caves, while they are running south upon the open beach." "Captain, it is a big venture, the biggest of all the summer, I do believe. £2,000 if there is a penny in it. The schooner and the lugger and the ketch all to once, of purpose to send us scattering. But your honour knows what we be after most. No women in it this time, sir. The murder has been of the women all along. When there is no women, I can see my way. We have got the right pig by the ear this time." "John Cadman, your manner of speech is rude. You forget that your commanding officer has a wife and family, 3/4 of which are female. You will give me your information without any rude observations as to sex, of which you, as a married man, should be ashamed. A man and his wife are one flesh, Cadman, and therefore you are a woman yourself, and must labour not to disgrace yourself. Now don't look amazed, but consider these things. If you had not been in a flurry, like a woman, you would not have spoiled my dinner so. I will meet you at the Outlook at 6 o'clock. I have business on hand of importance." With these words, Carroway hastened home, leaving Cadman to mutter his wrath, and then to growl it when his officer was out of earshot. "Never a day, nor an hour almost, without he insulteth of me. A woman indeed! Well, his wife may be a man, but what call hath he to speak of mine so? John Cadman a woman, and one flesh with his wife? Pretty news that would be for my missus." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Henry. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Serious charges. "Stephen, if it was anybody else, you would listen to me in a moment," said Mrs. Anerley to her lord, a few days after that little interview in the Bempton Lane. "For instance, if it was poor Willie, how long would you be in believing it? But because it is Mary, you say pooh-pooh, and I may as well talk to the old cracked churn." "First time in all my born days," the farmer answered with a pleasant smile, "that ever I was resembled to a churn. But a man's wife ought to know best about un." "Stephen, it is not the churn. I mean you. And you never should attempt to ride off in that sort of way. I tell you, Mary hath a mischief on her mind. And you never ought to bring up old churns to me. As long as I can carry almost anything in mind, I have been considered to be full of common sense. And what should I use it upon, Captain Anerley, without it was my own daughter?" The farmer was always conquered when she called him Captain Anerley. He took it to point at him as a pretender, a coxcomb fond of titles, a would-be officer who took good care to hold aloof from fighting, and he knew in his heart that he loved to be called Captain Anerley by everyone who meant it. "My dear," he said in a tone of submission, and with a look that grieved her, "the knowledge of such things is with you. I cannot enter into young maids' minds any more than command a company." "Stephen, you could do both if you chose, better than 10 of 11 who do it. For, Stephen, you have a very tender mind, and are not at all like a churn, my dear. That was my manner of speech, you ought to know, because from my youngest days I had a crowd of imagination. You remember that, Stephen, don't you? I remember, Sophie, that in the old time you never resembled me to a churn, let alone a cracked one. You used to christen me a pillar, and a tree, and a rock, and a polished corner. But there, what's the odds, when a man has done his duty? The names of him makes no difference. "'Twixt you and me, my dear," she said, "nothing can make any difference. We know one another too well for that. You are all that I ever used to call you before I knew better about you. And when I used to dwell upon your hair and your smile, you know what I used to say of them now, Stephen. Most complimentary, highly complimentary. Another young woman brought me word of it, and it made me stick firm when my mind was doubtful. And glad you ought to be that you did stick firm, and you have the Lord to thank for it, as well as your own sense. But no time to talk of our old times now. They are coming up again with those younkers, I'm afraid. Willie is like a church, and Jack, no chance of him getting the chance of it. But Mary, your darling of the lot, our Mary, her mind is unsettled, and a worry coming over her, the same as with me when I saw you first." "It is the Lord that directs those things," the farmer answered steadfastly, "and Mary hath the sense of her mother, I believe. That it is, maketh me so fond of her. If the young maid hath taken a fancy, it will pass, without a bit of substance to settle on. Why, how many fancies had you, Sophie, before you had the good luck to clap eyes on me?" "That is neither here nor there," his wife replied audaciously. "How many times have you asked such questions which are no concern of yours? You could not expect me, before ever I saw you, not to have eyes or ears. I had plenty to say for myself, and I was not plain, and I acted accordingly." Master Anerley thought about this, because he had heard it and thought of it many times before. He hated to think about anything new, having never known any good come of it, and his thoughts would rather flow than fly, even in the fugitive brevity of youth. And now, in his settled way, his practice was to tread thought deeper into thought, as a man in deep snow keeps the track of his own boots, or as a child writes ink on pencil in his earliest copybooks. "You acted accordingly," he said, "and Mary might act according to you, mother." "How can you talk so, Stephen? That would be a different thing altogether. Young girls are not a bit like what they used to be in my time. No steadiness, no diligence, no duty to their parents. Gadding about is all they think of, and light-headed chatter, and saucy ribbons." "May be so with some of them, but I never see none of that in Mary." "Mary is a good girl, and well brought up," her mother could not help admitting, "and fond of her home, and industrious. But for all that, she must be looked after sharply. And who can look after a child like her mother? I can tell you one thing, Master Stephen, your daughter Mary has more will of her own than the rest of your family all put together, including even your own good wife." "Prodigious!" cried the farmer, while he rubbed his hands and laughed. "Prodigious! And a man might say impossible. A young lass like Mary, such a coaxing little poppet, as tender as a lambkin, and as soft as wool." "Flannel won't only run one way, no more won't Mary," said her mother. "I know her better a long sight than you do, and I say if ever Mary sets her heart on anyone, have him she will, be he cowboy, thief, or chimney-sweep. So now you know what to expect, Master Anerley." Stephen Anerley never made light of his wife's opinions in those few cases wherein they differed from his own. She agreed with him so generally that in common fairness he thought very highly of her wisdom, and the present subject was one upon which she had an especial right to be heard. "Sophie," he said, as he set up his coat to be off to a cutting of clover on the hill, for no reaping would begin yet for another month, "the things you have said shall abide in my mind. Only you be a watching of the little wench. Harry Tanfield is the man I would choose for her of all others, but I never would force any husband on a lass, though stern would I be to force a bad one off, or one in an unfit walk of life. No inkle in your mind who it is, or wouldst have told me? Well, I may, or I may not. I never like to speak promiscuous. You have the first right to know what I think, but I beg you to let me be a while. Not even to you, Steve, would I say it, without more to go upon than there is yet. I might do the lass a great wrong in my surmising, and then you would visit my mistake on me, for she is the apple of your eye, no doubt. There is never such another maid in all York County, nor in England, to my thinking. She is my daughter as well as yours, and I would be the last to make cheap of her. I will not say another word until I know. But if I am right, which the Lord forbid, we shall both be ashamed of her, Stephen. The Lord forbid, the Lord forbid. Amen. I will not hear another word. The farmer snatched up his hat and made off with a haste unusual for him, while his wife sat down and crossed her arms and began to think rather bitterly. For without any dream of such a possibility, she was jealous sometimes of her own child. Presently the farmer rushed back again, triumphant with a new idea. His eyes were sparkling, and his step full of spring, and a brisk smile shone upon his strong and ruddy face. "What a pair of stoops we must be to go on so," he cried, with a couple of bright guineas in his hand. "Mary hath not had a new frock even, going on now for a year and a half. Sophie, it is enough to turn a maid into thinking of any sort of mischief. Take you these and make everything right. I was saving them up for her birthday, but maybe another will turn up by that. My dear, you take them, and never be afeard. Stephen, you may leave them if you like. I shall not be in any haste to let them go. Either give them to the lass yourself, or leave it to me purely. She shall not have a sixpence, unless it is deserved." "Of course I'll leave it in your hands, wife. I never come between you and your children. But young folk go piping always after money now, and even our Mary might be turning sad without it." He hastened off again, without hearing any more, for he knew that some hours of strong labour were before him, and to meet them with a heavy heart would be almost a new thing for him. Some time ago he had begun to hold the plough of heaviness, through the difficult looseness of Willie's staple, and the sudden maritime slope of Jack. Yet he held on steadily through all this, with the strength of homely courage. But if in the pride of his heart, his Mary, he should find no better than a crooked furrow, then truly the labour of his latter days would be the dull round of a mill-horse. Now Mary, in total ignorance of that counsel held concerning her, and even of her mother's bad suspicions, chanced to come in at the front porch door soon after her father set off to his meadows, by way of the backyard. Having been hard at work among her flowers, she was come to get a cupful of milk for herself, and the cheery content and general goodwill encouraged by the gardener's gentle craft were smiling on her rosy lips and sparkling in her eyes. Her dress was as plain could be, a lavender twill cut and fitted by herself, and there was not an ornament about her that came from any other hand than nature's, but simple grace of movement and light elegance of figure, fair curves of gentle face and loving kindness of expression, gladdened with the hope of youth. What did these want with smart dresses, golden brooches, and 2 guineas? Her mother almost thought of this when she called Mary into the little parlour, and the 2 guineas lay upon the table. "Mary, can you spare a little time to talk with me? You seem wonderfully busy as usual." "Mother, will you never make allowance for my flowers? They depend upon the weather, and they must have things accordingly." "Very well. Let them think about what they want next, while you sit down a while and talk with me." The girl was vexed, for to listen to a lecture, already manifest in her mother's eyes, was a far less agreeable job than gardening, and the lecture would have done as well by candlelight, which seldom can be said of any gardening. However, she took off her hat and sat down, without the least sign of impatience, and without any token of guilt, as her mother saw, and yet stupidly proceeded just the same. "Mary," she began, with a gaze of stern discretion, which the girl met steadfastly and pleasantly, "you know that I am your own mother, and bound to look after you well, while you are so very young. For though you are sensible some ways, Mary, in years and in experience, what are you but a child? Of the traps of the world and the wickedness of people you can have no knowledge. You always think the best of everybody, which is a very proper thing to do, and what I have always brought you up to, and never would dream of discouraging. And with such examples as your father and your mother, you must be perverse to do otherwise. Still, it is my duty to warn you, Mary, and you are getting old enough to want it, that the world is not made up of fathers and mothers, brothers and sisters, and good uncles. There are always bad folk who go prowling about like wolves in, what is it? Sheep's clothing, the maiden suggested with a smile, and then dropped her eyes maliciously. How dare you be pert, miss, correcting your own mother? Do I ever catch you reading of your Bible? But you seem to know so much about it, perhaps you have met some of them. How can I tell, mother, when you won't tell me? I tell you, indeed? It is your place to tell me, I think. And what is more, I insist at once upon knowing all about it. What makes you go on in the way that you are doing? Do you take me for a Dumbledore, you foolish child? On Tuesday afternoon I saw you sewing with a double thread. Your father had potato eyes upon his plate on Sunday, and which way did I see you trying to hang up a dish cover? But that is nothing. 50 things you go wandering about in, and always out on some pretence, as if the roof you were born under was not big enough for you. And then your eyes, I have seen your eyes flash up as if you were fighting, and the bosom of your Sunday frock was loose in church, 2 buttons. It was not hot at all to speak of, and there was a wasp next pew. All these things make me unhappy, Mary. My darling, tell me what it is. Mary listened with great amazement to this catalogue of crimes. At the time of their commission she had never even thought of them, although she was vexed with herself when she saw one eye, for in verity that was all, of a potato upon her father's plate. Now she blushed when she heard of the buttons of her frock, which was only done because of tightness, and showed how long she must have worn it. But as to the double thread, she was sure that nothing of that sort could have happened. Why, mother dear, she said quite softly, coming up in her coaxing way, which nobody could resist, because it was true and gentle lovingness. You know 100 times more than I do. I have never known of any of the sad mistakes you speak of, except about the potato eye, and then I had a round pointed knife. But I want to make no excuses, mother, and there is nothing the matter with me. Tell me what you mean about the wolves. My child, said her mother, whose face she was kissing, while they both went on with talking, it is no good trying to get over me. Either you have something on your mind, or you have not. Which is it? Mother, what can I have on my mind? I have never hurt anyone, and never mean to do it. Everyone is kind to me, and everybody likes me, and of course I like them all again. And I always have plenty to do, in and out, as you take very good care, dear mother. My father loves me, and so do you, a great deal more than I deserve, perhaps. I am happy in a Sunday frock that wants more stuff to button, and I have only one trouble in all the world. When I think of the other girls I see— Never mind them, my dear. What is your one trouble? Mother, as if you could help knowing. About my dear brother Jack, of course. Jack was so wonderfully good to me. I would walk on my hands and knees all the way to York to get a single glimpse of him. You would never get as far as the rickyard hedge. You children talk such nonsense. Jack ran away of his own free will, and out of downright contrariness. He has repented of it only once, I dare say, and that has been ever since he did it, and every time he thought of it. I wish he was home again with all my heart, for I cannot bear to lose my children, and Jack was as good a boy as need be when he got everything his own way. Mary, is that your only trouble? Stand where I can see you plainly, and tell me every word the truth. Put your hair back from your eyes now, like the catechism. If I were saying 50 catechisms, what more could I do than speak the truth? Mary asked this with some little vexation, while she stood up proudly before her mother and clasped her hands behind her back. I have told you everything I know, except one little thing, which I am not sure about. What little thing, if you please? And how can you help being sure about it, positive as you are about everything? Mother, I mean that I have not been sure whether I ought to tell you, and I meant to tell my father first, when there could be no mischief. Mary, I can scarcely believe my ears. To tell your father before your mother, and not even him until nothing could be done to stop it, which you call mischief? I insist upon knowing at once what it is. I have felt that you were hiding something. How very unlike you. How unlike a child of mine. You need not disturb yourself, mother dear. It is nothing of any importance to me, though to other people it might be, and that is the reason why I kept it to myself. Oh, we shall come to something by and by. One would really think you were older than your mother. Now, miss, if you please, let us judge of your discretion. What is it that you have been hiding so long? Mary's face grew crimson now, but with anger rather than with shame. She had never thought twice about Robin Lyth with anything warmer than pity, but this was the very way to drive her into dwelling in a mischievous manner upon him. What I have been hiding, she said most distinctly, and steadfastly looking at her mother, is only that I have had 2 talks with the great free trader, Robin Lyth. That arrant smuggler, that leader of all outlaws, you have been meeting him on the sly? Certainly not, but I met him once by chance, and then as a matter of business. I was forced to meet him again, dear mother. These things are too much for me, Mrs. Anerley said decisively. When matters have come to such a pass, I must beg your dear father to see to them. Very well, mother. I would rather have it so. May I go now and make an end of my gardening? Certainly. As soon as you have made an end of me, as you must quite have laid your plans to do. I have seen too much to be astonished any more, but to think that a child of mine, my one and only daughter, who looks as if butter wouldn't melt in her mouth, should be hand and glove with the wickedest smuggler of the age, the rogue everybody shoots at, but cannot hit him, because he was born to be hanged. The by-name, the by-word, the by-blow, Robin Lyth. Mrs. Anerley covered her face with both hands. How would you like your own second cousin, said Mary, plucking up her spirit, your own second cousin, Mistress Cockscroft, to hear you speak so of the man that supports them at the risk of his life, every hour of it? He may be doing wrong, it is not for me to say, but he does it very well, and he does it nobly. And what did you show me in your drawer, dear mother? And what did you wear when that very cruel man, Captain Carroway, came here to dine on Sunday? You wicked, undutiful child! Go away! I wish to have nothing more to say to you. No, I will not go away, cried Mary, with her resolute spirit in her eyes and brow. When false and cruel charges are brought against me, I have the right to speak, and I will use it. I am not hand and glove with Robin Lyth, or any other Robin. I think a little more of myself than that. If I have done any wrong, I will meet it, and be sorry, and submit to any punishment. I ought to have told you before, perhaps. That is the worst you can say of it. But I never attached much importance to it. And when a man is hunted so, was I to join his enemies? I have only seen him twice, the first time by purest accident, and the second time to give him back a piece of his own property. and I took my brother with me, but he ran away as usual. Of course, everyone to blame but you, miss. However, we shall see what your father has to say. You have very nearly taken all my breath away, but I shall expect the whole sky to tumble in upon us if Captain Anerley approves of Robin Lyth as a sweetheart for his daughter. I never thought of Captain Lyth, and Captain Lyth never thought of me. But I can tell you one thing, mother. If you wanted to make me think of him, you could not do it better than by speaking so unjustly. After that, perhaps you will go back to your flowers. I have heard that they grow very fine ones in Holland. Perhaps you have got some smuggled tulips, my dear. Mary did not condescend to answer, but said to herself, as she went to work again, tulips in August. That is like the rest of it. However, I am not going to be put out when I feel that I have not done a single bit of harm. And she tried to be happy with her flowers, but could not enter into them as before. Mistress Anerley was as good as her word at the very first opportunity. Her husband returned from the clover stack, tired and hungry, and angry with a man who had taken too much beer and ran at him with a pitchfork. Angry also with his own son, Willie, for not being anywhere in the way to help. He did not complain, and his wife knew at once that he ought to have done so, to obtain relief. She perceived that her own discourse about their daughter was still on his mind, and would require working off before any more was said about it, and she felt as sure as if she saw it, that in his severity against poor Willie, for not doing things that were beneath him, her master would take Mary's folly as a joke, and fall upon her brother, who was so much older, for not going on to protect and guide her. So she kept till after supper time her mouthful of bad tidings. And when the farmer heard it all, as he did before going to sleep that night, he had smoked 3 pipes of tobacco and was calm. He had sipped, for once in a way, a little Hollands, and was hopeful. And though he said nothing about it, he felt that without any order of his, or so much as the faintest desire to be told of it, neither of these petty comforts would bear to be rudely examined of its duty. He hoped for the best, and he believed the best, and if the king was cheated, why, his loyal subject was the same, and the women were their masters. Have no fear, he muttered back through the closing gate of sleep. Mary knows her business, and he buzzed it off into a snore. In the morning, however, he took a stronger and more serious view of the case, pronouncing that Mary was only a young lass, and no one could ever tell about young lasses, and he quite fell into his wife's suggestion that the maid could be spared till harvest time, of which, even with the best of weather, there was little chance now for another 6 weeks, the season being late and backward. So it was resolved between them both that the girl should go on the following day for a visit to her uncle Popplewell, some miles the other side of Filey. No invitation was required, for Mr. and Mrs. Popplewell, a snug and comfortable pair, were only too glad to have their niece, and had often wanted to have her altogether, but the farmer would never hear of that. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Henry. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Caught at last. While these little things were doing thus, the coast, from the mouth of the Tees to that of Humber, and even the inland parts, were in a great stir of talk and work about events impending. It must not be thought that Flamborough, although it was Robin's dwelling-place, so far as he had any, was the principal scene of his operations, or the stronghold of his enterprise. On the contrary, his liking was for quiet coves near Scarborough, or even to the north of Whitby, when the wind and tide were suitable. And for this there were many reasons, which are not of any moment now. One of them showed fine feeling and much delicacy on his part. He knew that Flamborough was a place of extraordinary honesty, where every one of his buttons had been safe, and would have been so forever, and strictly as he believed in the virtue of his own free importation, it was impossible for him not to learn that certain people thought otherwise, or acted as if they did so. From the troubles which such doubts might cause, he strove to keep the natives free. Flamburians scarcely understood this largeness of goodwill to them. Their instincts told them that free trade was every Briton's privilege, and they had the finest set of donkeys on the coast for landing it. But none the more did any of them care to make any movement toward it. They were satisfied with their own old way, to cast the net their father cast, and bait the hook as it was baited on their good grandfather's thumb. Yet even Flamborough knew that now a mighty enterprise was in hand. It was said, without any contradiction, that young Captain Robin had laid a wager of 100 guineas with the worshipful Mayor of Scarborough and the Commandant of the castle, that before the new moon he would land on Yorkshire coast without firing pistol or drawing steel, free goods to the value of £2,000, and carry them inland safely, and Flamborough believed that he would do it. Dr. Upround's house stood well, as rectories generally contrive to do. No place in Flamborough parish could hope to swindle the wind of its vested right, or to embezzle much treasure of the sun. But the parsonage made a good effort to do both, and sometimes for 3 days together got the credit of succeeding. And the dwellers therein, who felt the edge of the difference outside their own walls, not only said, but thoroughly believed, that they lived in a little Goshen. For the house was well settled in a wrinkle of the hill expanding southward and encouraging the noon. From the windows a pleasant glimpse might be obtained of the broad and tranquil anchorage, peopled with white or black, according as the sails went up or down, for the rectory stood to the southward of the point, as the rest of Flamborough surely must have stood if built by any other race than armadillos. But to see all those vessels, and be sure what they were doing, the proper place was a little snug gazebo, chosen and made by the doctor himself, near the crest of the gully he inhabited. Here, upon a genial summer day, when it came as it sometimes dared to do, was the finest little nook upon the Yorkshire coast for watching what Virgil calls the sail-winged sea. Not that a man could see round the head, unless his own were gifted with very crooked eyes, but without doing that, which would only have disturbed the tranquillity of his prospect, there was plenty to engage him in the peaceful spread of comparatively waveless waters. Here might he see long vessels rolling, not with great misery, but just enough to make him feel happy in the firmness of his bench, and little jolly boats it was more jolly to be out of, and faraway heads giving genial bobs, and sea legs straddled in predicaments desirable rather for study than for practice. All was highly picturesque and nice, and charming for the critic who had never got to do it. "Now, Papa, you must come this very moment," cried Miss Janetta Upround, the daughter of the house, and indeed the only daughter, with a gush of excitement, rushing into the study of this deeply read divine. "There is something doing that I cannot understand. You must bring up the spyglass at once and explain. I am sure that there is something very wrong." "In the parish, my dear?" the rector asked, with a feeble attempt at malice, for he did not want to be disturbed just now, and for weeks he had tried, with very poor success, to make Janetta useful, for she had no gift in that way. "No, not in the parish at all, Papa, unless it runs out under water, as I am certain it ought to do, and make every one of those ships pay tithe. If the law was worth anything, they would have to do it. They get all the good out of our situation, and they save whole thousands of pounds at a time, and they never pay a penny, nor even hoist a flag, unless the day is fine and the flag wants drying. But come along, Papa, now. I really cannot wait, and they will have done it all without us. Janetta, take the glass and get the focus. I will come presently, in about 2 minutes, by the time that you are ready. Very well, Papa. It is very good of you. I see quite clearly what you want to do, and I hope you will do it. But you promise not to play another game now? My dear, I will promise that with pleasure. Only do, please, be off about your business. The rector was a most inveterate and insatiable chess player. In the household, rather than by it, he was, as a matter of lofty belief, supposed to be deeply engaged with theology, or magisterial questions of almost equal depth, or, to put it at the lowest, parochial affairs, the while he was solidly and seriously engaged in getting up the sound defence to some continental gambit, and this not only to satisfy himself upon some point of theory, but from a nearer and dearer point of view, for he never did like to be beaten. At present he was labouring to discover the proper defence to a new and slashing form of the Allgaier gambit, by means of which Robin Lyth had won every game in which he had the move upon their last encounter. The great free trader, while a boy, had shown an especial aptitude for chess, and even as a child he had seemed to know the men when first, by some accident, he saw them. The rector being struck by this exception to the ways of childhood, whose manner it is to take chessmen for dollies, or roll them about like ninepins, at once included in the education of Izunsabi, which he took upon himself, a course of elemental doctrine in the one true game, and the boy fought his way up at such a pace that he jumped from odds of queen and rook to pawn and 2 moves in less than 2 years, and now he could almost give odds to his tutor, though he never presumed to offer them, and trading as he did with enlightened merchants of large continental seaports who had plenty of time on their hands and played well, he imported new openings of a dash and freedom which swallowed the ground up under the feet of the steady-going players who had never seen a book upon their favourite subject. Of course, it was competent to all these to decline such fiery onslaught, but chivalry and the true love of analysis, which without may none play chess, compelled the acceptance of the challenge, even with a trembling forecast of the taste of dust. "Never mind," said Dr. Upround, as he rose and stretched himself, a good straight man of 80 years, with silver hair that shone like silk. "It has not come to me yet, but it must, with a little more perseverance. At Cambridge I beat everybody, and who is this uncircumcised, at least, I beg his pardon, for I did myself baptize him, but who is Robin Lyth, to mate his pastor and his master? All these gambits are like a night attack. If once met properly and expelled, you are in the very heart of the enemy's camp. He has left his own watchfires to rush at yours. The next game I play, I shall be sure to beat him." Fully convinced of this great truth, he took a strong oak staff and hastened to obey his daughter. Miss Janetta Upround had not only learned by nature, but also had been carefully taught by her parents, and by everyone, how to get her own way always, and to be thanked for taking it. But she had such a happy nature, full of kindness and goodwill, that other people's wishes always seemed to flow into her own, instead of being swept aside. Over her father, her government was in no sort constitutional, nor even a quiet despotism sweetened with liberal illusions, but as pure a piece of autocracy as the continent could itself contain in the time of this first Napoleon. "Papa, what a time you have been, to be sure!" she exclaimed, as the doctor came gradually up, probing his way in perfect leisure, and fragrant still of that gambit. "One would think that your parish was on dry land altogether, while the better half of it, as they call themselves, though the women are in righteousness the better half, 100-fold. My dear, do try to talk with some little sense of arithmetic, if no other. 100-fold, the half, would be the unit multiplied by 50, not to mention that there can be no better half. Yes, there can, Papa, ever so many, and you may see one in Mamma every day. Now you put one eye to this glass, and the half is better than the whole. With both you see nothing. With one you see better, 50 times better, than with both before. Don't talk of arithmetic after that. It is algebra now, and quod demonstrandum. To reason with the less worthy gender is degeneration of reason. What would they have said in the Senate House, Janetta? However, I will obey your orders. What am I to look at? A tall and very extraordinary man, striking his arms out thus and thus. I never saw anyone looking so excited, and he flourishes a long sword now and again, as if he would like to cut everybody's head off. There he has been going from ship to ship for an hour or more, with a long white boat, and a lot of men jumping after him. Everyone seems to be scared of him, and he stumps along the deck just as if he were on springs, and one spring longer than the other. You see that heavy brig outside the rest, painted with 10 portholes? Well, she began to make sail and run away, but he fired a gun, quite a real cannon, and she had to come back again and drop her colours. Oh, is it some very great admiral, Papa? Perhaps Lord Nelson himself. I would go and be seasick for 3 days to see Lord Nelson. Papa, it must be Lord Nelson. My dear, Lord Nelson is a little short man with a very brisk walk, and one arm gone. Now, let me see who this can be. Whereabout is he now, Janetta? Do you see that clumsy-looking schooner, Papa, just behind a pilot boat? He is just in front of her foremast, making such a fuss. What eyes you have got, my child. You see better without the glass than I do with it. Oh, now I have him. Why, I might have guessed. Of course, it is that very active man and vigilant officer, Lieutenant Carroway. Captain Carroway from Bridlington, Papa? Why, what can he be doing with such authority? I have often heard of him, but I thought he was only a coastguard. He is, as you say, showing great authority, and I fear using very bad language, for which he is quite celebrated. However, the telescope refuses to repeat it, for which it is much to be commended. But every allowance must be made for a man who has to deal with a wholly uncultivated race, and not of natural piety like ours. Well, Papa, I doubt if ours have too much, though you always make the best of them. But let me look again, please, and do tell me what he can be doing there. You know that the revenue officers must take the law into their own hands sometimes. There have lately been certain rumours of some contraband proceedings on the Yorkshire coast, not in Flamborough parish, of course, and perhaps, probably I may say, a long way off. Papa dear, will you never confess that free trade prevails and flourishes greatly, even under your own dear nose? Facts do not warrant me in any such assertion. If the fact were so, it must have been brought officially before me. I decline to listen to uncharitable rumours. But, however that matter may be, there are officers on the spot to deal with it. My commission as a Justice of the Peace gives me no cognizance of offences, if such there are, upon the high seas. Ah, you see something particular. My dear, what is it? Captain Carroway has found something, or somebody, of great importance. He has got a man by the collar, and he is absolutely dancing with delight. Ah, there he goes, dragging him along the deck, as if he were a codfish or a conger. And now, I declare, he is lashing his arms and legs with a great thick rope. Papa, is that legal, without even a warrant? I can hardly say how far his powers may extend, and he is just the man to extend them farther. I only hope not to be involved in the matter. Maritime law is not my province. But, Papa, it is much within 3 miles of the shore. if that has got anything to do with it. My goodness me, they are all coming here. I am almost sure that they will apply to you. Yes, 2 boatloads of people racing to get their oars out and to be here first. Where are your spectacles, dear papa? You had better go and get up the law before they come. You will scarcely have time, they are coming so fast. A white boat and a black boat. The prisoner is in the white boat, and the officer has got him by the collar still. The men in the white boat will want to commit him, and the men in the black boat are his friends, no doubt, coming for a habeas corpus. My dear, what nonsense you do talk. What has a simple justice of the peace? Never mind that, papa. My facts are sound, sounder than yours about smuggling, I fear. But do hurry in and get up the law. I will go and lock both gates to give you more time. Do nothing of the kind, Janetta. A magistrate should be accessible always. And how can I get up the law without knowing what it is to be about, or even a clerk to help me? And perhaps they are not coming here at all. They may be only landing their prisoner. If that were it, they would not be coming so, but rowing towards the proper place, Bridlington Quay, where their station house is. Papa, you are in for it, and I am getting eager. May I come and hear all about it? I should be a great support to you, you know, and they would tell the truth so much better. Janetta, what are you dreaming of? It may even be a case of secrecy. Secrecy, papa? With 2 boatloads of men and about 30 ships involved in it? Oh, do let me hear all about it. Whatever it may be, your presence is not required, and would be improper, unless I should happen to want a book, and in that case I might ring for you. Oh, do, papa, do. No one else can ever find them. Promise me now that you will want a book. If I am not there, there will be no justice done. I wish you severely to reprimand, whatever the facts of the case may be, and even to punish, if you can, that tall, lame, violent, ferocious man for dragging the poor fellow about like that, and cutting him with ropes, when completely needless, and when he was quite at his mercy. It is my opinion that the other man does not deserve one bit of it, and whatever the law may be, papa, your duty is to strain it benevolently, and question every syllable upon the stronger side. Perhaps I had better resign, my dear, upon condition that you shall be appointed in the stead of me. It might be a popular measure, and would secure universal justice. Papa, I would do justice to myself, which is a thing you never do. But here they are landing, and they hoist him out as if he were a sack, or a thing without a joint. They could scarcely be harder with a man compelled to be hanged tomorrow morning. Condemned is what you mean, Janetta. You will never understand the use of words. What a nice magistrate you would make. There can be no more correct expression. Would a man be hanged if he were not compelled? Papa, you say the most illegal things sometimes. Now please to go in and get up your legal points. Let me go and meet those people for you. I will keep them waiting till you are quite ready. My dear, you will go to your room and try to learn a little patience. You begin to be too pat with your own opinions, which in a young lady is ungraceful. There, you need not cry, my darling, because your opinions are always sensible, and I value them very highly. But still you must bear in mind that you are but a girl. And behave accordingly, as they say. Nobody can do more so. But though I am only a girl, papa, can you put your hand upon a better one? Certainly not, my dear. For going downhill, I can always depend on you. Suiting the action to the word, Dr. Upround, whose feet were a little touched with gout, came down from his outlook to his kitchen garden, and thence through the shrubbery, back to his own study, where, with a little sigh, he put away his chessmen, and heartily hoped that it might not be his favourite adversary who was coming before him to be sent to jail. For although the good rector had a warm regard, and even affection, for Robin Lyth as a waif cast into his care, and then a pupil wonderfully apt, which breeds love in the teacher, and after that a most gallant and highly distinguished young parishioner, With all this, it was a difficulty for him to be ignorant that the law was adverse. More than once he had striven hard to lead the youth into some better path of life, and had even induced him to follow the sea for a short time in the merchant service. But the force of nature and of circumstances had very soon prevailed again, and Robin returned to his old pursuits with larger experience, and seamanship improved. A violent ringing at the gate bell, followed by equal urgency upon the front door, apprised the kind magistrate of a sharp call upon his faculties, and perhaps a most unpleasant one. "The poor boy," he said to himself. "Poor boy. From Carroway's excitement, I greatly fear that it is indeed poor Robin. How many a grand game have we had! His new variety of that fine gambit scarcely beginning to be analysed. And if I commit him to the meeting next week, when shall we ever meet again? It will seem as if I did it because he won 3 games, and I certainly was a little vexed with him. However, I must be stern, stern, stern. Show them in, Betsy. I am quite prepared." A noise, and a sound of strong language in the hall, and a dragging of something on the oilcloth, led up to the entry of a dozen rough men, pushed on by at least another dozen. "You will have the manners to take off your hats," said the magistrate with all his dignity, "not from any undue deference to me, but common respect to his Majesty." "Off with your covers, you sons of—" something, shouted a loud voice, and then the lieutenant, with his blade still drawn, stood before them. "Sheathe your sword, sir," said Dr. Upround, in a voice which amazed the officer. "I beg your worship's pardon," he began, with his grim face flushing purple, but his sword laid where it should have been. "But if you knew half of the worry I have had, you would not care to rebuke me. Cadman, have you got him by the neck? Keep your knuckles into him while I make my deposition. Cast that man free. I receive no depositions with a man half strangled before me." The men of the coastguard glanced at their commander, and receiving a surly nod, obeyed. But the prisoner could not stand as yet. He gasped for breath, and someone set him on a chair. "Your worship, this is a mere matter of form," said Carroway, still keeping eyes on his prey. "If I had my own way, I would not trouble you at all, and I believe it to be quite needless, for this man is an outlaw felon, and not entitled to any grace of law, but I must obey my orders." "Certainly you must, Lieutenant Carroway, even though you are better acquainted with the law. You are ready to be sworn. Take this book and follow me." This being done, the worthy magistrate prepared to write down what the gallant officer might say, which in brief came to this, that, having orders to seize Robin Lyth, wherever he might find him, and having sure knowledge that said Robin was on board of a certain schooner vessel, the Elizabeth of Goyle, the which he had laden with goods liable to duty, he, Charles Carroway, had gently laid hands on him, and brought him to the nearest justice of the peace, to obtain an order of commitment. All this, at 50 times the length here given, Lieutenant Carroway deposed on oath, while his worship, for want of a clerk, set it down in his own very neat handwriting. But several very coolly-looking men, who could scarcely be taught to keep silence, observed that the magistrate smiled once or twice, and this made them wait a bit and wink at one another. "Very clear indeed, Lieutenant Carroway," said Dr. Upround, with spectacles on nose. "Good sir, have the kindness to sign your deposition. It may become my duty to commit the prisoner, upon identification. Of that I must have evidence, confirmatory evidence. But first we will hear what he has to say. Robin Lyth, stand forward."
"Me no Robin Lyth, sir. No Robin, man or woman," cried the captive, trying very hard to stand. "Me only a poor Français. Make liberty to what you call row, swim, sail, from la belle France. For why? For why, there is no import to nobody.
Your worship, he is always going on about imports, Cadman said respectfully. That is enough to show who he is. You may trust me to know him, cried Lieutenant Carroway. My fine fellow, no more of that stuff. He can pass himself off for any countryman whatever. He knows all their jabbers, sir, better than his own. Put a cork between his teeth, Hackerbuddy. I never did see such a noisy rogue. He is Robin Lyth all over.
I'll be blessed if he is, nor under neither, cried the biggest of the Coley men. This here froggy come out of a chastened Mary as had run up from Dunkirk. I know Robin Lyth as well as our own figurehead, but what good to try reason with that there revenue officer?
At this, all his friends set a good laugh up, and wanted to give him a cheer for such a speech, but that being hushed, they were satisfied with condemning his organs of sight and their own quite fairly. Lieutenant Carroway, his worship said, amidst an impressive silence, I greatly fear that you have allowed zeal, my dear sir, to outrun discretion. Robin Lyth is a young, and in many ways highly respected, parishioner of mine. He may have been guilty of casual breaches of the law concerning importation, laws which fluctuate from year to year and require deep knowledge of legislation both to observe and to administer. I heartily trust that you may not suffer from having discharged your duty in a manner most truly exemplary, if only the example had been the right one. This gentleman is no more Robin Lyth than I am. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Danforth, Springfield, Missouri. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 16. Discipline Asserted. As soon as his troublesome visitors were gone, the rector sat down in his deep armchair, laid aside his spectacles, and began to think. His face, while he thought, lost more and more of the calm and cheerful expression which made it so pleasant a face to gaze upon, and he sighed without knowing it at some dark ideas, and gave a little shake of his grand old head. The revenue officer had called his favorite pupil and cleverest parishioner a felon outlaw, and if that were so, Robin Lyth was no less than a convicted criminal, and must not be admitted within his doors. Formerly, the regular penalty for illicit importation had been the forfeiture of the goods when caught, and the smugglers, unless they made resistance or carried firearms, were allowed to escape and retrieve their bad luck, which they very soon contrived to do. And as yet, upon this part of the coast, they had not been guilty of atrocious crimes, such as the smugglers of Sussex and Hampshire, who must have been utter fiends, committed, thereby raising all the land against them. Dr. Upround had heard of no proclamation, exaction, or even capias issued against this young free trader, and he knew well enough that the worst offenders were not the bold seamen who contracted for the run, nor the people of the coast who were hired for the carriage, but the rich indwellers, who provided all the money and received the lion's share of the profits. And with these the law never even tried to deal. However, the magistrate parson resolved that, in spite of all the interest of tutorship and chess play, and even the influences of his wife and daughter, who were hearty admirers of brave smuggling, he must either reform this young man or compel him to keep at a distance, which would be very sad. Meanwhile, the lieutenant had departed in a fury which seemed to be incapable of growing any worse. Never an oath did he utter all the way to the landing where his boat was left, and his men, who knew how much that meant, were afraid to do more than just wink at one another. Even the sailors of the collier schooner forbore to cheer him until he was afloat, when they gave him 3 fine rounds of mock cheers, to which the poor Frenchman contributed a shriek. For this man had been most inhospitably treated, through his strange but undeniable likeness to a perfidious Briton. "Home!" cried the officer, glowering at those fellows, while his men held their oars and were ready to rush at them. "Home with a will! Give way, men!" And not another word he spoke till they touched the steps at Bridlington. Then he fixed stern eyes upon Cadman, who vainly strove to meet them, and he said, "Come to me in 1 hour and a half." Cadman touched his hat without an answer, saw to the boat, and then went home along the quay. Carroway, though of a violent temper, especially when laughed at, was not of that steadfast and sedentary wrath which chews the cud of grievances and feeds upon it in a shady place. He had a good wife, though a little over-clean, and 7 fine appetited children who gave him the greatest pleasure in providing victuals. Also, he had his pipe and his quiet corners, sacred to the atmosphere and private thoughts of Carroway. And here he would often be ambitious even now, perceiving no good reason why he might not yet command a line of battleship, and run up his own flag and nobly tread his own lofty quarter-deck. If so, he would have Mrs. Carroway on board, and not only on the boards, but at them, so that a challenge should be issued every day for any other ship in all the service to display white so wholly spotless and black so void of streakiness. And while he was dwelling upon personal matters, which after all concerned the nation most, he had tried very hard to discover any reason, putting paltry luck aside, why Horatio Nelson should be a lord, and what more to the purpose, an admiral, while Charles Carroway, his old shipmate and in every way superior, who could eat him at a mouthful, if only he were good enough, should be no more than a longshore lieutenant and a Jonathan Wild of the revenue. However, as for envying Nelson, the Lord knew that he would not give his little Geraldine's worst frock for all the fellow's grand coat of arms, and freedom in a snuff-box, and golden shields and devices, this, that, and the other, with bona robus to support them. To this conclusion he was fairly come, after a good meal, and with the second glass of the finest Jamaica pineapple rum, which he drank from pure principle because it was not smuggled, steaming and scenting the blue curls of his pipe, when his admirable wife came in to say that on no account would she interrupt him. "My dear, I am busy, and I'm very glad to hear it. Pish, where have I put all those accounts?" "Charles, you're not doing any accounts. When you have done your pipe and glass, I wish to say a quiet word or two. I'm sure that there is not a woman in 1,000. "Matilda, I know it, nor 1 in 50,000. "You're very good at figures. Will you take the sheet away with you? 8 o'clock will be quite time enough for it." "My dear, I am always too pleased to do whatever I can to help you. But I must talk to you now. Really, I must say a few words about something, tired as you may be, Charles, and well deserving of a little good sleep, which you never seem to be able to manage in bed. You told me, you know, that you expected Cadman, that surly, dirty fellow, who delights to spoil my stones, and would like nothing better than to take the pattern out of our drawing-room Kidderminster. Now, I have a reason for saying something, Charles. Will you listen to me once, just once?" "I never do anything else," said the husband with justice, "and meaning no mischief." "Ah, how very seldom you hear me talk, and when I do I might just as well address the winds. But for once, my dear, attend, I do implore you. That surly, burly Cadman will be here directly, and I know that you are much put out with him. Now I tell you he is dangerous, savagely dangerous. I can see it in his unhealthy skin. Oh, Charles, where have you put down your pipe? I cleaned that shelf this very morning. How little I thought when I promised to be yours that you would ever knock out your ashes like that. But do bear in mind, dear, whatever you do, if anything happened to you, whatever would become of all of us? All your sweet children and your faithful wife. I declare you have made 2 great rings with your tumbler upon the new cover of the table. Matilda, that has been done ever so long, but I am almost certain this tumbler leaks. So you always say, just as if I would allow it. You never think of simply wiping the rim every time you use it. When I put you a saucer for your glass, you forget it. There was never such a man, I do believe. I shall have to stop the rum and water altogether. No, I'll do anything you like. I'll have a tumbler made with a saucer to it. I'll buy a piece of oilcloth the size of a foretopsail. Charles, no nonsense, if you please. As if I were ever unreasonable. But your quickness of temper is such that I dread what you may say to that cabman. Remember what opportunities he has, dear. He might shoot you in the dark any night, my darling, and put it upon the smugglers. I entreat you not to irritate the man and make him your enemy. He is so spiteful, and I should be in terror the whole night long. Matilda, in the house you may command me as you please, even in my own cuddy here. But as regards my duty, you know well that I permit no interference, and I should have expected you to have more sense. A pretty officer I would be if I were afraid of my own men. When a man is to blame, I tell him so, in good round language, and I shall do so now. This man is greatly to blame, and I doubt whether to consider him a fool or a rogue. If it were not that he has 7 children, as we have, I would discharge him this very night. Charles, I'm very sorry for his 7 children, but our place is to think of our own 7 first. I beg you, I implore you to discharge the man, for he has not the courage to harm you, I believe, except with the cowardly advantage he has got. Now promise me either to say nothing to him or to discharge him and be done with him. Matilda, of such things you know nothing, and I cannot allow you to say any more. Very well, I know my duty. I shall sit up and pray every dark night you are out, and the whole place will go to the dogs, of course. Of the smugglers I am not afraid one bit, nor of any honest fighting such as you're used to. But, oh, my dear Charles, the very bravest man can do nothing against base treachery. To dream of such things shows a bad imagination, Carroway answered sternly. But seeing his wife's eyes fill with tears, he took her hand gently and begged her pardon, and promised to be very careful. I am the last man to be rash, he said, after getting so many more kicks than coppers. I never had a fellow under my command who would lift a finger to harm me, and you must remember, my dear Tilly, that I command Englishmen, not Lascars. With this she was forced to be content to the best of her ability. And Geraldine ran bouncing in from school to fill her father's pipe for him, so that by the time John Cadman came, his commander had almost forgotten the wrath created by the failure of the morning. But unluckily, Cadman had not forgotten the words and the look he received before his comrades. "Here I am, sir, to give an account of myself," he said, in an insolent tone, having taken much liquor to brace him for the meeting. "Is it your pleasure to say what you mean?" "Yes, but not here. You will follow me to the station." The lieutenant took his favorite staff and set forth, while his wife, from the little window, watched him with a very anxious gaze. She saw her husband stride in front with the long, rough gait she knew so well, and the swinging of his arms, which always showed his temper was not in his best condition. And behind him Cadman slouched along, with his shoulders up and his red hands clenched. And the poor wife sadly went back to work, for her life was a truly anxious one. The station, as it was rather grandly called, was a hut, about the size of a 4-post bed, upon the low cliff, undermined by the sea, and even then threatened to be swept away. Here was a tall flagstaff for signals, and a place for a beacon light when needed, and a bench with a rest for a spyglass. In the hut itself were signal flags, and a few spare muskets and a keg of bullets, with maps and codes hung round the wall, and flint and tinder, and a good many pipes and odds and ends on ledges. Carroway was very proud of this place, and kept the key strictly in his own pocket, and very seldom allowed a man to pass through the narrow doorway. But he liked to sit inside, and see them looking desirous to come in. "Stand there, Cadman," he said, as soon as he had settled himself in the one hard chair, and the man, though thoroughly primed for revolt, obeyed the old habit and stood outside. "Once more you have misled me, Cadman, and abused my confidence. More than that, you have made me a common laughing-stock for scores of fools, and even for a learned gentleman, magistrate of divinity. I was not content with your information until you confirmed it by letters you produced from men well known to you, as you said, and even from the inland trader who had contracted for the venture. The schooner Elizabeth of Goyle, disguised as a collier, was to bring to with Robin Lyth on board of her, and the goods in her hold under covering of coal, and to run the goods to the South Flamborough landing this very night. I have searched the Elizabeth from stem to stern, and the craft brought up alongside of her, and all I have found is a wretched Frenchman who skulked so that I made sure of him, and not a blessed anchor of foreign brandy, nor even a 40-pound bag of tea. You had that packet of letters in your necktie. Hand them to me this moment. If your honor has made up your mind to think that a sailor of the Royal Navy— Cadman, none of that. No lickspittle lies to me. Those letters that I may establish them. You shall have them back if they are right, and I will pay you a half-crown for the loan. If I was to leave they letters in your hand, I could never hold head up in Burlington no more. That's no concern of mine. Your duty is to hold up your head with me and those who find you in bread and butter. Precious little butter I ever gets, and very little bread to speak of. The folk that does the work gets nothing. Them that does nothing gets the name and game. Fellow, no reasoning but obey me, Carroway shouted, with his temper rising. Hand over those letters or you leave the service. How can I give away another man's property? As he said these words, the man folded his arms as who should say, that is all you get out of me. Is that the way you speak to your commanding officer? Who owns those letters, then, according to your ideas? Butcher Hewson, and he says you shall have them as soon as he sees the money for his little bill. This was a trifle too much for Carroway. Up he jumped with surprising speed, took one stride through the station door, and seizing Cadman by the collar, shook him, wrung his ear with his left hand, which was like a pair of pincers, and then with the other flung him backward as if he were an empty bag. The fellow was too much amazed to strike or close with him, or even swear, but received the vehement impact without any stay behind him, so that he staggered back, hat downward, and striking one heel on a stone, fell over the brink of the shallow cliff to the sand below. The lieutenant, who never had thought of this, was terribly scared, and his wrath turned cold. For although the fall was of no great depth, and the ground at the bottom so soft, if the poor man had struck it pole foremost as he fell, it was likely that his neck was broken. Without any thought of his crippled heel, Carroway took the jump himself. As soon as he recovered from the jar, which shook his stiff joints and stiffer back, he ran to the coast guardsman and raised him, and found him very much inclined to swear. That was a good sign, and the officer was thankful, and raised him in the gravelly sand, and kindly requested him to have it out and to thank the Lord as soon as he felt better. But Cadman, although he very soon came round, abstained from every token of gratitude. Falling with his mouth wide open in surprise, He had filled it with gravel of inferior taste, as a tidy sewer pipe ran out just there, and at every execration he discharged a little. "What can be done with a fellow so ungrateful?" cried the lieutenant, standing stiffly up again. "Nothing but to let him come back to his manners." "Hark you, John Cadman, between your bad words. If a glass of hot grog will restore your right wits, you can come up and have it when your clothes are brushed." With these words Carroway strode off to his cottage, without even deigning to look back. For a minute had been enough to show him that no serious harm was done. The other man did not stir until his officer was out of sight. Then he rose and rubbed himself, but he did not care to go for his rummer of hot grog. "I must work this off," the lieutenant said, as soon as he had told his wife and received his scolding. "I cannot sit down. I must do something. My mind is becoming too much for me, I fear. Can you expect me to be laughed at? I shall take a little sail in the boat. The wind suits, and I have a particular reason. Expect me, my dear, when you see me." In half an hour the largest boat, which carried a brass swivel gun in her bows, was stretching gracefully across the bay with her 3 white sails flashing back the sunset. The lieutenant steered, and he had 4 men with him, of whom Cadman was not one, that worthy being left at home to nurse his bruises and his dudgeon. These 4 men now were quite marvellously civil, having heard of their comrade's plight, and being pleased alike with that and with their commander's prowess. For Cadman was by no means popular among them, because, though his pay was the same as theirs, he always tried to be looked up to, the while his manners were not distinguished and scarcely could be called polite, when a supper required to be paid for. In derision of this, and of his desire for mastery, they had taken to calling him Boatswain Jack, or John Boatswain, and provoked him by a subscription to present him with a pig whistle. For these were men who liked well enough to receive hard words from their betters, who were masters of their business, but saw neither virtue nor value in submitting to superior airs from their equals. The Royal George, as this boat was called, passed through the fleet of quiet vessels, some of which trembled for a second visitation. But not deigning to molest them, she stood on, and rounding Flamborough Head, passed by the pillar rocks named King and Queen, and bore up for the North Landing Cove. Here sail was taken in, and oars were manned, and Carroway ordered his men to pull in to the entrance of each of the well-known caves. To enter these, when any swell is running, requires great care and experience, and the Royal George had too much beam to do it comfortably, even in the best of weather. And now what the sailors call a chopping sea had set in with the turn of the tide, although the wind was still offshore, so that even to lie in at the mouth made rather a ticklish job of it. The men looked at one another and did not like it, for a badly handled oar would have cast them on the rocks, which are villainously hard and jagged, and would stave in the toughest boat, like biscuit china. However, they durst not say that they feared it, and by skill and steadiness they examined all 3 caves quite enough to be certain that no boat was in them. The largest of the 3, and perhaps the finest, was the one they first came to, which already was beginning to be called the Cave of Robin Lyth. The dome was very high, and sheds down light when the gleam of the sea strikes inward. From the gloomy mouth of it, as far as they could venture, the lapping of the wavelets could be heard all around it, without a boat or even a balk of wood to break it. Then they tried echo, whose clear answer hesitates where any soft material is. But the shout rang only of hard rock and glassy water. To make assurance doubly sure, they lit a blue light and sent it floating through the depths, while they held their position with 2 boat hooks and a fender. The cavern was lit up with a very fine effect, but not a soul inside of it to animate the scene. And to tell the truth, the bold invaders were by no means grieved at this, for if there had been smugglers there, it would have been hard to tackle them. Hauling off safely, which was worse than running in, they pulled across the narrow cove and, rounding the little headland, examined the church cave and the dovecote likewise, and with a like result. Then, heartily tired and well content with having done all that a man could do, they set sail again in the dusk of the night, and forged their way against a strong ebb tide toward the softer waters of Bridlington, and the warmer comfort of their humble homes. End of chapter 16. Recording by Lynn Danforth, Springfield, Missouri.
Chapter 17 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 17. Delicate Inquiries. A genuine summer day pays a visit nearly once in the season to Flamborough, and when it does come, it has a wonderful effect. Often the sun shines brightly there, and often their air broods hot with thunder, but the sun owes its brightness to sweep of the wind, which sweeps away his warmth as well, while, on the other hand, the thunderclouds, like heavy smoke capping the headland, may oppress the air with heat, but are not of sweet summer's beauty. For once, however, the fine day came, and the natives made haste to revile it. Before it was 3 hours old they had found 150 faults with it. Most of the men truly wanted a good sleep after being lively all the night upon the waves, and the heat and the yellow light came in upon their eyes, and set the flies buzzing all about them. And even the women who had slept out their time and talked quietly like the clock ticking, were vexed with the sun, which kept their kettles from good boiling and wrote upon their faces the years of their life. But each made allowance for her neighbor's appearance on the strength of the troubles she had been through. For the matter of that, the sun cared not the selvage of a shadow that was thought of him, but went his bright way with a scattering of clouds and a tossing of vapors anywhere. Upon the few fishermen who gave up hope of sleep, and came to stand dazed in their doorways, the glare of white walls and chalky stones and dusty roads produced the same effect as if they had put on their father's goggles. Therefore they yawned their way back to their room and poked up the fire, without which at Flamborough no hot weather would be half hot enough. The children, however, were wide awake, and so were the washerwomen, whose turn it had been to sleep last night for the labors of the morning. These were plying hand and tongue in a little field by the 3 crossroads, where gaffers and gammers of bygone time had set up troughs of proven wood, and the bilge of long storm-beaten boat near a pool of softish water. Stout brown arms were roped with curd, and wedding rings looked slippery things, and thumb-nails bordered with inveterate black, like broad beans ripe for planting, shone through a hubbub of snowy froth, while sluicing and wringing and rinsing went on over the bubbled and lathery turf, and every handy bush or stub and every tump of wiry grass was sheeted with white like a ship in full sail and shining in the sun-glare. From time to time these active women glanced back at their cottages to see that the hearth was still alive, or at their little daughters squatting under the low wall which kept them from the road, where they had got all the babies to nurse, and their toes and other members to compare, and dandelion chains to make. But from their washing ground the women could not see the hill that brings to the bottom of the village the crooked road from Sewerby. Down that hill came a horseman slowly, with nobody to notice him, though himself on the watch for everybody. And there, in the bottom below at the first cottage, he allowed his horse to turn aside and cool hot feet and leathery lips in a brown pool spread by the Providence for the comfort of way-worn roadsters. The horse looked as if he had labored far, while his rider was calmly resting, for the cross-felled sutures of his flank were crusted with grey perspiration, and runnels of his shoulders were dabbled, and now it behooved him to be careful how he sucked the earthy flavoured water, so as to keep time with the heaving of his barrel. In a word, he was drinking as if he would burst, as his hostler at home often told him, but the clever old roadster knew better than that, and timing it well between snorts and coughs was tightening his girths with deep pleasure. "Enough, my friend, is as good as a feast," said his rider to him gently yet strongly, pulling up the far-stretched head, "and too much is worse than a famine." The horse, though he did not belong to this gentleman, was hired by him only yesterday, had already discovered, with him on his back, his own judgment must lie dormant, so that he quietly whisked his tail and glanced with regret at the waist of his drip, and then, with a roundabout step to prolong the pleasure of this little wade, sadly but steadily out he walked, and after the necessary shake began his first invasion of the village. His rider said nothing, but kept a sharp lookout. Now this was Master Geoffrey Mordax, of the ancient city of York, a general factor and land agent. What a general factor is or is not, none but himself can pretend to say, even in these days of definition, and far less in times when thought was loose, and perhaps Mr. Mordax would rather have it so, but anyone who paid him well could trust him, according to the ancient state of things. To look at him, nobody would even dare to think that money could be a consideration to him, or the name of it other than an insult. So lofty and steadfast his whole appearance was, and he put back his shoulders so manfully, upright, stiff, and well appointed, with a Roman nose. He rode with the seat of a soldier and the decision of a tax collector. From his long steel spurs to his hard-coned hat not a soft line was there, nor a feeble curve. Stern honesty and strict purpose stamped every open piece of him so strictly that a man in a hedgerow fostering devious principles and resolved to try them could do no more than run away and be thankful for the chance of it. But in those rough and dangerous times when thousands of people were starving, the view of a pistol butt went further than the sternest aspect of strong eyes. Geoffrey Mordax well knew this, and did not neglect his knowledge. The brown walnut stock of a heavy pistol shone above either holster, and a cavalry sword in a leathern scabbard hung within easy reach of hand. Altogether this gentleman seemed not one to be rashly attacked by daylight. No man had ever dreamed as yet of coming to this outlandish place for pleasure of the prospect, so that when his lonely rider was descried from the washing field over the low wall of the lane, the women made up their minds at once that it must be a justice of the peace, or some great rider of the revenue, on his way to see Mr. Upanddown, or at the least a high constable concerned with some great sheep-stealing. Not that any such crime was known in the village itself of Flamborough, which confined its operations to the sea, but in the outer world of land that malady was rife just now, and a Flamborough man, too fond of mutton, had farmed some sheep on the downs, and lost them, which was considered a judgment on him for wilfully quitting ancestral ways. But instead of turning the corner where the rector was trying to grow some trees, the stranger kept on along the rugged highway, and between the straggling cottages, so that the women rinsed their arms and turned round to take a good look at him, over the brambles and furze, and the wall of chalky flint and rubble. "This is just what I wanted," thought Geoffrey Mordax. "Skill makes luck, and I am always lucky. Now, first of all, to recruit the inner man." At this time, Mrs. Theophilia Precious, generally called Tapsy, the widow of a man who had been lost at sea, kept the cod with a hook in his gills, the only hostelry in Flamborough village, although there was another toward the landing. The cod had been painted from life or death by a clever old fisherman who understood him, and he looked so firm and stiff and hard that a healthy man with purse enough to tire of butcher's meat might grow an appetite by gazing. Mr. Mordax pulled up and fixed steadfast eyes upon this noble fish, and while a score of sharp eyes from the green and white meadow were fixed steadfastly on him, "How he shines with salt water! How firm he looks, and his gills as bright as a rose in June. I have never yet tasted a cod at first hand. It is early in the day, but the air is hungry. My expenses are paid, and I mean to live well, for a strong mind will be required. I will have a cut out of that fish to begin with." Inditing of this, and of matters even better, the rider turned into the yard of the inn, where an old boat, as usual, stood for a horse trough, and sea-tubs served as buckets. Strong sunshine glared upon the oversaling tiles, and white buckled walls and cracky lintels, but nothing showed life, except an old yellow cat and a pair of house martins, who had scarcely time to breathe. Such a number of little heads flipped out with a white flap under the beak of each, demanding momentous victualling. At these the yellow cat winked with dreamy joyfulness, well aware how fat they would be when they came to tumble out. "What a place of vile laziness," grumbled Mr. Mordox as he got off his horse after vainly shouting, "Hostler!" and led him to the byre which did duty for a stable. "York is a lazy hole enough, but the further you go from it, the lazier they get. No energy, no movement, no ambition anywhere. What a country! What a people! I shall have to go back and enlist the washerwomen." A Yorkshire man might have answered this complaint if he thought it deserving of an answer, by requesting Master Mordox not to be so over-quick, but to bide a wee bit longer before he made so sure of the vast superiority of his own wit, for the long heads might prove better than the sharp ones in the end of it. However, the general factor thought that he could not have come to a better place to get all that he wanted out of everybody. He put away his saddle and the saddlebags and sword in a rough old sea-chest with a padlock to it, and having a sprinkle of chaff at the bottom. Then he calmly took the key as if the place were his, gave his horse a rackful of long-cut grass, and presented himself with a lordly aspect at the front door of the silent inn. Here he made noise enough to stir the dead, and at the conclusion of a reasonable time, during which he had finished a pleasant dream to the simmering of the kitchen pot, the landlady showed herself in the distance, feeling for her keys with one hand and rubbing her eyes with the other. This was the head woman of the village, but seldom tyrannical, unless ill-treated, Widow Precious, tall and square, and of no mean capacity. "Young man," with a deep voice she said, "what is that you doing with all the clatter?" "Alas, my dear madam, I am not a young man, and therefore time is more precious to me. I have lived out half my allotted span, and shall never complete it unless I get food." "The life of mon is a hurry," replied Widow Precious with slow truth. "Young man, what'll ye have?" "Dinner, madam, dinner at the earliest moment. I have ridden far, and my back is sore, and my substance is calling for renewal." "Ate. That's what all the menkins. Would ye ma come in, and crack of it?" "Madam, you are most hospitable, and the place altogether seems to be of that description. What a beautiful room! May I sit down? I perceive a fine smell of most delicate soup. Ah, you know how to do things at Flamborough." "Young man, ye can hae none in yon party. Yon's for mysel' and the childer." "My excellent hostess, mistake me not. I do not aspire to such lofty potluck. I simply refer to it as proof of your admirable culinary powers." "Yon's big words. What'll ye have to eat?" "A fish like that upon your signpost, madam, or at least the upper half of him, and 3 dozen oysters just out of the sea, swimming in their own juice with lovely melted butter." "Young mon, hast thou gotten the brass? Them at 8 offens forgets the reckoning." "Yes, madam, I have the needful in abundance. Esse signum, which is Latin, madam, for the stamps of the king upon 20 guineas. 1 to be deposited in your fair hand for a taste, for a sniff, madam, such as I had of your pot." "Nah, no tokens till I earned them. What would you wasn't be atin' with a boilet?" The general factor, perceiving his way, was steadfast to the shoulder cut of a decent cod, and though the full season was scarcely yet come, Mrs. Precious knew where to find one. Oysters there were none, but she gave him boiled limpets, and he thought it the manner of the place that made them tough. After these things he had a duck of the noblest and best that live anywhere in England. Such ducks were then, and perhaps are still, the most remarkable residents of Flamborough, not only because the air is fine, and the puddles and the dabblings of extraordinary merit, and the wind fluffs up their pretty feathers while alive, as the eloquent poulterer by and by will do, but because they have really distinguished birth, an adventurous, chivalrous, and bright blue Norman blood. To such purpose do the gay young Vikings of the world of quack pour in, when the weather and the time of year invite, equipped with red boots and plumes of purple velvet to enchant the coy lady ducks in soft water, and eclipse the familiar and too legal drake. For a while they revel in the change of scene, the luxury of unsalted mud and scarcely rippled water, and the sweetness and culture of tame dilly ducks, to whom their brilliant bravery as well as an air of romance and billowy peril commends them too seductively. The responsible sire of the pond is grieved, sinks his unappreciated bill into his back, and vainly reflects upon the vanity of love. From a loftier point of view, however, this is a fine provision, and Mr. Mordox always took a lofty view of everything. "A beautiful duck, ma'am, a very grand duck." In his usual loud and masterful tone he exclaimed to Widow Precious, "I understand your question now as to my ability to pay for him. Madam, he is worth a man's last shilling. A goose is a smaller and a coarser bird. In what manner do you get them?" "They gets their own selves with the will of the Lord. What will your worship be for eating come after?" "None of your puddings and pies, if you please, nor your excellent jellies and custards. A red Dutch cheese with a pat of fresh butter and another imperial pint of ale." "Now yon is what I call a man," thought Mrs. Precious, having neither pie nor pudding, as Master Mordox was well aware. "Aisy to please, and I knoweth what I wants. I might have been born in Flamborough and my bed for a week if I had the tokens." Mr. Mordox felt that he had made his footings, but he was not the man to abide for a week where a day would suit his purpose. His rule was never to beat about the bush when he could break through it, and he thought that he saw his way to do so now. Having finished his meal, he set down his knife with a bang, sat upright in the oaken chair, and gazed in a bold yet pleasant manner at the sturdy hostess. "You are wondering what has brought me here. That I will tell you in a very few words. Whatever I do is straightforward, madam, and all the world may know it. That has been my character throughout life, and in that respect I differ from the great bulk of mankind. You Flamborough folk, however, are much of the very same nature as I am. We ought to get on well together. Times are very bad indeed. I could put a good trifle of money in your way, but you tell the truth without it, which is very, very noble. Yet people with a family have duties to discharge to them, and most sacrifice their feelings to affection. 50 guineas is a tidy little figure, ma'am. With a famine growing in the land, no parent should turn his honest back upon 50 guineas, and to get the gold and do good at the same time is a very rare chance indeed." This speech was too much for Widow Precious to carry to her settled judgment and get verdict in her breath. She liked it on a whole, but yet there might be many things upon the other side, so she did what Flamborough generally does when desirous to consider things as it generally is. That is to say, she stood with her feet well apart, and her arms akimbo, and her head thrown back to give the hinder part a rest, and no sign of speculation in her eyes, although they certainly were not dull. When these good people are in this frame of mind and body, it is hard to say whether they look more wise or foolish. Mr. Mordox, impatient as he was, even after so fine a dinner, was not far from catching the infection of slow thought, which spreads itself as pleasantly as that of slow discourse. "You are heeding me, madam. You have quick wits," he said without any sarcasm, for she rescued the time from waste by affording a study of the deepest wisdom. "You are wondering how the money is to come, and whether it brings any risk with it. No, Mistress Precious, not a particle of risk. A little honest speaking is the one thing needed. The money cometh scores of times more freely for a wrong-doing. Your observation, madam, shows a deep acquaintance with the human race. Too often the money does come so, and thus it becomes mere mammon. On such occasions we should wash our hands and not forget the charities. But the beauty of money fairly come by is that we can keep it all, to do good in getting it and do good with it, and to feel ourselves better in every way, and our dear children happier. This is the true way of considering the question. I saw some pretty little dears peeping in, and wanted to give them a token or two, for I do love superior children. But you call them away, madam. You are too stern. Widow Precious had plenty of sharp sense to tell her that her children were by no means pretty dears to anybody but herself, and to herself only when in a very soft state of mind. At other times they were but 3 goo-mouthed lasses and 2 looby loons with teeth enough for crunching up the dripping pan. "Your worship speaketh fair," she said. "Almost too fair, I'm doubting. Would you say what the manning is, and what name goeth pledge for the 50 pound, sir?" "Mistress Precious, my meaning always is plainer than a pikestaff. And as to pledges, the pledge is the hard cash down upon the nail, madam." "Bank tokens, mayhap, and a promisee to pay, with the sign of the dragon and a woman among sheeps." "Madam, a bag of solid gold that can be weighed and counted, 50 new guineas from the mint of King George, in a waterproof bag just fit to be buried at the foot of a tree, or well under the thatch, or sewn up in the sacking of your bedstead, ma'am. Ah, pretty dreams, but pretty dreams, with a virtuous knowledge of having done the right. Shall we say it is a bargain, ma'am, and wetted with a glass at my expense of the crystal spring that comes under the sea?" "No, sir, no, not till I know what. I never traffics with the devil, sir. There were a chap of Flamborough, deed—" "My good madam, I cannot stop all the day. I have far to ride before nightfall. All that I want is simply this, and having gone so far I must tell you all or make an enemy of you. I want to match this, and I have reason to believe that it can be matched in Flamborough. Produce me the fellow, and I pay you 50 guineas. With these words Mr. Mordax took from an inner pocket a little pill-box, and thence produced a globe, or rather an oblate spheroid, of bright gold, rather larger than a musket-ball, but fluted or crenelled like a poppy-head, and stamped or embossed with marks like letters. Widow Precious looked down at it as if to think what an extraordinary thing it was, but truly to hide from the stranger her surprise at the sudden recognition. For Robin Lyth was a foremost favourite of hers, and most useful to her vocation, and neither 50 guineas nor 500 should lead her to do him an injury. At a glance she had known that this bead must belong to the set from which Robin's earrings came, and perhaps it was her conscience which helped her to suspect that a trap was being laid for the free trade hero. To recover herself and have time to think as well as for closer discretion, she invited Master Mordax to the choice guest-chamber. "Sit ye down hereabout," she said, opening a solid door into the inner room. "Never gain no fear at all a cracking o' the settees. Fair and fairer noo they be, though skitterish of their looks, sir. Sit ye down, your worship. 50 pounds deserveth a good room, without ony logs o' enemies." "What a beautiful room!" exclaimed Mr. Mordax. "I never should have thought of finding art and taste of such degree in a little place like Flamborough. Why, madam, you must have inherited it direct from the Danes themselves." "No, sir, no. I fetched it all up fra the back of the say of the Cobbils. Book folk tuneth no heed to what we do." "Well, it is worth a great deal of heed. Lovely patterns of seaweed on the floor. No carpet can compare with them. Shelves of, I am sure I don't know, fished up from the deep, no doubt, and shells innumerable, and stones that glitter, and fish like glass, and tufts like lace, and birds with the most wonderful things in their mouths. Mistress Precious, you are too bad. The whole of it ought to go to London, where they make collections. Ah, sir, how ye be laughing at me! But purty ma be said of 'em without only these. The landlady smiled as she set for him a chair, toward which he trod gingerly, and picking every step for his own sake as well as of the garniture. For the black oak floor was so oiled and polished, to set off the pattern of the sea-flowers on it, which really were laid with no mean taste and no small sense of colour, that for slippery boots there was some peril. "This is a sacred as well as beautiful place," said Mr. Mordax. "I may finish my words with safety here. Madam, I commend your prudence as well as your excellent skill and industry. I should like to bring my daughter Arabella here. What a lesson she would gain for tapestry. But now again for business. What do you say? Unless I am mistaken, you have some knowledge of the matter depending on this bauble. You must not suppose that I came to you at random. No, madam, no. I have heard far away of your great intelligence, caution, and skill, and influence in this important town. Mistress Precious is the mayor of Flamborough, was said to me only last Saturday. If you would study the wise people there, hang up your hat in her noble hostelry. Madam, I have taken that advice, and heartily rejoice at doing so. I am a man of few words, very few words, as you must have seen already, but of the strictest straightforwardness in deeds. And now again, what do you say, madam?" "Your worship has left me with noughts to say. Your worship has said the mooth all yoursel." "Now, Mistress Precious, truly that is a little too bad of you. It is out of my power to help admiring things which are utterly beyond me to describe, and a dinner of such cooking may enlarge the tongue, after all the fine things it has been rolling in. But business is my motto, in the fewest words that may be. You know what I want. You will keep it to yourself. Otherwise, other people might demand the money. Through very simple channels you will find out whether the fellow thing to this can be found here or elsewhere, and if so, who has got it, and how it was come by, and everything else that can be learned about it. And when you know all, you just make a mark on this piece of paper, ready folded and addressed, and then you will seal it and give it to the man who calls for the letters nearly twice a week. And when I get that, I come and eat another duck, and have oysters with my codfish, which today we could not have except in the form of mussels, ma'am." "No, not a mussel. They was all good feathers." "Well, madam, they may have been unknown animals, but good they were, and as fresh as the day. Now, you will remember that my desire is to do good. I have nothing to do with the revenue, nor the magistrates, nor his majesty. I shall not even go to your parson, who is the chief authority, I am told, for I wish this matter to be kept quiet, and beside the law altogether. The whole credit of it shall belong to you, and a truly good action you will have performed, and done a little good for your own good self. As for this trinket, I do not leave it with you, but I leave you this model in wax, ma'am, made by my daughter, who is very clever. From this you can judge quite as well as from the other. If there are any more of these things in Flamborough, as I have strong reason to believe, you will know best where to find them, and I need not tell you that they are almost certain to be in the possession of a woman, and you skilfully inquire without even letting them suspect it. Now I shall just stretch my legs a little and look at your noble prospect. and in 3 hours' time a little more refreshment, and then, Mistress Precious, you see the last of your obedient servant until you demand from him 50 gold guineas. After seeing to his horse again, he set forth for a stroll, in the course of which he met with Dr. Upround and his daughter. The rector looked hard at this distinguished stranger, as if he desired to know his name and expected to be accosted by him, while quick Miss Janetta glanced with undisguised suspicion and asked her father, so that Mr. Mordax overheard it, what business such a man could have, and what could he come spying after in their quiet parish. The general factor raised his hat and passed on with a tranquil smile, taking the crooked path which leads along and around the cliffs, by way of the lighthouse from the north to the southern landing. The present lighthouse was not yet built, but an old round tower, which still exists, had long been used as a signal station, for semaphore by day and at night for beacon, in the times of war and tumult, and most people called it the Monument. The station was now of very small importance, and sometimes did nothing for a year together, but still it was very good and useful, because it enabled an ancient tar whose feet had been carried away by a cannon-ball to draw a little money once a month, and to think himself still a fine British bulwark. In the summer-time this hero always slung his hammock here, with plenty of wind to rock him off to sleep. But in winter King Aeolus himself could not have borne it. Monument Joe, as almost everybody called him, was a queer old character of days gone by. Sturdy and silent, but as honest as the sun, he made his rounds as regularly as the great orb, and with equally beneficent object. For twice a day he stumped to fetch his beer from Widow Precious, and the third time to get his little pannikin of grog. And now the time was growing for that last important duty, when a stranger stood before him with a crown apiece in his hand. "Now don't get up, Captain, don't disturb yourself," said Mr. Mordax graciously. "Your country has claimed your activity, I see, and I hope it makes amends to you. At the same time, I know that it very seldom does. Accept this little tribute from the admiration of a friend." Old Joe took the silver piece and rung it on his tin tobacco box, then stowed it inside and said, "Come on, what do you want of me?" "Your manners, my good sir, are scarcely on a par with your merits. I bribe no man. It is the last thing I would ever dream of doing. But whenever a question of memory arises, I have often observed a great failure of that power without, if you will excuse the expression, the administration of a little grease." "Smuggling? What about smuggling?" Old Joe shut his mouth sternly, for he hated and scorned the coastguards whose wages were shamefully above his own, and who had the impudence to order him for signals, while, on the other hand, he found free trade a policy liberal and enlightening and inspiring. "No, Captain, no, not a syllable of that. You have been in this place about 16 years. If you had only been here 4 years more, your evidence would have settled all I want to know. But no wreck can take place, of course, without your knowledge." "None of that. Believe one have. There's a twist of the tide here, but what good to tell you landlubbers?" "You are right. I should never understand such things, but I find them wonderfully interesting. You are not a native of this place, and knew nothing of Flamborough before you came here?" Monument Joe gave a grunt at this and a long squirt of tobacco juice. "And don't want," he said. "Of course you are superior, in every way superior. You find these people rough, and far inferior in manners. But either, my good friend, you will reopen your tobacco box, or else you will answer me a few short questions, which trespass in no way upon your duty to the king or his loyal smugglers." Old Joe looked up with weather-beaten eyes and saw that he had no fool to deal with in spite of all the soft palaver. The intensity of Mr. Mordax's eyes made him blink and mutter a bad word or two, but remain pretty much at his service. And the last intention he could entertain was that of restoring this fine crown-piece. "Spake on, sir," he said, "and I will spake accordin'." "Very good. I shall give you very little trouble. I wish to know whether there was any wreck here, kept quiet perhaps, but still some ship lost, about 3 or 4 years before you came to this station. It does not matter what ship, any ship at all, which may have gone down without any fuss at all. You know of none such? Very well, you were not here, and the people of this place are wonderfully close. But a veteran of the Royal Navy should know how to deal with them. Make your inquiries without seeming to inquire. The question is altogether private and cannot in any way bring you into trouble. Whereas, if you find out anything, you will be a made man and live like a gentleman. You hate the lawyers? All the honest seamen do. I am not a lawyer, and my object is to fire a broadside into them. Accept this guinea, and if it would suit you to have one every week for the rest of your life, I will pledge you my word for it, paid in advance if you only find out for me one little fact, of which I have no doubt whatever, that a merchant ship was cast away near this head about 19 years agone. That ancient sailor was accustomed to surprises, but this, as he said when he came to think of it, made a clean sweep of him, fore and aft. Nevertheless, he had the presence of mind required for pocketing the guinea, which was too good for his tobacco-box, and as one thing at a time was quite enough upon his mind, he probed away slowly to be sure there was no hole. Then he got up from his squatting form, with the usual activity of those who are supposed to have none left, and touched his brown hat, standing cleverly. "What be I to do for all this?" he asked. "Nothing more than what I have told you. To find out slowly and without saying why, in the way you sailors know how to do, whether such a thing came to pass as I suppose. You must not be stopped by the lies of anybody. Of course they will deny it if they got some of the wrecking, or it is just possible that no one even heard of it, and yet there may be some traces. Put 2 and 2 together, my good friend, and you have the very best chance of doing, and soon you may put 2 to that in your pocket, and 20 and 100, and as much as you can hold. When shall I see your good honour again, to score a long run and come to a reckoning? Master Joseph, work a wary course. Your rating for life will depend upon that. You may come to this address if you have anything important. Otherwise you shall soon hear of me again. Goodbye. End of chapter 17. Recording by Keith Salas. Chapter 18 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 18. Goyle Bay. While all the world was at cross purposes thus, Mr. Jellicorse, uneasy at some rumours he had heard, Captain Carroway splitting his poor heel with indignation at the craftiness of free traders, Farmer Anerley vexed at being put upon by people without any daughter to console him or catch shrimps, Master Mordox pursuing a noble game, strictly above board as usual, Robin Lyth troubled in his largest principles of revolt against revenue by a nasty little pain that kept going to his heart, with an emptiness there as for another heart. And last, and perhaps of all most important, the rector perpetually pining for his game of chess, and utterly discontented with the frigid embraces of analysis. Where was the best and most simple and least selfish of the whole lot? Mary Anerley. Mary was in a good place, as even she was worthy of. a place not by any means so snug and favored by nature as Anerley Farm, but pretty well sheltered by large trees of a strong and hardy order, and the comfortable ways of good old folk who needed no labor to live by spread a happy leisure and a gentle ease upon everything under their roof-tree. There was no necessity for getting up until the sun encouraged it, and the time for going to bed depended upon the time of sleepiness. Old Johnny Popplewell, as everybody called him, without any protest on his part, had made a good pocket by the tanning business, and having no children to bring up to it, and only his wife to depend upon him, had sold the goodwill, the yard, and the stock as soon as he had turned his 60th year. "I have worked hard all my life," he said, "and I mean to rest for the rest of it." At first he was heartily miserable, and wandered about with a vacant look, having only himself to look after, and he tried to find a hole in his bargain with the man who enjoyed all the smells that he was accustomed to, and might even be heard through a gap in the fence rating the men as old Johnny used to do, at the same time of day and for the same neglect, and almost in the self-same words which the old owner used, but stronger. Instead of being happy, Master Popplewell lost more flesh in a month than he used to lay on in the most prosperous year, and he owed it to his wife, no doubt, as generally happens, that he was not speedily gathered to the bosom of the hospitable Simon of Joppa. For Mrs. Popplewell said, "Go away, Johnny. Go away from this village, smell new smells, and never see a hide without a walking thing inside of it. Seaweed smells almost as nice as tan, though of course it is not so wholesome." The tanner obeyed and bought a snug little place about 10 miles from the old premises, which he called, at the suggestion of the parson, Biersa Cottage. Here was Mary, as blithe as a lark, and as petted as a robin redbreast, by no means pining or even hankering for any other robin. She was not the girl to give her heart before it was even asked for, and hitherto she regarded the smuggler with pity more than admiration, for in many points she was like her father, whom she loved foremost of the world, and Master Anerley was a law-abiding man, like every other true Englishman. Her uncle Popplewell was also such, but exerted his principles less strictly. Moreover, he was greatly under influence of wife, which happens more freely to a man without children, the which are a source of contradiction, and Mistress Popplewell was a most thorough and conscientious free trader. Now Mary was from childhood so accustomed to the sea, and the relish of salt breezes, and the racy dance of little waves that crowded on one another, and the tidal delivery of delightful rubbish, that to fail of seeing the many works and plays and constant variants of her never-wearying or weary friend was more than she could long put up with. She called upon Lord Keppel almost every day, having brought him from home for the good of his health, to gird up his loins, or rather get his belly-girths on, and come along the sands with her, and dig into new places. But he, though delighted for a while with Brisa's stable, and the social charms of Master Popplewell's old cob, and a rick of fine tan-colored clover, hay, and bean halum, when the novelty of these delights was past, he pined for his home, and the split in his crib, and the knot of hardwood he had polished with his neck, and even the little dog that snapped at him. He did not care for retired people, as he said to the cob every evening. He liked to see farm work going on, or at any rate to hear all about it, and to listen to horses who had worked hard, and could scarcely speak for chewing about the great quantity they had turned of earth, and how they had answered very bad words with a bow. In short, to put it in the mildest terms, Lord Keppel was giving himself great airs, unworthy of his age, ungrateful to a degree, and ungraceful, as the cob said repeatedly, considering how he was fed and bedded, and not a thing left undone for him. But his arrogance soon had to pay its own costs, for away to the right of Biersa Cottage, as you look down the hollow from the ground toward the sea, a ridge of high scrubby land runs up to a forefront of bold cliff, indented with a dark and narrow bay. Goyle Bay, as it is called, or sometimes Basin Bay, is a lonely and rugged place, and even dangerous for unwary visitors, for at low spring tides a deep hollow is left dry, rather more than 1/4 of a mile across, strewn with kelp and oozy stones, among which may often be found pretty shells, weeds richly tinted and of subtle workmanship, stars and flowers and love-knots of the sea, and sometimes carnelians and crystals. But anybody making a collection here should be able to keep one eye upward and one down, or else in his pocket to have 2 things, a good watch and a trusty tide table. John and Deborah Popplewell were accustomed to water and small supplies, such as that of a well or a roadside pond, or their own old noble tan pits. But to understand the sea it was too late in life, though it pleased them, and gave them fine appetites now to go down when it was perfectly calm, and a sailor assured them that the tide was mild. But even at such seasons they preferred to keep their distance, and called out frequently to one another. They looked upon their niece, from all she had told them, as a creature almost amphibious, but still they were often uneasy about her, and would gladly have kept her well inland. She, however, laughed at any such idea, and their discipline was to let her have her own way. But now a thing happened which proved forever how much better the old heads are than young ones. For Mary, being tired of the quiet places and the strands where she knew every pebble, resolved to explore Goyle Bay at last, and she chose the worst possible time for it. The weather had been very fine and gentle, and the sea delightfully plausible, without a wave, tide after tide, bigger than the furrow of a 2-horse plough, and the maid began to believe at last that there were never any storms just here. She had heard of the pretty things in Goyle Bay, which was difficult of access from the land, but she resolved to take opportunity of tide, and thus circumvent the position. She would rather have done it afoot, but her uncle and aunt made a point of her riding to the shore, regarding the pony as a safe companion, and sure refuge from the waves. And so, upon the morning of St. Michael, she compelled Lord Keppel, with an adverse mind, to turn a headland they had never turned before. The tide was far out and ebbing still, but the wind had shifted, and was blowing from the east rather stiffly, and with increasing force. Mary knew that the strong equinoctial tides were running at their height, but she had timed her visit carefully, as she thought, with no less than an hour and a half to spare, and even without any thought of tide she was bound to be back in less time than that, for her uncle had been most particular to warn her to come home without fail at 1 o'clock, when the sacred goose to which he always paid his duties would be on the table, and if anything marred his serenity of mind it was to have dinner kept waiting. Without any misgivings she rowed into Basin Bay, keeping within the black barrier of rocks, outside of which wet sands were shining. She saw that these rocks, like the bar of a river, crossed the inlet of the cove, but she had not been told of their peculiar frame and upshot, which made them so treacherous a rampart. At the mouth of the bay they formed a level crescent, as even as a set of good teeth against the sea, with a slope of sand running up to their outer front, but a deep and long pit inside of them. This pit drained itself very nearly dry when the sea went away from it, through some stony tubes which only worked one way by the closure of their mouths when the tide returned, so that the volume of the deep sometimes, with the tide and wind behind it, leapt over the brim into the pit, with tenfold the roar and thousandfold the power, and scarcely less than the speed of a lion. Mary Anerley thought what a lovely place it was, so deep and secluded from anybody's sight, and full of bright wet colors. Her pony refused, with his usual wisdom, to be dragged to the bottom of the hole, but she made him come further down than he thought just, and pegged him by the bridle there. He looked at her sadly, and with half of mind to expostulate more forcibly, but getting no glimpse of the sea where he stood, he thought it as well to put up with it, and presently he snorted out a tribe of little creatures, which puzzled him and took up his attention. Meanwhile, Mary was not only puzzled, but delighted beyond description. She never yet had come upon such treasures of the sea, and she scarcely knew what to lay hands upon first. She wanted the weeds of such wonderful forms, and colors yet more exquisite, and she wanted the shells of such delicate fabric that fairies must have made them, and 1,000 other little things that had no names. And then she seemed almost of all to want the pebbles, for the light came through them in stripes and patterns, and many of them looked like downright jewels. She had brought a great bag of strong canvas, luckily, and with both hands she set to fill it. So busy was the girl with the vast delight of sanguine acquisition, this for her father and that for her mother, and so much for everybody she could think of, that time had no time to be counted at all, but flew by with feathers unheeded. The mutter of the sea became a roar, and the breeze waxed into a heavy gale, and spray began to sputter through the air like suds. But Mary saw the rampart of rocks before her, and thought that she could easily get back around the point, and her taste began continually to grow more choice, so that she spent as much time in discarding the rubbish which at first she had prized so highly as she did in collecting the real rarities, which she was learning to distinguish. But unluckily the sea made no allowance for this. For just as Mary, with her bag quite full, was stooping with a long stretch to get something more, a thing that perhaps was the very best of all, and therefore had got into a corner, there fell upon her back quite a solid lump of wave, as a horse gets to the bottom of the bucket cast at him. This made her look up, not a minute too soon, and even then she was not at all aware of danger, but took it for a notice to be moving, and she thought more of shaking that salt water from her dress than running away from the rest of it. But soon as she began to look about in earnest, sweeping back her salted hair, she saw enough of peril to turn pale the roses and strike away the smile upon her very busy face. She was standing several yards below the level of the sea, and great surges were hurrying to swallow her. The hollow of the rocks received the first billow with a thump and a slush, and a rush of pointed hillocks in a fury to find their way back again, which, failing, they spread into a long white pool, taking Mary above her pretty ankles. "Don't you think to frighten me," said Mary. "I know all your ways, and I mean to take my time." But even before she had finished her words, a great black wall doubled over at the top with whiteness that seemed to race along it like a fringe, hung above the rampart and leaped over, casting at Mary such a volley that she fell. This quenched her last audacity, although she was not hurt, and jumping up nimbly she made all haste through the rising water toward her pony. But as she would not forsake her bag, and the rocks became more and more slippery, towering higher and higher surges crashed in over the barrier, and swelled the yeasty turmoil which began to fill the basin, while a scurry of foam flew like pellets from the rampart, blinding even the very best young eyes. Mary began to lose some of her presence of mind and familiar approval of the sea. She could swim pretty well from her frequent bathing, but swimming would be of little service here. If once the great rollers came over the bar, which they threatened to do every moment, and when at length she found her way to the poor old pony, her danger and distress were multiplied. Lord Keppel was in a state of abject fear. Despair was knocking at his fine old heart. He was up to his knees in the loathsome brine already, and being so twisted up by his own exertions that to budge another inch was beyond him. He did what a horse is apt to do in such condition. He consoled himself with fatalism. He meant to expire, but before he did so he determined to make his mistress feel what she had done. Therefore, with a sad nudge of white old nose, he drew her attention to his last expression, sighed as plainly as a man could sigh, and fixed upon her meek eyes, telling volumes. I know it's all my fault," cried Mary, with the brine almost smothering her tears as she flung her arms around his neck. "But I never will do it again, my darling, and I never will run away and let you drown. Oh, if only I had a knife! I cannot even cast your bridle off. The tongue has stuck fast, and my hands are cramped. But, Keppel, I will stay, and be drowned with you." This resolve was quite unworthy of Mary's common sense, for how could her being drowned with Keppel help him? However, the mere conception showed a spirit of lofty order, though the body might object to be ordered under. Without any thought of all that, she stood resolute, tearful, and thoroughly wet through, while she hunted in her pocket for a penknife. The nature of all knives is not to be found, and Mary's knife was loyal to its kind. Then she tugged at her pony and pulled out his bit, and labored again at the obstinate strap, but nothing could be done with it. Keppel must be drowned, and he did not seem to care. But to think that the object of his birth was that, if the stupid little fellow would have only stepped forward, the hands of his mistress, though cramped and benumbed, might perhaps have unbuckled his stiff and sodden reins, or even undone their tangle. On the other hand, if he would have jerked with all his might, something or other must have given way. But stir he would not from one fatuous position, which kept all his headgear on the strain, but could not snap it. Mary even struck him with her heavy bag of stones to make him do something, but he only looked reproachful. "Was there ever such a stupid?" the poor girl cried, with the water rising almost to her waist, and the inner waves beginning to dash over her, while the outer billows threatened to rush in and crush them both. "But I will not abuse you any more, poor Keppel. What will dear father say? Oh, what will he think of it?" Then she burst into a fit of sobs and leaned against the pony to support her from a rushing wave which took her breath away, and she thought that she would never try to look up any more, but shut her eyes to all the rest of it. But suddenly she heard a loud shout and a splash, and found herself caught up and carried like an infant. "Lie still. Never mind the pony. What is he? I will go for him afterward. You first of all the world, my Mary." She tried to speak, but not a word would come, and that was all the better. She was carried quick as might be through a whirl of tossing waters, and gently laid upon a pile of kelp. And then Robin Lyth said, "You're quite safe here, for at least another hour. I will go and get your pony." "No, you will be knocked to pieces," she cried, for the pony in the drift and scud could scarcely be seen but for his helpless struggles. But the young man was halfway toward him while she spoke, and she knelt upon the kelp and clasped her hands. Now Robin was at home in a matter such as this. He had landed many kegs in a sea as strong or stronger, and he knew how to deal with the horses in a surf. There still was a break of almost a fathom in the level of the inner and outer waves, for the basin was so large that it could not fill at once. And so long as this lasted, every roller must comb over at the entrance, and mainly spend itself. "At least 5 minutes to spare," he shouted back, "and there is no such thing as any danger." But the girl did not believe him. Rapidly and skilfully he made his way, meeting the larger waves sideways and rising at their onset until he was obliged to swim at last, where the little horse was swimming desperately. The leather, still jammed in some crevice at the bottom, was jerking his poor chin downward. His eyes were screwed up like a newborn kitten's, and his dainty nose looked like a jellyfish. He thought how sad it was that he should ever die like this, after all the good works of his life, the people he had carried and the chase that he had drawn, and all his kindness to mankind. Then he turned his head away to receive the stroke of grace which the next wave would administer. No, he was free. He could turn his honest tail on the sea, which he always had detested so. He could toss up his nose and blow the filthy salt out, and sputter back his scorn while he made off for his life. So intent was he on this that he never looked twice to make out who his benefactor was, but gave him just a taste of his hind foot on the elbow in the scuffle of his hurry to be round about and off. "Such is gratitude," the smuggler cried, but a clot of salt water flipped into his mouth and closed all cynical outlet. Bearing up against the waves, he stowed his long knife away and then struck off for the shore with might and main. Here Mary ran into the water to meet him, shivering as she was with fright and cold, and stretched out both hands to him as he waded forth, and he took them and clasped them, quite as if he needed help. Lord Keppel stood afar off, recovering his breath, and scarcely dared to look askance at the execrable sea. "How cold you are!" Robin Lyth exclaimed. "You must not stay a moment. No talking, if you please. Though I love your voice so. You are not safe yet. You cannot get back round the point. See the waves dashing up against it. You must climb the cliff, and that is no easy job for a lady in the best of weather. In a couple of hours the tide will be over the whole of this beach 1/2 fathom deep. There is no boat nearer than Filey, and a boat could scarcely live over that bar. You must climb the cliff, and begin at once, before you get any colder." "Then is my poor pony to be drowned after all? If he is, he had better have been drowned at once." The smuggler looked at her with a smile which meant, "Your gratitude is about the same as his," but he answered to assure her, though by no means sure himself, "There is time enough for him. He shall not be drowned, but you must be got out of danger first. When you are off my mind, I will fetch up pony. Now, you must follow me step by step, carefully and steadily. I would carry you up if I could, but even a giant could scarcely do that, in a stiff gale of wind, and with the crags so wet." Mary looked up with a shiver of dismay. She was brave and nimble generally, but now she was so wet and cold, and the steep cliff looked so slippery, that she said, "It is useless. I could never get up there. Captain Lyth, save yourself and leave me." "That would be a pretty thing to do," he replied, "and where should I be afterward? I am not at the end of my devices yet. I have got a very snug little crane up there. It was here when we ran our last lot, and beat the brave lieutenant so. But unluckily I have no cave just here. None of my lads are about here now, or we would make short work of it. But I could hoist you very well if you would let me." "I would never think of such a thing, to come up like a keg. Captain Lyth, you must know that I never would be so disgraced." "Well, I was afraid that you might take it so, though I cannot see why it should be any harm. We often hoist the last man so." "It is different with me," said Mary. "It may be no harm, but I could not have it." The free trader looked at her bright eyes and colour, and admired her spirit, which his words had roused. "I pray your forgiveness, Miss Anerley," he said. "I meant no harm. I was thinking of your life. But you look now as if you could do anything almost." "Yes, I am warm again. I have no fear. I will not go up like a keg, but like myself. I can do it without help from anybody." "Only please to take care not to cut your little hands," said Robin as he began the climb, for he saw that her spirit was up to it. "My hands are not little, and I will cut them if I choose. Please not even to look back at me. I am not in the least afraid of anything." The cliff was not the soft and friable stuff to be found at Bridlington, but of hard and slippery sandstone, with bulky ribs oversailing here and there, and threatening to cast the climber back. At such spots nicks for the feet had been cut, or broken with a hammer, but scarcely wider than a stirrup iron, and far less inviting. To surmount these was quite impossible except by process of crawling, and Mary, with her heart in her mouth, repented of her rash contempt for the crane sling. Luckily the height was not very great, or, tired as she was, she must have given way, for her bodily warmth had waned again in the strong wind buffeting the cliff. Otherwise the wind had helped her greatly by keeping her from swaying outward. But her courage began to fail at last, and very near the top she called for help. A short piece of lanyard was thrown to her at once, and Robin Lyth landed her on the bluff, panting, breathless, and blushing again. "Well done!" he cried, gazing as she turned her face away. "Young ladies may teach even sailors to climb. Not every sailor could get up this cliff. Now, back to Master Popplewell's as fast as you can run, and your aunt will know what to do with you." "You seem well acquainted with my family affairs," said Mary, who could not help smiling. "Pray, how did you even know where I am staying?" "Little birds tell me everything, especially about the best and most gentle and beautiful of all birds." The maiden was inclined to be vexed, but remembering how much he had done and how little gratitude she had shown, she forgave him, and asked him to come to the cottage. "I will bring up the little horse, have no fear," he replied. "I will not come up at all unless I bring him, but it may take 2 or 3 hours." With no more than a wave of his hat he set off, as if the coast riders were after him, by the path along the cliffs towards Filey, for he knew that Lord Keppel must be hoisted by the crane, and he could not manage it without another man, and the tide would wait for none of them. Upon the next headland he found one of his men, for the smugglers maintained a much sharper lookout than did the forces of his Majesty, because they were paid much better, and returning they managed to strap Lord Keppel and hoist him like a big bale of contraband goods, for their crane had been left in a brambled hole, and they very soon rigged it out again. The little horse kicked pretty freely in the air, not perceiving his own welfare, but a cross-beam and pulley kept him well out from the cliff, and they swung him in over handsomely and landed him well upon the sward within the brink. Then they gave him 3 cheers for his great adventure, which he scarcely seemed to appreciate. End of chapter 18. Recording by Keith Salis. Chapter 19 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 19. A Farm to Let. That storm on the festival of St. Michael broke up the short summer weather of the north. A wet and tempestuous month set in, and the harvest, in all but the very best places, lay flat on the ground without scythe or sickle. The men of the riding were not disturbed by this, as farmers would have been in Suffolk, for these were quite used to walk over their crops, without much occasion to lift their feet. They always expected their corn to be laid, and would have been afraid of it if it stood upright. Even at Anerley Farm this salam of the wheat was expected in bad seasons, and it suited the reapers of the neighborhood, who scarcely knew what to make of knees unbent, and upright discipline of stiff cravated ranks. In the northwest corner of the county, where the rocky land was mantled so frequently with cloud, and the prevalence of western winds bore sway, an upright harvest was a thing to talk of, as the legend of a century, credible because it scarcely could have been imagined. And this year it would have been hard to imagine any more prostrate and lowly position than that of every kind of crop. The bright weather of August and attentions of the sun, the gentle surprise of rich dews in the morning, together with abundance of moisture underneath, had made things look as they scarcely ever looked, clean and straight and elegant. But none of them had found time to form the dry and solid substance without which neither man nor his staff of life can stand against adversity. My Lady Philippa, as the tenants called her, came out one day to see how things looked, and whether the tenants were likely to pay their Michaelmas rents at Christmas. Her sister, Mrs. Carnaby, felt like interest in the question, but hated long walks, being weaker and less active, and therefore rode a quiet pony. Very little wheat was grown on their estates, both soil and climate declining it, but the barley crop was of more importance and flourished pretty well upon the southern slopes. The land, as a rule, was poor and shallow, and nourished more grouse than partridges, but here and there valleys of soft shelter and fair soil relieved the eye and comforted the pocket of the owner. These little bits of Goshen formed the heart of every farm, though oftentimes the homestead was, as if by some perversity, set up in bleak and barren spots outside of comfort's elbow. The ladies marched on without much heed for any other point than one. Would the barley crop do well? They had many tenants who trusted chiefly to that, and to the rough hill oats and wool, to make up in coin what part of their rent they were not allowed to pay in kind. For as yet machinery and reeking factories had not besmirched the countryside. "How much further do you mean to go, Philippa?" asked Mrs. Carnaby, although she was not travelling by virtue of her own legs. "For my part, I think we have gone too far already." "Your ambition is always to turn back. You may turn back now, if you like. I shall go on." Mrs. Yortis knew that her sister would fail of the courage to ride home all alone. Mrs. Carnaby would never ride without Yortis, or some other serving man behind her, as was right and usual for a lady of her position. But Lady Philippa was of bolder strain, and cared for nobody's thoughts, words, or deeds, and she had ordered her sister's servant back for certain reasons of her own. Very well, you always will go on, and always on the road you choose yourself, although it requires a vast deal of knowledge to know that there is any road here at all." The widow, who looked very comely for her age, and sat her pony prettily, gave way, as usual, to the stronger will, though she always liked to enter protest, which the elder scarcely ever deigned to notice. But hearing that Eliza had a little cough at night, and knowing that her appetite had not been as it ought to be, Philippa, who really was wrapped up in her sister, but never or seldom let her dream of such a fact, turned round graciously and said, "I have ordered the carriage here for 3:30. We will go back by the Scarbend road, and Heartsease can trot behind us." "Heartsease uneasy if you have kept my heart by your shufflings and trippings perpetual. Philippa, I want a better stepping pony. Pat has ruined Heartsease." "Pat ruins everything and everybody, and you are ruining him, Eliza. I am the only one who has the smallest power over him, and he is beginning to cast off that. If it comes to open war between us, I shall be sorry for Lancelot." "And I shall be sorry for you, Philippa. In a few years Pat will be a man, and a man is always stronger than a woman, at any rate in our family." "Stronger than such as you, Eliza, but let him only rebel against me, and he will find himself an outcast, and to prove it I have brought you here." Mistress Yortis turned around and looked in a well-known manner at her sister, whose beautiful eyes filled with tears and fell. "Philippa," she said with a breath like a sob, "sometimes you look harder than poor dear papa in his very worst moments used to look. I am sure that I do not at all deserve it, and all that I pray for is peace and comfort, and little do I get of either. And you will get less as long as you pray for them instead of doing something better. The only way to get such things is to make them. Then I think that you might make enough for us both, if you had any regard for them or for me, Philippa." Mistress Yortis smiled, as she often did, at her sister's style of reasoning, and she cared not a jot for the last word, so long as the will and the way were left to her, and in this frame of mind she turned a corner from the open moor track into a little lane, or rather the expiring delivery of a lane, which was leading a better existence further on. Mrs. Carnaby followed dutifully, and Heartsease began to pick up his feet, which he scorned to do upon the negligence of sward, and following this good lane they came to a gate, corded to an ancient tree, and showing up its foot, as a dog does when he has a thorn in it. This gate seemed to stand for an ornament, or perhaps a landmark, for the lane, instead of submitting to it, passed by upon either side and plunged into a dingle, where a grey old house was sheltering. The lonely moorside farm, if such a word and desolate spot could be a farm, was known as Wallhead, from the relics of some ancient wall, and the folk who lived there, or tried to live, although they possessed a surname, which is not a necessary consequence of life, very seldom used it, and more rarely still had it used for them, for the ancient fashion still held ground of attaching the idea of a man to that of things, and more extensive and substantial. So the head of the house was Will of the Wallhead. His son was Tommy O'Will of the Wallhead, and his grandson, Willie a Tommy a Will o' the Wallhead. But the one their great lady desired to see was the unmarried daughter of the house, Sally a Will o' the Wallhead. Mistress Yordas knew that the men of the house would be out upon the land at this time of day, while Sally would be full of household work, and preparing their homely supper. So she walked in bravely at the open door, while her sister waited with the pony in the yard. Sally was clumping about in clog shoes, and a child or two sprawling after her, for Tommy's wife was away with him at work, and if the place was not as clean as it could be, it seemed as clean as need be. The natives of this part are rough in manner, and apt to regard civility as the same thing with servility. Their bluntness does not proceed from thickness, as in the south of England, but from a surety of their own worth, and inferiority to no one, and to deal with them rightly this must be entered into. Sally a Will o' the Wallhead bobbed her solid and black curly head, with a clout like a jelly on the poll of it, to the owner of their land and a lady of high birth, but she vouchsafed no courtesy, neither did Mistress Yordas expect one, but the active and self-contained woman set a chair in the low dark room, which was their best, and stood waiting to be spoken to. "Sally," said the lady, who also possessed a Yorkshire gift of going to the point, "you had a man 10 years ago. You behaved badly to him, and he went into the Indian Company." "'Deed," replied the maiden without any blush, because she had been in the right throughout. "And now it hath come in a better mind. And you have come to know your own mind about him. You have been steadfast to him for 10 years. He has saved up some money, and is come back to marry you. I heed nane of the brass, but my Jack is back again. His father held under us for many years. He was a thoroughly honest man, and paid his rent as often as he could. Would Jack like to have his father's farm? It has been let to his cousin, as you know, but they have been going from bad to worse, and everything must be sold off unless I stop it." Sally was of dark Lancastrian race, and handsome features and fine brown eyes. She had been a beauty 10 years ago, and could still look comely when her heart was up. "My lady," she said, with her heart up now at the hope of soon having a home of her own, and something to work for that she might keep, "such words should not pass the mouth without being meant." What she said was very different in sound, and not to be rendered an echo by any one born far away from that country, where 3 dialects meet and find it hard to guess what each of the others is up to. Enough that this is what Sally meant to say, and that Mistress Yordas understood it. "It is not my custom to say a thing without meaning it," she answered, "but unless it is taken up at once, it is likely to come to nothing. Where is your man, Jack?" "Jack is away to the minister to tell of us coming together." Sally made no blush over this, as she might have done 10 years ago. "He must have been an excellent and faithful man. He shall have the farm if he wishes it, and can give some security at going in. Let him come and see Yordas tomorrow." After a few more words, the lady left Sally full of gratitude, very little of which was expressed aloud, and therefore the whole was more likely to work, as Mistress Yordas knew right well. The farm was a better one than Wallhead, having some good barley land upon it, and Jack did not fail to present himself at Scargate upon the following morning. But the lady of the house did not think it fit herself to hold discourse with him. Yordas was bidden to entertain him, and find out how he stood in cash and whether his character was solid, and then to leave him with a jug of ale, and come and report proceedings. The dogman discharged this duty very well, being as faithful as the dogs he kept, and as keen a judge of human nature. "The man hath no harm in him," he said, touching his hair to the ladies as he entered the audit room. "I hath been knocked about a bit in them wars in injury, and hath only one hand left, but I can lay it upon 50 pound and get surety for another 50. Then tell him, Yordas, that he may go to Mr. Jellycor's tomorrow to see about the writings, which he must pay for. I will write full instructions for Mr. Jellycor's, and you go and get your dinner, and then take my letter, that he may have time to consider it." Wait a moment. There are other things to be done in Middleton, and it would be late for you to come back tonight. The days are drawing in so. Sleep at our tea-grocer's, and he will put you up. Give your letter at once into the hands of Mr. Jellycorse, and he will get forward with the writings. Tell this man Jack that he must be there before 12 o'clock tomorrow, and then you can call about 2 o'clock and bring back what there may be for signature. And be careful of it. Eliza, I think I have set forth your wishes. But, my lady, lawyers do take such a time, and who will look after Master Lancelot? I fear to have my feet 2 miles off here. Obey your orders without reasoning. That is for those who give them. Eliza, I am sure that you agree with me. Jordas, make this man clearly understand, as you can do when you take the trouble. But you first must clearly understand the whole yourself. I will repeat it for you. Philippa Jordas went through the whole of her orders again most clearly, and at every one of them the dogman nodded his large head distinctly and counted the nods on his fingers to make sure, for this part is gifted with high mathematics, and the numbers stick fast like pegs driven into clay. Poor Jordas! Philippa, you are working him too hard. You have made great wrinkles on his forehead. Jordas, you must have no wrinkles until you are married. While Mrs. Carnaby spoke so kindly, the dogman took his fingers off their numeral scale and looked at her. By nature the two were first cousins, of half-blood. By law and custom and education and vital institution they were sundered more widely than black and white. But for all that the dogman loved the lady at a faithful distance. You seem to me to now have it clearly, Jordas, said the elder sister, looking at him sternly because Eliza was so soft. You will see that no mischief can be done with the dogs or horses while you are away, and Mr. Jellycorse will give you a letter for me to say that everything is right. My desire is to have things settled promptly, because your friend Jack has been to set the banns up, and the church is more speedy in such matters than the law. Now, the sooner you are off, the better. Jordas, in his steady but by no means stupid way, considered at his leisure what such things could mean. He knew all the property and the many little holdings as well as, and perhaps a great deal better than, if they had happened to be his own, but he never had known such a hurry made before, or such a special interest shown about the letting of any tenement, of perhaps tenfold the value. Moreover, he said, like a sensible man, and therefore to himself only, that the ways of women are beyond compute, and must be suitably carried out without any contradiction. End of chapter 19. Recording by Keith Salis.
Chapter 20 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Henry. An Old Soldier. Now Mr. Jellycorse had been taking a careful view of everything. He wished to be certain of placing himself both on the righteous side and the right one. And in such a case this was not to be done without much circumspection. He felt himself bound to his present clients, and could not even dream of deserting them. But still there are many things that may be done to conciliate the adversary of one's friend, without being false to the friend himself, and some of these already were occurring to the lawyer. It was true that no adversary had as yet appeared, nor even shown token of existence, but some little sign of complication had arisen, and one serious fact was come to light. The solicitors of Sir Ulfius de Ruse, the grandson of Sir Furson, whose daughter had married Richard Jordas, had pretty strong evidence in some old letters that a deed of appointment had been made by the said Richard and Eleanor his wife, under the powers of their settlement. Luckily they had not been employed in the matter, and possessed not so much as a draft or a letter of instructions, and now it was no concern of theirs to make or meddle, or even move. nor did they know that any question could arise about it, for they were a highly antiquated firm of most rigid respectability, being legal advisers to the chapter of York and clerks of the prerogative court, and able to charge twice as much as almost any other firm, and nearly 3 times as much as poor Jellicorse. Mr. Jellicorse had been most skilful and wary in sounding these deep and silent people, for he wanted to find out how much they knew, without letting them suspect that there was anything to know. And he proved an old woman's will gratis, or at least put it down to those who could afford it, because nobody meant to have it proved, simply for the sake of getting golden contact with Messrs. Akeborham, Micklegate, and Brigant. Right craftily then did he fetch a young member of the firm, who delighted in angling, to take his holiday at Middleton, and fish the goodly teas, and by gentle and casual discourse of gossip in hours of hospitality, out of him he hooked and landed all that his firm knew of the Yorkshire race. Young Brigant thought it natural enough that his host, as the lawyer of that family, and their trusted adviser for 25 years, should like to talk over things of an elder date, which now could be little more than trifles of genealogical history. He got some fine fishing and good dinners, and found himself pleased with the river and the town, and his very kind host and hostess, and it came into his head that if Miss Emily grew up as pretty and lively as she promised to be, he might do worse than marry her, and open a connection with such a fishing station. At any rate, he left her as a chose in action, which might be reduced into possession some fine day. Such was the state of affairs when Jordas, after a long and muddy ride, sent word that he would like to see the master for a minute or 2, if convenient. The days were grown short, and the candles lit, and Mr. Jellicorse was fast asleep, having had a good deal to get through that day, including an excellent supper. The lawyer's wife said, "Let him call in the morning. Business is over, and the office is closed. Susanna, your master must not be disturbed." But the master awoke, and declared that he would see him. Candles were set in the study, while Jordas was having a trifle of refreshment, and when he came in, Mr. Jellicorse was there, with his spectacles on, and full of business. "Asking of your pardon, sir, for disturbing of you now," said the dogman, with the rain upon his tarred coat shining in a little course of drainage from his great brown beard. "My orders were to lay this in your own hand, and seek answer tomorrow by dinner-time, if may be." "Master Jordas, you shall have it if it can be. Do you know anybody who can promise more than that?" "Plenty, sir, to promise it, as you must know by this time, but never a body to perform so much as half. But craving of your pardon again, and separate, I would find spake a word or 2 of myself." "Certainly, Jordas, I shall listen with great pleasure. A fine-looking fellow like you must have affairs, and the lady ought to make some settlement. It shall all be done for you at half price." "No, sir, it is none of that kind of thing," the dogman answered with a smile, as if he might have had such opportunities, but would trouble no lawyer about them. "And I get too much of half price at home. It is about my ladies I desire to make speech. They keep their business too tight, master." "Jordas, you have been well taught and trained, and you are a man of sagacity. Tell me faithfully what you mean. It shall go no further, and it may be of great service to your ladies." "It is not much, Master Jellicorse, and you may make less than that of it. But a lie should be met and knocked down, sir, according to my opinion." "Certainly, Jordas, when an action will not lie, and sometimes even where it does, it is wise to commit a defensible assault, and so to become the defendant. Jordas, you are big enough to do that." "Master Jellicorse, you are a pleasant man, but you twist my meaning as a lawyer must. They all does it, to keep their hand in. I am speaking of the stories, sir, that is so much about, and I think that my ladies should be told of them right out, and come forward and lay their hands on them. The Yordises always did wrong of old time, but they never was afraid to jump on it." "My friend, you speak in parables. What stories have arisen to be jumped upon?" "Well, sir, for one thing, they do tell that the proper owner of the property is Sir Duncan, now away in India. A man hath come home who knows him well, and saith that he is like a prince out there,
with command of a country twice as big as Great Britain, and the up and made Sir Duncan of him by his duty to the king, and if he cometh home, all must fall before him. Even the law of the land, I suppose, and the will of his own father. Pretty well so far, Jordas, and what next? Nowt, sir, nowt. But I thought I were duty bound to tell you that. What is women before a man, Jordas? My good friend, we will not despair, but you are keeping back something. I know it by your feet. You are duty bound to tell me every word now, Jordas. The lawyers is the devil, said the dogman to himself. And being quite used to this reflection, Mr. Jellicoe smiled and nodded. But if you must have it all, sir, it is no more than this. Jack of the Smithies, as is to marry Sally O'Will o' the Wallhead, is to have the lease of Shipborough Farm, and he is the man as hath told it all. Very well, we will wish him good luck with his farm, Mr. Jellicoe answered cheerfully. And what is even rarer nowadays, I fear, good luck of his wife, Master Jordas. But as soon as the sturdy retainer was gone, and the sound of his heavy boots had died away, Mr. Jellicoe shook his head very gravely, and said, as he opened and looked through his packet, which confirmed the words of Jordas, sad indiscretion, want of legal knowledge, headstrong women, the very way to spoil it all. My troubles are beginning, and I had better go to bed. His good wife seconded this wise resolve, and without further parley it was put into effect, and proclaimed to be successful by a symphony of snores. For this is the excellence of having other people's cares to carry, with the carriage well paid, that they sit very lightly on the springs of sleep. That well-balanced vehicle rolls on smoothly without jerk or jar or kick, so long as it travels over alien land. In the morning Mr. Jellicoe was up to anything, legitimate, legal, and likely to be paid for. Not that he would stir half the breadth of one wheat corn, even for the sake of his daily bread, from the straight and strict line of integrity. He had made up his mind about that long ago, not only from natural virtue, strong and dominant as that was, but also by dwelling on his high repute and the solid foundations of character. He scarcely knew anybody, when he came to think of it, capable of taking such a lofty course, but that simply confirmed him in his stern resolve to do what was right and expedient. It was quite 1 o'clock before Jack of the Smithies rang the bell to see about his lease. He ought to have done it 2 hours sooner, if he meant to become a humble tenant. And the lawyer, although he had plenty to do of other people's business, looked upon this as a very bad sign. Then he read his letter of instructions once more, and could not but admire the nice brevity of these, and the skilful style of hinting much and declaring very little. For after giving full particulars about the farm, and the rent, and the covenants required, Mistress Jordas proceeded thus. The new tenant is the son of a former occupant who proved to be a remarkably honest man, in a case of strong temptation. As happens too often with men of probity, he was misled and made bankrupt, and died about 12 years ago, I think. Please to verify this by reference. The late tenant was his nephew, and has never perceived the necessity of paying rent. We have been obliged to distrain, as you know, and I wish John Smithies to buy in what he pleases. He has saved some capital in India, where I am told that he fought most gallantly. Singular to say, he has met with, and perhaps served under, our lamented and lost brother Duncan, of whom and his family he may give us interesting particulars. You know how this neighbourhood excels in idle talk, and if John Smithies becomes our tenant, his discourse must be confined to his own business. But he must not hesitate to impart to you any facts you may think it right to ask about. Jordas will bring us your answer under seal. Skilfully put, up to that last word, which savours too much of teaching me my own business. Aberthaw, are you quite ready with that lease? It is wanted rather in a hurry. As Mr. Jellicoe thought the former and uttered the latter part of these words, it was plain to see that he was fidgety. He had put on superior clothes to get up with, and the clerks had whispered to one another that it must be his wedding day, and ought to end in a half-holiday all round, and be chalked thenceforth on the calendar. But instead of being joyful and jocular, like a man who feels a saving providence over him,
The lawyer was as dismal and unsettled and splenetic as a prophet on the brink of wedlock. But the very last thing that he ever dreamed of doubting was his power to turn this old soldier inside out. Jack of the Smithies was announced at last, and the lawyer, being vexed with him for taking such a time, resolved to let him take a little longer, and kept him waiting, without any bread and cheese, for nearly half an hour. The wisdom of doing this depended on the character of the man and the state of his finances, and both of these being strong enough to stand, to keep him so long on his legs was unwise. At last he came in, a very sturdy sort of fellow, thinking no atom the less of himself because some of his anatomy was honourably gone. "Servant, sir," he said, making a salute, "I had orders to come to you about a little lease." "Right, my man, I remember now. You are thinking of taking to your father's farm, after knocking about for some years in foreign parts. Ah, nothing like old England after all. And to tread the ancestral soil, and cherish the old associations, and to nurture a virtuous family in the fear of the Lord, and to be ready with the rent. Rent is too high, sir. I must have £5 off. It ought to be 10 by right. Cousin Joe has taken all out, and put naught in." "John of the Smithies, you astonish me. I have strong reason for believing that the rent is far too low. I have no instructions to reduce it." "Then I must try for another farm, sir. I can have one of better land, under Sir Walter. Only I seem to hold on to the old place, and my Sally likes to be under the old ladies." "Old ladies? Jack, what are you come to? Beautiful ladies in the prime of life. But perhaps they would be old in India. I fear that you have not learned much behaviour. But at any rate you ought to know your own mind. Is it your intention to refuse so kind an offer, which was only made for your father's sake and to please your faithful Sally, simply because another of your family has not been honest in his farming?" "I have never took it in that way before," the steady old soldier answered, showing that rare phenomenon, the dawn of a new opinion upon a stubborn face. "Give me a bit to turn it over my mind, sir. Lawyers be so quick and so nimble and all-cornered." "Turn it over 50 times, Master Smithies. We have no wish to force the farm upon you. Take a pinch of snuff to help your sense of justice. Or if you would like a pipe, go and have it in my kitchen, and if you are hungry, cook will give you eggs and bacon." "No, sir, I am very much obliged to you. I never make much of my thinking. I go by what the Lord sends right inside of me, whenever I have decent folk to deal with. And in spite of your cloth, sir, you have an honest look." "You deserve another pinch of snuff for that, Master Smithies. You have a gift of putting hard things softly. But this is not business. Is your mind made up?" "Yes, sir, I will take the farm at full rent if the covenants are to my liking. They must be on both sides, mind you." Mr. Jellicoe smiled as he began to read the draft prepared from a very ancient form, which was firmly established on the Scargate Hall estates. The covenants, as usual, were all upon one side, the lessee being bound to a multitude of things, and the lessor to little more than acceptance of the rent. But such a result is in the nature of the case. Yet Jack of the Smithies was not well content. In him, true Yorkshire stubbornness was multiplied by the dogged tenacity of a British soldier, and the aggregate raised to an unknown power by the efforts of shrewd ignorance. And at last the lawyer took occasion to say, "Master John Smithies, you are worthy to serve under the colours of a Wildest." "That I have, sir, that I have," cried the veteran, taken unawares, and shaking the stump of his arm in proof. "I have served under Sir Duncan Wildest, who will come home some day and claim his own, and he won't want no covenants of me." "You could not have served under Duncan Wildest," Mr. Jellicoe answered, with a smile of disbelief, craftily rousing the pugnacity of the man, "because he was not even in the army of the company, or any other army. I mean, of course, unless there was some other Duncan Wildest." "Tell me," Jack of Smithies almost shouted. "Tell me about Duncan Wildest, indeed. Who he was and what he wasn't. And what do lawyers know of such things? Why, you might have to command a regiment and read covenants to them out there. Sir Duncan was not our colonel, nor our captain. but we was under his orders all the more, and well he knew how to give them. Not 1 in 50 of us was white, but he made us all as good as white men, and the enemy never saw the colour of our backs. I wish I was out there again, I do, and would have stayed but for being hoarse of combat, though the fault was never in my throat, but in my arm. There is no fault in your throat, John Smithies, except that it is a great deal too loud. I am sorry for Sally, with a temper such as yours. That shows how much you know about it. I never lose my temper without I hearken lies. And for you to go and say that I never saw Sir Duncan. I said nothing of the kind, my friend. But you did not come here to talk about Duncan, or captain, or colonel, or nabob, or rajah, or whatever potentate he may be. Of him we desire to know nothing more. A man who ran away, and disgraced his family, and killed his poor father, knows better than ever to set his foot on Scargate land again. You talk about having a lease from him, a man with 50 wives, I dare say, and 100 children. We all know what they are out there. There are very few tricks of the human face divine more forcibly expressive of contempt than the lowering of the eyelids so that only a narrow streak of eye is exposed to the fellow mortal, and that streak fixed upon him steadfastly, and the contumely is intensified when, as in the present instance, the man who does it is gifted with yellow lashes on the underlid. Jack of the Smithies treated Mr. Jellicoe to a gaze of this sort, and the lawyer, whose wrath had been feigned, to rouse the others, and so extract full information, began to feel his own temper rise, and if Jack had known when to hold his tongue, he must have had the best of it, but the lawyer knew this, and the soldier did not. Master Jellicoe, said the latter, with his forehead deeply wrinkled, and his eyes now open to their widest, in saying of that you make a liar of yourself. Lease or no lease, that you do. Leasing stands for lying in the Bible, and it seemeth to do the same thing in Yorkshire. 50 wives and 100 children. Sir Duncan hath had 1 wife, and lost her through the Nelgen fever and her worry, and a Yorkshire lady, as you might know, and never hath he cared to look at any woman since. There now, what you make of that, you lawyers that make out every man a rake and every woman a light o' love. Get along, I hate the lot of you. What a strange character you are. You must have had jungle fever, I should think. No, Diana, there is no danger. For Jack of the Smithies had made such a noise that Mrs. Jellicoe got frightened and ran in. This poor man has only 1 arm, and if he had 2 he could not hurt me, even if he wished it. Be pleased to withdraw, Diana. John Smithies, you have simply made a fool of yourself. I have not said a word against Sir Duncan Yordas, or his wife, or his son. He hath no son, I tell you, and that was partly how he lost his wife. Well then, his daughters. I have said no harm of them. And very good reason, because he hath none. You lawyers think you are so clever, and you never know anything rightly. Sir Duncan hath himself alone to see to, and hundreds of thousands of darkies to manage, with a score of British bayonets. But he never heedeth of the bayonets, not he. I have read of such men, but I never saw them, Mr. Jellicoe said, as if thinking to himself. I always feel doubt about the possibility of them. He hath 10 elephants, continued Soldier Smithies, resolved to crown the pillar of his wonders while about it. 10 great elephants that come and kneel before him, and 1,000 men ready to run to his thumb. And his word is law, better law than is in England, for scores and scores of miles on the top of hundreds. Why did you come away, John Smithies? Why did you leave such a great prince and come home? Because it was home, sir, and for the sake of Sally. There is some sense in that, my friend. And now, if you wish to make a happy life for Sally, you will do as I advise you. Will you take my advice? My time is of value, and I am not accustomed to waste my words. Well, sir, I will hearken to you. No man that meaneth it can say more than that. Jack of the Smithies, you are acute. You have not been all over the world for nothing. But if you have made up your mind to settle and be happy in your native parts, one thing must be attended to. It is a maxim of law, time-honoured and of the highest authority, that the tenant must never call in question the title of his landlord. Before returning, you may do so. After that, you are stopped. Now, is it or is it not your wish to become the tenant of the Smithies farm, which your father held so honourably? Farm produce is fetching great prices now, and if you refuse this offer, we can have a man the day after tomorrow who will give my ladies £10 more, and who has not been a soldier but a farmer all his life. Lawyer Delacourse, I will take it, for Sally hath set her heart on it, and I know every crumple of the ground better than the wisest farmer doth. Sir, I will sign the articles. The lease will be engrossed by next market day, and the sale will be stopped until you have taken whatever you wish at a valuation. But remember what I said, you are not to go prating about this wonderful Sir Duncan, who is never likely to come home if he lives in such a grand state out there, and who is forbidden by his father's will from taking an acre of the property. And as he has no heirs, and is so wealthy, it cannot matter much to him. That is true, said the soldier, but he might love to come home, as all our folk in India do, and if he doth, I will not deny him. I tell you fairly, Master Delacourse. I like you for being an outspoken man, and true to those who have used you well. You could do him no good, and you might do harm to others, and unsettle simple minds, by going on about him among the tenants. His name hath never crossed my lips till now, and shall not again without good cause. Here is my hand upon it, master lawyer. The lawyer shook hands with him heartily, for he could not but respect the man for his sturdiness and sincerity. And when Jack was gone, Mr. Delacourse played with his spectacles and his snuff-box for several minutes before he could make up his mind how to deal with the matter. Then, hearing the solid knock of Jordas, who was bound to take horse for Scargate House pretty early at this time of year, with the weakening of the day among the mountains, he lost a few moments in confusion. The dogman could not go without any answer, and how was any good answer to be given in half an hour at the utmost? A time had been when the lawyer studied curtness and precision under minds of abridgment in London, but the more he had laboured to introduce rash brevity into Yorkshire, and to cut away 9 words out of 10, when all the 10 meant one thing only, the more of contempt for his ignorance he won, and the less money he made out of it. And no sooner did he marry than he was forced to give up that, and like a respectable butcher, put in every pennyweight of fat that could be charged for. Thus had he thriven and grown like a goodly deed of fine amplification, and if he had made Squire Philip's will now, it would scarcely have gone into any breast pocket. Unluckily, it is an easier thing to make a man's will than to carry it out, even though fortune be favourable. In the present case, obstacles seemed to be arising which might at any moment require great skill and tact to surmount them, and the lawyer, hearing Jordas striding to and fro impatiently in the waiting-room, was fain to win time for consideration by writing a short note to say that he proposed to wait upon the ladies the very next day, for he had important news which seemed expedient to discuss with them. In the meantime he begged them not to be at all uneasy, for his news upon the whole was propitious. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Henry. Jack and Gill go down the Gill. Upon a little beck that runs away into the Lune, which is a tributary of the Tees, there stood at this time a small square house of grey stone, partly greened with moss, or patched with drip, and opening to the sun with small dark windows. It looked as if it never could be warm inside, by sunshine or by fire-glow, and cared not, although it was the only house for miles, whether it were peopled or stood empty. But this cold, hard-looking place just now was the home of some hot and passionate hearts. The people were poor, and how they made their living would have been a mystery to their neighbours, if there had been any. They rented no land, and they followed no trade, and they took no alms by land or post, for the begging letter system was not yet invented. For the house itself they paid a small rent, which Jordas received on behalf of his ladies, and always found it ready, and that being so, he had nothing more to ask, and never meddled with them. They had been there before he came into office, and it was not his place to seek into their history, and if it had been, he would not have done it, for his sympathies were, as was natural and native to a man so placed, with all outsiders, and the people who compress into 1 or 2 generations that ignorance of lineage which some few families strive to defer for centuries, showing thereby unwise insistence, if latter-day theories are correct. But if Master Jordas knew little of these people, somebody else knew more about them, and perhaps too much about one of them. Lancelot Carnaby, still called Pet in one of those rushes after random change which the wildness of his nature drove upon him, had ridden his pony to a standstill on the moor one sultry day of that August. No pity or care for the pony had he, but plenty of both for his own dear self. The pony might be left for the crows to pick his bones, so far as mattered to Pet Carnaby, but it mattered very greatly to a boy like him to have to go home upon his own legs. Long exertion was hateful to him, though he loved quick difficulty, for he was one of the many who combine activity with laziness. And while he was wondering what he should do, and worrying the fine little animal, a wave of the wind carried into his ear the brawling of a beck, like the humming of a hive. The boy had forgotten that the moor just here was broken by a narrow glen, engrooved with sliding water. Now, with all his strength, which was not much, he tugged the panting and limping little horse to the flat breach, and then down the steep of the Gill, and let him walk into the water and begin to slake off a little of the crust of thirst. But no sooner did he see him preparing to rejoice in large crystal draughts, which his sobs had first forbidden, than he jerked him with the bit, and made a bad kick at him, because he could bear to see nothing happy. The pony had sense enough to reply, weary as he was, with a stronger kick, which took Master Lancelot in the knee, and discouraged him for any further contest. Bully as he was, the boy had too much of ancient Jordas pith in him to howl, or cry, or even whimper, but sat down on a little ridge to nurse his poor knee, and meditate revenge against the animal with hoofs. Presently, pain and wrath combined became too much for the weakness of his frame, and he fell back and lay upon the hard ground in a fainting fit. At such times, as everybody said, especially those whom he knocked about in his lively moments, this boy looked wonderfully lovely. His features were almost perfect, and he had long eyelashes, like an Andalusian girl, and cheeks more exquisite than almost any doll's, a mouth of fine curve, and a chin of pert roundness, a neck of the mould that once was called Byronic, and curly dark hair flying all around, as fine as the very best peruke. In a word, he was just what a boy ought not to be, who means to become an Englishman. Such, however, was not the opinion of a creature even more beautiful than he in the truer points of beauty. Coming with a pitcher for some water from the beck, Inzi of the Gill, the daughter of Bat and Zilpie of the Gill, was quite amazed as she chanced round a niche of the bank upon this image, an image fallen from the sun, she thought it, or at any rate from some part of heaven, until she saw the pony, who was testing the geology of the district by the flavour of its herbage. Then Inzi knew that here was a mortal boy, not dead, but sadly wounded, and she drew her short striped kirtle down, because her shapely legs were bare. Lancelot Carnaby, coming to himself, which was a poor return for him, opened his large brown eyes and saw a beautiful girl looking at him. As their eyes met, his insolent languor fell, for he generally awoke from these weak lapses into a slow persistent rage, and wonder and unknown admiration moved something in his nature that had never moved before. His words, however, were scarcely up to the high mark of the moment. Who are you? Was all he said.
I am called Inzi of the Gill. My father is Bat of the Gill, and my mother Zilpy of the Gill. You must be a stranger not to know us.
I never heard of you in all my life, although you seem to be living on my land. All the land about here belongs to me, though my mother has it for a little time.
I did not know, she answered softly,
and scarcely thinking what she said,
that the land belonged to anybody besides the birds and animals. And is the water yours as well?
Yes, every drop of it, of course. But you are quite welcome to a pitcherful. This was the rarest affability of Pet, and he expected extraordinary thanks. But Inzi looked at him with surprise.
I am very much obliged to you, she said, but I never asked anyone to give it me, unless it is the beck itself, and the beck never seems to grudge it.
You are not like anybody I ever saw. You speak very different from the people about here, and you look very different 10 times over. Inzi reddened at his steadfast gaze and turned her sweet, soft face away, and yet she wanted to know more.
Different means a great many things. Do you mean that I look better or worse?
Better, of course. 50,000 times better. Why, you look like a beautiful lady. I tell you, I have seen hundreds of ladies. Perhaps you haven't, but I have, and you look better than all of them.
You say a great deal that you do not think,
Inzi answered quietly, yet turning round to show her face again. I have heard that gentlemen always do, and I suppose that you are a young gentleman. I should hope so indeed. Don't you know who I am? I am Lancelot Jordas Carnaby.
Why, you look quite as if you could stop the river, she answered with a laugh, though she felt his grandeur. I suppose you consider me nobody at all, but I must get my water.
You shall not carry water. You are much too pretty. I will carry it for you. Pet was not introspective, otherwise he must have been astonished at himself. His mother and aunt would have doubted their own eyes if they had beheld this most dainty of the dainty, and mischievous of the mischievous, with pain and passion for the moment vanquished, carefully carrying an old brown pitcher. Yet this he did, and wonderfully well, as he believed, though Inzi only laughed to see him, for he had on the loveliest gaiters in the world, of thin white buckskin, with agate buttons, and breeches of silk, and a long brocaded waistcoat, and a short coat of rich purple velvet, also a riding hat with a grey ostrich plume, and though he had very little calf inside his gaiters, and not much chest to fill out his waistcoat, and narrower shoulders than a velvet coat deserved, it would have been manifest, even to a tailor, that the boy had lineal, if not lateral, right to his rich habiliments. Inzi of the Gill, who seemed not to be of peasant birth, though so plainly dressed, came gently down the steep brookside to see what was going to be done for her. She admired Lancelot, both for bravery of apparel and of action, and she longed to know how he would get a good pitcher of water without any splash upon his clothes. So she stood behind a little bush, pretending not to be at all concerned, but amused at having her work done for her. But Pet was too sharp to play cat's paw for nothing.
Smile and say thank you, he cried, or I won't do it.
I'm not going up to my middle for nothing. I know that you want to laugh at me.
You must have a very low middle, said Inzi. Why, it never comes halfway to my knees.
You have got no stockings and no new gaiters, Lancelot answered reasonably, and then, like two children, they set to and laughed, till the Gill almost echoed with them.
Why, you're holding the mouth of the pitcher downstream.
Inzi could hardly speak for laughing.
Is that how you go to fill a pitcher?
Yes, and the right way too, he answered. The best water always comes up the eddies. You ought to be old enough to know that.
I don't know anything at all, except that you are ruining your best clothes. I don't care tuppence for such rubbish. You ought to see me on a Sunday, Inzy, if you want to know what is good. There, you never drew such a picture as that. And I believe there is a fish in the bottom of it. Oh, if there is a fish, let me have him in my hands. I can nurse a fish on dry land until he gets quite used to it. Are you sure that there is a little fish? No, there is no fish, and I am soaking wet. But I never care what anybody thinks of me. If they say what I don't like, I kick them. Ah, you are accustomed to have your own way. That anyone might know by looking at you. But I have got a quantity of work to do. You can see that by my fingers. The girl made a curtsy and took the picture from him because he was knocking it against his legs. But he could not be angry when he looked into her eyes, though the habit of his temper made him try to fume. Do you know what I think? She said, fixing bright hazel eyes upon him. I think that you are very passionate sometimes. Well, if I am, it is my own business. Who told you anything about it? Whoever it was shall pay out for it. Nobody told me, sir. You must remember that I never even heard of your name before. Oh, come, I can't quite take down that. Everybody knows me for 50 miles or more, and I don't care what they think of me. You may please yourself about believing me, she answered, without concern about it. No one who knows me doubts my word, though I am not known for even 5 miles away. What an extraordinary girl you are! You say things on purpose to provoke me. Nobody ever does that. They are only too glad to keep me in a good temper. If you are like that, sir, I had better run away. My father will be home in about an hour, and he might think that you had no business here. I? No business upon my own land? This place must be bewitched, I think. There is a witch upon the moors, I know, who can take almost any shape, but they say she is 300 years of age or more. Perhaps then I am bewitched, said Inzy. Or why should I stop to talk with you, who are only a rude boy after all, even according to your own account? Well, you can go if you like. I suppose you live in that queer little place down there? The house is quite good enough for me and my father and mother and brother Maunder. Goodbye, and please never to come here again. You don't understand me. I have made you cry. Oh, Inzy, let me have hold of your hand. I would rather make anybody cry than you. I never liked anybody so before. Cry, indeed! Who ever heard me cry? It is the way you splash the water up. I am not in the habit of crying for a stranger. Goodbye now, and go to your great people. You say that you are bad, and I fear it is too true. I am not bad at all. It is only what everybody says, because I never want to please them. But I want to please you. I would give anything to do it, if you would only tell me how. The girl, having cleverly dried her eyes, poured all their bright beauty upon him, and the heart of the youth was enlarged with a new, very sweet, and most timorous feeling. Then his dark eyes dropped, and he touched her gently, and only said, Don't go away. But I must go away, Inzy answered with a blush, and a look as of more tears lurking in her eyes. I have stopped too long. I must go away at once. But when may I come again? I will hold you and fight for you with everybody in the world, unless you tell me when to come again. Hush! I am quite ashamed to hear you talk so. I am a poor girl, and you a great young gentleman. Never mind that. That has nothing to do with it. Would you like to make me miserable, and a great deal more wicked than I ever was before? Do you hate me so much as all that, Inzy? No, you have been very kind to me. Only my father would be angry, I am sure, and my brother Maunder is dreadful. They all go away every other Friday, and that is the only free time I have. Every other Friday? What a long time, to be sure. Won't you come again for water this day fortnight? Yes, I come for water 3 or 4 times every day. But if they were to see you, they would kill you first.
and then lock me up forever. The only wise plan is for you to come no more. You cannot be thinking for a moment what you say. I will tell you what. If you don't come, I will march up to the house and beat the door in. The landlord can do that, according to law. If you care at all for me, said Inzy, looking as if she had known him for 10 years, you will do exactly what I tell you. You will think no more about me for a fortnight, and then, if you fancy that I can do you good by advice about your bad temper, or by teaching you how to plait reeds for a bat, and how to fill a pitcher, perhaps I might be able to come down the Gill again. I wish it was tomorrow. I shall count the days, but be sure to come early if they go away all day. I shall bring my dinner with me, and you shall have the first help, and I will carve. But I should like one thing before I go, and it is the first time I ever asked anybody, though they ask me often enough, I can tell you. What would you like? You seem to me to be always wanting something. I should like very much indeed, just to give you one kiss, Inzy. It cannot be thought of for a moment, she replied. And the first time of my ever seeing you, sir. Before he could reason in favour of a privilege which goes proverbially by favour, the young maid was gone upon the winding path, with the pitcher truly balanced on her well-tressed head. Then Pet sat down and watched her, and she turned round in the distance and waved him a kiss at decorous interval. Not more than 3 days after this, Mrs. Carnaby came into the drawing-room with a hasty step, and a web of wrinkles upon her generally smooth white forehead. "Eliza," asked her sister, "what has put you out so? That chair is not very strong, and you are rather heavy. Do you call that gracefully sinking on a seat, as we used to learn the way to do at school?" "No, I do not call it anything of the kind. And if I am heavy, I only keep my heart in countenance, Philippa. You know not the anxieties of a mother." "I am thankful to say that I do not. I have plenty of larger cares to attend to, as well as the anxieties of an aunt and sister. But what is this new maternal care?" "Poor Pet's illness, his serious illness. I am surprised that you have not noticed it, Philippa. It seems so unkind of you." "There cannot be anything much amiss with him. I never saw anyone eat a better breakfast. What makes you fancy that the boy must be unwell?" "It is no fancy. He must be very ill, poor dear. I cannot bear to think of it. He has done no mischief for quite 3 days." "Then he must indeed be at the point of death. Oh, if we could only keep him always so, Eliza." "My dear sister, you will never understand him. He must have his little playful ways. Would you like him to be a milksop?" "Certainly not. But I should like him first to be a manly boy, and then a boyish man. The Yordises always have been manly boys, instead of pulling and puking and picking this, that, and the other." "The poor child cannot help his health, Philippa. He never had the Yordis constitution. He inherits his delicate system from his poor dear gallant father." Mrs. Carnaby wiped away a tear, and her sister, who never was hard to her, spoke gently, and said there were many worse boys than he, and she liked him for many good and brave points of character, and especially for hating medicine. "Philippa, you are right, he does hate medicine," the good mother answered with a soft, sad sigh. "And he kicked the last apothecary in the stomach, when he made certain of its going down. But such things are trifles, dear, in comparison with now. If he would only kick Jordis or Weldrum, or almost anyone who would take it nicely, I should have some hope that he was coming to himself. But to see him sit quiet is so truly sad. He gets up a tree with his vast activity, and there he sits moping by the hour and gazing in one fixed direction. I am almost sure that he has knocked his leg, but he flew into a fury when I wanted to examine it, and when I made a poultice there was Saracen devouring it, and the nasty dog swallowed one of my lace handkerchiefs." Then surely you are unjust, Eliza, in lamenting all lack of mischief. But I have noticed things as well as you, and yesterday I saw something more portentous than anything you have told me. I came upon Lancelot suddenly, in the last place where I should have looked for him. He was positively in the library, and reading a real book. A book, Philippa? Oh, that settles everything. He must have gone altogether out of his sane mind. Not only was it a book, but even a book of what people call poetry. You have heard of that bold young man over the mountains who is trying to turn poetry upside down by making it out of every single thing he sees, and who despises all the pieces that we used to learn at school. I cannot remember his name, but never mind. I thought that we ought to encourage him, because he might know some people in this neighbourhood, and so I ordered a book of his. Perhaps I told you, and that is the very book your learned boy was reading. Philippa, it seems to me impossible almost. He must have been looking at the pictures. I do hope he was only looking at the pictures. There is not a picture in the book of any sort. He was reading it, and saying it quite softly to himself, and I felt that if you saw him, you would send for Dr. Spraggs. Ring the bell at once, dear, if you will be kind enough. I hope there is a fresh horse in the stable. Or the best way would be to send the jumping car. Then he would be certain to come back at once. Do as you like. I begin to think that we ought to take proper precautions. But when that is done, I will tell you what I think he may be up the tree for. A man with the jumping car was soon dispatched by urgency of Jordas for Dr. Spraggs, who lived several miles away in a hamlet to the westward, inaccessible to anything that could not jump right nimbly. But the ladies made a slight mistake. They caught the doctor, but no patient. For Pet, being well up in his favourite tree, poring with great wonder over lyrical ballads, which took his fancy somehow, thence descried the hateful form of Dr. Spraggs, too surely approaching in the seat of honour of the jumping car. Was ever any poesy of such power as to elevate the soul above the smell of physic? The lofty poet of the lakes and fells fell into Pet's pocket anyhow, and down the off-side of the tree came he, with even his bad leg, ready to be foremost in giving leg bail to the medical man. The driver of the jumping car espied this action, but knowing that he would have done the like, grinned softly and said nothing. And long after Dr. Spraggs was gone, leaving behind him sage advice, and a vast benevolence of bottles, Pet returned, very dirty and hungry, and cross, and most unpoetical. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Henry. Young Gillyflowers. Drum, said Pet in his free and easy style about 10 days after that escape to a highly respected individual, Mr. Weldrum, the butler. Drum, you have heard perhaps about my being poorly. Aye, that I have, and too much of it, replied the portly butler, busy in his office with inferior work, which he never should have had to do, if rightly estimated. What you wants, Master Lancelot, is a little more of this here sort of thing. Sleeves up, elbow grease, scrub away at old ancient plate, and be blowed up if you puts a scratch on it. And the more you sweats, the less thanks you gets. Drum, when you come to be my butler, you shall have all the keys allowed you, and walk about with them on a great gold ring, with a gold chain down to your breeches pocket. You shall dine when you like, and have it cooked on purpose, and order it directly after breakfast. And you shall have the very best hot water plates, because you hate grease, don't you, Drum? That I do, especial from young chaps as wants to get something out of me. I am always as good as my word, come now. That you are, sir, and nothing very grand to say, considering the epithets you applies to me sometimes.
But you hasn't insulted me for 3 days now, and that proves to my mind that you can't be quite right. But you would like to see me better, I am sure you would. There is nobody so good to you as I am, Drum, and you are very crusty at times, you know. Your daughter must be the head cook, and then everything must be to your liking. Master Launcelot, you speaks fair. What can I have the honour of doing for you, sir, to set you up again in your poor dear health? Well, you hate physic, don't you, Drum? And you make a strict point of never taking it. I never knew no good to come out of no bottle, without it were a bottle of old crusted port wine. Ah, you likes that, Master Launcelot. I'll tell you what it is, Drum. I am obliged to be very careful. The reason why I don't get on is from taking my meals too much indoors. There is no fresh air in these old rooms. I have got a man who says, I could read it to you, but perhaps you don't care to hear poetry, Drum? The butler made a face, and put the leather to his ears. Very well, then. I am only just beginning, and it's like claret. You must learn to come to it. But from what he says, and from my own stomach, I intend to go and dine out of doors today. Lord, Master Launcelot, you must be gone clean daft. However could you have hot gravy, sir? And all the Yordises hates cold meat. Your poor dear grandfather, he was a man. So am I, and I have got half a guinea. Now, Drum, you do just what I tell you, and mind not a word to anyone. It will be the last coin you ever see of mine, either now or in all my life, remember, if you let my mamma ever hear of it. You slip down to the larder and get me a cold grouse and a cold partridge and 2 of the Hearthstone cakes, and a pat of butter and a pinch of salt, and put them in my army knapsack Aunt Philippa gave me. Also a knife and fork and plate. And let me see, what had I better have to drink? Well, sir, if I might offer an opinion, a pint bottle of dry port, or your grandfather's Madeira. Young gentlemen, I mean, of course, never take strong wines in the middle of the day. Bucellas is the proper thing. And when you have got it all together, turn the old cat into the larder, and get away cleverly by your little door, and put my knapsack in the old oak tree, the one that was struck by lightning. Now do you understand all about it? It must all be ready in half an hour, and if I make a good dinner out on the moor, why, you might get another half-guinea before long. And with these words away strode Pet. Well, well, the butler began muttering to himself. What wickedness are you up to next? A lassie in his head, and his dear mammy thought he was sickening over his wisdom teeth. He's beginning early, and no mistake. But the gals are a coarse, ugly lot about here. Master Weldrum was not a Yorkshireman, and the lad hath good taste in the matter of wine. Although he is that contrary, Solomon's self could not be upsides with him. Fall fair, fall foul. I must humour the boy, or out of this place I go, neck and crop. Accordingly, Pet found all that he had ordered, and several little things which he had not thought of, especially a corkscrew and a glass. And forgetting half his laziness, he set off briskly, keeping through the trees where no window could espy him, and down a little side glen, all afoot, for it seemed to him safer to forego his pony. The Gill, or Ghyll, as the poet writes it, from which the lonely family that dwelt there took their name, was not upon the bridle road from Scargate Hall toward Middleton, nor even within eye or reach of any road at all, but overlooked by kites alone, and tracked with thoroughfare of nothing but the mountain streamlet. The 4 who lived there, Bat and Zilpik, Maunder and Inzy of the Gill, had nothing to do with, and little to say to, any of the scatterling folk about them across the blue distance of the moor. They ploughed no land, they kept no cattle, they scarcely put spade in the ground, except for about a fortnight in April, when they broke up a strip of alluvial soil new every season, and abutting on the brook, and there sowed or planted their vegetable crop, and left it to the clemency of heaven. Yet twice every year they were ready with their rent when it suited Master Jordas to come for it,
since audits at the hall and tenants' dinners were not to their liking. The rent was a trifle, but Jordas respected them highly for handing it done up in white paper, without even making him leave the saddle. How many paid less, or paid nothing at all, yet came to the dinners under rent reservation of perhaps 1 mark, then strictly reserved their rent, but failed not to make the most punctual and liberal marks upon roast beef and plum pudding. But while the worthy dogman got his little bit of money sealed up and so correct that, careful as he was, he never stopped now to count it, even his keen eyes could make nothing of these people, except that they stood upon their dignity. To him they appeared to be of gipsy race, or partly of wild, and partly perhaps of Lancastrian origin, for they rather featured the Lancashire than the Yorkshire type of countenance, yet without any rustic coarseness, whether of aspect, voice, or manners. The story of their settlement in this glen had flagged out of memory of gossip by reason of their calm obscurity, and all that survived was the belief that they were queer, and the certainty that they would not be meddled with. Lancelot Jordas Carnaby was brave, both in the outward and the inward boy, when he struck into the Gill from a trackless spread of moor, not far from the source of the beck that had shaped or been shaped by this fissure. He had made up his mind to learn all about the water that filled sweet Inzi's pitcher, and although the great poet of nature as yet was only an early utterance, some of his words had already touched Pet as he had never been touched before. But perhaps that fine effect was due to the sapping power of first love. Yet first love, however it may soften and enlarge a petulant and wayward nature, instead of increasing, cuts short and crisp the patience of the patient. When Lancelot was as near as manners and prudence allowed to that lonesome house, he sat down quietly for a little while in a little niche of scrubby bush, whence he could spy the door. For a short time this was very well. Also it was well to be furnishing his mind with a form for the beautiful expressions in it, and prepare it for the order of their coming out. And when he was sure that these were well arranged, and could not fail at any crisis, he found a further pastime in considering his boots, then his gaiters and small clothes, which were of lofty type, and his waistcoat, elegant for anybody's bosom. But after a bit even this began to pall, and when one of his feet went fast asleep, in spite of its beautiful surroundings, he jumped up and stamped, and was not so very far from hot words as he should have been. For his habit was not so much to want a thing as to get it before he wanted it, which is very poor training for the trials of the love-time. But just as he was beginning to resolve to be wise, and eat his victuals, now or never, and be sorry for anyone who came too late, there came somebody by another track, whose step made the heart rise and the stomach fall. Lancelot's mind began to fail him all at once, and the spirit that was ready with a host of words fluttered away into a quaking depth of silence. Yet Inzi tripped along as if the world held no one to cast a pretty shadow from the sun beside her own. Even the youngest girls are full of little tricks far beyond the oldest boy's comprehension, but the wonder of all wonders is they have so pure a conscience as never to be thinking of themselves at all, far less of anyone who thinks too much of them. I declare, she has forgotten that she ever saw me, Lancelot muttered to the bush in which he trembled. It would serve her right if I walked straight away. But he looked again, and could not help looking more than many times again. So piercing, as an ancient poet puts it, is the shaft from the eyes of the female women. And Inzi was especially a female girl, which has now ceased to be tautology, so feminine were her walk and way, and sudden variety of unreasonable charm. "Dear me, I never thought to see you any more, sir," said she, with a bright blush, perhaps at such a story, as Pet jumped out eagerly, with hands stretched forth. "It is the most surprising thing.
and we might have done very well with rainwater. Oh, Inzy, don't be so cold-hearted. Who can drink rainwater? I have got something very good for you indeed. I have carried it all the way myself, and only a strong man could have done it. Why, you have got stockings on, I declare. But I like you much better without them. Then, Master Lancelot Yordas Carnaby, you had better go home with all your good things. You are totally mistaken about that. I could never get these things into the house again without being caught out to a certainty. It shows how little girls know of anything. A girl cannot be expected, she answered, looking most innocently at him, to understand anything sly or cunning. Why should anything of that sort be? Well, if it comes to that, cried Pet, who, like all unreasonable people, had large rudiments of reasoning, why should not I come up to your door and knock and say, I want to see Miss Inzy. I am fond of Miss Inzy, and have got something good for her. That is what I shall do next time. If you do, my brother Maunder will beat you dreadfully, so dreadfully that you will never walk home. But don't let us talk of such terrible things. You must never come here, if you think of such things. I would not have you hurt for all the world, for sometimes I think that I like you very much. The lovely girl looked at the handsome boy, as if they were at school together, learning something difficult which must be repeated to the other's eyes, with a nod or a shake of the head, as may be. A kind and pure and soft gaze she gave him, as if she would love his thoughts, if he could explain them. And Pet turned away because he could not do so. I'll tell you what it is, he said bravely, while his heart was thrilling with desire to speak well. We will set to at once, and have a jolly good spread. I told my man to put up something very good, because I was certain that you would be very hungry. Surely you were not so foolish as to speak of me. No, no, no. I know a trick worth two of that. I was not such a fool as to speak of you, of course, but I would never condescend to touch one bit. You were ashamed to say a word about me then, were you? Inzy, now, Inzy, too bad of you it is. You can have no idea what those butlers and footmen are, if ever you tell them anything. They are worse than the maids. They go downstairs and they get all the titbits out of the cook and sit by the girl they like best, on the strength of having a secret about their master. Well, you are cunning, cried the maiden with a sigh. I thought that your nature was loftier than that. No, I do not know anything of butlers and footmen, and I think that the less I know of you, the better. Oh, Inzy, darling Inzy, if you run away like that, I have got both your hands, and you shall not run away. Do you want to kill me, Inzy? They have had the doctor for me. Oh, how very dreadful! That does sound dreadful. I am not at all crying, and you need not look. But what did he say? Please to tell me what he said. He said, salts and senna, but I got up a high tree. Let us think of nicer things. It is enough to spoil one's dinner. Oh, Inzy, what is anything to eat or drink compared with looking at you when you are good? If I could only tell you the things that I have felt all day and all night since this day fortnight, how sorry you would be for having evil thoughts of me. I have no evil thoughts. I have no thoughts at all. But it puzzles me to think what on earth you have been thinking. There, I will sit down and listen for a moment. And I may hold one of your hands? I must, or you would never understand me. Why, your hands are much smaller than mine, I declare, and mine are very small, because of thinking about you. Now you need not laugh. It does spoil everything to laugh so. It is more than a fortnight since I laughed at all. You make me feel so miserable. But would you like to know how I felt? Mind, I would rather cut my head off than tell it to anyone in the world but you. Now I call that very kind of you. If you please, I should like to know how you have been feeling. With these words, Inzy came quite close up to his side and looked at him so that he could hardly speak. You may say it in a whisper if you like, she said. There is nobody coming for at least 3 hours, and so you may say it in a whisper. Then I will tell you. It was just like this. You know that I began to think how beautiful you were at the very first time I looked at you, but you could not expect me so to love you all at once as I love you now, dear Inzy. I cannot understand any meaning in such things. But she took a little distance, quite as if she did. Well, I went away without thinking very much, because I had a bad place in my knee, a blue place bigger than the new half-crown, where you saw that the pony kicked me. I had him up and thrashed him when I got home, but that has got nothing to do with it, only that I made him know who was his master. And then I tried to go on with a lot of things as usual, but somehow I did not care at all. There was a great rat hunt that I had been thinking of more than 3 weeks, when they got the straddles down to be ready for the new ricks to come instead, but I could not go near it, and it made them think that the whole of my inside was out of order. And it must have been. I can see by looking back it must have been so, without my knowing it. I hit several people with my holly on their shins because they knew more than I did. But that was no good, nor was anything else. I only got more and more out of sorts, and could not stay quiet anywhere. And yet it was no good to me to try to make a noise. All day I went about as if I did not care whether people contradicted me or not, or where I was, or what time I should get back, or whether there would be any dinner. And I tucked up my feet in my nightgown every night, but instead of stopping there, as they always used to do, they were down in cold places immediately. And instead of any sleep, I bit holes by the 100 in the sheets, with thinking. I hated to be spoken to, and I hated everybody, and so I do now, whenever I come to think about them. Including even poor me, I suppose? Inzy had wonderfully pretty eyebrows, and a pretty way of raising them, and letting more light into her bright hazel eyes. No, I never seemed to hate you, though I often was put out, because I could never make your face come well. I was thinking of you always, but I could not see you. Now tell me whether you have been like that. Not at all, but I have thought of you once or twice, and wondered what could make you want to come and see me. If I were a boy, perhaps I could understand it. I hate boys. I am a man all over now. I am old enough to have a wife, and I mean to have you. How much do you suppose my waistcoat cost? Well, never mind, because you are not rich, but I have got money enough for both of us to live well, and nobody can keep me out of it. You know what a road is, I suppose, a good road leading to a town. Have you ever seen one? A brown place with hedges on each side, made hard and smooth for horses to go upon, and wheels that make a rumble. Well, if you will have me, and behave well to me, you shall sit up by yourself in a velvet dress, with a man before you and a man behind, and believe that you are flying. But what would become of my father and my mother and my brother Maunder? Oh, they must stop here, of course. We shouldn't want them. But I would give them all their house rent-free, and a fat pig every Christmas. Now you sit there and spread your lap, that I may help you properly. I want to see you eat. You must learn to eat like a lady of the highest quality, for that you are going to be, I can tell you. The beautiful maid of the Gill smiled sweetly, sitting on the low bank with the grace of simple nature and the playfulness of girlhood. She looked up at Lancelot, the self-appointed man, with a bright glance of curious contemplation, and contemplation of any other subject than self is dangerously near contempt. She thought very little of his large free brag, of his patronizing manner, and fine self-content reference of everything to his own standard, beauty too feminine, and instead of female gentleness, highly cultivated waywardness. But in spite of all that, she could not help liking and sometimes admiring him when he looked away. And now he was very busy with the high feast he had brought. To begin with, he said, when his good things were displayed, you must remember that nothing is more vulgar than to be hungry. A gentleman may have a tremendous appetite, but a lady never. But why? But why? That does seem foolish. I have read that the ladies are always helped first. That must be because of their appetites. Inzy, I tell you things, not the reason of them. Things are learned by seeing other people, and not by arguing about them. Then you had better eat your dinner first, and let me sit and watch you, and then I can eat mine by imitation. That is to say, if there is any left. You are one of the oddest people I have ever seen. You go round the corner of all that I say, instead of following properly. When we are married, you will always make me laugh. At one time they kept a boy to make me laugh, but I got tired of him. Now I help you first, although I am myself so hungry. I do it from a lofty feeling, which my aunt Philippa calls chivalry. Ladies talk about it when they want to get the best of us. I have given you all the best part, you see, and I only keep the worst of it for myself. If Pet had any hope that his self-denial would promptly be denied to him, he made a great mistake, for the damsel of the Gill had a healthy moorland appetite, and did justice to all that was put before her, and presently he began for the first time in his life to find pleasure in seeing another person pleased. But the wine she would not even taste, in spite of persuasion and example. The water from the brook was all that she drank, and she drank as prettily as a pigeon. Whatever she did was done gracefully and well. I am very particular, he said at last, but you are fit to dine with anybody. How have you managed to learn it all? You take the best of everything without a word about it, as gently as great ladies do. I thought that you would want me to eat the nicest pieces, but instead of that you have left me bones and drumsticks. He gave such a melancholy look at these that Inzy laughed quite merrily. I wanted to see you practice chivalry, she said. Well, never mind, I shall know another time. Instead of 2 birds, I shall order 4, and other things in proportion. But now I want to know about your father and your mother. They must be respectable people, to judge by you. What is their proper name, and how much have they got to live upon? More than you, a great deal more than you, she answered, with such a roguish smile that he forgot his grievances, or began to lose them in the mist of beauty. More than me? And they live in such a hole, where only the crows come near them? Yes, more than you, sir. They have their wits to live upon, and industry, and honesty. Pet was not old enough yet in the world to say, what is the use of all those? All their income is starvation. He was young enough to think that those who owned them had advantage of him, for he knew that he was very lazy. Moreover, he had heard of such people getting on, through the striking power of exception so much more brilliant than the rule. When all the blind virtues found luck to lead them, industry, honesty, and ability always get on in storybooks, and nothing is nicer than to hear a pretty story. But in some ways Pet was sharp enough. Then they never will want that house rent-free, nor the fat pig, nor any other presents. Oh, Inzy, how very much better that will be. I find it so much nicer always to get things than to give them. And people are so good-natured when they have done it and can talk of it. Inzy, they shall give me something when I marry you, and as often as they like afterward. They will give you something you will not like, she answered with a laugh and a look along the moor, if you stay here too long chattering with me. Do you know what o'clock it is? I know always whether the sun is out or in. You need show no gold watch to me. Oh, that comes of living in a draught all day. The outdoor people grow too wise. What do you see about 10 miles off? It must be 10 miles to that hill. That hill is scarcely 5 miles off, and what I see is not half of that. I brought you up here to be quite safe. Maunder's eyes are better than mine, but he will not see us for another mile, if you cover your grand waistcoat, because we are in the shadows. Slip down into the gill again, and keep below the edge of it, and go home as fast as possible. Lancelot felt inclined to do as he was told, and keep to safe obscurity. The long, uncomfortable loneliness of prospect, and dim, airy distance of the sinking sun, and deeply silent emptiness of hollows,
where great shadows began to crawl, in the waning of the day and so far away from home. All these united to impress upon the boy a spiritual influence, whose bodily expression would be the appearance of a clean pair of heels. But to meet this sensible impulse there arose the stubborn nature of his race, which hated to be told to do anything, and the dignity of his new-born love, such as it was, and the thought of looking small. "Why should I go?" he said. "I will meet them, and tell them that I am their landlord, and have a right to know all about them. My grandfather never ran away from anybody, and they have got a donkey with them." "They will have two if you stop," cried Inzy, though she admired his spirit. "My father is a very quiet man, but Maunder would take you by the throat and cast you down into the beck." "I should like to see him try to do it. I am not so very strong, but I am active as a cat. I have no idea of being threatened." "Then will you be coaxed? I do implore you, for my sake, to go, or it will be too late. Never, never will you see me again unless you do what I beseech of you." "I will not stir one peg unless you put your arms round my neck and kiss me, and say that you will never have anybody else." Inzy blushed deeply, and her bright eyes flashed with passion, not of loving kind. But it went to her heart that he was brave, and that he loved her truly. She flung her comely arms round his neck, and touched her rosy lips with his, and before he could clasp her she was gone, with no more comfort than these words: "Now, if you are a gentleman, you must go, and never come near this place again." Not a moment too soon he plunged into the Gill, and hurried up its winding course, but turning back at the corner saw a sweet smile in the distance, and a wave of the hand that warmed his heart. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 23. Love Militant. So far so good, but that noble and exalted condition of the youthful mind which is to itself pure wisdom's zenith, but the folk of coarse maturity and tough experience calf love, superior as it is to words and reason, must be left to its own course. The settled resolve of a middle-aged man with 7 large appetited children and an 8th approaching the shores of light, while baby linen too often transmitted betrays a transient texture, and hose has ripened into holes, and breeches verify their name, and a knock at the door knocks at the heart. The fixed resolution of such a man to strike a bold stroke for the sake of his home is worthier of attention than the flitting fancy of boy and girl, who pop upon one another and skip through zigzagging vernal ecstasy like the weathery dalliance of gnats. Lieutenant Carroway had dealt and done with amorous grace and attitude, soaring rapture and profundity of sigh, suspense, more agonizing than suspension, despair, prostration, grinding of the teeth, the hollow and spectral laugh of a heart forever broken, and all the other symptoms of an annual bill of vitality, and every new pledge of his affections sped him toward the pledge-shop. But never had he crossed that fatal threshold. The thought of his uniform and the dignity prevailed, and he was not so mean as to send a child to do what the father was ashamed of. So it was scarcely to be expected that even as a man should sympathize deeply with a tender passion, and far less as a coastguardsman with the wooing of a smuggler, Master Robin Lyth by this time was in the contraband condition known to the authorities as love. Carroway had found out this fact, but instead of indulging in generous emotion, he made up his mind to nab him through it, for he reasoned as follows. And granting that reason has any business on such premises, the process does not seem amiss. The man in love has only got 1/8 part of his wits at home to govern the doings of his arms, legs, and tongue. A large half is occupied with his fancy, in all the wanderings of that creature, dreamy, flimsy, anchoring with gossamer, climbing the sky with steps of fog, cast into abysms, as great writers call it, by imaginary demons, and even at its best in a queer condition, pitiful yet exceeding proud. A quarter of the mental power is employed in wanting to know what the other people think. An eighth part ought to be dwelling upon the fair distracting object, and only a small eighth can remain to attend to the business of the solid day. But in spite of all this, such lads get on about as well as usual. If Bacchus has a protective power, Venus has no less of it, and possibly is more active, as behooves a female. And surely it was a cold-blooded scheme, which even the revenue should have excised from the honest scale of duties, to catch a poor fellow in the meshes of love, because he was too sharp otherwise. This, however, was the large idea ripening in the breast of Carroway. "To-night I shall have him," he said to his wife, who was inditing of softer things, her 8th confinement, and the shilling she had laid that it would be a boy this time. "The weather is stormy, yet the fellow makes love between the showers in a barefaced way. That old fool of a tanner knows it, and has no more right feeling than if he were a boy. Ah, my Robin, fine Robin as you are, I shall catch you piping with your Jenny Wren to-night." The lieutenant shared the popular ignorance of the simplest natural history. "Charles, you should never have told me of it. Where is your feeling for the days gone by? And as for his coming between the showers, what should I have thought of you if you had made a point of bringing your umbrella? My dear, it is wrong, and I beg you, for my sake, not to catch him with his true love, but only with his tubs. Matilda, your mind is weakened by coming trial of your nerves. I would rather have him with his tubs, of course. They would set us up for several years, and his silks would come in for your churching. But everything cannot be as we desire, and he carries large pistols when he's not courting. Do you wish me to be shot, Matilda?" "Captain Carroway, how little thought you have to speak to me in that way, and I felt before dinner that I never should get over it. Oh, who would have the smugglers on their mind at such a time?" "My dear, I beg your pardon. Pray extent your strength of mind and cast such thoughts away from you. Or perhaps it will be a smuggler. And yet if it were, how much better it would pay." "Then I hope it will, Charles. I heartily hope it will be. It would serve you quite right to be snaring your own son after snaring a poor youth through his sweetheart." "Well, well, time will show. Put me up that flat bottle, Tilly, and the knuckle of pork that was left last night. Goodness knows when I shall be back, and I never like to rack my mind upon an empty stomach." The revenue officer had far to go, and was wise in providing provender, and the weather being on the fall toward the equinox, and the tides running strong and uncertain, he had made up his mind to fare inland instead of attempting the watery ways. He felt that he could ride, as every sailor always feels, and he had a fine horse upon hire from his butcher, which the king himself would pay for. The inferior men had been sent ahead on foot, with orders to march along and hold their tongues, and one of these men was John Cadman, the self-same man who had descended the cliff without any footpath. They were all to be ready, with hanger and pistol, in a hole toward Biersa Cottage. Lieutenant Carroway enjoyed his ride. They were men to whom excitement is an elevation of the sad and slow mind, which otherwise seems to have nothing to do. And what finer excitement can a good mind have than in balancing the chances of its body tumbling out of the saddle and evicting its poor self? The mind of Charles Carroway was wide awake in this, and tenderly anxious about the bad foot in which its owner ended, because of the importance of the stirrups, and all the sanguine vigor of the heart, which seemed to like some thumping, conveyed to the seat of reason little more than a wish to be well out of it. The brave lieutenant holding place and sticking to it through a sense of duty, and the difficulty of getting off, remembered to have heard when quite a little boy that a man who gazes steadily between his horse's ears cannot possibly tumble off the back. The saying in its wisdom is akin to that which describes the potency of salt upon a sparrow's tail. while Carroway gloomily pounded the road with reflection a dangerous luxury, things of even deeper interest took their course at the goal of his endeavours. Mary Anerley, still an exile in the house of the tanner by reason of her mother's strict coastguard, had long been thinking that more injustice is done in the world than ought to be, and especially in the matter of free trade she had imbibed lax opinions, which may not be abhorrent to a tanner's nature and an officer of king's fencibles. But how did Mary make this change, and upon questions of public policy chop sides as quickly as a clever journal does? She did it in the way in which all women think, whose thoughts are of any value, by allowing the heart to go to work, being a more active organ, and create large scenery, into which the tempted mind must follow. To anybody whose life has been saved by anybody else, there should arise not only a fine image of the preserver, but a high sense of the service done to the universe, which must have gone into the deepest mourning if deprived of no one, and then, almost of necessity, succeeds the investment of his benefactor to the world at large with all the great qualities needed for an exploit so stupendous. He has done a great deed. He has proved himself to be gallant, generous, magnanimous. Shall I, who exist through his grand nobility, listen to his very low enemies? Therefore Robin was an angel now, and his persecutors must be demons. Captain Lyth had not been slow to enter into his good luck. He knew that Master Popplewell had cultivated taste for rare old schnapps, while the partner of his life in labour and repose possessed a desire for the finer kinds of lace. Attending to these points, he was always welcome, and the excellent couple encouraged his affection and liberal goodwill toward them. But Mary would accept no presents from him, and behaved for a long time very strangely, and as if she would rather keep out of his way. Yet he managed to keep on running after her as much as she managed to run away, for he had been down now into the hold of his heart, searching it with a dark lantern, and there he discovered Mary. Mary, not only branded on the hullage of all things, but the pith and pack of everything, without any fraud upon charter party, the cargo entire, was Mary. Who can tell what a young maid feels when she herself is doubtful? Somehow she has very large ideas which only come up when she begins to think, and too often after some very little thing she exclaims that all is rubbish. The keynote of her heart is high, and a lot of things fall below harmony, and notably, if she is not a stoop, some of her own dear love's expressions before she has made up her soul to love him. This is a hard time for almost any man, who feels his random mind dipped into with a spirit gauge and a sacrometer. But despite of all these indications, Robin Lyth stuck to himself, which is the right way to get credit for sticking. "Johnny, my dear," said Deborah Popplewell to her valued husband, just about the time when bold Carroway was getting hot and sore upon Filey Road, yet steadily enlarging all the penance of return. "Things ought to be coming to a point, I think. We ought not to let them so be going on forever. Young people like to be married in the spring. The birds are singing, and the price of coal goes down, and they ought to be engaged 6 months at least. We were married in the spring, my dear, the Tuesday but one that comes next from Easter Day. There was no lilac out, but there ought to have been, because it was not sunny, and we have never repented it, you know." "Never as long as I live shall I forget that day," said Popplewell. "They sent me home a suit of clothes as were made for kidney bean sticks. I did want to look nice at the church, and crack, crack, crack they went, and out came all the lining. Debbie, I had good legs in those days, and could crunch down bark like brewer's grains." "And so you could now, my dear, every bit as well. Scarcely any of the young men have your legs. How thankful we ought to be for them, and teeth. But everything seems to be different now, and nobody has any dignity of mind. We sewed broad beans like a pigeon's foot tread out and in all the way to church." "The folk can never do such things now. We must not expect it of such times, my dear. 45 years ago was 90 times better than these days, Debbie. except you and I was steadfast and mean to be so to the end, God willing. Lord, what are the lasses that he makes now? Johnny, they try to look their best, and we must not be hard on them. Our Mary looks well now, when she hath a colour, though my eyes might have been brighter blue if I never hadn't took the spectacles. Johnny, I am sure almost that she is in her love time. She crieth at night, which is nobody's business. The strings of her nightcap run out of her starch, and there looks like a channel on the pillow, though the sharp young hussy turns it upside down. I shall be upsides with her if you won't. Certainly it shall be left to you. You are the one to do it best. You push her on, and I will stir him up. I will smuggle some schnapps into his tea tonight to make him look up bolder. As mild as any milk it is. When I was taken with your cheeks, Debbie, and your bit of money, I was never that long in telling you. That's true now, Johnny. You was scarcey. But I'm thinking of the trouble we may get into over at Anerley about this. I'll carry that, lass. My back's as broad as Stephen's. What more can they want for her than a fine young fellow, a credit to his business in the country? Lord, how I hate them rough coast riders. It wouldn't be good for them to come here. Then they are here, I tell you, and much they care. You seem to me to have shut your eyes ever since you left off tanning. How many times have I told you, John, that a sneaking fellow hath got in with Sue? I saw him with my own eyes last night, skulking past the wicket-gate, and the girl's addlepate was completely turned. You think her such a wonder that you won't hearken. But I know women best, I do. Out of this house she goes, neck and crop, if what you say is true, Deb. Don't say it again. That's a kind, good soul. It spoils my pipe to think of it. Towards sundown, Robin Lyth appeared, according to invitation. Dandy as he generally was, he looked unusually smart this time, with snow-white ducks and a velvet waistcoat, pumps like a dressing-glass, lace to his shirt, and a blue coat with gold buttons. His keen eyes glanced about for Mary, and sparkled as soon as she came down, and when he took her hand she blushed, and was half afraid to look at him, for she felt in her heart that he meant to say something, if he could find occasion, but her heart did not tell her what answer she would make, because her father's grief and wrath. So she tried to hope that nothing would be said, and she kept very near her good aunt's apron-string. Such tactics, however, were doomed to defeat. The host and hostess of Birsa Cottage were very proud of the tea they gave to any distinguished visitor. Tea was a luxury, being very dear, and although large quantities were smuggled, the quality was not, like that of other goods so imported, equal or superior to the fair legitimate staple, and Robin, who never was shy of his profession, confessed that he could not supply a cup so good. "You shall come and have another out of doors, my friend," said his entertainer graciously. "Mary, take the captain's cup to the bower. The rain has cleared off, and the evening will be fine. I will smoke my pipe, and we will talk adventures. Things have happened to me that would make you stare if I could bring myself to tell them. Ah, yes, I have lived in stirring times. 50 years ago men and women knew their minds, and a dog could eat his dinner without a damask napkin." Master Popplewell, who was of a good round form, and tucked his heels over one another as he walked, which indicates a pleasant self-esteem, now lit his long pipe and marched ahead, carefully gazing to the front and far away, so that the young folk might have free boot and free hand behind him, that they should have flutters of loving kindness and crafty little breaths of whispering and extraordinary gifts of just looking at each other in time not to be looked at again, as well as a strange sort of in and out of feeling, as if they were patterned with the same zigzag as a famous Herefordshire graft is made, and above all the rest that they should desire to have no one in the world to look at them was to be expected by a clever old codger, a tanner who had realized a competence and eaten many tanner's pies, the which is a good thing, and so much the better because it costs nothing save the crust and the coal. But instead of any pretty little goings-on such as this worthy man made room for, to tell the stupid truth, this lad and lass came down the long walk as far apart and as independent of one another as two stakes of an espalier. There had not been a word gone amiss between them, nor even a thought the wrong way of the grain. but the pressure of fear and of prickly expectation was upon them both, and kept them mute. The lad was afraid that he would get nay, and the lass was afraid that she could not give it. The bower was quite at the end of the garden, through and beyond the pot-herb part, and upon a little bank which overhung a little lane. Here in this corner a good woman had contrived that women nearly always understand the best, a little nook of pleasure and of perfume, after the rank ranks of the kitchen stuff. Not that these are to be disdained, far otherwise, they indeed are the real business, and herein lies the true test of skill, but still the flowers may declare that they do smell better. And not only were there flowers here, and little shrubs planted sprucely, but also good grass, which is always softness and soothes the impatient eyes of men. And on this grass there stood, or hung, or flowered, or did whatever it was meant to do, a beautiful sweeping ash, the only one anywhere in that neighborhood. I can't look at the skies, and that have seen too many of them. You young folk go and chirp under the tree. What I want is a little rum and water." With these words the tanner went into his bower, where he kept a good store of materials and moss, and the plaited ivy of the narrow entrance shook with his voice and steps and the decision of his thoughts. For he wanted to see things come to a point, and his only way to do it was to get quite out of sight. Such fools the young people of the age were now. While his thoughts were such, or scarcely any better, his partner in life came down the walk with a heap of little things which she thought needful for the preservation of the tanner. And she waddled a little and turned her toes out, for she as well was roundish. "Ah, you ought to have Sue. Where is Sue?" said Master Popplewell. "Now come you in out of the way of the wind, Debbie. You know how your back sinews ached with the darning before last wash." Mrs. Popplewell grumbled, but obeyed, for she knew that her lord had his reasons. So Mary and Robin were left outside, quite as if they were nothing to any but themselves. Mary was aware of all this manoeuvring, and it brought a little frown upon her pretty forehead, as if she were cast before the feet of Robin Lyth, but her gentleness prevailed, because they meant her well. Under the weeping ash there was a little seat, and the beauty of it was that it would not hold two people. She sat down upon it and became absorbed in the clouds that were busy with the sunset. These were very beautiful, as they so often are in the broken weather of the autumn, but sailors would rather see fair sky, and Robin's fair heaven was in Mary's eyes. At these he gazed with a natural desire to learn that the symptoms of the weather were, but it seemed as if little could be made out there, because everything seemed so lofty. Perhaps Mary had forgotten his existence. Could any lad of wax put up with this, least of all a daring mariner? He resolved to run the cargo of his heart right in, at the risk of all breakers and drawn cutlasses, and to make a good beginning he came up and took her hand. The tanner in the bower gave approval with a cough like Cupid with a sneeze, then he turned it to a snore. "Mary, why do you carry on like this?" the smuggler inquired in a very gentle voice. "I have done nothing to offend you, have I?" "That would be the last thing I would ever do." "Captain Lyth, you are always very good. You should never think such things of me. I am just looking at a particular cloud, and whoever said that you might call me Mary?" "Perhaps the particular cloud said so, but you have been the cloud yourself, for you told me only yesterday." "Then I will never say another word about it, but people should not take advantage." "Who are people? How you talk! Quite as if I were somebody you had never saw before. I should like you just to look round now, and let me see why you are so different from yourself." Mary Anerley looked round, for she always did what people liked, without good reason otherwise, and if her mind was full of clouds, her eyes had little sign of them. "You look as lovely as you always do," said the smuggler, growing bolder as she looked at something else. "You know long ago what my opinion of you is, and yet you seem to take no notice. Now I must be off, as you know, tonight, not for any reason of my own, as I told you yesterday, but to carry out a contract. I may not see you for many months again, and you may fall in love with a preventative man." "I never fall in love with anybody." "Why should I go from one extreme to another? Captain Carroway has 7 children as well as a very active wife. I'm not afraid of Carroway, in love or in war. He is an honest fellow with no more brains than this ash-tree over us. I mean the dashing captains who come in with their cutters, and would carry you off as soon as look. Captain Lyth, you are not at all considering what you say. Those officers do not want me. They want you. Then they shall get neither. They may trust me for that. But, Mary, do tell me how your heart is. You know well how mine has been for ever such a time. I tell you downright that I have thought of girls before. Oh, I was not at all aware of that. Surely you had better go on with thinking of them. You have not heard me out. I have only thought of them, nothing more than thinking, in a foolish sort of way. But of you I do not think. I seem to feel you all through me. What sort of a sensation do I seem to be? A foolish one, I suppose, like all those many others? No, not at all. A very wise one, a regular knowledge that I cannot live without you, a certainty that I could only mope about a little, and not run any more cargoes on the coast. Not a single tub, nor a quarter bale of silk, except, of course, what is under contract now. And if you should tell me that you cannot care about me— Hush! I am almost sure that I hear footsteps. Listen, just a moment. No, I will not listen to any one in the world but you. I beg you not to try to put me off. Think of the winter and the long time coming. Say if you will think of me. I must allow that I am not, like you, of a respectable old family. The Lord alone knows where I came from, or where I may go to. My business is a random and up-and-down one, but no one can call it disreputable, and if you went against it I would throw it up. There are plenty of trades that I can turn my hand to, and I will turn it to anything you please if you will only put yours inside it. Mary, only let me have your hand, and you need not say anything unless you like. But I always do like to say something when things are brought before me so. I have to consider my father, and my mother, and others belonging to me. It is not as if I were all alone and could do exactly as I pleased. My father bears an ill will towards free trade, and my mother has made bad bargains when she felt sure of very good ones. I know that there are rogues about, Robin answered with a judicial frown, but foul play never should hurt fair lady, and we haul them through the water when we catch them. Your father is terribly particular, I know, and that is the worst thing there can be. But I do not care a groat for all objections, Mary, unless the objection begins with you. I am sure by your eyes and your pretty lips and forehead that you are not the one to change. If once any lucky fellow wins your heart, he will have it, unless he is a fool forever. I can do most things, but not that, or you never would be thinking about the other people. What would anybody be to me in comparison with you? If I only had the chance, I would kick them all to Jericho. Can you see it in that way? Can you get hot every time you think of me? Really, said Mary, looking very gently at him because of his serious excitement. You are very good and very brave, and have done wonders for me. But why should I get hot? No, I suppose it's not to be expected. When I am in great peril I grow hot and tingle and am alive all over. Men of a loftier courage grow cold. It depends upon the constitution. But I enjoy it more than they do, and I can see things 10 times quicker. Oh, how I wish I was Nelson! How he must enjoy himself! But if you have love of continual danger and eagerness to always be at it, said Mary with a wide Yorkshire sense, much as she admired his heroic type, the proper thing for you to do is to lead a single life. You might be enjoying all the danger very much, but what would your wife at home be doing? Only to knit and sigh and lie awake? Mary made a bad hit here. This picture was not at all deterrent. So daring are young men, and so selfish. Nothing of that sort should ever come to pass, cried Robin with a gaze of head of household. Supposing only that my wife was you, I would be home regularly every night before the kitchen clock struck 8. I would always come home with an appetite and kiss you and do both my feet upon the scraper. I would ask how the baby was and carry him about and go 1, 2, 3 as nurses do. I would quite leave the government to put on taxes and pay them if I could. without a word of grumble. I would keep every rope about the house in order as only a sailor knows how to do, and fettle my own mending, and carry out my orders, and never meddle with the kitchen, at least unless my option was sought for concerning any little thing that might happen to be meant for me." "Well," exclaimed Mary, "you quite take my breath away. I had no idea that you were so clever. In return for all these wonders, what should poor I have to do?" "Poor I would only have to say just once, 'Robin, I will have you,' and begin to try to love you. I'm afraid that it has been done long ago, and the thing that I ought to do is to try and help it." What happened upon this would be needless to report, and not only needless, but a vast deal worse. Shabby, interloping, meddlesome, and mean, undignified, unmanly, and disreputably low. For even the tanner and his wife, who must have had right to come forward if anybody had, felt that their right was a shadow, and kept back as if they were 100 miles away, and took one another by the hand and nodded, as much as to say, "You remember how we did it. Better than that, my dear. Here is your good health." This being so, and the time so sacred to the higher emotions, even the broadest intruder should endeavor to check his ardor for intrusion. Without any inkling of preventative force, Robin and Mary, having once done away with all that stood between them, found it very difficult to be too near together, because of all the many things that each had for to say. They seemed to get into an unwise condition of longing to know matters that surely could not matter. When did each of them first feel sure of being meant only for the other nobler one? At first sight, of course, and with a perfect gift of seeing how much loftier each was than the other. And what an extraordinary fact it was that in everything imaginable they were quite alike, except in the palpable certainty possessed by each of the betterness of the other. What an age it seemed since first they met, positively without thinking, and in the very middle of a skirmish, yet with a remarkable drawing out of perceptions one another ward. Did Mary feel this when she acted so cleverly and led away those vile pursuers? And did Robin, when his breath came back, discover why his heart was glowing in the rabbit hole? Questions of such depth cannot be fathomed in a moment, and even to attempt to do any justice to them, heads must be very long laid together. Not only so, but it is also of prime necessity to make sure that every whisper goes into the proper ear and abides there only, and every subtlety of glance and every nicety of touch gets warm with exclusive reciprocity. It is not too much to say that in so sad a gladness the faculties of self-preservation are weak, when they ought to be most active. Therefore it should surprise nobody, except those who are so far above all surprise, to become aware that every word they said and everything, even doubly sacred, that they did, was well entered into, and thoroughly enjoyed by a liberal audience of family-minded men who had been through pretty scenes like this, and quietly enjoyed dry memory. Cadman, Ellis, and Dick Hackerbody were in comfortable places of retirement, just under the combing of the hedge, all waiting for a whistle, yet at leisure to enjoy the whisper, the murmur, or even the sigh of a genuine piece of sweethearting. Unjust as it may be, and hard and truly narrow, there does exist in the human mind, or at least in the masculine half of it, a strong conviction that a man in love is a man in a scrape, in a hole, in a pitfall, in a pitiful condition, untrue for the moment to the brotherhood of man, and cast down among the inferior vessels. And instead of being sorry for him, those who are all right look down and glory over him with very ancient jibes. So these three men, instead of being touched at the heart by soft confessions, laid hard hands to wrinkled noses. "Mary, I vow to you as I stand here," said Robin for the 50th time, leading her nearer to the treacherous hedge, as he pressed her trembling hand and gazed with deep ecstasy into her truthful eyes, "I will live only to deserve you, darling. I will give up everything and everybody in the world and start afresh. I will pay king's duty upon every single tub, and set up the tea and spirit line with His Majesty's arms upon the lintel. I will take a large contract for the Royal Navy, who never get anything genuine, and not one of them ever knows good from bad." "That's a dirty lie, sir. In the king's name I arrest you." Lieutenant Carroway leapt before them, flourishing a longsword and dancing with excitement in this the supreme moment of his life. At the same instant 3 men came bursting through the hedge, drew hangers, and waited for orders. Robin Lyth, in the midst of his love, was so amazed that he stood like a boy under orders to be caned. "Surrender, sir! Down with your arms! You are my prisoner! Strike to his majesty! Hands to your side, or I run you through like Jack Robinson! Keep back, men! He belongs to me!" But Carroway counted his chicks too soon, or at any rate he overlooked a little chick. For while he was making fine passes, having learned the rudiments of swordmanship beyond other British officers, and just as he was executing a splendid flourish, upon his bony breast lay Mary. She flung her arms around him so that move he could not without grievously tearing her, and she managed in a very wicked way to throw the whole weight of 2 bodies on his wounded heel. A flash of pain shot up to his very sword, and down he went, with Mary to protect him, or at any rate to cover him. His 3 men, like Britons, stood in position and waited for their officer to get up and give orders. These 3 men showed such perfect discipline that Robin was invited to knock them down, as if they had simply been 3 skittles in a row. He recovered his presence of mind and did it, and looking back at Mary received signal to be off, perceiving that his brave love would take no harm, for the tanner was come forth blustering loudly, and Mrs. Popplewell with shrieks and screams enough to prevent the whole preventative service. The free trader kissed his hand to Mary and was lost through the bushes, away into the dark. End of chapter 23. Recording by Keith Salis. Chapter 24 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 24. Love Penitent. "I tell you, Captain Anerley, that she knocked me down. Your daughter there, who looks as if butter would not melt in her mouth, knocked down Commander Carroway of His Majesty's Coastguard like a royal Bengal tiger, sir. My sword was drawn. No man could have come near me, but before I could think, sir, I was lying on my back. Do you call that constitutional?" "Mary, however could you think it, to knock down Captain Carroway?"
"Father, I never did. He went down of himself because he was flourishing about so. I never thought what I was doing of it at all, and with all my heart I beg his pardon. What right had you, sir, to come spying after me?"
This interview was not of the common sort. Lieutenant Carroway, in full uniform, was come to the Anerley Farm that afternoon, not for a moment to complain of Mary, but to do his duty and to put things straight. While Mary had insisted upon going home at once from the hospitable house of Uncle Popplewell, who had also insisted upon going with her and taking his wife to help the situation. A council had been called immediately, with Mistress Anerley presiding, and before it had got beyond the crying stage, in marched the brave lieutenant. Stephen Anerley was reserving his opinion, which generally means that there is none yet to reserve, but in his case there would be a great deal by and by. Master Popplewell had made up his mind, and his wife's long ago, and confirmed it in the one-horse shay, while Mary was riding Lord Keppel in the rear, and the mind of the tanner was as tough as good old bark. His premises had been intruded upon, the property which he had bought with his own money, saved by years of honest trade, his private garden, his ornamental bower, his wife's own pleasure plot, at a sacred moment invaded, trampled, and outraged by a scurvy preventative man and his low crew. The first thing he had done to the prostrate Carroway was to lay hold of him by the collar and shake his fist at him and demand his warrant, a magistrate's warrant, or from the Crown itself, the poor lieutenant having none to show. "Then I will have the law of you, sir," the tanner shouted. "If it costs me £250, I am known for a man, sir, who sticks to his word, and my attorney is a genuine bulldog." This had frightened Carroway more than 50 broadsides. Truly he loved fighting, but the boldest sailor bears away at prospect and action at law. Popplewell saw this and stuck to his advantage. and vowed until bedtime satisfaction he would have, and never lost the sight of it until he fell asleep. Even now it was in his mind, as Carroway could see, his eyebrows mented, and his very surly nod, and the way in which he put his hands far down into his pockets, the poor lieutenant being well aware that zeal had exceeded duty without the golden amnesty of success, and finding out that Popplewell was rich and had no children, and did his very best to look with real pleasure at him and try to raise a loftier feeling in his breast than damages. But the tanner only frowned and squared his elbows and stuck his knuckles sharply out both of his breeches pockets, and Mrs. Popplewell, like a fat and most kind-hearted lady, stared at the officer as she longed to choke him. "I tell you again, Captain Anerley," said the lieutenant with his temper kindling, "that no consideration moved me, sir, except that of duty. As for my spying after any pretty girls, my wife, who is now down with her 8th baby, would get up sooner than hear of it. If I intruded upon your daughter so as to justify her in knocking me down, Captain Anerley, it was because—well, I won't say, Mary, I won't say. We have all been young, and our place is to know better." "Sir, you are a gentleman," cried Popplewell with heat. "Here is my hand, and you may trespass upon my premises without bringing any attorney."
"Did you say her 8th baby? Oh, Commander Carroway," Mrs. Popplewell began to whisper. "And what a most interesting situation. Oh, I see why you have such high colour, sir." "Madam, is enough to make me pale. At the same time I do like sympathy, and my dear wife loves the smell of tan. We have retired, sir, many years ago, and purchased a property near the seaside, and from the front gate you must have seen— Oh, but I forgot, Captain. You came through the hedge, or at any rate down the row of kidney beans."
"I want to know the truth," shouted Stephen Anerley, who had been ploughing through his brow into his brain, while he kept his eyes fixed upon his daughters, and there found abashment, but no abasement. "Naught have I to do with any little goings-on, or whether an action was a gentleman's or not. That question belongs to the regulars, I wond, or to the folk who have retired. No, but a farmer am I, in little business. But concerning of my children I will have my say. All of you tell me what is this about my Mary." As if he would drag their thoughts out of them, he went from one to another with a hard, quick glance, which they all tried to shun, for they did not want to tell until he should get into a better frame of mind, and they looked at Mistress Anerley to come forth to take his edge off, but she knew that when his eyes were so, to interfere was mischief. But Carroway did not understand the man. "Come now, Anerley," the bold lieutenant said, "what are you getting into such a way about? I would sooner have lost the £100 twice over, and 100 of my own, if so be I ever had it, than to get little Mary into such a row as this. Why, Lord bless my heart, one would think that there was murder in a little bit of sweethearting. All pretty girls do it, and the plain ones too. Come and smoke a pipe, my fellow, and don't terrify her." For Mary was sobbing in a corner by herself, without even her mother to come up and say a word. "My daughter never does it," answered Stephen Anerley. "My daughter is not like the foolish girls and women. My daughter knows her mind, and what she does she means to do. Mary, love, come to your father, and tell him that every one is lying of you. Sooner would I trust a single quiet word of yours than a pile as big as Flamborough Head, sworn by all the world together against my little Mary." The rest of them, though much aggrieved by such a bitter calumny, held their peace, and let him go with open arms toward his Mary. The farmer smiled that his daughter might not have any terror of this public talk, and because he was heartily accepting her to come and tell him some trifle, and to be comforted, and then go for a good happy cry while he shut off all her enemies. But instead of any nice work of that nature, Mary Anerley arose and looked at the people in the room, which was her very best and by no means badly furnished, and after trying to make out, as a very trifling matter, what their unsettled minds might be, her eyes came home to her father's, and did not flinch, although they were so wet. Master Anerley once and forever knew that his daughter was gone from him. that a stronger love than one generation can have for the one before it, pure and devoted and ennobling as that love is, now had arisen and would force its way. He did not think it out like that, for his mind was not strictly analytic. However, his ideas were to that effect, which is all that need be said about them.
"Every word of it is true," the girl said gently. "Father, I have done every word of what they say except about knocking down Captain Carroway. I have promised to marry Robin Lyth by and by when you agree to it."
Stephen Anerley's ruddy cheeks grew pale, and his blue eyes glittered with amazement. He stared at his daughter till her gaze gave way, and then he turned to his wife to see whether she had heard of it.
"I told you so,"
was all she said, and that tended little to comfort him. But he broke forth no passion, as he might have done with justice and some benefit, but turned back quietly and looked at his Mary, as if he were saying once for all, "Good-bye."
"Oh, don't, father, don't," the girl answered with a sob. "Revile me or beat me or do anything but that. That is more than I can bear."
"Have I ever reviled you? Have I ever beaten you?"
"Never, never once in all my life, but I beg you, I implore you to do it now. Oh, father, perhaps I have deserved it."
"You know best what you deserve, but no bad word shall you have of me. Only you must be careful for the future never to call me father." The farmer forgot all his visitors and walked, without looking at anybody, toward the porch. Then that hospitable spot reawakened his good manners, and he turned and smiled as if he saw them all sitting down to do something juicy. "My good friends, make yourself at home," he said. "The mistress will see to you while I look round. I shall be back directly, and we will have an early supper." But when he got outside and was alone with earth and sky, big tears arose into his brave blue eyes, and he looked at his ricks and his workmen in the distance, and even at the favourite old horse that whinnied and came to have his white nose rubbed, as if none of them belonged to him ever any more. "I would sooner have heard of Broken Bank," he muttered to himself and to the ancient horse. 50 times sooner, and begin the world anew, only to have Mary for a little child again. As the sound of his footsteps died away, the girl hurried out of the room as if she were going to run after him, but suddenly stopped in the porch, as she saw that he scarcely even cared to feel the cheek of Lightfoot, who made a point of rubbing up his master's whiskers with it.
"Better wait and let him come round," thought Mary. "I never did see him so put out."
Then she ran up the stairs to the window on the landing and watched her dear father grow dimmer and dimmer up the distance of the hill, with a bright young tear for every sad old step. End of chapter 24. Recording by Keith Salis. Chapter 25 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 25. Down Among the Dead Weeds. Can it be supposed that all this time Master Geoffrey Mordox of the city of York, land agent, surveyor, and general factor, and maker and doer of everything whether general or particular, was spending his days in doing nothing, and his nights in dreaming? If so, he must have had a sunstroke on that very bright day of the year when he stirred up the minds of the washerwomen and the tongue of Widow Precious. But Flamborough is not at all the place for sunstroke, although it reflects so much in the whitewash. Neither had Mordox the head to be sunstruck, but a hard, impenetrable, wiry pall, as weatherproof as felt asphalted. At first sight, almost everybody said that he must have been a soldier, at a time when soldiers were made of iron, whalebone, whipcord, and ramrods. Such opinions he rewarded with a grin and shook his straight shoulders straighter. If pride of any sort was not beneath him, as a matter of strict business, it was the pride which allowed his friends to take his military figure and aspect. This gentleman's place of business was scarcely equal to the expectations which might have been formed from a view of the owner. The Old King's Staith on the right hand after crossing Ouse Bridge from Micklegate is a passageway scarcely to be called a street, but combining the features of an alley, a lane, a jetty, a quay, and a barge-walk, and ending ignominiously. Nevertheless, it is a lively place sometimes, and in moments of excitement. Also it is a good place for business, and for brogue of the broadest, and a man who is unable to be happy there must have something on his mind unusual. Geoffrey Mordax had nothing on his mind except other people's business, which, as in the case of Lawyer Jellycorse, is a very favourable state of the human constitution for happiness. But though Mr. Mordax attended so to other people's business, he would not have anybody attend to his. No partner, no clerk, no pupil had a hand in the inner breast pockets of his business. There was nothing mysterious about his work, but he liked to follow it out alone. Things that were honest and wise came to him to be carried out with judgment, and he knew that the best way to carry them out is to act with discreet candour. For the slug shall be known by its slime, and the spider who shams death shall receive it. Now here upon a very sad November afternoon, when the northern day was narrowing in, and the Ouse, which is usually of a ginger colour, was nearly as dark as a nutmeg, and the bridge, and the Staith, and the houses, and the people, resembled one another in tint and tone, while between the Minster and the Clifford Tower there was not much difference of outline. Here and now Master Geoffrey Mordax was sitting in the little room where strangers were received. The live part of his household consisted of his daughter and a very young Geoffrey, who did more harm than good, and a thoroughly hard-working country maid whose slowness was gradually giving way to pressure. The weather was enough to make anybody dull, and the sap of every human thing insipid, and the time of day suggested tea, hot cakes, and the crossing of comfortable legs. Mordax could well afford all these good things, and he never was hard upon his family. But every day he liked to feel that he had earned the bread of it, and this day he had laboured without seeming to earn anything, for after all the ordinary business of the morning, he had been devoting several hours to the diligent revisal of his premises and data, in a matter which he was resolved to carry through, both for his credit and his interest. And this was the matter which had cost him 2 days' ride from York to Flamborough, and 3 days on the road home, as was natural after such a dinner as he made in Little Denmark. But all that trouble he would not have minded, especially after his enjoyment of the place, if it had only borne good fruit. He had felt quite certain that it must do this, and that he would have to pay another visit to the Head, and eat another duck, and have a flirt with the Widow Precious. But up to the present time nothing had come of it, and so far as he could see he might just as well have spared himself that long rough ride. 3 months had passed, and that surely was enough for even Flamborough folk to do something if they ever meant to do it. It was plain that he had been misled for once, that what he suspected had not come to pass, and that he must seek elsewhere the light which had gleamed upon him vainly from the Danish town. To this end he went through all his case again, while Hope, being very hard to beat as usual, kept on rambling over everything unsettled, with a very sage conviction that there must be something there, and doubly sure because there was no sign of it. Men at the time of life which he had reached, conducting their bodies with less suppleness of joint and administering food to them with greater care, begin to have doubts about their intellect as well, whether it can work as briskly as it used to do, and the mind, falling under this discouragement of doubt, asserts itself amiss in making futile strokes, even as a gardener can never work his best while conscious of suspicious glances through the window blinds. Geoffrey Mordax told himself that it could not be the self it used to be, in the days when no mistakes were made, but everything was evident at half a glance, and carried out successfully with only half a hand. In this Flamborough matter he had felt no doubt of running triumphantly through, and being crowned with £500 in one issue of the case and 5,000 in the other. But lo, here was nothing, and he must reply by the next mail that he had made a sad mistake. Suddenly, while he was rubbing his wiry head with irritation and poring over his letters for some clue, like a dunce going back through his pothooks, suddenly a great knock sounded through the house. 1, 2, 3, like the thumping of a mallet on a cask, to learn whether any beer may still be hoped for. "This must be a Flamborough man," cried Master Mordax, jumping up. "That is how I heard them do it. They knock the doors instead of knocking at them. It would be a very strange thing just now if news were to come from Flamborough, but the stranger a thing is, the more it can be trusted, as often is the case with human beings. Whoever it is, show them up at once." He shouted down the narrow stairs, for no small noise was arising in the passage. "I canna come up, I wand, I canna," was the answer in Kitty's well-known brogue. "How can I when I hanna got on my legs?" "Oh, I see," said Mr. Mordax to himself. "My veteran friend from the watchtower, doubtless. A man with no legs would not have come so far for nothing. Show the gentleman into the parlour, Kitty, and Miss Arabella may bring her work up here." The general factor, though eager for the news, knew better than to show any haste about it, so he kept the old mariner just long enough in waiting to damp a too covetous ardour. And then he complacently locked Arabella in her bedroom and bolted off Kitty in the basement, because they both were sadly inquisitive, and this strange arrival had excited them. "Ah, mine ancient friend of the tower, veteran Joseph, if my memory is right," Mr. Mordax exclaimed in his lively way as he went up and offered the old tar both hands, to seat him in state upon the sofa. But the legless sailor condemned them swabs, and crutched himself into a hard-bottomed chair. Then he pulled off his hat and wiped his white head with a shred of old flag, and began hunting for his pipe. "First time I ever was in York City, and don't think much of it if this here is a sample." "Joseph, you must not be supercilious," his host replied with an amiable smile. "You will see things better through a glass of grog, and the state of weather points to something dark. You have had a long journey, and the scenery is new. Rum shall it be, my friend? Your countenance says yes. Rum like a ruby of the finest water have I, and no water shall you have with it. Said I well? A man without legs must keep himself well above water." "First time I ever was in York City," the ancient watchman answered. "And grog must be done as they does it here. A berth of them old walls would suit me well, and no need to travel such a distance for my beer." "And you would be a man of all the world for such a berth," said Master Mordax gravely, as he poured the sparkling liquor into a glass that was really a tumbler. "For such a post we want a man who is himself a post, a man who will not quit his duty, just because he cannot, which is the only way of making sure. Joseph, your idea is a very good one, and your beer should be brought to you in the middle of each watch. You shall be appointed." "Sir, I am obliged to you," said the watchman, "but never could I live a month without a wink of sea stuff. Coming of the clouds, and the dipping of the land, and the waiting of the distance for what may come to be in it, let alone how they goes changing of their colour, and making of a noise that is always out of sight, is the very same as my beer is to me. Master, I never could get on without it." "Well, I can understand a thing like that," Mordax answered graciously. "My water-butt leaked for 3 weeks, pat, pat, all night long upon a piece of slate, and when a man came and cocked it up, I put all the blame upon the pillow. But the pillow was as good as ever. Not a wink could I sleep till it began to leak again, and you may trust a York workman that wasn't very long. But, Joseph, I have interest at Scarborough also. The castle needs a watchman for fear of tumbling down, and that is not the soldiers' business, because they are inside. There you could have quantities of sea stuff, my good friend, and the tap of the hooked cod is nothing to it there. Cheer up, Joseph. We will land you yet.
How the devil did you manage now to come so far?" "Well, now, your honour, I had rare luck for it, as I must say, ever since I set eyes on you. There comes a son of mine, as I thought were lost at sea. But not he, blow me. Nearly all of him came back with a handful of guineas and the memory of his father. Lord, I could have cried. And he up and blubbered fairly, a trick that he learned from 10 Frenchmen he had killed. Ah, he have done his work well, and aimed a good conduct 4 pence, half a penny a day, so long as ever he shall live thereafter." "In this world, you mean, I suppose, my friend? But be not overcome, such things will happen. But what did you do with all that money, Joseph?" "We never wasted none of it, not half a groat, sir. We finished out the cellar at the Hooked Cod first, and when Mother Precious made a grumble of it, we gave her the money for to fill it up again, upon the understanding to come back when it was ready. And then we got to Burlington, and spent the rest in poshies like 2 gentlemen. And then we was down upon our stumps at last, for only 1 leg there is between us both, your honour. My boy he ups and makes a rummage in his traps, which the Lord he put into his mind to do so, when he were gone a few good sheets in the wind, and there sure enough he finds 5 good guineas in the tail of an old handkercher he had clean forgotten, and he says, 'Now, father, you can take care of them. Let us go and see the capital and that good old gentleman as you have picked up a bit of news for.' So we shaped a course for York, on board the schooner Mary Ann, and from Goyle in a barge as far as this here bridge. And here we are, high and dry, your honour. I was half a mind to bring in my Bob, but he saith, not without the old chap axes. And being such a nosy one, I took him at his word, though he hath found out what there was to find, not me." "How noble a thing is parental love!" cried the general factor in his hard, short way, which made many people trust him, because it was unpleasant. "And filial duty of unfathomable grog. Worthy Joseph, let your narrative proceed." "They big words is beyond me, sir. What use is any man to talk over a chap's head?" "Then dash your eyes. Go on, Joe. Can you understand that now?" "Yes, sir, I can, and I likes a thing put sensible. If a gentleman would always speak like that, there need be no difference atween us. Well, it was all along of that money bag of Bob's that he and I found out anything. What good were your guinea? Who could stand treat on that more than a night or 2, and the right man never near you? But when you keep a good shop open for a month, as Bob and me did with the widow Tapsy, it standeth to reason that you must have everybody, to be called at all respectable, for miles and miles around. For the first few nights or so some of them holds off, for an old chalk against them, or for doubt of what is afford, or for cowardliness of their wives, or things that they may have sworn to stop, or other bad manners. But only go on a little longer, and let them see that you don't care, and send everybody home a-singing through the lanes as merry as a voting time for Parliament, and the outer ones begins to shake their heads, and to say that they are bound to go, and stop the racket of it. And so you get them all, your honour, saints as well as sinners, if you only keeps the tap turned long enough." "Your reasoning is ingenious, Joseph. It shows a deep knowledge of human nature. But who is this tardy saint that came at last for grog?" "Your honour, he were as big a sinner as ever you clap eyes on. Me and my son was among the sawdust, spite of our 3 crutches, and he spreading hands at us sober as a judge, for lumps of ungenerous iniquity. Mother Tapsy told us of it the very next day, for it was not in our power to be accurate when he done it, and we see everybody laughing at us round the corner. But we took the wind out of his sails the next night, Captain, you may warrant us. Here's to your good health, sir, afore I beats a windward." "Why, Joseph, you seem to be making up lost way for years of taciturnity in the Tower. They say there is a balance in all things." "We had the balance of him next night, and no mistake, your honour. He was one of them longshore beggars as turns up here, there, and everywhere, galley-raking like a stinking ray-fish when the tide goes out. Thundering scoundrels that make a living of it, pushing out for roguery with their legs tucked up, no courage for smuggling nor honest enough. They goes on anyhow with their children paid for. We found out what he were, and made us more ashamed, for such a sneaking rat to preach upon us, like a regular ordained chaplain, as might say a word or two and mean no harm, with the license of the Lord to do it. So my son Bob and me called a court-martial in the old tower so soon as we come round, and we had a red herring because we was thirsty, and we chawed up a bit of pigtail to keep it down. At first we was glum, but we got our peckers up as a family is bound to do when they comes together. My son Bob was a sharp lad in his time and could read the Holy Scripter before he chewed a quid, and I seed a good deal of it in his mind now, remembering a King Solomon. "Dad," he says, "fetch out that bottle as was left of French white brandy and rouse up a bit of fire in the old porthole. We ain't got many toes to warm between us, only 5, you see, your worship. But," says he, "we'll warm up the currents where they used to be." According to what my son said I done, for he leadeth me now, being younger of the two and still using half a shoemaker. However, I says to him, "Warm yourself, it don't lay in my power to do that for you." He never said nothing, for he take after me in tongue and other likings. But he up with the kettle on the fire and put in about 1.5 fathoms of pigtail. "So?" says I, and he says, "So?" And we both of us begin to laugh as long and as gentle as a pair of cockles with their tongues inside their shells. Well, your honour understands I never spake so much before since I ever passed my courting time. We boiled down the pigtail to a pint of tidy soup, and strained it bright as sturgeon juice, and then we got a bottle of Navy Supply on a bull's-eye in the belly of it, and we filled it with the French white brandy, and the pigtail soup, and the noggin of molasses, and shook it all well together. And better contract rum, your honour, never come into High Admiral stores. "But Joseph, good Joseph," cried Mr. Mordax, "do forge ahead a little faster. Your private feelings and the manufacture of them are highly interesting to you, but I only want to know what came of it." "Your honour is like a child hearing a story. You wants the end first and the middle of it after, but I bowls along with a hitch and a squirt from habit of forecastle, and the more you crosses hoss, the wider I shall head about, or down helm and bear off, mayhap." I can hear my baba singing. What a voice he hath! They tell me it cometh from the timber of his leg, the same as a old Cremony. He turned up many times in yonder old barge, and shook the brown water like a frigate's wake. He would just make our fortin in the minster, they said, with black-eyed Susan and Tom Bowline. Truly he has a magnificent voice. What power, what compass, what a rich, clear tone! In spite of the fog, I will have the window up. Geoffrey Mordax loved good singing, the grandest of all melody, and impatient as he was, he forgot all hurry, while the river and the buildings and the arches of the bridge were ringing and echoing and sweetly embosoming the mellow delivery of the one-legged tar. And old Joe was highly pleased, although he would not show it, at such an effect upon a man so hard and dry. "Now, your honour, it is over bad of you," he continued with a softening grin, "to hasten me so, and then to hear me out of the window because Bob hath a sweeter pipe. Ah, he can whistle like a blackbird, too, and gain a lot of money. But there, what good? He sacrifices it all to the honour of his heart, first maggot that come into it, and he done the very same with Rickon Gould, the Methody galley-raker. We never was so softy when I were afloat. But your honour shall hear and give judgment for yourself. Mother Precious was ready in her mind to run out a double-shotted gun at Rickon, who liveth down upon the rabbit warren, to the other side of Bumpton, because he scarcely ever doth come nigh her. And when he do come, he putteth up both hands to bless her for hospitality, but neither of them into his breeches pocket. And being a lone woman, she doth feel it. Bob and me gave her sailing orders. 'Twould amaze you, Captain. All was carried out as ship-shape as the Battle of the Nile. There was Brecon Gold at anchor with a spring upon his cable, having been converted, and he up and hailed that he would slip at the very first bad word we used. My son had such knowledge of good words that he answered, Amen, and so be it. Well, your honour, we goes on decorous as our old quartermaster used to give the word, and we tried him first with the usual tipple, and several other hands dropped in. But my son and me never took a blessed drop except for a gin bottle full of cold water, till we see all the others with their scuppers well awash. Then Bob he findeth fault. Lor, how beautiful he done it, with the scantling of the stuff, and he shouteth out, Mother, I'm blessed if I won't stand that old guinea bottle of best Jamaica, the one as you put by, with the cobwebs on it for Lord Admiral. No, Lord Admiral won't come now. Just you send away and hoist it up. Brecon Gould pricked up his ugly ears at this, and Mother Tapsy did it bootiful. And to cut a long yarn short, we spliced him, Captain, with never a thought of what would come of it, only to have our revenge, your honour. He showed himself that greedy of our patent rum, that he never let the bottle out of his own elbow, and the more he stowed away, the more his derrick chains was creaking. But if anybody reasoned, there he stood upon his rights, and defied every way of seeing different, until we was compelled to take and spread him down in the little room with the seaweeds over it. With all this, Bob and me was as sober as two judges, though your honour would hardly believe it, perhaps. But we left him in the dark to come round upon the weeds, as a galley raker ought to do. And now we began to have a little drop ourselves after towing the prize into port, and recovering the honour of the British Navy. We stood all round every quarter of the compass, with the bottom of the locker still not come to shallow soundings. But sudden our harmony was spoiled by a scream, like a whistle from the very bottom of the sea. We all of us jumped up as if a gun had broke its lashings, and the last day of judgment was the thoughts of many bodies. But Bob he down at once in his button-stump gun metal, and takes the command of the whole of us. Bear a hand all on you, he saith quite steadfast. Brecon Gould is preaching to his own text tonight. And so it was, sure enough, so it was, your honour. We thought he must have died, although he managed to claw off of it, with confessing of his wickedness and striking to his Maker. All of us was frightened so there was no laugh among us till we come to talk over it afterward. There the thundering rascal lay in the middle of that there menagerie of sea stuff his Mother Precious is so proud of, that the village calleth it the widow's weeds. Blest if he didn't think that he were a lying at the bottom of the sea among the stars and cuddles, waiting for the day of judgment. Oh, Captain McNabbins and Maid Governey, he cries, the hand of the Lord hath sent me down to keep you company down here. I never would have done it, Captain, hard as you was on me, if only I had knowed how dark and cold and shivery it would have be down here. I cut the plank out, I'll not lie, no lies is any good down here with the fingers of the deep things pointing at me, the black devil's wings coming over me, but a score of years agone it were, and never no one dreamed of it. No, pull away, pull, for God's sake, pull. The wet woman and 3 innocent bubbles crawling over me like cockers. This was the shadows of our legs, your honour, from good Mother Tapsy's candle, for she was in a dreadful way by this time about her reputation and her weeds, and come down with her tongue upon the lot of us. Enter all them names upon the log, says I to Bob, for he writeth like a scholar, but Bob says, Hold hard, Dad, now or never. And with that, down he goeth on the deck himself, and wriggleth up the rigging through the weeds, with a hiss like a great sea snake, and grippeth him. Name of ship, you sinner! cried Bob in his deep voice, like old Nick a-hailing from the sepulchre. "Golconda of Calcutta," says the fellow, with a groan as seemed to come out of the whites of his eyes and goes down his head again, enough to split a cat-head, and that was the last of him we heard that night. Well, now, Captain, you scarcely would believe, but although my nob is so much older of the pair, and white where his is black as any coal, Bob was as first throwed the painter up for a hitching of his drifty to the starn of your concerns, and it never come across him till the locker was run out, and the two of us pulling longer faces than our legs is. Then Bob, by the mercy of the Lord, like Peter, found them guineas in the corner of his swab. Some puts it round their necks, and some into their pockets. I never heard of such a thing till chaps run soft and watery. So we come to this here place to change the air and the breeding, and spin this yarn to your honour's honour, as hath a liberal twist in it, and then to take orders and draw rations and any rears of pay falling due after all dibs gone in your service, and for Bob to tip a stave to the minister. "You have done wisely and well in coming here," said Mr. Mordax cheerfully, "but we must have further particulars, my friend. You seem to have hit upon the clue I wanted, but it must be followed very cautiously. You know where to lay your hand upon this villain? You have had the sense not to scare him off?" "Sartain, your honour. I could clap the irons on him any hour you gives that signal." "Capital. Take your son to see the sights, and both of you come to me at 10 tomorrow morning. Stop. You may as well take this half-guinea. But when you get drunk, drink inwards." End of chapter 25. Recording by Keith Salis. Chapter 26 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 26. Men of Solid Timber. Mr. Mordax was one of those vivacious men who have strong faith in their good luck, and yet attribute their merits to whatever turns out well. In the present matter he had done as yet nothing at all ingenious, or even to be called sagacious. The discovery of Monument Joe, or Peg-Leg Joe, as he was called at Flamborough, was not the result of any skill whatever, either his own or the factor's, but a piece of as pure luck as could be. For all that, however, Mr. Mordax intended to have the whole credit as his sole and righteous due. "Whenever I am at all downhearted, samples of my skill turn up," he said to himself as soon as Joe was gone, "and happy results come home on purpose to rebuke my diffidence. Would any other man have got so far as I have got by simple, straightforward, yet truly skilful action without a suspicion being started? Old Jellycorse lies on his bed of roses, snoring folios of long words without a dream of the gathering cloud. Those insolent ladies are revelling in the land from which they have ousted their only brother. They are granting leases not worth a straw. They are riding the high horse. They are bringing up that cub, who set the big dog at me, in every wanton luxury. But wait a bit, my ladies, as sure as I live, I shall have you. In the first place, it is clear that my conclusion was correct concerning that poor Golconda, and why not also in the other issue? The Indiaman was scuttled, and I never thought of that, but only of a wreck. It comes to the same thing, only she went down more quietly, and that explains a lot of things. She was bound for Lyth, with the boy to be delivered into the hands of his Scotch relatives. She was spoken last off Yarmouth roads, all well and under easy sail. Very good so far. I have solved her fate, which for 20 years has been a mystery. We shall have all particulars in proper time by steering on the one side of the law which always huddles up everything. A keen eye must be kept
watched upon that scoundrel, but he must never dream that he is watched at all. He has committed a capital offence, but as yet there is nothing but his own raving to convict him of barratry. The truth must be got at by gentle means, and I must not claim the £500 as yet, but I am sure of getting it, and I have excellent hopes of the £5,000. Geoffrey Mordox never took 3 nights to sleep upon his thoughts, as a lawyer of Middleton loved to do, but rather was apt to overdrive his purport with the goad of hasty action. But now he was quite resolved to be most careful, for the high hand would never do in such a ticklish matter, and the fewer the hands introduced at all of it, the better the chance of coming out clear and clean. The general factor had never done anything which, in his opinion, was not thoroughly upright, and now, with his reputation made, and his conscience stiffened to the shape of it, even a large sum of money must be clean and cleanly got at to make it pay for handling. This made him counsel with himself just now, for he was a superior man upon the whole, and particular always in feeling sure that the right word in anything would be upon his side. Not that he cared a groat for anybody's gossip, only that he kept a lofty tenor of good opinion, and sailors who made other sailors tipsy and went rolling about on the floor altogether, whether with natural legs or artificial, would do no credit to his stairs of office on a fine market day in the morning. On the other hand, while memory held sway, no instance could be cited of 2 jolly sailors coming to see the wonders of this venerable town, and failing to be wholly intoxicated with them before the minster bell struck 1. This was to be avoided, or rather forestalled, as a thing inevitable should be, even in York City, teeming as it is with most delightful queerities. The approach of 2 sailors with 3 wooden legs might be anticipated as a distant offing. So abundant are boys there and everywhere. Therefore, it was well provided on the part of Master Mordox that Kitty, or Coity, the maid of all work, a damsel of muscular power and hard wit, should hold tryst with these mariners in the time of early bucket, and appoint a little meeting with her master by and by. This she did cleverly, and they were not put out, because they were to dine at his expense at a snug little chop-house in Parliament Street, and there to remain until he came to pay the score. All this happened to the utmost of desires, and before they had time to get thick-witted, Mordox stood before them. His sharp eyes took in Sailor Bob before the poor fellow looked twice at him, and the general factor saw that he might be trusted not to think much for himself. This was quite as Mr. Mordox hoped. He wanted a man who could hold his tongue and do what he was told to do. After a few words about their dinner and how they got on and so forth, the principal came to the point by saying, "Now both of you must start tomorrow morning. Such clever fellows cannot be spared to go to sleep. You shall come and see York again, with free billet and lashings of money in your pockets, as soon as you have carried out your sailing orders. Tonight you may jollify, but after that you are under strict discipline, for a month at least. What do you say to that, my men?" Watchman Joe looked rather glum. He had hoped for a fortnight of stumping about, with a tail of admiring boys after him, and the hailing of every public-house the cut of whose jib was inviting. However, he put his knife into his mouth, with a bit of fat saved for a soft adieu to dinner, and nodded for his son to launch true wisdom into the vasty deep of words. Now Bob, the son of Joe, had striven to keep himself up to the paternal mark. He cited his father as the miracle of the age, when he was a long way off, and when he was nigh at hand he showed his sense of duty nearly always by letting him get tipsy first. Still, there were very sober fellows in the main, and most respectable when they had no money. "Sir," began Bob, after jerking up his chin, as a sailor always does when he begins to think, perhaps for hereditary counsel with the sky, "my father and I have been hauling it over, and to do whatever is laid down by duty, without going in any way agin ourselves, and this is the sense we be come to, that we should like to have something handsome down to lay by agin chances,
Also document in black and white to bear us harmless of the law and enter the prize money." "What a fine counsellor would have made!" old Joe exclaimed with ecstasy. "He hath been round the world 3 times, excuseth him for only 1 leg left." "My friend, how you condemn yourself! You have not been round the world at all, and yet you have no leg at all." So spake Mr. Mordox, wishing to confuse ideas, for the speech of Bob misliked him. "The corners of the body is the Lord's good will," old Joe answered with his feelings hurt. "He calleth home a peace to let the rest bide on, and giveth longer time to it. So saith King David." "It may be so, but I forget the passage. Now, what has your son Bob to say?" Bob was a sailor of fine old British type, still to be found even nowadays, and fit to survive forever. Broad and resolute of aspect, set with prejudice as stiff as his own pigtail, truthful when let alone, yet joyful in a lie. If anybody doubted him, peaceable in little things, through plenty of fight and great ones, gentle with women and children, and generous with mankind in general. Expecting to be cheated, yet not duly resigned at being so, and subject to unaccountable extremes of laziness and diligence, his simple mind was now confused by the general factors' appeal to him to pronounce his opinion, when he had just now pronounced it, after great exertion. "Sir," he said, "I leave such things to father's opinion. He hath been ashore some years, and I almost forget how the land lays." "Seafaring Robert, you are well advised. A man may go around the world till he has no limbs left, yet never overtake his father. So the matter is left to my decision. Very good. You shall have no reason to repent it. Tonight you shall have liberty to splice the main-brace, or whatever your expression for getting jolly drunk. In the morning you will be sobriety itself, sad and wise and aching. But hear my proposal before you take a gloomy view of things, such as tomorrow's shades may bring. You have been of service to me, and I have paid you with great generosity. But what I have done, including dinner, is dust in the balance to what I shall do, provided only that you act with judgment, discipline, and self-denial, never being tipsy more than once a week, which is fair naval average, and doing it then with only one another. Hard it may be, but it must be so. Now, before I go any further, let me ask whether you, Joseph, as a watchman under government, have lost your position by having left it for 2 months upon a private spree?" "Ah, no, your honour. Sure you must know more than that. I give that old woman 11 pence a week and a pot of beer a Sunday to carry out the duties of the government." "You farmed out your appointment at a low figure. My opinion of your powers and discretion is enhanced. You will return to your post with redoubled ardor and vigor renewed by recreation. You will be twice the man you were, and certainly ought to get double pay. I have interest. I may be enabled to double your salary, if you go on well." This made both of them look exceeding downcast and chew the bitter quid of disappointment. They had laid their heads together over glass number 1 and resolved upon asking for a guinea a week. Over glass number 2 they had made up their minds upon getting 2 guineas weekly, and glass number 3 had convinced them that they must be poor fools to accept less than 3. Also, they felt that the guineas they had spent in drinking their way up to great discovery should without hesitation be made good ere they had another pint of health. In this catastrophe of large ideas the father gazed sadly at the son, and the son reproachfully reflected the paternal gaze. How little availed it to have come up here, wearily going upon yellow waters in a barge where the fleas could man the helm, without aid of the scouter and sexton, where a fresh-run sailor was in more demand than salmon, and even without that, which had largely enhanced the inestimable benefit of having wooden legs, this pair of tars had got into a state of mind to return the whole way upon horseback. No spurs could they wear, and no stirrups could they want, and to get up would be difficult.
But what is the use of living except to conquer difficulties? They rejoice all the more in the 4 legs of a horse, by reason of the paucity of their own, which approves a liberal mind. But now, where was the horse to come from, or the money to make him go? "You look sad," proceeded Mr. Mordax. "It grieves me when any good man looks sad, and doubly so when a brace of them do it. Explain your feelings, Joe and Bob. If it lies in a human being to relieve them, I will do it."
"Captain, we only wants what is our due," said Bob, with his chin up and his strong eyes stern. "We have been on the loose, and it is the manner of us, and encouraged by the high authorities. We have come across, by luck of drink, a thing that seems to suit you, and we have told you all our knowledge without no conditions. If you takes us for a pair of fools and want no more of us, you are welcome, and it will be what we are used to. But if your meaning is to use us, we must have fair wages, and even so we would have naught to do with it if it was against an honest man, but a rogue who has scuttled a ship. Lor, there!" Bob cast out the juice of his chew into the fire as if it were life-blood of such a villain, and looked at his father, who expressed approval by the like proceeding. And Geoffrey Mordax was well content in finding them made of decent stuff. It was not his manner to do things meanly, and he had only spoken so to moderate their minds and keep them steady. "Mariner Bob, you speak well and wisely," he answered with a superior smile. "Your anxiety as to ways and means does credit to your intellect. That subject has received my consideration. I have studied the style of life at Flamborough and the prices of provisions. Would that such they were in York. And to keep you in temperate and healthy comfort, without temptation, and with minds alert, I am determined to allow for the 2 of you, over and above all your present income from a grateful country, which pays a man less when amputation is left less of him, the sum of 1 guinea and a half per week. But remember that, to draw this stipend, both of you must be in condition to walk 1 mile and a half on a Saturday night, which is a test of character. You will both be fitted up with solid steel ends by the cutler at the end of Ouse Bridge tomorrow morning, so that the state of the roads will not affect you. And take note of one thing: mutual support, graceful though always it is in paternal and filial communion, will not be allowed on a Saturday night. Each man must stand upon his own stumps." "Sir," replied Bob, who had much education, which led him to knowledge of his failings, "never you fear but what we shall do it. Sunday will be the day of standing with a shake to it, for such is the habit of the navy. Father, return thanks, make a leg. No man can do it better. Master Mordax, you shall have your utmost duty, but a little brass in hand would be convenient." "You shall have a fortnight in advance. After that you must go every Saturday night to a place I will appoint for you. Now keep your own counsel. Watch that fellow. By no means scare him at first, unless you see signs of his making off, but rather let him think that you know nothing of his crime. Labor hard to make him drink again, then terrify him like Davy Jones himself, and get every particular out of him, especially how he himself escaped, where he landed, and who was with him. I want to learn all about the little boy. At least he may be a big man now, who was on board the ship Golconda, under the captain's special charge. I cannot help thinking that the child escaped, and I got a little trace of something connected with him at Flamborough. I durst not make much inquiry there, because I am ordered to keep things quiet. Still, I did enough to convince me almost that my suspicion was an error. For Widow Precious, pay you no heed, sir, to any manoeuvring of Widow Precious. We find her no worse than the other women, but not a blamed bit better. I think highly of the female race, at least in comparison with the male one. I have always found reason to believe that a woman put upon her mettle by a secret will find it out or perish. Your honour, everybody knows as much as that, but it doth not follow that she tells it on again, without she has ordered not to do so. Bob, you have not been round the world for nothing. I see my blot, and you have hit it. You deserve to know all about the matter now. Match me that button, and you shall have 10 guineas. The two sailors stared at the bead of Indian gold which Mordax pulled out of his pocket. Buttons were a subject for nautical contempt and condemnation, perhaps because there was nobody to sew them on at sea, while earrings, being altogether useless, are held in good esteem and honour. I have seen a brace of earrings like it, said old Joe, wading through deep thought. Bob, you knows who was a-wearing of 'em? A score of them fishermen, like enough. Cautious Bob answered, for he knew what his father meant, but would not speak of the great free trader, for Master Mordax might even be connected with the revenue. What use to go on about such a gear? His honour wanteth to hear of buttons, regulation buttons by the look of it, and good enough for Lord Nelson. Will you let us take the scantle and the rig of it, your honour? By all means, if you can do so, my friend. But what have you to do it with? Hold on a bit, sir, and you shall see. With these words Bob clapped a piece of soft York bread into the hollow of his broad brown palm, moistened it with sugary dregs of ale, such as that good city loves, and kneading it firmly with some rapid flits of thumb, tempered and enriched it nobly with the mellow juice of quid. Treated thus, it took consistence, plastic, docile, and retentive pulp, and the colour was something like that of gold which had passed, according to its fate, through a large number of unclean hands. Now the pattern, your honour, said Bob with a grin. I could do it from memory, but better from the thing. He took a bauble, and set it on the foot of the runner which stood at the table, and in half a minute he had the counterpart in size, shape, and line, but without the inscription. A sample of them in the hollow will do, and good enough for the nigger-body words, heathen writing, to my mind. With lofty British intolerance he felt that it might be a sinful thing to make such marks. Nevertheless, he impressed one side whereon the characters were boldest into the corresponding groove of his paste model. Then he scooped up the model in the broadside of a knife, and set it in the oven of the little fireplace in a part where the heat was moderate. "Well done indeed," cried Mr. Mordax. "You will have a better likeness of it than good Mother Precious. Robert, I admire your ingenuity, but all sailors are ingenious. At sea in the trades or in a calm, sir, what have we to do but to twiddle our thumbs and practise fiddling with them? A lively tune is what I like, and a serving of the guns red hot. A man must act according to what nature puts upon him, and nature hath taken one of my legs from me with a cannon shot from the French line of battleship. Rights of mankind the name of her." End of chapter 26. Recording by Keith Salis. Chapter 27 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 27. The Proper Way to Argue. Alas, how seldom is anything done in proper time and season. Either too fast or too slow is the clock of all human dealings. And what is the law of them when the sun, the regulator of works and ways, has to be allowed for very often on his own meridian? With the best intention every man sets forth to do his duty and to talk of it, and he makes quite sure that he has done it, and to his privy circle boasts, or lets them do it better for him, but before his lips are dry his ears apprise him that he was a stroke too late. So it happened with Master Mordax, who of all born men was foremost, with his wiry fingers spread to pass them through the scattery forelock of that mettlesome horse, Old Time. The old horse galloped by him unawares, and left him standing still,
to hearken the swish of the tail and the clatter of the hoofs and the spirited nostrils neighing for a race, on the wide breezy down at the end of the lane. But Geoffrey Mordox was not to blame. His instructions were to move slowly until he was sure of something worth moving for, and of this he had no surety yet, and was only too likely to lose it altogether by any headlong action. Therefore, instead of making any instant rush or belting on his pistols and hiring the sagacious quadruple that understood his character, content he was to advance deliberately upon 1 foot and 3 artificial legs. Meanwhile, at Anerley Farm, the usual fatness of full garners, the bright comfort of the evening hearth, the glow of peace, which labor kindles in the mind that has earned its rest, and the pleasant laziness of heart which comes where family love lies careless, confident, and unassailed. The pleasure also of pitying the people who never can get in their wheat, and the hot benevolence of boiling down the bones for the man who has tumbled off his own rick. All these blisses, large and little, were not in their usual prime. The master of the house was stern and silent, heavy and careless of his customary victuals, neglectful also of his customary jokes. He disliked the worst side of a bargain as much as in his most happy moments, and the meditation, which is generally supposed to be going on where speech is scarce, was not of such loftiness as to overlook the time a man stopped round the corner. As a horse settles down to strong work collar better when the gloss of the stable takes the ruffle of the air, so this man worked at his business all the harder with the brightness of his own home joys fading. But it went very hard with him more than once when he made a good stroke of salesmanship to have to put the money in the bottom of his pocket without even rubbing a bright half-crown, and saying to himself, "I've almost a mind to give this to Mary." Now if this settled the steadfast man, with 3/4 of his life gone over him, and less time every year for considering soft subjects, in spite of all that, was put out of his way by not being looked at as usual, though for that matter perhaps himself failed to look in search of those looks as usual, what, on the other hand, was likely to remain of mirth and light-heartedness in a weaker quarter? Mary, who used to be as happy as a bird where worms abound and cats are scarce, was now in a grievous plight of mind, restless, lonely, troubled in her heart, and doubtful of her conscience. Her mother had certainly shown kind feeling and even a readiness to take her part, which surprised the maiden, after all her words, and once or twice they had had a cry together, clearing and strengthening their intellects desirably. For the more Mistress Anerley began to think about it, the more she was almost sure that something could be said on both sides. She never had altogether approved of the farmer's volunteering, which took him away to drill at places where ladies came to look at him, and where he slept out of his own bed and got things to eat that she had never heard of, and he never was the better afterward. If that was a thing which set his mind against free trade so bitterly, it went far to show that free trade was good, and it made all the difference of a blanket. And more than that, as she had always said from the very first, and had even told the same thing to Captain Carroway, in spite of his position, that nobody knew what Robin Lyth might not turn out in the end to be. He had spoken most highly of her, as Mary had not feared to mention, and she felt obliged to him for doing so, though, of course, he could not do otherwise. Still, there were people who would not have done that, and it proved that he was a very promising young man. Mary was pleased with this conclusion, and glad to have someone who did not condemn her, hopeful, moreover, that her mother's influence might have some effect by and by. But for the present it seemed to do more harm than good, because the farmer, having quite as much jealousy as justice, took it in the silent dudgeon that the mother of his daughter, who regularly used to be hard upon her for next to nothing, should now turn round and take her part, from downright womanism, in the teeth of all reason and of her own husband. Brave as he was, he did not put it to his wife in so strong a way as that, but he argued it so to himself, and would let it fly forth without thinking twice about it if they went on in that style much longer, quite as if he were nobody and they could do better without him. Little he knew, in his hurt state of mind, for which he should really have been too old, how the heart of his child was slow and chill, stupid with the strangeness he had made, waiting for him to take the lead or open some door for entrance, and watching for the humors of the elder body as the young of the past generations did. And sometimes, faithful as she was to be plighted with truth and tenderness, one coaxing word would have brought her home to the arms that used to carry her. But while things were waiting to be done till they were thought of, the time for doing them went by, and to think of them was a memory. Master Popplewell had told Captain Anerley continually what his opinions were, fairly giving him to know on each occasion that they were to be taken for what they were worth, that it did not follow from his own success in life that he might not be mistaken now, and that he did not care a darn, except for Christian feeling, whether any fool hearkened to him twice or not. He said that he never had been far out in any opinion that he had formed in all his life, but none the more for that would he venture to foretell a thing with cross purposes about it. A man of sagacity and dealings with the world might happen to be right 99 times in 100, and yet he might be wrong the other time. Therefore he would not give any opinion except that everybody would be sorry by and by when things were too late for mending. To this the farmer listened with an air of wisdom, not put forward too severely because Brother Popplewell had got a lot of money, and must behave handsomely when in a better world. The simplest way of treating him was just to let him talk, for it pleased him and could do no harm, and then to recover self-content by saying what a fool he was when out of hearing. The tanner partly suspected this and put his nature upon edge, for he always drove his opinions in as if they were so many tenpenny nails, when the other man must either clinch or strike back into his teeth outright. He would rather have that than flabby silence, as if he were nailing into dry rot. "I tell you what it is," he said the third time he came over, which was well within a week, for nothing breeds impatience faster than retirement from work. "You are so thick-headed in your farmhouse ways. Sometimes I am worn out with you. I do not expect to be thought of any higher because I have left off working for myself, and Deborah is satisfied to be called Debbie and walks no prouder than if she had got to clean her own steps daily. You cannot enter into what people think of me, counting Parson Balow, and therefore it is no good saying anything about it. But, Stephen, you may rely upon it that you will be sorry afterward. That poor girl, the prettiest girl in Yorkshire, and the kindest and the best, is going off her victuals and consuming of her substance, because you will not even look at her. If you don't want the child, let me have her. To us she is welcome as the flowers in May." "If Mary wishes it, she can go with you," the farmer answered sternly, and hating many words, he betook himself to work, resolving to keep at it until the tanner should be gone. But when he came home after dusk, his steadfast heart was beating faster than his stubborn mind approved. Mary might have taken him at his word and flown for refuge from displeasure, cold voice, and dull comfort, to the warmth and hearty cheer and love of the folk who only cared to please her, spoil her, and utterly ruin her. Folk who had no sense of fatherly duty or right conscience, but having piled up dirty money, thought it covered everything. Such people might think it fair to come between a father and his child, and truckle to her by backing her up in whims that were against her good, and making light of right and wrong, as if they turned on money. But Mary, such a prudent lass, although she was a fool just now, must see through all such shallow tricks, such rigmarole about Parson Balow, who must be an idiot himself to think so much of Simon Popplewell, for Easter offerings, no doubt. But there, if Mary had the heart to go away, what use to stand maundering about it? Stephen Anerley would be dashed if he cared which way it was. Meaning all this, Stephen Anerley, however, carried it out in a style at variance with such reckless vigor. Instead of marching boldly in at his own door and throwing himself upon a bench and waiting to be waited upon, He left the narrow gravel walk which led from the horse gate to the front door, and craftily fetched a compass through the pleasure beds and little shrubs, upon the sward and in the dusk, so that none may see or hear him. Then, priding himself upon his stealth as a man with whom it is rare may do, yet knowing all the time that he was more than half ashamed of it, he began to peep in at his own windows, as if he were planning how to rob his own house. This thought struck him, but instead of smiling he sighed very sadly, for his object was to learn whether house and home had been robbed of that which he loved so fondly. There was no Mary in the kitchen seeing to his supper. The fire was bright, and the pot was there, but only shadows round it. No Mary in the little parlour, only Willie half asleep, with a stupid book upon his lap, and a wretched candle guttering. Then, as a last hope, he peered into the dairy, where she often went at fall of night to see things safe, and sang to keep the ghosts away. She would not be singing now, of course, because he was so cross with her, but if she were there, it would be better than the merriest song for him. But no, the place was dark and cold, tub and pan and wooden skimmer and the pails hung up to drain. All were left to themselves, and the depth of want of life was over them. She hadn't been there for an hour, thought he. A reek of milk, and not my lassie. Very few human beings have such fragrance of goodwill as milk. The farmer knew that he had gone too far in speaking coarsely of the cow whose children must forego their food for the benefit of ours, and then became veal to please us. "My little maid is gone," said the lord of many cows, who had robbed some 1,000 of their dear calves. "I trow I must make up my mind to see my little maid no more." Without compunction for any mortal cow, though one was bellowing sadly in the distance that had lost her calf that day, and without even dreaming of a grievance there, Master Anerley sat down to think upon a little bench hard by. His thoughts were not very deep or subtle, yet to him they were difficult, because they were so new and sad. He had always hoped to go through life in the happiest way there is of it, with simply doing common work and heeding daily business, and letting other people think the higher class of thought for him. To live as nature, cultivated quite enough for her own content, enjoys the round of months and years, and changes of the earth and sky, and gentle slope of time subsiding to softer shadows and milder tones. And most of all to see his children, dutiful, good, and loving, able and ready to take his place, when he should be carried from farm to church, to work the land he loved so well, and to walk in his ways, and praise him. But now he thought, like Job in his sorrow, "All these things are against me." The air was laden with a sense of autumn, rich and ripe and soothing, the sweet fulfillment of the year. The mellow odor of stacked wheat, the stronger perfume of clover, the brisk smell of apples newly gathered, the distant hint of onions roped, and the luscious waft of honey spread and hung upon the evening breeze. "What is the good of all this," he muttered, "when my little lassie is gone away as if she had no father?"
"Father, I am not going away. Oh, father, I never will go away if you will love me as you did."
Here Mary stopped, for the short breath of a sob was threatening to catch her words, and her nature was too like her father's to let him triumph over her. The sense of wrong was in her heart as firm and deep as in his own, and her love of justice quite as strong, only they differed as to what it was. Therefore Mary would not sob until she was invited. She stood in the arch of trimmed yew tree, almost within reach of his arms, and though it was dark, he knew her face as if the sun was on it. "Dearie, sit down here," he said. "There used to be room for you and me, without 2 chairs, when you was my child."
"Father, I am still your child," she answered softly, sitting by him. "Were you looking for me just now? Say it was me you were looking for."
"There is such a lot of rogues to look out for. They skulk about so, and they fire the sacks."
"Now, father, you never could tell a fib,"
she answered, sidling closer up and preparing for his repentance. "I say that I was looking for a rogue, if the cap fits. Here he smiled a little, as much as to say, I had you there. And then, without meaning it, from simple force of habit, he did a thing equal to utter surrender. He stroked his chin as he always used to do when going to kiss Mary, that the bristles might lie down for her. The cap doesn't fit. Nothing fits but you, my own dear father, she cried, and she kissed him again and again, and put her arms round to protect him. And nobody fits you but your own Mary. I knew you were sorry. You needn't say it. You are too stubborn, and I will let you off. Now don't say a word, father. I can do without it. I don't want to humble you, but only to make you good. And you are the very best of all people, when you please. And you never must be cross again with your darling Mary. Promise me immediately, or you shall have no supper. Well, said the farmer, I used to think that I was gifted with the gift of argument. Not like a woman, perhaps, but still pretty well for a man as can't spare time for speechifying, and hath to earn bread for self and young uns. Father, it is that arguing spirit that has done you so much harm. You must take things as heaven sends them, and not go arguing about them. For instance, heaven has sent you me. So I might, Master Anerley replied, but without a voice from the belly of a fish, I wouldn't believe that he sent Robin Lyth. End of chapter 27. Recording by Keith Salis.
Chapter 28 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Farewell, wife and children dear. Now Robin Lyth held himself in good esteem, as every honest man is bound to do, or surely the rogues will devour him. Modesty kept him silent as to his merits very often, but the exercise of self-examination made them manifest to himself. As the Yorkshireman said to his minister, when pressed to make daily introspection, I dare not do it, sir. It sets me up so, and leaveth no chance for my neighbours. So the great free trader, in charity for others, forbore to examine himself too much. But without doing that, he was conscious of being as good as Master Anerley, and intended, with equal mind and manner, to state his claim to the daughter's hand. It was not, therefore, as the farmer thought, any deep sense of illegality which kept him from coming forward now, as a gallant sailor always does, but rather the pressure of sterner business, and a hard necessity of running goods, according to honourable contract. After his narrow escape from outrage upon personal privilege, for the habeas corpus of the Constitution should at least protect a man while making love, it was clear that the field of his duties as a citizen was padlocked against him, until next time. Accordingly he sought the wider bosom of the ever-liberal sea, and leaving the noble Carroway to mourn, or in stricter truth, alas, to swear, away he sailed at the quartering of the moon, for the land of the genial Dutchman. Now this was the time when the forces of the realm were mightily gathered together against him. Hitherto there had been much fine feeling on the part of his Majesty's revenue, and a delicate sense of etiquette. All the commanders of the cutters on the coast, of whom and of which there now were 3, had met at Carroway's festive board, and, looking at his family, had one and all agreed to let him have the first chance of the good prize money. It was All Saints' Day of the year gone by when they met and thus enjoyed themselves, and they bade their host appoint his time, and he said he should not want 3 months. At this they laughed, and gave him 12, and now the 12 have slipped away. I would much rather never have him caught at all, said Carroway to his wife, when his year of precaption had expired, than for any of those fellows to nab him, especially that prig last sent down. So would I, dear, so would I, of course, replied Mrs. Carroway, who had been all gratitude for their noble self-denial when they made the promise. What airs they would give themselves, And what could they do with the money? Drink it out. I am sure that the condition of our best tumblers after they come is something. People who don't know anything about it always fancy that glass will clean. Glass won't clean after such men as those. And as for the table, don't talk of it. 2 out of the 3 are gone. The lieutenant's conscience was not void of offence concerning tables. Gone upon promotion. Everybody gets promotion, if he only does his very best never to deserve it. They ought to have caught Lyth long and long ago. What are such dummies fit for? But, Charles, you know that they would have acted meanly and dishonestly if they had done so. They promised not to catch him, and they carried out their promise. Matilda, such questions are beyond you altogether. You cannot be expected to understand the service. One of those trumpery, half-decked craft, or they used to be half-deckers in my time, has had 3 of those fresh-meat jemmies over her in a single 12-month. But of course they were all bound by the bargain they had made. As for that, small thanks to them. How could they catch him, when I couldn't? They chop and they change so, I forget their names. My head is not so good as it was, with getting so much moonlight. Nonsense, Charles. You know them like your fingers. But I know what you want. You want Geraldine. You are so proud to hear her tell it. Tilly, you are worse. You love to hear her say it. Well, call her in, and let her do it. She is making an oyster-shell cradle over there, with 2 of the blessed babies. Charles, how very profane you are. All babes are blessed by the Lord in an independent parable, whether they can walk or crawl or put up their feet and take nourishment. Jerry, you come in this very moment. What are you doing with your 2 brothers there and a dead skate? Bless the children. Now say the cutters and their captains. Geraldine, who was a pretty little girl, as well as a good and clever one, swept her wind-tossed hair aside, and began to repeat her lesson, for which she sometimes got a penny when her father had made a good dinner. His Majesty's cutter Swordfish, Commander Nettlebones, senior officer of the Eastern Division after my papa, although a very young man still, carries a swivel gun and 2 bow chasers. His Majesty's cutter Kestrel, commanded by Lieutenant Bowler, is armed with 3 long johns, or strap guns, capable of carrying a pound of shrapnel. His Majesty's cutter Albatross, Lieutenant Corcoran Donovan, carries no artillery yet. Not artillery. Guns, child. Your mother calls them artillery. Carries no guns yet, because she was captured from the foreign enemy, and as yet she has not been reported stanch, since the British fire made a hole in her. It is, however, expected that those asses at the dockyard— Geraldine, how often must I tell you that you are not to use that word? It is your father's expression. It is, however, expected that those donkeys at the dockyard will recommend her to be fitted with 2 brass howitzers. Howitzers, my darling. Spell that word and you shall have your penny. Now you may run out and play again. Give your old father a pretty kiss for it. I often wish, continued the lieutenant as his daughter flew back to the dead skate and the babies, that I had only got that child's clear head. Sometimes the worry is too much for me. And now if Nettlebones catches Robin Lyth, to a certainty I shall be superseded, and all of us go to the workhouse. Oh, Tilly, why won't your old aunt die? We might be so happy afterward. Charles, it is not only sinful but wicked to show any wish to hurry her. The Lord knows best what is good for us, and our prayers upon such matters should be silent. Well, mine would be silent and loud too, according to the best chance of being heard. Not that I would harm the poor old soul. I wish her every heavenly blessing, and her time is come for all of them. But I never like to think of that, because one's own time might come first. I have felt very much out of spirits today, as my poor father did the day before he got his billet. You know, Matilda, he was under old Boscawen, and was killed by the very first shot fired. It must be 45 years ago. How my mother did cry, to be sure, but I was too young to understand it. Ah, she had a bad time with us all. Matilda, what would you do without me? Why, Charles, you are not a bit like yourself. Don't go tonight. Stay at home for once. And the weather is very uncertain, too. They will never attempt their job tonight. Countermand the boats, dear. I will send word to stop them. You shall not even go out of the house yourself. As if it were possible. I am not an old woman, nor even an old man yet, I hope. In half an hour I must be off. There will be good time for a pipe. One more pipe in the old home, Tilly. After all, I am well contented with it, although now and then I grumble, and I don't like so much cleaning. The cleaning must be done. I can never leave off that. Your room is going to be turned out tomorrow, and before you go you must put away your papers, unless you wish me to do it. You really never seem to understand when things are really important. Do you wish me to have a great fever in the house? It is a fortnight since your boards were scrubbed, and how can you think of smoking? Very well, Tilly. I can have it by and by, upon the dancing waves, as little Tommy has picked up the song. Only I cannot let the men on duty, and to see them longing destroys my pleasure. Lord, how many times I should like to pass my pipe to Dick or Ellis, if discipline allowed of it. A thing of that sort is not like feeding, which must be kept apart by nature, but this by custom only. And a very good custom, and most needful, answered Mrs. Carroway. I never can see why men should want to do all sorts of foolish things with tobacco, dirty stuff and full of dust. No sooner do they begin, like a tinder-box, than one would think that it made them all alike. They want to see another body puffing 2 great steams of reeking smoke from pipe and from mouth, as if their own was not enough. And their good resolutions to speak truth of one another float away like so much smoke, and they fill themselves with bad charity. Sir Walter Raleigh deserved his head off, and Henry VIII knew what was right. My dear, I fancy that your history is wrong. The king only chopped off his own wives' heads, but the moral of the lesson is the same. I will go and put away my papers. It will very soon be dark enough for us to start. Charles, I cannot bear your going. The weather is so dark, and the sea is so lonely, and the waves are making such a melancholy sound. It is not like the summer nights, when I can see you 6 miles off, with the moon upon the sails and the land out of the way. Let anybody catch him that has the luck. Don't go this time, Charlie. Carroway kissed his wife, and sent her to the baby, who was squalling well up the stairs. And when she came down he was ready to start, and she brought the baby for him to kiss. Good-bye, little chap. Good-bye, dear wife. With his usual vigour and flourish he said, I never knew how to kiss a baby, though I have had such a lot of them. Good-bye, Charlie dear. All your things are right, and here is the key of the locker. You are fitted out for 3 days, but you must on no account make that time of it. Tomorrow I shall be very busy, but you must be home by the evening. Perhaps there will be a favourite thing of yours for supper. You are going a long way, but don't be long. Good-bye, Tilly darling. Good-bye, Jerry dear. Good-bye, Tommy boy, and all my countless family. I am coming home tomorrow with a mint of money. End of chapter 28. Farewell, wife and children dear.
Chapter 29 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 29. Tactics of Defense. The sea at this time was not pleasant, and nobody looking at it longed to employ upon it any members of a shorter reach than eyes. It was not rushing upon the land, nor running largely in the offing, nor making white streaks on the shoals, neither in any other places doing things remarkable. No sign whatever of coming storm or gathering fury moved it, only it was sullen, heavy, petulant, and out of sorts. It went about its business in a state of lumps irregular, without long billows or big furrows, as if it took the impulse more of distant waters than of wind, and its color was a dirty green. Ancient fishermen hate this, and ancient mariners do the same, for then the fish lie sulking on their bellies, and then the ship wallows without gift of sail. Bear off, Tompkins, and lay by till the ebb. I can only say, dash the whole of it. Commander Nettlebones of the Swordfish gave this order in disgust at last, for the tide was against her. With a heavy pitch of sea, and the mainsail scarcely drew the sheet, what little wind there was came off the land, and would have been fair if it had been firm, but often it dropped altogether where the cliffs or the clouds that lay upon them held it. The cutter had slipped away from Scarborough as soon as it was dark last night, under orders for Robin Hood's Bay, where the Albatross and the Kestrel were to meet her, bring tidings, and take orders. Partly by coast riding and partly by coast signals, it had been arranged that these 3 revenue cruisers should come together in a lonely place during the haze of November morning, and hold privy council of importance. From Scarborough, with any wind at all, or even with ordinary tide run, a coal barge might almost make sure of getting to Robin Hood's Bay in 6 hours, if the sea was fit to swim in. Yet there was a cutter that valued herself upon her sailing powers already 18 hours out, and headed back perpetually, like a donkey plough. Commander Nettlebones could not understand it, and the more impatient he became, the less could he enter into it. The sea was nasty, and the wind uncertain, also the tide against him, but how often had such things combined to hinder, and yet he had made much fairer way. Fore and aft he bestrode the planks, and cast keen eyes at everything above, around, or underneath, but nothing showed him anything. Nettlebones was a Cornishman, and Cornishmen at that time had a reverent faith of witchcraft. "Robin Lyth has brought the powers, or ancient Carroway has done it," he said to himself in stronger language than is now reportable. "Old Carroway is against us, I know, from the confounded jealousy, and this cursed delay will floor all my plans." He deserved to have his best plans floored for such vile suspicion of Carroway. Whatever the brave lieutenant did was loyal, faithful, and well above board. Against the enemy he had his plans, as every great commander must, and he certainly did not desire to have his glory stolen by Nettlebones. But that he would have suffered with only a grin at the bad luck so habitual, to do any crooked thing against it was not in his nature. The cause of grief of Commander Nettlebones lay far away from Carroway, and free trade was at the bottom of it. For now this trim and lively craft was doing herself but scanty credit, either on or off the wind. She was like a poor cat with her tail stuck in a gin, which sadly obstructs her progress. Even more was she like to the little horse of wood, which sits on the edge of a table and gallops, with a balanced weight limiting its energies. None of the crew could understand it if they were to be believed, and the more sagacious talked of currents and mysterious undertow, and sure enough it was undertow, the mystery of which was simple. One of the very best hands on board was a handy seaman from Flamborough, akin to old Robin Cockscroft, and no stranger to his adopted son. This gallant seaman fully entered into the value of long leverage, and he made fine use of a plug-hole which had come to his knowledge behind his berth. It was just above the waterline, and out of sight from deck, because the hollow of the run was there. And long ere the lights of Scarborough died into the haze of night as the cutter began to cleave watery way, the sailor passed a stout new rope from a belaying pin through his hole, and then he betrayed his watch on deck by hauling the end up with a clew, and gently returning it to the deep with a long grappling iron made fast to it. This had not fluke enough to lay fast hold and bring the vessel up, for in that case it would have been immediately discovered, but it dragged along the bottom like a trawl, and by its weight and a hitch every now and then in some hole, it hampered quite sufficiently the objectionable voyage. Instead of meeting her consorts in the cloud of early morning, the Swordfish was scarcely abreast of the southern cheek by the middle of the afternoon. No wonder if Commander Nettlebones was in a fury long ere that, and fitted neither to give nor take the counsel of calm wisdom, and this condition of his mind, as well as the loss of precious time, would have been taken into more consideration by those who condemned him of the things that followed. "Better late than never, as they say," he cried, when the Kestrel and the Albatross hove in sight. "Tompkins, signal to make sail and close. We seem to be moving more lively at last. I suppose we're out of that infernal undertow." "Well, sir, she seems like herself a bit more. She'd have had a witch on board of her, that's where it is. When I were a younker, just joined His Majesty's 42-gun frigate." "Stow that, Tompkins. No time now. I remember all about it, and very good it is. Let us have it all again when this job is done with. Bowler and Donovan will pick holes if they can, after waiting for us half a day. Not a word about our slow sailing, mind. Leave that to me. They are framptuous enough, having everything trim and all hands ready. When they range within hail, sing out for both to come to me." It was pretty to see the three cutters meet, all handled as smartly as possible, for the Flamborough man had cast off his clog, and the Swordfish again was as nimble as need be. Lieutenants Bowler and Donovan were soon in the cabin of their senior officer, and durst not question him very strictly as to his breach of rendezvous, for his manner was short and sharp with them. "There is plenty of time if we waste not in talking," he said when they had finished comparing notes. "All these reports we're bound to receive and consider, but I believe none of them. The reason why poor Carroway has made nothing but a mess of it is that he will listen to the country people's tales. They are all bound together, all tarred with one brush, all stuffed up in a heap of lies to send us wrong. And as for the fishing boats and what they see, I have been here long enough already to be sure that their fishing is a sham 9 times in 10, and their real business is to help those rogues. Our plan is to listen and pretend to be misled." "True for you, Captain," cried the ardent Donovan. "You bounce ship as soon as you can see them out of sight." "My own opinion is this," said Bowler, "that we shall never catch any fellow until we have a large sum of money placed at our disposal. The general feeling is in their favour, and against us entirely." "Why is it in their favour?" "Because they are generally supposed to run great risks and suffer great hardships, and so they do, but not half so much as we do, who keep the sea in all sorts of weather while they can choose their own. Also because they outrun the law, which nature makes everybody long to do, and admire the lucky ones who can. But most of all, because they are free-handed, and we can be only niggards. They rob the king with impunity, because they pay well for doing it, and he pays badly, or not at all, to defend himself from robbery. If we had £1,000 apiece, with orders to spend it on public service, take no receipt and give no account, I am sure that in 3 months we could stop all contraband work upon this coast." "Upon me sowl, and so we could, and it's meself that would go into the trade, so soon as it was stopped with £1,000. "We have no time for talking nonsense," answered Nettlebone severely, according to the universal law that the man who has wasted the time of others gets into a flurry about his own. "Your suggestion, Bowler, is a very wise one, and as full as possible of common sense. You also, Donovan, have shown with great sagacity what might come of it thereafter. But unluckily we have to get on as we can, without 6 pence to spare for anybody. We know that the fishermen and the people on the coast, and especially the womankind, are all to a man, as our good friend here would say, banded in league against us. Nevertheless, this landing shall not be, at least upon our district. What happens north of Teesmouth is none of our business, and we should have the laugh of the old Scotchman there if they pay him a visit, as I hope they may, for he cuts many jokes at our expense. But, by the Lord Harry, there should be no run between the Tees and Yare this side of Christmas. If there is, we may call ourselves 3 old women. Shake hands, gentlemen, upon that point, and we shall have a glass of grog to it." This was friendly, and rejoiced them all, for Nettlebones had been stiff at first. Readily enough they took his orders, which seemed to make it impossible almost for anything large to slip between them, except in case of a heavy fog, and in that case they were to land and post their outlooks near the likely places. "We have shed no blood yet, and I hope we never shall," said the senior officer pleasantly. "The smugglers of this coast are too wise, and I hope too kind-hearted, for that sort of work. They are not like those desperate scoundrels of Sussex. When these men are nabbed, they give up their venture as soon as it goes beyond cudgel play, and they never lie in wait for a murderous revenge. In the south I have known a very different race, who would jump up at an officer till he died, or lash him to death with their long cart-whips. Such fellows as broke upon Poole custom-house and murdered poor Gally and Cator and the rest, in a manner that makes human blood run cold. It was some time back, but their sons are just as bad. Smuggling turns them all into devils." "My belief is," said Bowler, who had a gift of looking at things from an outer point of view, "that these fellows never propose themselves to transgress the law, but to carry it out according to their own interpretation. One of them reasoned with me some time ago, and he talked so well about the Constitution that I was at a loss to answer him." "Me Jewel forbear," shouted Donovan. "A clout on the head is the only answer for them constitutionals. Never will I go out of my mind about the time I was last in Cork. Sure, then, and it was holiday time, and me sister's wife's cousin, young Tim O'Brady. Tim says to me, 'Now Corcoran, my lad.'" "Donovan," Nettlebone suddenly broke in, "we will have that story, which I can see by the cut of your jib is too good to be hurried, when first we come together after business done. The sun will be down in less than half an hour, and by that time we all must be well under way. We are watched from the land, as I need not tell you, and we must not let them spy for nothing. They shall see us all stand out to sea and catch them in the open, as I said in the town hall of Scarborough yesterday, on purpose. Everybody laughed, but I stuck to it, knowing how far the tale will go. They take it for a crotchet of mine, and will expect it, especially after they have seen us standing out, and their plans will be laid accordingly. The headpiece ye have is beyond me entirely, and if ye stand out, how will ye lay close in shore? By returning, my good friend, before the morning breaks, each man to his station, lying as close as he can by day, the proper outlooks hidden at the points, but standing along the coast every night and communicating with sentries. Have nothing to say to any fishing boats. They are nearly all spies, and that puzzles them. This Robin Hood's Bay is our centre for the present, unless there comes a change of weather. Donovan's beat is from Whitby to Teesmouth, mine from Whitby to Scarsborough, the Bowler's thence to Flamborough. Carroway goes where he likes, of course, as the matter of a man is. He is a little in the doldrums now, and likely enough to come meddling. From Flamborough to Hornsea is left to him, and quite as much as he can manage. Further south there is no fear. Our Yarmouth men will see to that. Now, I think that you quite understand. Goodbye. We shall nab some of them to a certainty this time. They are trying it on too large a scale. If they runs any goods through me, then just ye may reckon the legs of me 4 times over." "And if they slip past me," said Bowler, "without a thick fog or a storm that drives me off, I will believe more than all the wonders told of Robin Lyth." "Oh, concerning that fellow, by the by," Commander Nettlebone stopped his brother officers as they were making off. "You know what a point poor Carroway has made, even before I was sent down here, of catching the celebrated Robin for himself. He has even let his fellows fire at him once or twice when he was quietly departing, although we are not allowed to shoot except upon strenuous resistance. Cannon we may fire, but no muskets, according to wise ordinance. Luckily he has not hit him yet, and upon the whole we should be glad of it, for the young fellow was a prime sailor, as you know, and would make fine stuff for Nelson. Therefore we must do one thing of two. Let Carroway catch him and get the money to pay for all the breeches and the petticoats we saw, or if we catch him ourselves, say nothing, but draft him right off to the Harpy. You understand me? It is below us to get blood money upon the man. We are gentlemen, not thief-catchers." The Irishman agreed to this at once, but Bowler was not well pleased with it.
"Our duty is to give him up," he said.
"Your duty is to take my orders," answered Nettleton severely. "If there is a fuss about it, lay the blame on me. I know what I'm about and what I say. Gentlemen, good-bye, and good luck to you." After long shivers in teeth of the wind and pendulous labor of rolling, the 3 cutters joyfully took the word to go. With a creak and a cant and a swish of canvas upon their light heels, they flew round and trembled with eagerness of leaping on their way. The taper boom dipped toward the running hills of the sea, and the jib foliage drew a white arc against the darkness of the sky to the bowsprit's plunge. Then, as each keen cutwater clove with the pressure of the wind upon the beam, and the glistening bends lay over, green hurry of surges streaked with grey began the quick dance along them. Away they went merrily, scattering the brine and leaving broad tracks upon the closing sea. Away also went, at rapid scamper, 3 men who had watched them from the breastwork of the cliffs. One went northward, another to the south. The third rode a pony up an inland lane. Swiftly as the cutters flew over the sea, the tidings of their flight took wing ashore, and before the night swallowed up their distant sails, everybody on the land whom it concerned to know knew as well as their steersman what course they had laid. End of chapter 29. Recording by Keith Salas. Chapter 30 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 30. Inland Opinion. Whatever may be said, it does seem hard from a wholly disinterested point of view that so many mighty men with swift ships, armed with villainous saltpeter and sharp steel, should have set their keen faces all together and at once to nip, defeat, and destroy as with a blow liberal and well-conceived proceedings which they had long regarded with a larger mind. Everyone who had been led to embark soundly and kindly in this branch of trade felt it as an outrage and a special instance of his own peculiar bad luck that suddenly the officers should become so active. For long success had encouraged enterprise. Men who had made a noble profit nobly yearned to treble it, and commerce, having shaken off her shackles, flapped her wings and began to crow. So at least she had been declared to do at a public banquet given by the mayor of Malton, and attended by a large grain factor, who was known as a wholesome purveyor of illicit goods. This man, Thomas Rideout, long had been the headmaster of the smuggling school. The poor seafaring men could not find money to buy or even hire the craft, with heavy deposit against forfeiture, which the breadth of turbulence of the North Sea made needful for such ventures. Across the narrow English Channel an open lobster boat might run, in common summer weather, without much risk of life or goods. Smooth water, sandy coves, and shelfy landings tempted comfortable jobs, and any man owning a boat that would carry a sail as big as a shawl might smuggle with heed of the weather and audacity. It is said that once upon the Sussex coast a band of haymakers, when the rick was done, and their wages in hand on a Saturday night, laid hold of a stout boat on the beach, pushed off to sea in tipsy faith of luck, and hit upon deep with a set fair breeze, having only a fisherman's boy for guide. There on the Sunday they heartily enjoyed the hospitality of the natives, and the dawn of Tuesday beheld them wrapped in domestic bliss and breakfast, and their money invested in old cognac, and glad would they have been to make such hay every season. But in Yorkshire a good solid capital was needed to carry on free importation. Without broad bottoms and deep sides, the long and turbulent and often foggy voyage and the rocky landing could scarcely be attempted by sane folk. Well-to-do people found the money and jeopardized neither their own bodies, consciences, nor good repute. And perhaps this fact had more to do with the comparative mildness of the men than difference of race, superior culture, or a loftier mold of mind. For what man will fight for his employer's goods with a ferocity inspired by his own? A thorough good ducking or a tow behind a boat was the utmost penalty generally exacted by the victors from the vanquished. Now, however, it seemed too likely that harder measures must be meted. The long success of that daring Lyth and the large scale of his operations had compelled the authorities to stir at last. They began by setting a high price upon him, and severely reprimanding Carroway, who had long been doing his best in vain, and becoming flurried did it more vainly still. And now they had sent the sharp Nettlebones down, who boasted largely, but as yet without result. When the pending great venture was resolved upon as a noble finish to the season, Thomas Rideout would entrust it to no one but Robin Lyth himself, and the bold young mariners stipulated that from succeeding he should be free, and started in some more lawful business. For Dr. Upround, possessing as he did great influence with Robin, and shocked as he was by what Carroway had said, refused to have anything more to do with his most distinguished parishioner until he should forsake his ways. And for this he must not be thought narrow-minded, straight-laced, or unduly dignified. His wife quite agreed with him, and indeed had urged it as the only proper course. For her motherly mind was uneasy about the impulsive nature of Janetta, and chessmen to her were dolls, without even the merit of encouraging the needle. Therefore, with a deep sigh, the worthy magistrate put away his board, which came out again next day, and did his best to endure for a night the arithmetical torture of cribbage, while he found himself supported by a sense of duty and capable of preaching hard at Carroway if he would only come for it on Sunday. From that perhaps an officer of revenue may abstain, through the pressure of his duty and the purity of conscience, but a man of less correctness must behave more strictly. Therefore, when a gentleman of vigorous aspect, resolute step, and successful-looking forehead marched into church next Sunday morning, showed himself to a prominent position, and hung his hat against a leading pillar, after putting his mouth into it as for prayer, but scarcely long enough to say Amen, behind other hats low whispers passed that there was a great financier of free trade, the Chancellor of Exchequer of Smuggling, the celebrated Master Rideout. That conclusion was shared by the rector, whose heart immediately burned within him to have at this man, whom he had met before and suspiciously glanced at in Weighing Lane, as an interloper in his parish. Probably this was the very man whom Robin Lyth served too faithfully, and the chances were that the great operations now known to be pending had brought him hither, spying out all Flamborough. The corruption of fishfolk, the beguiling of women with foreign silks and laces, and of men with brandy, the seduction of Robin from lawful commerce, and even the loss of his own pet pastime, were to be laid at this man's door. While donning his surplice, Dr. Upround revolved these things with a gentle indignation, quickened as soon as he found himself in white, by clerical and theological zeal. These feelings impelled him to produce a creaking of the heavy vestry door, a well-known signal for his daughter to slip out of the chancel pew and come to him.
"Now, Papa, what is it?"
cried that quick young lady.
"That miserable Methodist that ruined your boots. Has he got the impudence to come again? Oh, please do say so, and show me where he is. After church nobody shall stop me."
"Janetta, you quite forget where you are, as well as my present condition. Be off like a good girl as quick as you can, and bring number 27 to my handwriting. Render unto Caesar, and put my hat upon it. My desire is that Billy Jack should not know that a change has been made in my subject of discourse."
"Pop, I see. It shall be done to perfection, while Billy Jack is at your very loudest roar in the chorus of the anthem. But do tell me who it is, or how can I enjoy it? And lemon drops, lemon drops."
"Janetta, I must have some serious talk with you. Now, don't be vexed, darling. You are thoroughly a good girl, and thoughtless and careless, and remember, dear, church is not a place for high spirits." The rector, as behooved him, kissed his child behind the vestry door to soothe all sting, and then he strode forth toward the reading desk, and the tuning of fiddles sank to differential scrape. It was not at all a common thing, as one might know, for Widow Precious to be able to escape from casks and taps and the frying pan of eggs demanded by some half-drowned fisherman, also the reckoning of notches on the bench for the pints of the week unpaid for, and then to put herself into her 2 best gowns, which she wore in the winter, one over the other, a plan to be highly commended to the ladies who never can have dress enough, and so to enjoy without losing a penny the warmth of the neighborhood of a congregation, even if she had so wished, with knowledge that this was common people's time. So if she went at all, it must, in spite of the difference of length, be managed in the morning, and this very morning here she was, earnest, humble, and devout, with both the tap keys in her pocket, and turning the leaves with a smack of her thumb, not only to show her learning, but to get sweet approval of the rector's pew. Now if the good rector had sent for this lady instead of his daughter Janetta, the sermon which he brought would have been the one to preach, and that about Caesar might have stopped at home. For no sooner did the widow begin to look about, taking in the congregation with a dignified eye and nodding to her solvent customers, than the wrath of perplexity began to gather in her goodly countenance. To see that distinguished stranger was to know him ever afterward. His power of eating and of paying had endeared his memory, and for him to put up at any other house were foul shame to the codfish.
"Hath a put up his beastie?"
she whispered to her eldest daughter, who came in late.
Nah, no beastie,"
the child replied, and the widow's relish of her thumb was gone, for, sooth to say, no Master Rideout nor any other patron of free trade was there, but Geoffrey Mordox of York City, general factor and universal agent. It was beautiful to see how Dr. Upanddown, firmly delivering his text and stoutly determined to spare nobody, even insisted in the present case upon looking at the man he meant to hit, because he was not his parishioner. The sermon was eloquent and even trenchant. The necessity of duties was urged most sternly, if not of directly divine institution, though learned parallels were adduced which almost proved them to be so. Yet to every decent Christian citizen they were synonymous with duty. To defy or elude them for the sake of paltry gain was a dark crime recoiling on the criminal, and the preacher drew a contrast between such guilty ways and the innocent path of the fisherman. Neither did he even relent and comfort according to his custom toward the end. That part was there, but he left it out. And the only consolation for any poor smuggler in all the disclosure was the final Amen. But to the rector's great amazement and inward indignation, the object of his sermon seemed to take it as a personal compliment. Mr. Mordox not only failed to wince, but finding himself particularly fixed by the gaze of the eloquent divine, concluded that it was from his superior intelligence and visible gifts of appreciation. Delighted with this, for he was not free from vanity, what did he do but return the compliment, not indecorously, but nodding very gently, as much to say, "That was very good indeed. You are quite right, sir, in addressing that to me. You perceive that it is far above these common people. I never heard a better sermon." "What a hardened rogue you are," thought Dr. Upanddown. "How feebly and incapably I must have put it. If you ever come again, you shall have my Ahab sermon." But the clergyman was still more astonished a very few minutes afterward, for as he passed out of the churchyard gate, receiving with his wife and daughter the kindly salute of the parish, the same tall stranger stood before him with a face as hard as a statue's, and, making a short, quick flourish with his hat, begged for the honor of shaking his hand. "Sir, it is to thank you for the very finest sermon I ever have the privilege of hearing. My name is Mordox, and I flatter nobody except myself, and I know a good thing when I get it." "Sir, I'm obliged to you," said Dr. Upanddown stiffly, and not without suspicion of being bantered, so dry was the stranger's countenance, and his manner so peculiar. "And if I have been able to say a good word in season, and its season lasts, it will be a source of satisfaction to me." "Yes, I fear there are many smugglers here," but I am no revenue officer, as your congregation seem to think. May I call upon business tomorrow, sir? Thank you. Then may I say 10 o'clock? Your time of beginning, as I hear. Mordox is my name, sir, of York City, not unfavourably down there. Ladies, my duty to you.
What an extraordinary man, my dear!
Mrs. Upanddown exclaimed with some ingratitude, after the beautiful bow she had received.
He may talk as he likes, but he must be a smuggler. He said that he was not an officer. That shows that, for they always run into the opposite extreme. You have converted him, my dear, and I am sure that we ought to be so much obliged to him. If he comes tomorrow morning to give up all his lace, do try to remember how my little all has been ruined in the wash, and I am sick of working at it.
My dear, he is no smuggler. I began to recollect. He was down here in the summer, and I made a great mistake. I took him for ride-out, and I did the same today. When I see him tomorrow, I shall beg his pardon. One gets so hurried in the vestry always. They are so important with their fiddles. A great deal of it was Janetta's fault.
It always is my fault, Papa, somehow or other,
the young lady answered with a faultless smile, and so they went home to the early Sunday dinner.
Papa, I am in such a state of excitement, I am quite unfit to go to church this afternoon,
Miss Upanddown exclaimed as they set forth again.
You may put me in stocks made out of hassocks. You may rope me to the Floddenfield men's monument of the ominous name of Constable. But whatever you do, I shall never attend, and I feel that it is so sinful.
Janetta, your mamma has that feeling sometimes. For instance, she has it this afternoon, and there is a good deal to be said for it. But I feel that it would grow with indulgence.
I can firmly fancy that it never would, though one cannot be sure without trying. Suppose that I were to try it, just once, and let you know how it feels at tea-time.
My dear, we are quite round the corner of the lane. The example would be too shocking.
Now, don't you make excuses, Papa. Only one woman can have seen us yet, and she is so blind she will think it was her fault. May I go, quick, before anyone else comes?
If you are quite sure, Janetta, of being in a frame of mind which unfits you for the worship of your Maker?
As sure as a pikestaff, dear Papa.
Then by all means go before anybody sees you, for whom it might be undesirable, and correct your thoughts, and endeavour to get into a befitting state of mind by tea-time.
Certainly, Papa. I will go down on the stones and look at the sea. That always makes me better, because it is so large and uncomfortable.
The rector went on to do his duty by himself. A narrow-minded man might have shaken solemn head, even if he had allowed such dereliction. But Dr. Upanddown knew that this girl was good, and he never put strain upon her honesty. So away she sped by a lonely little footpath where nobody could take from her contagion of bad morals, and avoiding the incline of boats, she made off nicely for the quiet outer bay, and there, upon shelfy rocks, she sat and breathed the sea. Flamborough, excellent place as it is, and delightful and full of interest for people who do not live there, is apt to grow dull, perhaps, for spirited youth in the scanty and foggy winter light. There is not so very much of that choice product generally called society by a man who has a house to let in an eligible neighbourhood, and by ladies who do not heed their own. Moreover, it is vexatious not to have more rogues to talk about. That scarcity may be less lamentable now, being one that takes care to redress itself, and perhaps any amateur purchaser of fish may find rogues enough now for his interest. But the rector's daughter pined for neither society nor scandal. She had plenty of interest in her life, and in pleasing other people, whenever she could do it with pleasure to herself, and that was nearly always. Her present ailment was not languor, weariness, nor dullness, but rather the want of such things, which we long for when they happen to be scarce, and declare them to be our first need, under the sweet name of repose. Her mind was a little disturbed by rumors, wonders, and uncertainty. She was not at all in love with Robin Lyth, and laughed at his vanity as much as she admired his gallantry. She looked upon him also as of lower rank, kindly patronized by her father, but not to be treated upon an equal footing. He might be of any rank for all that was known, but he must be taken to belong to those who had brought him up and fed him. Janetta was a lively girl, of quick perception and some discretion, though she often talked much nonsense. She was rather proud of her position and somewhat disdainful of uneducated folk, though, thanks to her father, Lyth was not one of these. Possibly love, if she had felt it, would have swept away such barriers. But Robin was grateful to his patron, and knowing his own place in life, would rightly have thought it a mean return to attempt to inveigle his daughter. So they liked one another, but nothing more. It was not, therefore, for his sake only, but for her father's, and that of the place, that Miss Upanddown now was anxious. For days and days she had watched the sea with unusual forebodings, knowing that a great importation was toward, and pretty sure to lead to blows after so much preparation. With feminine zeal she detested poor Carroway, whom she regarded as a tyrant and a spy, and she would have clapped her hands at beholding the 3 cruisers run upon a shoal, and there stick fast. And as for King George, she had never believed that he was the proper King of England. There were many stanch Jacobites still in Yorkshire, and especially the bright young ladies. Tonight at least the coast was likely to be uninvaded. Smugglers even of their own forces would make breach upon the day of rest, durst not outrage the piety of the land, which would only deal with kegs indoors. The coast guard, being for the most part Southrons, splashed about as usual, a far more heinous sin against the word of God than smuggling. It is the matter of Yorkshiremen to think for themselves, with boldness in the way they are brought up to, and they made it a point of serious doubt whether the orders of the king himself could set aside the 4th commandment, though his arms were over it. Dr. Upanddown's daughter, as she watched the sea, felt sure that even if the goods were ready, no attempt at landing would be made that night, though something might be done in the morning. But even that was not very likely, because, as seemed to be widely known, the venture was a very large one, and the landers would require a whole night's work to get entirely through with it.
"I wish it was over, one way or the other," she kept saying to herself as she gazed at the dark, weary lifting of the sea. "It keeps one unsettled, as the waves themselves. Sunday always makes me feel restless, because there is so little to do. It is wicked, I suppose, but how can I help it? Why, there is a boat, I do declare. Well, even a boat is welcome, just to break this grey monotony. What boat can it be? None of ours, of course. And what can they want with our church cave? I hope they understand its dangers."
Although the wind was not upon the shore and no long rollers were setting in, short, uncomfortable, clumsy waves were lolloping under the steep grey cliffs and casting up splashes of white here and there. To enter that cave is a risky thing, except at very favorable times, and even then some experience is needed, for the rocks around it are like knives, and the boat must generally be backed in, with more use of fender and hook than of oars. But the people in the boat seemed to understand all that. There were 2 men rowing, and 1 steering with an oar, and a 4th standing up as if to give directions, though in truth he knew nothing about it, but hated even to seem to play second fiddle.
"What a strange thing,"
Janetta thought as she drew behind a rock that they might not see her.
"I could almost declare that the man standing up is that most extraordinary gentleman Papa preached quite the wrong sermon at. Truly he deserves the Ahab one for spying our caves out on a Sunday. He must be a smuggler after all, or a very crafty agent of the revenue. Well, I never. That old man steering, as sure as I live, is Robin Cockscroft, by the scarlet handkerchief around his head. Oh, Robin, Robin, could I ever have believed that you would break the Sabbath so? But the boat is not Robin's. What boat can it be? I have not stayed away from church for nothing. One of the men rowing has got no legs. When the boat goes up and down, it must be that villain of a Tipsy Joe who used to keep the monument. I heard that he was come back again to stump for his beer as usual, and his son, that sings like the big church bell, and has such a very fine face and one leg, why, he's the man that pulls the other oar. Was there ever such a boatload? But they know what they're doing.
Truly it was, as the young lady said, an extraordinary boat's crew. Old Robin Cockscroft, with a fringe of silver hair escaping from the crimson silk, which he valued so much more than it, and his face still grand in spite of wrinkles and some weakness of the eyes, keenly understanding every wave, its character, temper, and complexity of influence, as only a man can understand who has for his life stood over them. Then tugging at the oars, or rather dipping them with a short, well-placed plunge, and very little toil of body, two ancient sailors, one considerably older than the other, inasmuch as he was his father, yet chips alike from a sturdy block, and fitted up with jury stumps. Old Joe pulled rather the better oar, and called his son a one-legged fiddler when he missed the dip of wave, while Mordock stood with his legs apart and playing the easy part of critic, had his sneers at both of them, but they let him jibe to his liking, because they knew their work, and he did not, and upon the whole they went merrily. The only one with any doubt concerning the issue of the job was the one who knew most about it, and that was Robin Cockscroft. He doubted not about want of strength or skill or discipline of his oars, because the boat was not Flamborough, but borrowed from a collier around the head. No Flamborough boat would ever think to putting of sea on a Sunday, unless it were to save human life, and it seemed to him that no strange boat could find her way into the native caves. He doubted also whether, even with the pressure of strong motive put upon him, which was not of money, it was a godly thing on his part to be steering in his Sunday clothes. He feared to hear of it thereafter, but being in for it, he must do his utmost. With genuine skill and solid patience, the entrance of the cave was made, and the boat was lost to Janetta's view. She as well was lost in the deeper cavern of great wonder, and waited long, and much desired to wait even longer to see them issue forth again, and learn what they could have been after. But the mist out of which they had come, and inside of which they would rather have remained perhaps, now thickened over land and sea, and groping dreamily for something to lay hold of, fond of a solid stay and rest hold in the jagged headlands here. Here, accordingly, the coilings of the wandering forms began to slide into straight layers and soft settlement of vapor. Loops of hanging moisture marked the hollows of the land front, or the alleys of the waning light, and then the mass abandoned outline fused its shades to pulp, and melted into one great blur of rain. Janetta thought of her Sunday frock, forgot the boat, and sped away for home. End of chapter 30. Recording by Keith Salis. Chapter 31 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 31. Tactics of Attack. I am sorry to be troublesome, Mynheer Van Dunk, but I cannot say good-bye without having your receipt in full for the old Baylander. Good, it is very good, Mr. Lyth. You are the good man for the princess. With these words the wealthy merchant of the Zuider Zee drew forth his ancient inkhorn, smeared with the dirt of countless contracts, and signed an acquittance which the smuggler had prepared. But he signed it with a sigh, as a man declares that a favourite horse must go at last, signing, not for the money, but for the memories that go with it. Then, as the wind began to pipe, and the roll of the sea grew heavier, the solid Dutchman was lowered carefully into his shore boat, and drew the apron over his great and gouty legs.
"I was married in that ships,"
he shouted back, with his ponderous fist wagging up at Robin Lyth.
"This time you have the bad luck, sir."
"Well, Mynheer, if you have only to pay the difference, and the catch will do, the Billander sails almost as fast." But Master Van Dunk only heaved another sigh, and felt that his leather bag was safe and full in his breeches pocket. Then he turned his eyes away, and relieved his mind by swearing at his men. Now this was off the Isle of Texel, and the time was Sunday morning, the very same morning which saw the general factor sitting to be preached at. The flotilla of free trade was putting forth upon its great enterprise, and Van Dunk, who had been ship's husband, came to speed them from their moorings. He took no risk, and to him it mattered little except as a question of commission. But still he enjoyed the relish of breaking English law most heartily. He hated England as a loyal Dutchman for generations was compelled to do, and he held that a Dutchman was a better sailor, a better shipbuilder, and a better fighter than the very best Englishman ever born. However, his opinions mattered little, being, as we must feel, absurd. Therefore let him go his way and grumble and reckon his guilders. It was generally known that he could sink a ship with money, and when such a man is insolent, who dares to contradict him? The flotilla in the offing soon ploughed hissing furrows through the misty waves. There were 3 craft, all of different rig, a schooner, a ketch, and the said Billander. All were laden as heavy as speed and safety would allow, and all were thoroughly well manned. They laid their course for the Dogger Bank, where they would receive the latest news of the disposition of the enemy. Robin Lyth, High Admiral of Smugglers, kept to his favourite schooner, the Glimpse, which had often shown a fading wake to the fastest cutters. His squadron was made up by the ketch, Good Hope, and the old Dutch coaster, Crown of Gold. This vessel, though built for peaceful navigation and inland waters, had proved herself so thoroughly at home in the roughest situations, and so swift of foot, though round of cheek, that the smugglers gloried in her and the good luck which sat upon her prow. They called her the Lugger, though her rig was widely different from that, and her due title was Billander. She was very deeply laden now, and having great capacity appeared an unusually tempting prize. This grand armada of invasion made its way quite leisurely. Off the Dogger Bank they waited for the last news, and received it, and the whole of it was to their liking, though the fisherman who brought it strongly advised them to put back again. But Captain Lyth had no such thought, for the weather was most suitable for the bold scheme he had hit upon. "This is my last turn," he said, "and I mean to make it a good one." Then he dressed himself as smartly as if he were going to meet Mary Anerley, and sent a boat for the skippers of the Good Hope and the Crown of Gold, who came very promptly and held council in his cabin. "I'm thinking that your notion is a very good one, Captain," said the master of the Billander, Brown, a dry old hand from Grimsby. "Capital, capital, there never was a better," the master of the ketch chimed in. "Nettlebones and Carroway, will they knock their heads together?" "The plan is clever enough," replied Robin, who was free from all mock modesty. "But you heard what the old Van Dunk said. I wish he had not said it. 10,000 tufils, as the stingy old thief himself says. He might have held his infernal croak. I hate to make sail with a croak astern. 'Tis as bad as a crow and a forestaysail." "All very fine for you to talk," grumbled the man of the Billander to the master of the ketch. "But bad luck has saddled upon me this voyage. You two get the Gilgos, and I get the bilboes." "Brown, none of that," Captain Lyth said quietly, but with a look which the other understood. "You are not such a fool as you pretend to be. You may get a shot or 2 fired at you, but what is that to the Grimsby man? And who will look at you when your hold is broached? Your game is the easiest that any man can play, to hold your tongue and run away. Brown, you share the profits, don't you see?"
the ketchman went on, while the other looked glum. "And what risk do you take for it? Even though they collar you through your own clumsiness, what is there for them to do? A Grimsby man is a grumbling man, I have heard ever since I was that high. I'll change berths with you, if you choose, this minute." "You could never do it," said the Grimsby man with the high contempt which abounds where he was born. "A boy like you! I should like to see you try it." "Remember, both of you," said Robin Lyth, "that you are not here to do as you please, but to obey my orders. If the coastguard quarrel, we do not, and that is why we beat them. You will both do exactly as I have laid it down, and the risk of failure falls on me. The plan is very simple, and cannot fail, if you will just try not to think for yourselves, which always makes everything go wrong. The only thing you have to think about at all is any sudden change of weather. If a gale from the east sets in, you both run north, and I come after you. But there will not be any easterly gale for the present week, to my belief, although I am not quite sure of it. Not a sign of it. Wind will hold with sunset up to the next quarter of the moon. The time I have been on the coast, and to hear the young chaps talking over my head. Never you mind how I know, but I'll lay a guinea with both of you. Easterly gale afore Friday." "Brown, you may be right," said Robin. "I have had some fear of it, and I know that you carry a weather eye. No man under 40 can pretend to do that. But if he'll only hold off till Friday, we shall have the laugh of it, and even if it come on, Tom and I shall manage. But you will be badly off in that case, Brown. After all, you are right. The main danger is for you." Lyth, knowing how important it was that each man should play his part with true good-will, shifted his ground thus to satisfy the other, who was not the man to shrink from peril, but liked to have his share acknowledged. "Aye, aye, Captain, you see clear enough, though Tom here has not got the gumption," the man of Grimsby answered with a lofty smile. "Everybody knows pretty well what William Brown is. When there is anything that needs a bit of pluck, it is sure to be put upon old Bill Brown, and never you come across the man, Captain Lyth, as could say that Bill Brown was not all there. Now, orders is orders, lad. Tip us your latest." "Then latest orders are to this effect. Toward dusk of night you stand in first, a league or more ahead of us, according to the daylight, Tom to the north of you, and me to the south, just within signalling distance. The kestrel and the albatross will come to speak the swordfish off Robin Hood's Bay at that very hour, as we happen to be aware. You sight them, even before they sight you, because you know where to look for them, and you keep a sharper lookout, of course. Not one of them will sight us so far off in the offing. Signal immediately, 1, 2, 3, and I heartily hope it will be all 3. Then you still stand in as if you could not see them, and they begin to laugh and draw inshore, knowing the inlander as they do. They will hug the cliffs for you to run into their jaws. Tom and I bear off all sail, never allowing them to sight us. We crack on to the north and south, and by that time it will be nearly dark. You still carry on, till they know that you must see them. Then, 'bout ship, and crowd sail to escape. They give chase, and you lead them out to sea, and the longer you carry on the better. Then, as they begin to forereach and threaten to close, you 'bout ship again, as in despair, run under their counters, and stand in for the bay. They may fire at you, but it is not very likely, for they would not like to sink such a valuable prize, though nobody else would have much fear of that. Captain, I laugh at their brass kettle pots. They may blaze away as blue as verdigris, though an Englishman haven't no right to be shot at only by a Frenchman. Very well, then, you hold on, like a Norfolk man, through the thickest of the enemy. Nelson is a Norfolk man, and you charge through as he does. You bear right on and rig a gangway for the landing, which puts them all quite upon the scream. All 3 cutters race after you pell-mell, and it is much better if they do not run into each other. You take the beach, stem on with the tide upon the ebb, and by that time it ought to be getting on for midnight. What to do then I need not tell you, but make all the stand you can to spare us any hurry. We don't give the knock-down blow if you can help it. Their lawyers make such a point of that from their intimacy with the prize-fighters." Clearly perceiving their duty now, these 3 men braced up loin and sailed to execute the same accordingly, for invaders and defenders were by this time in real earnest with their work, and sure alike of having done the very best that could be done, with equal confidence on either side. A noble triumph was expected, while the people on the dry land shook their heads and were thankful to be out of it. Carroway, in a perpetual ferment, gave no peace to any of his men, never entered his own door, but riding, rowing, or sailing up and down here and there and everywhere, set an example of unflagging zeal, which was largely admired and avoided. And yet he was not the only remarkably active man in the neighborhood. For that great fact and universal factor, Geoffrey Mordax was entirely here. He had not broken the heart of Widow Precious by taking up his quarters at the Thornwick Inn, as she had first imagined, but loyalty brought himself and his horse to her signpost for their Sunday dinner. Nor was this all, but he ordered the very best bedroom and the coral parlor, as he elegantly called the seaweedy room, gave every child, whether male or female, 6 of new mintage, and created such impression on her widowed heart that he even won the privilege of basting his own duck. Whatever this gentleman did never failed to reflect equal credit on him and itself, but thoroughly well as he basted his duck and efficiently as he consumed it, deeper things were in his mind, and moving with every mouthful. If Captain Carroway labored hard on public and royal service, no less severely did Mordax work, though his stronger sense of self-duty led him to feed the labor better. On the Monday morning he had a long and highly interesting talk with the magisterial rector, to whom he set forth certain portions of his purpose, loftily spurning entire concealment, according to the motto of his life. "You see, sir," he said as he rose to depart, "what I have told you is very important, and in the strictest confidence, of course, because I never do anything on the sly." "Mr. Mordax, you have surprised me," answered Dr. Upround. "Though I am not so very wiser at the present, I really must congratulate you upon your activity and the impression you create." "Not at all, sir, not at all. It is my manner of doing business, now for 30 years or more. Moles and fools, sir, work underground, and only get traps set for them. I travel entirely above ground, and go 10 miles for their 10 inches. My strategy, sir, is simplicity. Nothing puzzles rogues so much, because they cannot believe it." "The theory is good. May the practice prove the same. I should be sorry to be against you in any case you undertake. In the present matter I am wholly with you, so far as I understand what it is. Still, Flamborough is a place of great difficulties." "The greatest difficulty of all would be to fail, as I look at it, especially with your most valuable aid." "What little I can do shall be the most readily forthcoming. But remember, there is many a slip. If you had interfered but 1 month ago, how much easier it might have been." "Truly, but I have to grope my way, and it is a hard people, as you say, to deal with. But I have no fear, sir. I shall overcome all Flamborough, unless what I fear to think of, there should happen to be bloodshed." "There will be none of that, Mr. Mordax. We are too skilful and too gentle for anything more than a few cracked crowns, and everything is as it ought to be. But I must be off. I have many points to see to. How I find time for this affair is the wonder. But you will not leave us, I suppose, until what appears to be expected has happened?"
When I undertake a thing, Dr. Upround, my rule is to go through with it. You have promised me the honour of an interview at any time. Good-bye, sir, and pray give the compliments of Mr. Mordax to the ladies." With even more than his usual confidence and high spirits, the general factor mounted horse and rode at once to Bridlington, or rather to the quay thereof, in search of Lieutenant Carroway. But Carroway was not at home, and his poor wife said with a sigh that now she had given up expecting him. "Have no fear, madam, I will bring him back," Mordax answered, as if he already held him by the collar. "I have very good news, madam, very grand news for him, and you, and all those lovely and highly intelligent children. Place me, madam, under the very deepest obligation by allowing these 2 little dears to take the basket I see yonder, and accompany me to that apple-stand. I saw there some fruit of a sort which used to fit my teeth most wonderfully when they were just the size of theirs. And here is another little darling with a pin before infinitely too spotless. If you will spare her also, we will do our best to take away that reproach, ma'am." "Oh, sir, you are much too kind, but to speak good news does one good. It is so long since there has been any, that I scarcely know how to pronounce the words." "Mistress Carroway, take my word for it, that such a state of things shall be shortly of the past. I will bring back Captain Carroway, madam, to his sweet and most beautifully situated home, with the tidings which shall please you." "It is kind of you not to tell me the good news now, sir. I shall enjoy it so much more, to see my husband hear it. Good-bye, and I hope that you will soon be back again." While Mr. Mordax was loading the children with all that they made soft mouths at, he observed for the second time 3 men who appeared to be taking much interest in his doings. They had sauntered aloof while he called at the cottage, as if they had something to say to him, but would keep until he had finished there. But they did not come up to him as he expected, and when he had seen the small Carroway's home, he rode up to ask what they wanted with him. "Nothing, only this, sir," the shortest of them answered, while the others pretended not to hear. "We was told that yon was Smuggler's house, and we thought that your honour was the famous Captain Lyth." "If I ever want a man," said the general factor, "to tell a lie with a perfect face, I shall come here and look for you, my friend." The man looked at him and smiled and nodded as much to say, "You might get it done worse," and then carelessly followed his comrades toward the sea. And Mr. Mordax, riding off with equal jauntiness, cocked his hat and stared at the priory church as if he had never seen any such building before. "I begin to have a very strong suspicion," he said to himself as he put his horse along, "that this is the place where the main attack will be. Signs of a well-suppressed activity are manifest to an experienced eye like mine. All the grocers, the bakers, the candlestick makers, and the women who always precede the men are mightily gathered together, and the men are holding counsel in a milder way. They have got 3 jugs at the old boat-house for the benefit of holloring in the open air. Moreover, the lane inland is scored with a regular market day of wheels, and there is no market this side of the old town. Carroway, vigilant captain of men, why have you forsaken your domestic hearth? Is it through jealousy of Nettlebones and a stern resolve to be ahead of him? Robin, my Robin, is a genius in tactics, a very bright Napoleon of free trade. He penetrates the counsels, or, what is more, the feelings of those who camp against him. He means to land this great enterprise at Captain Carroway's threshold. True justice on the man for sleeping out of his own bed so long. But instead of bowing to the blow, he would turn a downright maniac, according to all I hear of him. Well, it is no concern of mine, so long as nobody is killed, which everybody makes such a fuss about." End of Chapter 31. Recording by Keith Salas. Chapter 32 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 32. Tactics of Attack. The poise of this great enterprise was hanging largely in the sky, from which come all things, and to which, resolved, they are referred again. The sky, to hold an equal balance, or to decline all troublesome responsibility about it, went away, or, to put it more politely, retired from the scene. Even as 9 men out of 10, when a handsome fight is toward, would rather have no opinion on the merits, but abide in their breeches, and there keep their hands till the fist of the victor is opened. So at this period the upper firmament nodded a strict neutrality, and yet, on the whole, it must have indulged a sneaking proclivity toward free trade. Otherwise, why should it have been as follows? November now was far advanced, and none but sanguine Britons hoped, at least in this part of the world, to know, except from memory and predictions of the almanac, whether the sun were round or square, until next Easter day should come. It was not quite impossible that he might appear at Candlemas, when he is supposed to give a dance, though hitherto a strictly private one, but even so, this premature frisk of his were undesirable, if faith in ancient rhyme be any. But putting him out of the question, as he had already put himself, the things that were below him, and, from length of practice, managed well to shape their course without him, were moving now and managing themselves with moderation. The tone of the clouds was very mild, and so was the color of the sea. A comely fog involved the day, and a decent mist restrained the night from ostentatious waste of stars. It was not such very bad weather, but a capacious man might find fault with it, and only a thoroughly cheerful one could enlarge upon its merits. Plainly enough these might be found by anybody having any core of rest inside him, or any gift of turning over upon a rigidly neutral side, and considerably outgazing the color of his eyes. Commander Nettlebones was not of poetic, philosophic, or vague mind. "What a damn fog!" he exclaimed in the morning, and he used the same words in the afternoon through a speaking trumpet as the 2 other cutters ranged up within hail. This they did very carefully, at the appointed rendezvous, toward the fall of the afternoon, and hauled their wind under easy sail, shivering in the southwestern breeze. "Not half so bad as it was," returned Bowler, being of a cheerful mind. "It is lifting every minute, sir. Have you had sight of anything?" "Not a blessed stick except a fishing boat. What makes you ask, Lieutenant?" "Why, sir, as we rounded in, it lifted for a moment, and I saw a craft, some 2 leagues out, standing straight in for us." "The devil you did! What was she like, and where away, Lieutenant?" "A heavy lugger, under all sail, about east-northeast, as near as may be. She's standing for Robin Hood's Bay, I believe. In an hour's time she'll be upon us, if the weather keeps so thick." "She may have seen you and sheered off. Stand straight for her as nigh as you can guess. The fog is lifting, as you say. If you sight her, signal instantly. Lieutenant Donovan, have you heard Bowler's news?" "Sure, and if it wasn't for the fog, I would. Every word of it come to me as clear as seeing." "Very well, carry on a little to the south, half a league or so. Then stand out, but keep within sound of signal. I shall bear up presently. It is clearing every minute, and we must nab them." The fog began to rise in loops and alleys, with the upward pressure of the evening breeze, which freshened from the land in lines and patches according to the run of cliff. Here the water darkened with the ruffle of the wind, and there it lay quiet with a glassy shine or gentle shadows of variety. Soon the 3 cruisers saw one another clearly, and then they all sighted an approaching sail. This was a full-bowed vessel, of quaint rig, heavy sheer, and extraordinary build, a foreigner clearly, and an ancient one. She differed from a lugger as widely as a lugger differs from a schooner, and her broad spread of canvas combined the features of square and of fore and aft tackle. But whatever her build or rig might be, she was going through the water at a strapping pace, heavily laden as she was, with her long yards creaking, and her broad frame croaking, and her deep bows driving up the fountains of the sea. Her enormous mainsail upon the mizzenmast, or mainmast, for she only carried two, was hung obliquely, yet not as a lugger's, slung at 1/3 of its length, but bent to a long yard hanging fore and aft, with a long fore end sloping down to midship. This great sail gave her vast power when close hauled, and she carried a square sail on the foremast and a square sail on either topmast. "Lord have mercy, she could run us all down if she tried," exclaimed Commander Nettlebones. "And what are my pop guns against such beam?" For a while the Billender seemed to mean to try it, for she carried on toward the central cruiser as if she had not seen one of them. Then, beautifully handled, she brought to and was scudding before the wind in another minute, leading them all a brave stern chase out to sea. "It must be that daredevil Lyth himself," Nettlebones said as the swordfish strained with all canvas set but no gain made. "No other fellow in all the world would dare to beard us in this style. I'd lay 10 guineas that Donovan's guns won't go off, if he tries them." "Oh, I thought so. A fizz and a stink. Trust an Irishman." For this gallant lieutenant, slanting toward the bows of the flying Billender, which he had no hope of fore-reaching, trained his long swivel gun upon her and let go, or rather tried to let go, at her. But his powder was wet, or else there was some stoppage, for the only result was a spurt of smoke inward and a powdery eruption on his own red cheeks. "I wish I could have heard him swear," grumbled Nettlebones. "That would have been worth something. But Bowler is further out. Bowler will cross her bows, and he's not a fool. Don't be in a hurry, my fine Bob Lyth. You're not clear yet, though you crack on like a trooper. Well done, Bowler. You've headed him. By Jove, I don't understand these tactics. Stand by there. She's running back again." To the great amazement of all on board the cruisers, except perhaps one or two, the great Dutch vessel, which might happily have escaped by standing on her present course, spun round like a top, and bore in again among her 3 pursuers. She had the heels of all of them before the wind, and might have run down any interceptor, but seemed not to know it, or to lose all nerve. "Thank the Lord in heaven, all rogues are fools. She may double as she will, but she's ours now. Signal Albatross and Kestrel to stand in." In a few minutes all 4 were standing for the bay, the Dutch vessel leading with all sails set, and cruisers following warily and spreading to head her from the north or south. It was plain that they had her well in the toils. She must either surrender or run ashore. Close hauled as she was, she could not run them down, even if she would dream of such an outrage. So far from showing any sign of rudeness was the smuggling vessels that she would not even plead want of light as excuse for want of courtesy. For running past the royal cutters, who took much longer to come about, she saluted each of them with deep respect for the swallow-tail of his majesty, and then she bore on like the admiral's ship, with signal for all to follow her. "Such cursed impudence never did I see," cried every one of the revenue skippers, as they all were compelled to obey her. "Surrender she must, or else run upon the rocks. Does the fool know what he's driving at?" The fool, who was Master James Brown of Grimsby, knew very well what he was about. Every shoal and sounding and rocky gut was thoroughly familiar to him, and the spread of faint light on the waves and along shore told him all his bearings. The loud cackle of laughter which Grimsby men, at the cost of the rest of the world, enjoy, was carried by the wind to the ears of Nettlebones. The latter set fast his teeth and ground them, for now in the rising of the large full moon he perceived that the beach of the cove was black with figures gathering rapidly. "I see the villain's game. It's all clear now," he shouted as he slammed his spyglass. "He means to run in where we dare not follow, and he knows that Carroway is out of hail. The hull may go smash for the sake of the cargo, and his flat-bottomed tub can run where we cannot. I dare not carry after him, court-martial if I do. That is where those fellows beat us always. But by the Lord Harry, he shall not prevail. Guns are no good, the rogue knows that. We will land round the point and nab him." By this time the moon was beginning to open the clouds and strew the waves with light, and the vapors which had lain across the day, defying all power of sun-ray, were gracefully yielding and departing softly at the insinuating whisper of the gliding night. Between the busy rolling of the distant waves and the shining prominence of forward cliffs, a quiet space was left for ships to sail in and for men to show activity in shooting one another. And some of these were hurrying to do so, if they could. "There's little chance of hitting him in this bad light, but let him have it, Jenkins, and a guinea for you if you could only bring that mainsail down." The gunner was yearning for this, and the bellow of his piece responded to the captain's words, but the shot only threw up a long path of fountains, and the Billender ploughed on as merrily as before. "Hard aboard, by the Lord, I've felt her touch. Go about. So easy. Now lie to for Kestrel and Albatross to join. My certy, but that was a narrow shave. How the beggar would have laughed if we had grounded. Give them another shot. It will do the gun good. She wants a little exercise." Nothing loath was the master gunner, as the other bow gun came into bearing, to make a little more noise in the world, and possibly produce a greater effect, and therein he must have had a grand success, and established a noble reputation by carrying off a great Grimsby head, if he only had attended to a little matter. Gunner Jenkins was a celebrated shot, and the miss he had made stirred him up to shoot again. If the other gun was crooked, this one should be straight, and dark as it was inshore, he got a patch of white ground to sight by. The Billender was a good sizable object, and not to hit her anywhere would be too bad. He considered these things carefully, and cocked both eyes, with a twinkling ambiguity between them, then trusting mainly to the left one, as an ancient gunner for the most part does, he watched a due moment, and fired. The smoke curled over the sea, and so did the Dutchman's maintop sail, for the mast beneath it was cut clean through. Some of the crew were frightened, as may be the bravest man when for the first time shot at, but James Brown rubbed his horny hands. "Now this is a good judgment for that younker Robin Lyth," he shouted aloud with the glory of a man who has verified his own opinions. "He puts all the danger upon his elders, and tells them there's none of it. I might just as well have been my head if a wave hadn't lifted the muzzle when that straight-eyed chap let fire. Bear a hand, boys, and cut away the wreck. He hasn't got never another shot to send. He hath saved us the trouble of shortening that there canvas. We don't need too much way on her." This was true enough, as all hands knew, for the craft was bound to take the beach without going to pieces yet awhile. Jem Brown stood at the wheel himself, and carried her in with consummate skill. "It goeth to my heart to throw away good stuff," he grumbled at almost every creak. £200 I would have paid myself for this here piece of timber. Steady as a lighthouse, and handy as a mop. But what do they young fellows care? There now, my lads, hold your legs a moment, and now make your best of that." With a crash and a grating and a long, sad grind, the nuptial ark of the wealthy Dutchman cast herself into her last bed and berth. "It done right well," said the Grimsby man. The poor old Billender had made herself such a hole in the shingle that she rolled no more, but only lifted at the stern and groaned. As the quiet waves swept under her, the beach was swarming with men who gave her a cheer and flung their hats up, and in 2 or 3 minutes as many gangways of timber and rope were rigged to her hawse holes or fore chains or almost anywhere. And then the rolling of puncheons began, and the hoisting of bales, and the thump and the creak, and the laughter and the swearing. Now be you particular, uncommon particular, never start a stave nor fray a bale. Powerful precious stuff this time. Gold every bit of it if it are a penny. They blessed coast riders will be on us round that point. But never you hurry, lads, the more for that. Better almost let 'em have it than damage a drop or a thread of such goods. All right, Captain Brown, don't you be so wonderful uneasy. Not the first time we've handled such stuff. I'm not so sure of that, replied Brown as he lit a short pipe and began to puff. I've run some afore, but never none so precious. Then the men of the coast and the sailors worked with a will, and by broad light of the moon, which showed their brawny arms and panting chests with the hoisting and the heaving and the rolling, in less than an hour 3/4 of the cargo was landed and some already stowed inland, where no preventive eye could penetrate. Then Captain Brown put away his pipe and was busy in a dark, empty part of the hold with some barrels of his own, which he covered with a sailcloth. Presently the tramp of marching men was heard in a lane on the north side of the cove, and then the like sound echoed from the south. Now, never you hurry, said the Grimsby man. The others, however, could not attain such standard of equanimity. They fell into sudden confusion and babble of tongues and hesitation, everybody longing to be off, but nobody liking to run without something good. And to get away with anything at all substantial, even in the dark, was difficult, because there were cliffs in front, and the flanks would be stopped by men with cutlasses. "Stand you still," cried Captain Brown. "Never you budge, never a one of you. I stands upon my legitimacy, and I answer for the consequence. I takes all responsibility." Like all honest Britons, they loved long words, and they knew that if the worst came to the worst, a mere broken head or two would make all straight. So they huddled together in the moonlight waiting, and no one desired to be the outside man. And while they were striving for precedence toward the middle, the coast guards from either side marched upon them, according to their very best drill and in high discipline, to knock down almost any man with the pommel of the sword. But the smugglers also showed high discipline under the commanding voice of Captain Brown. "Every man stand with his hands to his sides, and ask of they soldiers for a pinch of pacca." This made them laugh, till Captain Nettlebones strode up. "In the name of His Majesty, surrender, all you fellows. You are fairly caught in the very act of landing a large run of goods contraband. It is high time to make an example of you. Where is your skipper, lads? Robin Lyth, come forth." "It may please your good honour and His Majesty's commission," said Brown in his full, round voice as he walked down the broadest of the gangways leisurely. "My name is not Robin Lyth, but James Brown, a family man of Grimsby, and an honest trader upon the high seas. My cargo was medical water and rags, mainly for the use of the revenue men, by reason they hadn't had their new uniforms this 12 months. Several of the enemy began to giggle, for their winter supply of clothes had failed, through some lapse of the department. But Nettlebones marched up and collared Captain Brown and said, "You are my prisoner, sir. Surrender Robin Lyth this moment." Brown made no resistance, but respectfully touched his hat and thought. "I were trying to call upon my memory," he said, as the revenue officer led him aside and promised him that he should get off easily if he would only give up his chief. "I am not going to deny, your honour, that I have heard tell of the name Robin Lyth, but my memory never do come in a moment. Now, were he a man in the contraband line? Brown, if you want to provoke me, it will only be 10 times worse for you. Now, give him up like an honest fellow, and I will do my best for you. I might even let a few tubs slip by." "Sir, I'm a stranger around these parts, and the lingo is beyond me. Tubs is a bucket as the women use for washing. Never I heard of any other sort of tubs. But my mate, he knoweth more of Yorkshire talk. Jack, here his honour is a-speaking about tubs. Ever you hear of tubs, Jack?"
"Make the villain fast to yonder mooring post," shouted Nettlebones, losing his temper, "and one of you stand by him with a hanger ready. Now, Master Brown, we'll see what tubs are, if you please, and what sort of rags you land at night. One chance more for you. Will you give up Robin Lyth?" "Yes, sir, that I will, without two thoughts about un. Only too happy, as the young women say, to give him up quick stick, so soon as ever I ha' gotten. If ever there was a contumacious rogue. Roll up a couple of those puncheons, Mr. Avery, and now light half a dozen links. Have you got your spigot heels and runners? Very good. Lieutenant Donovan, Mr. Avery, and Senior Volunteer Brett, oblige me by standing by to verify. Gentlemen, we will endeavor to hold what is judiciously called an assay, a proof of the purity of substances. The brand on these casks is of the very highest order, the renowned Mynheer Van Dunk himself. Donovan, you shall be our foreman. I have heard you say that you understood ardent spirits from your birth. Faix, and I quite forgot, Commander, whether I was weaned on or off of them. But the phone judge me father was come down to me. Honey, don't be nervous. Slope it well, then. A little thick, is it? All the richer for the same, my boy. Commander, here's the good health of His Majesty. Oh, Lord! Mr. Corcoran Donovan fell upon the shingle and rolled and bellowed. Sure me insides out. 'Tis poisoned I am, every mortial bit of me. A doctor, and a priest to kill me, that ever I should live to die like this. Oh, Sean, every bit of me. Oh, to be brought forth upon good whiskey, and to go out of this world upon doctor stuff. Most folk does that when they ought to turn ends otherwise. James Brown of Grimsby could see how things were going, though his power to aid was restricted by a double turn of rope around him. But a kind hand had given him a pipe, and his manner was to take things easily. Commander, or captain, or whatever ye be, with your king's clothes, constructing a hole in they flints, 'tis medical water, and your own wife wouldn't know you tomorrow. Your complexion will be like a angel's. You turned rogue, cried Nettlebones, striding up, his sword flashing in the link lights. If ever I had a mind to cut any man down. Well, sir, do it then upon a roped man, if the honour of the British Navy calleth for it. My will is made, and my widow will have action, and the executioner of my will is a Grimsby man, with a pile of money made in the line of saltfish and such like. Brown, you are a brave man, and I would scorn to harm you. Now, upon your honour, are all your puncheons filled with that stuff, and nothing else? Upon my word of honour, sir, they are. Some a little weaker, some with more bilge water in it, or a trifle of a dash from the midden. The main of it, however, in the very same condition as bubbleth out what they call the spouses. Why, Captain, you must have lived long enough to know, particular if gifted with a family, that no sort of spirit as were ever stilled will fetch so much money by the gallon as the doctor's stuff doth by the phial bottle. That is true enough, but no lies, Brown, particularly when upon your honour. If you were importing doctor's stuff, why did you lead us such a dance and stand fire? Well, your honour, you must promise not to be offended if I tell you a little mistake we made. We heard a slight talk about some pirate craft as hoisteth His Majesty's flag upon their villainy, and when first you come up, in the dusk of the night, you are the most impudent rogue I ever saw. Show your bills of lading, sir. You know His Majesty's revenue cruisers as well as I know your smuggling tub. Ship's papers are aboard of her, all correct, sir. Keys at your service, if you please to feel my pocket, objecting to let my hands loose. Very well, I must go on board of her and test a few of your puncheons and bales, Master Brown. Locker in the master's own cabin, I suppose? Yes, sir, plain as can be, on the starboard side, just behind the cabin door. Only your honour must be smart about it. The time fuse can't have got 3 inches left. Time fuse? What do you mean, you Grimsby villain? Nothing, Commander, but to keep you out of mischief. When we were compelled to beach the old craft for fear of them scoundrelly pirates, it came into my head what a pity it would be to have her used illegal, for she do outsail a'most everything, as your honour can bear witness. So I just laid a half-hour fuse to 3 big powder barrels as is down there in the hold, and I expect to see a blow up almost every moment. But your honour might be in time yet. With a run and a good luck to your foot, you might. Back, lads, back! Every one of you this moment! The first concern of Nettlebones was rightly for his men. Under the cliff here! Keep well back! Push out those smuggler fellows into the middle! Let them have the benefit of their own inventions, and this impudent Brown the foremost. They have laid a train to their powder barrels, and the lugger will blow up any moment. No fear for me, Commander. James Brown shouted through the hurry and jostle of 100 runaways. More fear for that poor man as lieth there a-lurchin'. She won't hit me when she bloweth up, no more than your honour could. But surely your duty demandeth of you do aboard of the old Bellender and take samples. Sample enough of you, my friend, but I haven't done quite with you yet. Simpson, here, bear a hand with poor Lieutenant Donovan. Nettlebones set a good example by lifting the prostrate Irishman, and they bore him into safety, and drew up there, while the beachmen, forbidden the shelter at point of cutlass, made off right and left, and then, with a crash that shook the strand and drove back the water in a white turmoil, the crown of gold flew into a fount of timbers, splinters, shreds, smoke, fire, and dust. Gentlemen, you may come out of your holes, the Grimsby man shouted from his mooring post as the echoes ran along the cliffs and rolled to and fro in the distance. My old woman will miss a piece of my pigtail, but she hasn't hurt her old skipper else. She blowed up handsome, and no mistake. No more danger, gentlemen, and plenty of stuff to pick up before next payday. What shall we do with that insolent hound? Nettlebones asked poor Donovan, who was groaning in slow convalescence. We have caught him in nothing. We cannot commit him. We cannot even duck him legally. Be jabbers, let him drink his health in my own potting. Capital. Bravo for old Ireland, my friend. You shall see it done, and handsomely. Brown, you recommend these waters, so you shall have a dose of them. A piece of old truncated kelp was found, as good a drinking horn as need be, and with this Captain Brown was forced to swallow half a bucketful of his own medical water, and they left him fast at his moorings to reflect upon this form of importation. End of chapter 32. Recording by Keith Salas.